I'm just an ordinary college student. Bragging about owning a Porsche on Tiaba. He was actually targeted by a rich second-generation heir who wanted to publicly humiliate him. At the brink of despair, I activated the God-tier tycoon system, earning permanent double cashback on every purchase, starting with a genuine Porsche 911 as the first reward. He was just about to test the system's power at a high-end restaurant. I ran into that rich second-generation nemesis of mine showing off with the department belle I had a crush on. I immediately splurged 10,000 yuan to open a membership, winning the favor of the beautiful waitress, and made a bet to prove tonight who's the true ultimate tycoon in the department belle's eyes. However, the system hinted that spending for high favorability members of the opposite sex could trigger mysterious critical rewards. Chapter 1. I was just showing off. Did I really kick a metal plate? This year our finance department's welcome party is apparently being held at the Wanjin building. I wonder if I'll get to see my dream car, the Porsche 911. So excited. Just finished a day of military training, Zhang Yuan lay tiredly on the bed to rest. Taking out his phone, he immediately saw a post shared by his special follow senior student Meng Yuanyuan. Back during the freshman orientation, this senior had attracted the attention of numerous newcomers with her delicate features and curvaceous figure. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuan was one of them. Although he clearly understood in his heart that with Meng Yuanyuan's stunning looks, which were worthy of being the department's beauty queen, there was no chance for Zhang Yuan, an only child from an ordinary family, to ever cross paths with her. But that didn't stop him from keeping up with Meng Yuanyuan's activities through the campus forum, nor did it stop him from creating a wealthy second-generation heir persona to show off in front of his senior. Senior, your dream car is a 911? What a coincidence, there's one in my garage, I'll just drive it over and you'll get to see it then, won't you? Zhang Yuan replied to Meng Yuanyuan with a slight blush creeping up his ears. Really? Then I'll be waiting for it. Meng Yuanyuan seemed to have been constantly watching the post she had made, responding almost instantly. Ding dong. Zhang Yuan received a friend request at that very moment. Meng Yuanyuan requested to add you as a friend. However, Zhang Yuan simply ignored the request. He was just putting on an act. If he actually added Meng Yuanyuan for a private chat, he'd probably be exposed before long. At this moment, some other alumni who were following Meng Yuanyuan also began to reply to the post. Sis, you have great taste. And sis with a Porsche is practically a walking billboard for our finance department. Wanjin Tower is a famous social media hotspot in Rongqing, frequented only by people of considerable status. Senior, your dreams should come true there. Mr. Great Expectations, do you really think a 911 is just some common cabbage? And you just happen to have one in your garage? Even if you're trying to show off, this is just too much. Has young master who arrived? The senior is truly amazing, even managing to draw Hu Xiao out of the woodwork. Master Hu, could it be that this bright future is actually a fake second-generation heir? Absolutely correct. What kind of family background does Hu Xiao have? He wouldn't even dare claim to own a 911 in his garage. What gives Great Expectations the right to say such things? Is it because he loves daydreaming? Ha 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 ha. In the replies to the post, someone openly questioned Zhang Yuan's words, and soon a pack of sycophants joined in, ruthlessly attacking him. If this had happened in real life, Zhang Yuan would definitely have swallowed his pride. But this is the internet, and the account Bright Future is a fake one specifically created. Would Zhang Yuan possibly back down from these idiots? He immediately launched a counterattack. What started as a friendly discussion gradually escalated into personal attacks on each other's families, with both sides locked in a heated and uncontrollable argument. That so-called Hu Xiao was even more abusive, threatening to dox Zhang Yuan. Only when Meng Yuanyuan realized the situation was spiraling out of her control did she hurriedly delete the post herself, gradually defusing the matter. But Zhang Yuan, who hadn't lost a single battle of wits against the crowd, was completely fired up. Taking advantage of his fake account, he started another post to mock young Master Hu and his lackeys. However, this post lasted only a minute before the moderators took it down, even suspending Zhang Yuan's account for a day. This finally forced the exhilarated Zhang Yuan to temporarily back down. Heh, a bunch of weaklings. I'm a top-tier troll from Zhan's upbringing, you think I'm scared of trash talking? While you're still casting skills, I can already type 200 words cursing your entire family. You trash dare challenge me? F King hilarious. Though his account got banned, Zhang Yuan remained fiercely combative. Just as he was about to create a new account and rejoin the battle, his sworn brother Jiang Chun returned from grabbing takeout. The aroma of the fried rice in Jiang Chun's hands made Zhang Yuan, exhausted from a long day, decisively abandon his fighting spirit and start devouring his meal. Hey, let me tell you, just now when I passed by the first floor, I heard Hubo cursing at his mother, yelling so loudly that even the dorm supervisor couldn't calm him down. Ha? What's wrong with him? Hee, I heard someone cursed out his entire family on the campus forum, which pissed Hubo off so much. Jiang Chun happily recounted the amusing stories he had seen on the road, but the name Hubo that slipped from his lips caught Zhang Yuan's attention. Hubo. Young master who? Could it really be such a coincidence? Thoughts churning in his mind, Zhang Yuan maintained a calm expression and casually asked, Dachuan, who is this Hubo, exactly? Zhang Chun chuckled when he heard Zhang Yuan's question, saying cheerfully, Brother Yuan, don't tell me you don't know Hubo. His family is quite wealthy and has connections with Professor Liu from our finance department. By the way, at the beginning of the semester, this guy arrived in a BMW 7 Series very flashy. After hearing Zhang Chun's description, Zhang Yuan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Damn it! This time I've bitten off more than I can chew with my showing off. The family has money and connections at school. This is one tough bastard to deal with. If he's serious about doxing himself, he might actually pull it off. After all, the campus forum is maintained by the school itself, and all data falls within the school's own management scope. Although Zhang Yuan's pretentious account wasn't registered with real name verification, he did fill in his student ID number during registration. If Hubo were to take this seriously and go ask Professor Liu for help, he might actually be able to track Zhang Yuan down. For a moment, Zhang Yuan grew anxious. He wasn't too concerned about whether Hubo would seek revenge. At worst, he did get beaten up, but he could always extort some money from them afterward, so it wouldn't be a loss. What he cares about is his image at school. If this matter gets spread around by Hubo and becomes common knowledge, that pretentious jerk Zhang Yuan would truly suffer social death. Not only was Meng Yuanyuan completely out of his reach, but even other girls would keep their distance from him. For the next 4 years, Zhang Yuan would remain a bachelor. Being single for 4 years, what difference does it make from being in prison? Zhang Yuan grew increasingly anxious the more he thought about it, even suffering from insomnia that night. The next morning, when Zhang Yuan arrived at the sports ground for the military training closing ceremony, his gaze seemed somewhat unfocused. Until he noticed a man with delicate features from the neighboring company giving him a hostile look, and with Zhang Chun's kind reminder, learned that the person was none other than Hubo. The hanging heart has finally died. After the ceremony, Hubo came toward Zhang Yuan with his 2 lackeys. Zhang Yuan, right? On the night of the gala, you better actually show up driving a 911, otherwise, Hubo's threat might have seemed lighthearted on the surface, but Zhang Yuan knew all too well that the reason the guy hadn't exposed him today wasn't out of kindness. He was planning to wait until the gala to publicly humiliate himself. Pride comes before a fall. Zhang Yuan was on the verge of tears. Ding! Suitable host detected. The extravagant spending system is loading. System loaded successfully. Please open the details to review, host. Congratulations, host. You've received the newbie reward, a Porsche 911. Chapter 2, the system arrives. The first step is naturally to enjoy it. Listening to the voice in his head and seeing the lines of text appearing in his vision, Zhang Yuan was stunned. Illusion? No, this is real, right? At the critical moment, the system was actually activated. Does this make me the chosen one? The newcomer's reward is a Porsche 911 seems tailor-made for me. Hubo, that little bastard, wants to publicly humiliate me, but it won't be that easy. Zhang Yuanxiang suppressed the excitement in his heart, found a secluded corner, and began to check his system. Open the details. Ding! System received. The main functions of the indulgent spending system, all expenditures will result in double cashback. When spending for the opposite sex with a favorability rate exceeding 50, there is a chance to trigger a critical hit, which may grant additional rewards beyond monetary bonuses. Note, the system will periodically release various challenge tasks. Upon completion, special rewards will be granted. The system's introduction was simple, yet its functionality was incredibly powerful. Double the cashback on all purchases? Doesn't this mean I'll never have to worry about money again? Zhang Yuan gasped in shock. As a child from an ordinary family, he understood all too well what money represented. With money, you can experience the beauty of the world. Without it, life is full of hardships. Only double cashback? Fine, accumulating initial capital is just a matter of time anyway. Zhang Yuan opened his WeChat and glanced at the balance of 1,433 yuan, involuntarily furrowing his brow. His monthly allowance was only 1,500 yuan, which barely covered his meals. Fortunately, he still had his childhood New Year's money saved up. Though his parents had taken most of it over the years, he'd managed to keep over 10,000 yuan in his bank account. The startup capital is a bit tight. Have to take it slow. With the system, why worry about not having enough money? Zhang Yuan went to the convenience store and bought a 6 Kwai Dongping drink. Ding! Your China Construction Bank savings card ending with 0321 received a deposit of 12 yuan on September 16, 2022, at 11:36 a.m. Current balance, 12,013.16 yuan. The system's cashback arrived almost instantly after Zhang Yuan scanned the code to make the payment. This completely eased Zhang Yuan's mind. Brother system, you're amazing. Awesome. By the way, system, isn't there still a Porsche 911? Where should I go to pick it up? After taking a big gulp of dongpeng, Zhang Yuan asked the system. The vehicle's formalities are still being processed. Please contact the designated salesperson at the Rongqing Mianjiang District Porsche 4S store between 1400 hours and 1800 hours tomorrow afternoon to collect it. Still gotta wait till tomorrow, but that's fine. Zhang Yuan didn't think much of it. Since the car was already his, it couldn't run away, so waiting one more day didn't matter. Buzz. Just as Zhang Yuan was fantasizing about the Porsche he would see tomorrow, his phone suddenly rang. Picking it up, I saw it was a message from my roommate Jiang Chun. Brother Yuan, should I grab lunch for you? What are you still eating in the cafeteria for? I'm waiting at the school gate. Bring those two godbrothers of yours, let's go have a proper meal. Zhang Yuan closed his phone, feeling rather emotional. Dachuan was truly loyal. Seeing that he hadn't returned, he specifically asked if he needed food brought to him. Dachuan's really broadening his path. When I make it big, I'll definitely bring you along. Zhang Yuan grinned, got up, and walked toward the school gate. Just as he reached the doorway, Jiang Chun and the other two adopted sons soon appeared in the distance, drooling with greed. Brother Yuan is over there. Brother Yuan, are you taking us out for a big meal? Honored father above, please accept this humble son's bow. The three adopted sons gathered around Zhang Yuan and began their playful antics. The four of them had lived together for nearly a month and had grown quite familiar. Their personalities meshed well, and they had adopted this father and son mode of address among themselves. Zhang Yuan was used to this by now. He reached out to help Yuan Hua up from his half-kneeling position. Rise, my sworn son, there's no need for such formalities. Let's go. Today I'm treating you to a good meal heading to Jinfu restaurant. Zhang Yuan had barely finished speaking when his three foster sons' mouths fell open in shock. Jiang Chun hesitated and said, Yuan Ge, do we brothers really need to go to that place? I heard a casual meal there costs at least 1,000 yuan. The other two roommates, Yuan Hua and Zhang Hu, also nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Although they occasionally treated their buddies to a meal, it was at most just some barbecue at a roadside food stall. A meal only costs a little over 100 to 200 yuan. It hurts the wallet, but it's nothing too serious. Zhang Yuan was taking them to dine at Jinfu restaurant this time, where a single meal could cost as much as their monthly living expenses. How could his sworn sons bear to see their adoptive father spend so extravagantly? Damn it, I already said today's a happy occasion, I'm treating you to something nice, so quit your whining. I'm booking Golden Fortune restaurant today. Anyone who doesn't show up can forget about being my godson. Zhang Yuan couldn't be bothered to argue with them and simply took the lead, heading straight toward the nearby pedestrian street. The remaining three stared at each other in bewilderment. Brother Yuan, you've made it big? Looks like a silver spoon kid who was just mingling with us common folks in disguise. Who cares, Yuan Gu is already crossing the street, keep up, keep up. If he were really pretending to be something he's not, why would he put on an act in front of us? Wouldn't it be better to show off in front of the girls? That makes sense. Let's go, double time. After a brief discussion, the three quickly followed in Zhang Yuan's footsteps. Zhang Yuan had long anticipated these three fellows would come, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help curling into a slight arc. You bastards, just wait for your godfather to feed you some shock pills. The four of them joked and played around as they walked along the way. Standing at 1.84 meters tall and already somewhat handsome, Zhang Yuan's demeanor skyrocketed after the system activated, drawing the attention of many girls out shopping. However, due to Zhang Yuan's cheap street stall sportswear, the big city girls merely glanced at him before averting their gaze. A little over 10 minutes later, Zhang Yuan led his three sworn sons to the busiest intersection on the pedestrian street. A street-side shop's ground floor was used as an entrance, with 4 gilded characters embedded on the signboard, Jinfu Restaurant. Brother Yuan, are we really going to eat here? When it came down to it, Yuan Hua, the self-proclaimed king of empty boasts, asked somewhat nervously. Zhang Yuan turned around and saw the other two adopted sons wearing the same expression. Immediately losing his temper, he cursed, a bunch of useless trash. What good are you for? Follow me. He walked ahead with his head held high, his demeanor almost indistinguishable from those bosses with pockets full of cash. Encouraged by this, the three stepbrothers followed Zhang Yuan upstairs with trembling hearts. Less than 5 minutes after they went upstairs, Hubo arrived at the restaurant entrance with a gang of lackeys. Do I need to sign up for a membership just to grab a meal? Zhang Yuan frowned as he looked at the waiter before him. Although his hometown was a third-tier city, he had still been to some upscale private chef restaurants before. I've never heard of needing a membership card just to eat a meal. Dressed in professional attire with a smile still on her face but an obvious hint of disdain in her eyes, the server said unhurriedly, Sir, that's our company's policy. If you don't open it, we won't be able to serve your dishes. Gentlemen, are you still eating? If not, please don't block the counter and don't delay other guests from dining. Chapter 3, the baby-faced waitress with a massive intercepts Meng Yuanyuan midway. Hey, damn, you're a piece of work. What's with the attitude? Yuan Hua, a brash and unapologetic sort, bellowed right back. The sweet-faced waitress, however, showed no fear. She was certain these guys were students from nearby Rongda University. Their clothes clearly showed they weren't from wealthy families, just ordinary folks. If they dared cause trouble here, she could have these punks kicked out in no time. Jin Fu restaurant was no place for them to afford. "Sir, please don't disturb other guests while they're eating," the waitress said, her voice as calm as ever. Zhang Yuan snorted coldly, stopping Jiang Chun before he could explode. "Big Spring, forget it. They're not welcome here." Well. Isn't this Mr. Rich Kid Zhang Yuan, the one with the Porsche 911 at home? Dining at Golden Fortune today? Before Zhang Yuan could finish speaking, a sarcastic voice suddenly rang out from behind them. The waiter turned at the sound, his eyes lighting up instantly. He sidestepped Zhang Yuan and his group in one swift motion, heading straight toward the speaker. "Young Master Hu, you're here. Your private room is all set and ready for you anytime." The sweet voice made Jiang Chun and the others widen their eyes in unison. This waitress actually plays favorites. "Alright, thanks for your trouble. Here, tip her 2,000. Hu Bo's calm voice sounded oddly familiar to Jiang Chun and the others. Moments later, they realized wasn't this the exact tone of the waitress whose face was practically beaming with joy? The waitress's smile grew even brighter at the mention of a 2,000 yuan tip. She knew exactly who Hu Bo was. 2,000 yuan was nothing more than pocket change to him. As long as she served them well during their meal, the tips she could earn would be several times more than this. It was practically equivalent to her entire monthly salary. With that thought, the waitress couldn't be bothered with Zhang Yuan and his group. She promptly abandoned them to the side, devoting her full attention to serving the haughty Hu Bo. "Sir, Golden Fortune isn't a place just anyone can dine at. If you're hungry, head downstairs and turn left. That snack street is your paradise. What are you broke losers doing pretending to be fancy at Golden Fortune? Don't end up with campus loans piled so high they couldn't even cover this meal, ha ha ha." "Oh, and one more thing," Hu Bo chuckled, leading his sycophants toward a private room while glancing back at Zhang Yuan. "Meng Yuanyuan's joining me for dinner later. Afterward, we're hitting the karaoke." At the mention of Meng Yuanyuan's name, Zhang Yuan's expression darkened instantly. That bastard Hu Bo would surely exaggerate his own pretentious remarks from yesterday in front of the senior. But soon, his eyebrows lifted slightly, and his expression gradually relaxed. "If this were before, I might have been a little nervous. But now? With the system backing me up, why should I fear some rich kid like you?" "Hu Bo," Zhang Yuan stepped forward, his expression as still as water, speaking slowly. "You think just because you asked her out, she has to eat and sing with you? How about we make a bet on which side senior sister will choose today?" Hu Bo stared at Zhang Yuan with a look of utter confusion, then burst into laughter, bending over double. Last night, he'd already dug up dirt on Zhang Yuan, that bastard who dared curse his entire family. He'd gotten plenty of intel from the guy's high school classmates. His family was undoubtedly the most ordinary working-class household imaginable, both parents contract workers at a factory, no notable figures in the family tree. Did this guy even have the right to challenge him to a bet? Absolutely ridiculous. If Hu Bo truly wanted to crush Zhang Yuan, it wouldn't be much harder than squashing an ant. The only reason he'd let the kid enjoy a few days of freedom was for his own twisted amusement, to make sure the bastard got publicly humiliated at the welcome party. Who'd have thought a moment's weakness would earn him this brat's provocation? How amusing. "Young Master Hu, let's eat first. Senior Meng will be here soon." Just as Hu Bo was about to explode, his companion hurriedly reminded him. "Right. Can't be bothered with this guy. Picking a fight with him is a complete waste of time." Hu Bo shot Zhang Yuan a dark, menacing glance before walking away without looking back. "Brother Yuan, why did you pick a fight with Hu Bo? His uncle is Professor Liu from our department. He could make your life miserable anytime." Yuan Hua, who had witnessed the entire scene, waited until Hu Bo was out of earshot before turning to Zhang Yuan with a look of concern. Zhang Yuan shrugged indifferently. "Don't panic. That jerk wants to see me humiliated? Ha, we'll see who ends up looking like the clown. I've got this under control." Hearing Zhang Yuan's resolute tone, the three said nothing more. After all, Hu Bo was a rich, well-connected young master. They couldn't afford to mess with him. But that didn't mean Zhang Yuan would back down. Only Jiang Chun patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder, his expression sincere. "Brother Yuan, if anything comes up, you gotta call me. I'll definitely back you up. Big Spring, you're too kind. Gentlemen, would you like to dine?" A timid voice sounded beside Zhang Yuan. He turned around and was instantly dazzled. Standing before him was a waitress dressed in the same light blue uniform, boasting a bombshell figure yet sporting an innocent, childlike face. Holy! A childish face with huge assets. Zhang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He instantly realized that at Jin Fu restaurant, each waitress was assigned to serve a specific table. This timid young girl before him had just been dispatched to greet new customers. Zhang Yuan, who had been about to leave, instantly changed his mind. He smiled and said, "We do need to eat. Come on, swipe the card." "Wait, Brother Yuan, are you really going to do that?" The three godchildren hurriedly protested. "No need. Jin Fu was nothing special. We can eat and drink well anywhere else. They had just spotted the sign above the service counter advertising a minimum spend of 1,088 yuan. And opening a membership card required a whopping 10,000 yuan. That was way beyond what college students could afford. But Zhang Yuan didn't think twice. With the system backing him, money was hardly an issue. Besides, that bastard Hu Bo had clearly crossed him. Just now, he'd even deliberately mentioned meeting Meng Yuanyuan to provoke him. If Zhang Yuan didn't ruin his plans this time, did he really think he was a pushover? Here, sweetheart, let's get you signed up. Oh, okay, bro. The young waitress flushed slightly under Zhang Yuan's intense gaze, fumbling nervously with the computer. Beep. After scanning the QR code, Zhang Yuan's balance plummeted by 10,000 yuan. Simultaneously, he received a text notification from his bank card. Ding! Your China Construction Bank savings card ending in 0321 has received 20,000 yuan. Current balance, 22,013.16 yuan. Sir, I'll show you to your private room. As soon as the membership card was activated, the young waitress rose with a smile, ready to escort Zhang Yuan and his group to their seats. Her attitude was worlds apart from the previous servers. After all, she earned a commission for opening Zhang Yuan's membership card, and she would receive service fees for every future transaction he made. As a newly hired attendant, Li Meng felt incredibly fortunate. For a moment, her gaze toward Zhang Yuan softened considerably. Ding! Li Meng's favorability toward you increased by 10, now at 35. Zhang Yuan stared in astonishment at the notification that suddenly popped up in his vision, glancing at the young waitress in confusion. This girl must be Li Meng, right? Zhang Yuan took another look at her youthful face and voluptuous figure, which rivaled Meng Yuanyuan's, and new plans began to form in his mind. But more pressing matters demanded his attention. Suppressing his thoughts for now, he had Li Meng switch their private room to a window table in the main dining area. This would allow him to keep a closer eye on the entrance. This way, I can spot my senior the moment she arrives. Zhang Yuan's gaze grew intense. He needed a way to shatter Hu Bo's delusional fantasies with a cold splash of reality. Chapter 4, 5,000 Tips, Challenge Mission. Under Li Meng's careful service, Zhang Yuan and the others took their seats. Yuan Hua couldn't wait to ask, Brother Yuan, tell us when exactly did you cross paths with Hu Bo? Zhang Chun and Zhang Hu also looked at Zhang Yuan with puzzled expressions. But before Zhang Yuan could answer, Zhang Chun suddenly realized something. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, Holy! Brother Yuan, you're not the one behind that bright future thread on the campus forum, are you? Zhang Yuan gave an awkward chuckle and nodded. At this point, there's no point in hiding it from you guys. Yeah, I was the one who went off on Hu Bo's whole family yesterday. Damn! I saw the whole thing yesterday too. But bro Yuan, is your family that rich? A Porsche 911 is just sitting in your garage as inventory? Yuan Hua and the others exchanged skeptical glances. From the start of the semester until now, Zhang Yuan's entire demeanor hadn't seemed like that of a rich kid at all. Look at Hu Bo, he practically treats Jin Fu restaurant like his own cafeteria. And Zhang Yuan? He's still hanging around with them at the street stalls. Even the most low-key person can't hide every single flaw, right? Oh, right, today he splurged big time, shelling out 10 grand for that membership card without batting an eye. You guys don't know. I tried to hang out with you guys as an ordinary person, but all I got was suspicion. It really hurt me. I'm done pretending. I'm a rich kid. I'm laying my cards on the table. Zhang Yuan's voice was deep and magnetic, leaving his 3 adopted sons utterly dumbfounded. But only Li Meng, standing nearby, couldn't hold back her laughter at the sight of Jiang Chun and the others, their expressions frozen in pure, innocent bewilderment. Haven't you guys seen The Billionaire of Shihong City? Zhang Yuan shot Li Meng an approving glance. This girl was sharp, catching the joke instantly and saving him from an awkward moment. You 3 little cuties. You're so darn silly you can't even hold a candle to a single girl. I'm very satisfied with your service. Come on, Li Meng, add me as a friend. I'll transfer you a little tip. Zhang Yuan pulled out his phone, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the young waitress before him. Ah. Sir, how did you know my name is Li Meng? Tips? Tips aren't necessary, I didn't do anything. Li Meng clearly couldn't handle Zhang Yuan's direct approach. Her face flushed crimson as she waved her hands frantically. Stop messing around. Quick, pull it out so I can scan it. Zhang Yuan's tone deliberately carried a hint of impatience, making Li Meng's heart skip a beat. She could only obediently pull out her phone and open her WeChat profile. Beep. After adding her as a friend, Zhang Yuan immediately transferred 5,000 yuan to Li Meng. It wasn't that he'd gotten cocky from the system's boost, but rather he wanted to use this chance to test his hunch. Ding! Your China Construction Bank savings card ending in 0321 has received 10,000 yuan. Current balance, 32,013.16 yuan. Hearing the system notification, Zhang Yuan instantly relaxed. Cashback really works for transfers too. Initially, Zhang Yuan had worried that funds from transfers wouldn't qualify for cashback since the system required personal spending. But now, after testing it out, even transferring money to someone of the opposite sex with a likability rating below 50 could earn cashback. This meant he could spend money with far fewer worries going forward. However, upon seeing the transfer amount displayed on her phone, Li Meng panicked. Brother. Your tip is too. I can't accept it. Li Meng's voice trembled slightly. She had joined the Golden Fortune restaurant because a friend told her the rules here were similar to those abroad. Waitstaff could earn extra income through tips. She had received tips before, but they were usually just a few dozen or 100 yuan. She'd never encountered someone as generous as Zhang Yuan. 5,000 yuan right off the bat. It completely stunned Li Meng. Yuanhua, who knew Jin Fu restaurant well and had just witnessed Zhang Yuan casually pay 10,000 yuan without batting an eye, chuckled. Hey, don't be so polite, sweetheart. Didn't brother Yuan just say? He's a rich kid. Just keep the tip. Zhang Hu nodded in agreement, grinning sheepishly. Yeah, if Hu Bo and his crew saw this, they'd think brother Yuan couldn't afford tips. Don't look down on it. Brother Yuan's always been frugal, and we're all college students. Our spending habits are bound to be different from successful people. Zhang Chun thought the waitress might look down on Zhang Yuan's meager tip, worried she'd ruin the mood like that last waitress had. He hurried to reassure Li Meng. It's not, no. It's not that he gave too little, it's that he gave way too much. Li Meng's face flushed crimson as she timidly glanced at Zhang Yuan, who remained as steady as a rock. See for yourselves. I really can't accept this. She waved her phone in front of Zhang Chun and the others. The three gasped in shock upon seeing the amount. Holy, damn. After the simultaneous exclamations, the three exchanged stunned glances. They'd all assumed Zhang Yuan was just joking around with a meme, but turns out this guy was dead serious. Damn, tipping 5,000 straight off the bat? Even if you're loaded, you can't just throw money around like that. But when they looked at Li Meng, fair-skinned, stunningly curvy, and with a youthful, innocent face, they suddenly understood. They shot Zhang Yuan weird looks. Hey, wipe that jealous look off your faces. I'm not tipping you guys, okay? After all, she's my sweetheart. Zhang Yuan shot them a look, and the trio instantly got it, breaking into sly grins. Sure enough, brother Yuan had designs on this girl. Alright, Li Meng, no need to be polite. Since I tipped you, just take it. Go to the kitchen and hurry up with the food. We're all getting hungry. Zhang Yuan's calm voice eased Li Meng's fluttering nerves a little. After trembling as she pocketed the money, she immediately flashed him a sweet smile. Sure thing, sir. I'll go check right away. Ding. Li Meng's affection plus 16, current affection 51. Congratulations, host, on gaining your first opposite sex character with over 50 affection points. Challenge task activated. Mission details: to capture the attention of the opposite sex, clean, well-groomed attire with broad recognition is essential. Before picking up your car tomorrow, replace your cheap sportswear and earn praise from at least one member of the opposite sex. The greater the shock you elicit, the richer the rewards. Challenge task? Zhang Yuan stared at the new prompt appearing in his field of vision, feeling a bit overwhelmed. The task essentially boiled down to changing clothes and specifically, wearing a brand with a certain level of recognition. But as a lifelong broke guy, Zhang Yuan knew next to nothing about luxury brands. The only brands he was familiar with were Jordan, Hongxing, and maybe Step. To complete this task, I need to find someone who knows a lot about high-end men's clothing, Zhang Yuan silently calculated in his mind. Condition 1, must be female. Condition 2, must have some knowledge of the luxury goods industry. Condition 3, preferably a bit gold diggerish, so she'll be shocked not scared by my ruthless spending. Zhang Yuan had considered Li Meng, but seeing how flustered she got over a mere 5,000 yuan tip, she clearly didn't meet his requirements. So he'd have to start searching again. Time was pressing. Zhang Yuan rapidly scanned the profiles of every woman he knew in his mind. Ultimately, his choice settled on Meng Yuanyuan. I remember the senior carrying a Louis Vuitton bag during orientation. She treated it like a precious treasure, not letting anyone touch it. She fits all my requirements perfectly. Best of all, Meng Yuanyuan can help me pick out stuff and give Hu Bo a taste of his own medicine. She's the perfect tool. Chapter 5, The Naturally Dazed Gold Digger Thrilling. After learning from Hu Bo that Meng Yuanyuan had agreed to dine at Golden Fortune, Zhang Yuan confirmed that this former goddess was, at her core, a gold digger. Looking back now, Meng Yuanyuan had never hidden her materialistic nature. Whether it was the Coach outfit and LV bag she wore during orientation, or her unabashed admiration for luxury cars like the Porsche 911 on campus forums, she made it crystal clear to everyone, if you're broke, don't bother her. Zhang Yuan was well aware of this, which is why he fabricated a wealthy heir persona to occasionally make his presence felt around Meng Yuanyuan, while refusing any direct contact with her. He was terrified of being exposed. Now, with the system backing him, what did he have to fear? All the swagger he'd ever put on? This time, he'd make every bit of it come true in front of Meng Yuanyuan. Excuse me, where is room V8? Just as Zhang Yuan was pondering how to persuade his senior, he heard a familiar voice. He turned around and was instantly dazzled. The senior he'd been longing for, Meng Yuanyuan, had arrived. Today, the senior, at least 5 feet 6 inches tall, wore light gray hot pants that showcased her fair, perfectly straight legs. Her top was a deep red crop top that hugged her ample bust. As the weather was gradually turning cooler, Meng Yuanyuan had also thrown on a beige coach jacket, giving her an air of youthful vitality with a hint of unique allure. Her face bore a flawless no-makeup look, perfectly accentuating her straight, prominent nose bridge. A hint of peach blush beneath her slightly moist eyes instantly elevated her overall aura. But what truly lingered in Zhang Yuan's mind was Meng Yuanyuan's high ponytail. Whether it was her looks or her figure, paired with that hairstyle, it inevitably reminded Zhang Yuan of his favorite champion, a collie, the dashing, fiercely spirited assassin. Whoa! The department flower truly lives up to her name. This outfit completely overshadows Li Meng. Zhang Yuan murmured in admiration before striding toward Meng Yuanyuan. Senior, hello. Do you remember me? His gentle voice made Meng Yuanyuan turn around. Do we know each other? Meng Yuanyuan glanced at Zhang Yuan, who stood 184 centimeters tall with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, radiating confidence. A hint of admiration flashed in her eyes. Ding! Meng Yuanyuan's affection for you +5. Current affection level, 55. Zhang Yuan stared at the notification popping up on the system interface, his mind going blank. What was going on? Hadn't Meng Yuanyuan long since forgotten about her junior classmate? How could her affection be so high? Even Li Meng, who just tipped him 5,000, only had a 51 favorability rating. How could Meng Yuanyuan's be so high? Wait a minute. Zhang Yuan looked at the senior smiling sweetly before him, and a thought flashed through his mind. Could she have developed a crush on far-reaching ambitions? But how could she not see through such an obvious show-off account? Guessing the reason, Zhang Yuan didn't bother digging deeper. Since Meng Yuanyuan had such high regard for his show-off persona, once he revealed his true identity, he could seamlessly transfer that admiration onto himself. At this thought, Zhang Yuan couldn't hide the smug grin spreading across his lips. He chuckled and said, I suppose we're acquainted. Ha! But I don't remember you at all. Meng Yuanyuan widened her eyes in confusion, tilting her head slightly as if deep in thought. Of course you don't remember because this is our first real-life meeting. Hello, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Zhang Yuan, a freshman in the finance department, and I'm also the owner of the account, Bright Future. So your far-reaching future. Meng Yuanyuan felt even more astonished inside. What was going on today? She'd just agreed to have lunch with Hubo, and now she'd run into another alumnus she'd argued with. What a small world. What a coincidence. Hubo is here too. You two had such a big argument before, why not make up now? Zhang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something was off. Make peace? No way. Senior, you're thinking way too simplistically. Zhang Yuan opened his mouth to protest, but when he looked up and saw the genuine sincerity on Meng Yuanyuan's face, he froze. Is she serious? In an instant, Zhang Yuan concluded Meng Yuanyuan was the legendary airhead. A gold digger who's naturally clueless? This combination was just too damn thrilling. A smile involuntarily spread across Zhang Yuan's face. Alright then, since you say so, I'll forgive Hubo. Forgive me? Ha, you talk big for your age, sugar daddy. Hubo, who had been waiting impatiently for Meng Yuanyuan, had just stepped out of the private room when he heard Zhang Yuan's arrogant words. A surge of anger flared up inside him. His face darkened as he approached Zhang Yuan, speaking slowly and deliberately, I'll see how you forgive me. Seriously, you're shameless. Do you really think a place like Jin Fu restaurant is affordable for someone like you? Hubo's face bristled with impatience, his gaze growing increasingly hostile toward Zhang Yuan. You can't even afford a membership card, yet you think you can hit on Senior Meng? I have no idea where you get the nerve. That's right, young master, who is absolutely correct. Someone like you has no business dining at our golden fortune. Now get out of here. The waiter who had followed Hubo out pointed directly at Zhang Yuan's nose as he shouted the insults, eager to prove himself. The shrill voice drew the attention of Jiang Chun and his friends at their table. Seeing Hubo and his lackey cornering Zhang Yuan, they lost their heads and charged straight over. What do you think you're doing? Hubo, we're all classmates. This doesn't warrant such a big scene. Brother Yuan, what's going on? Jiang Chun, impatient by nature, glared at Zhang Yuan with a face as dark as storm clouds, his eyes flashing with menace. He didn't care who Hubo was. If he dared mess with his brother, he'd break his legs. Worst case, he'd just get expelled. Zhang Yuan patted Jiang Chun's shoulder, signaling him to calm down. It's fine. You guys go sit down and wait for the food. Young master who is just messing with me. A bright smile spread across Zhang Yuan's face. Back then, he could only strike hard online, but now with the system, how could he possibly be timid in real life? So what if Hubo was a second-generation rich kid? Zhang Yuan was a first-generation tycoon. He was a whole generation above Hubo. The only thing that annoyed him was this waitress with her sharp, judgmental looks. It was rare to see someone look down on others so blatantly. She was just plain brainless. But his primary goal now was to sabotage Hu Bo and Meng Yuanyuan's dinner. Zhang Yuan had no time to deal with her just yet. Hey, Mr. Hu, you don't seriously think a membership card will keep me out of golden fortune, do you? Sorry, but a measly 10,000 yuan card? I can still afford to get one. Zhang Yuan flashed the exclusive VIP card in his hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 6, Expose Me? Think my senior will believe you? The sharp-tongued waitress's face flashed with panic upon seeing Zhang Yuan actually produce the membership card. This guy must be crazy. If he can afford a membership card, why is he wearing cheap knockoffs worth less than 200 bucks? Isn't he just trying to scam people? Her earlier confidence had stemmed from facing an ordinary college student with little clout. But if she angered a restaurant member? One complaint could cost her a hefty fine. After all, Jin Fu Restaurant was renowned for its service. If she messed up in that department, no one could save her. Even someone like Hu Bo, a rich kid, had to play the role of a respectful junior in front of the Golden Fortune restaurant owner. What could a mere waitress do? At that thought, the waitress couldn't help but cast a pleading glance at Hu Bo. Slap. It's fine. Your service is excellent. Even if you've offended this guy, I can protect you. My uncle is a shareholder at Jin Fu Restaurant. Zhang Yuan can't touch you. Hu Bo caught the waitress's glance and smacked her pert but with a smug grin, making his promise with casual indifference. But suddenly, something occurred to him, and his expression changed abruptly. Oh no! Meng Yuanyuan was still right there. How could he possibly project the image of a womanizer? Sure enough, Hu Bo's true colors immediately made Meng Yuanyuan frown. She might be a bit slow, but she wasn't stupid. Hu Bo had invited her to dinner several times, and she'd reluctantly agreed only because one of his relatives was a professor in their department. And now he actually slaps another woman's butt right in front of her. What kind of behavior was this? Who does he think he is? Senior Meng, I wasn't, it was just my hand slipped. Hu Bo scrambled to explain. Zhang Yuan, who witnessed the entire scene, nearly burst out laughing at Hu Bo's pathetic display. What a clueless guy. He stifled his laughter and said, Senior, we've reserved a table over there too. Why not grace us with your presence and join us younger brothers for dinner? Looks like Mr. Hu here isn't exactly keen on you. Let him dine with that waiter. We won't bother them. Alright, thank you for your kindness, Junior. Zhang Chan and the others continued watching Hu Bo's spectacle with amusement, occasionally huddling together to stifle their laughter. Their reasoning was simple, since they'd already chosen to side with Zhang Yuan and had already offended Hu Bo, there was no need to put on a friendly face for him anymore. We're all freaking college students, so what if you have connections? If he's so tough, let him find someone to expel our whole dorm. Public opinion would deal with him then. But before the show could even end, Zhang Yuan actually invited the department's most popular girl from the finance department to dinner. This left the three of them utterly stunned, frozen in place. Seriously, Yuan, you're so bold. What's her status? What's yours? And you have the nerve to ask her out? And right in front of Hu Bo. And the scariest part is, she actually said yes? What kind of fairy tale is this? Is this really our godfather? They looked at Meng Yuanyuan dressed in a coach coat worth thousands, carrying a Louis Vuitton bag worth tens of thousands, radiating breathtaking beauty, then turned to Zhang Yuan, clad in cheap knockoffs with nothing but a hint of good looks. Instantly, they were utterly bowled over by him. Godfather, why don't you teach us how to develop skin as thick as a city wall? Yuan, you can't go. This Yuan is the very same one from that Tiaba thread, Great Expectations. He's nothing but a pure con artist. He doesn't even own a Porsche 911. That account is just a fake persona he uses to show off. I've looked into this guy, his family doesn't even have a garage. He's just an ordinary freshman. Don't let him fool you. Hu Bo panicked when he saw Meng Yuanyuan actually agreeing to Zhang Yuan. He'd planned to publicly humiliate Zhang Yuan, that bastard who'd insulted his entire family at the gala, making him look like a complete fool in front of everyone. But now this bastard was publicly stealing his girlfriend right under his nose. Hu Bo could no longer contain his rage and blurted out Zhang Yuan's true colors. The sharp-tongued waitress felt a twinge of pain seeing Hu Bo so invested in that girl who looked like a celebrity. But eager to curry favor with this wealthy second-generation heir, she quickly chimed in. Exactly, sweetheart. That guy probably maxed out his Huabei credit just to get this card. Forget a Porsche, he can't even afford to tip us properly. Hu Bo shot the sharp-tongued waitress an appreciative glance. This woman wasn't half bad, she had some sense. Once he secured Meng Yuanyuan, he might consider adding her to his collection too. Zhang Chan and the others panicked when Hu Bo actually exposed Zhang Yuan. They knew the truth that Zhang Yuan's account was just for bragging and showing off. But regardless, Zhang Yuan had successfully invited Meng Yuanyuan to dinner, a promising start. And judging by the current situation, his family background didn't seem too shabby either. Who knows? Maybe something could actually happen with Meng Yuanyuan. As his sworn brothers, this was their moment to step up. But before they could step forward, Li Meng, who had just gone to the kitchen to check on the meal's progress, walked over. Hearing the man who tipped her 5,000 being slandered, she immediately flew into a rage. She shouted at her co-worker, Sister Yang, how could you say such things? There is no way this gentleman couldn't afford a tip. The sharp-tongued waitress, Yang Xiao, sneered coldly. She'd never taken kindly to this newcomer. Back when she was the most attractive and well-proportioned at Jin Fu, both the manager and the kitchen chefs treated her with utmost courtesy. But ever since Li Meng arrived, that treatment vanished from her life. The stark contrast made Yang Xiao absolutely hate this baby-faced, busty Li Meng. I'm talking nonsense? Look at him. What kind of trash is he wearing? Even the clothes the homeless back home pick up off the streets are more expensive than his tracksuit. And he's supposed to be able to afford tips? That's laughable. Kid, let me give you some advice, don't pretend to be something you're not. The kind of beauty Hu Xiao invited here isn't someone you can even dream of touching. Go take a good look in the mirror and ask yourself honestly, do you even deserve her? Yang Xiao's aggressive tone instantly made Hu Bo's face turn pale. This woman was fierce. He found himself increasingly impressed by her. Yang Xiao seemed to sense the shift in Hu Bo's gaze toward her. She turned and flashed him a flattering smile. Meng Yuanyuan witnessed this scene, and her impression of Hu Bo grew even worse. While she did covet the life of the wealthy, that didn't mean she could tolerate a man who pursued her openly flirting with another woman right in front of her. She couldn't be bothered to verify the waitress's claim. Instead, she grabbed Zhang Yuan's arm and leaned in, whispering, Junior, let's go. Ignore that woman. Zhang Yuan shot Meng Yuanyuan a surprised look, gaining a new perspective on this girl. It seemed she wasn't the kind of gold digger with no principles. Chapter 7, A Warm Invitation. Hu Bo watched as Meng Yuanyuan grabbed Zhang Yuan's arm, his eyes nearly turning red. He wasn't the cute little guy. He quickly realized that his entanglement with Yang Xiao had completely exposed his true nature to Meng Yuanyuan. But as the only son in his family, he was used to everyone else catering to him. He'd never bothered to consider anyone else's feelings. Seeing that exposing Zhang Yuan hadn't swayed Meng Yuanyuan, Hu Bo gave up pretending. Fine, Zhang Yuan, you're quite the performer. Standing here silent and playing the victim to get sympathy from your senior, huh? No problem. Just wait until the welcome party. I'll see how you cover your tracks then. If you didn't drive that Porsche 911 here, you'll face the consequences. After gritting his teeth and delivering this tirade at Zhang Yuan, Hu Bo turned his gaze to the cold-faced Meng Yuanyuan. Senior, today was my fault. But this Zhang Yuan is a total fraud. If he really owned a luxury car like a 911, Hu Bo, would run naked around the school plaza 10 times. Hearing Hu Bo's somewhat childish promise, Meng Yuanyuan chuckled softly, not even bothering to glance at him again. If finding a wealthy first-generation heir was difficult, finding a wealthy second-generation heir should be a breeze, right? Hu Bo was merely one of her many friends. Even if Zhang Yuan didn't meet her standards for a partner, it was just a meal, no big deal. At least his tall, imposing frame and handsome face were far more pleasing to the eye than Hu Bo's effeminate type. What's going on? What's going on? Xiao, Meng, why aren't you showing the guests to their seats? A slightly impatient voice rang out beside them. After attending to a table of important guests, Wang Koan, the manager of Jin Fu restaurant, had just returned to the lobby when he spotted Zhang Yuan and Hu Bo's group standing motionless near the front desk. Thinking something serious must have happened, he hurried over to address the situation. Yang Xiao dared not act out of line in front of Wang Koan. She knew full well how capable this middle-aged man was. Jokes were acceptable in private, but in front of guests, the slightest slip-up meant deductions from pay. He was utterly impartial. Mr. Hu, perhaps we should return to the private room first? I'll accompany you throughout your meal. Yang Xiao bowed slightly, deliberately exposing her cleavage to Hu Bo's view. Fine. Hu Bo shot a lingering glance at Zhang Yuan before retreating with his entourage of sycophants. Inside the private room, Hu Bo gave Yang Xiao's butt a pat, savoring the soft curve in his hand. You did great today, he chuckled. When we get back, I'll talk to Uncle about giving you a raise. Thank you, young Master Hu. Yang Xiao's eyes lit up at his words. She tugged her collar down slightly and said coyly, today I can have something cold. Hu Bo froze for a moment, but a smile inevitably spread across his lips. What's the point of craving something you can't have when something even sweeter is about to be yours? Forget about Meng Yuanyuan, he didn't need her. Hu Bo had no shortage of women. But that bastard Zhang Yuan? He would get his revenge. Zhang Yuan remained oblivious to Hu Bo's thoughts in the private room. Even if he knew, he couldn't care less. With the system in his hands, why should he put on a good face for anyone? Sorry, bro, Sister Yang must be in a bad mood to speak to you like that. Li Meng feared Yang Xiao's outburst might ruin Zhang Yuan's dinner and apologized repeatedly. It's fine. I can't be bothered to argue with her. Zhang Yuan waved it off nonchalantly. Today's showdown with Hu Bo had ended in a resounding victory for him. Not only had he stolen senior Meng Yuanyuan away, but he'd also severely damaged Hu Bo's image in her eyes. His goal was achieved. Senior, we just ordered some dishes. I hope they suit your taste? Why don't you order some more? Li Meng, hand the menu over to the senior. Sure, bro. After Zhang Yuan led everyone to their seats, he smiled at Meng Yuanyuan. Meng Yuanyuan noticed a subtle shift in Zhang Yuan, who suddenly seemed more confident. Typically, freshmen either stammered for her contact info or blushed like a monkey's, but when facing her none were as relaxed as Zhang Yuan. Those three cuties from Jiangchun. They were a stark contrast to Zhang Yuan. Seeing the finance department's beauty sitting at their table, the three guys' eyes darted around nervously. Their timid, hesitant glances left Zhang Yuan feeling rather helpless. Fortunately, Meng Yuanyuan was no stranger to such scenes. She cheerfully found topics to discuss, chatting happily with everyone. The kitchen, which Li Meng had just urged, quickly delivered the exquisite dishes. This is actually pretty tasty. Jiang Chun picked up a piece of green vegetable with his chopsticks, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. You think dishes costing hundreds of yuan are a joke? Yuan Hua shot him a dismissive look, then coolly stuffed a piece of squirrel fish into his mouth. You guys are really enjoying yourselves. Your senior is watching, you know. Zhang Yuan scolded his three adopted sons with a hint of annoyance before joining them at the table. Meng Yuanyuan watched the boys enjoying themselves and felt inexplicably happy herself. Even she, who usually watched her diet carefully, ended up eating more than usual. The meal, without alcohol, passed quickly. Before long, everyone had nearly finished. Yuan Hua, ever the quick-witted one, discreetly nudged Zhang Chun and Zhang Hu under the table. Big Spring, Tiger, didn't we agree to play cards with those jerks from the dorm next door? Come on, we're gonna be late. When did we? Right. That's right. We gotta go. Come on, Big Spring, hurry up. Zhang Chun looked utterly bewildered, about to ask Yuan Hua for clarification, but Zhang Hu yanked him up and dragged him away without a word. The three left Zhang Yuan with only their hastily retreating backs. Damn, Yuan Hua's really stepping up his game. He understood perfectly well this was Yuan Hua's last-minute scheme to give him alone time with his senior classmate. The tile-breaking excuse? Pure fabrication. Feeling elated, Zhang Yuan pulled out his phone and transferred 1,000 yuan to each of his three godchildren. They're spending money for the day. Thank you, godfather. Foster father, please accept your son's bow. What a magnanimous gesture, father. May you marry 100 wives. The three adopted sons accepted almost instantly, shouting in unison, long live Zhang Yuan. Ding. Your China Construction Bank savings card ending in 0321 has received 6,000 yuan. Current balance, 38,013.16 yuan. What Zhang Yuan hadn't anticipated was that the system classified this transfer as a transaction. The cashback was instantly credited. 38,000 more than enough to complete this challenge task. Zhang Yuan silently calculated in his mind. Junior Zhang Yuan, thank you for covering for me this time. Meng Yuanyuan flicked a strand of hair and smiled faintly. If it weren't for you, I might never have seen Hu Bo's true colors. Senior, you're too kind. It's my great honor that you'd grace us juniors with your company for dinner. Zhang Yuan replied politely, then paused before voicing his intention. I wonder if you have time this afternoon. Meng Yuanyuan shot Zhang Yuan a sidelong glance. This junior sure had some nerve asking her out immediately after lunch. Could he really be a hidden rich kid? But she was no stranger to such situations. Without affectation, she replied calmly, well, it depends on what you have in mind. Nothing major. Just that harsh comment from that rude person earlier got under my skin. I figured I'd go change clothes. But I rarely shop for myself and don't have much experience, so I was wondering if you could help me pick something out. Oh, right, the place I'm heading to is a bit far. If you have plans, I won't keep you. Listening to Zhang Yuan, Meng Yuanyuan felt a spark of interest. She blinked her eyes and smiled gently. A bit far? How far exactly? Tell me. Mixi Mall. Zhang Yuan said casually. Junior, seriously? You're going to that place to buy clothes? Meng Yuanyuan was genuinely surprised. After all, Mixi was renowned as Rongqing's premier commercial hub, stocked almost exclusively with luxury brands. Ordinary students simply couldn't afford to shop there. Even she herself had only been there twice, and both times were just for the sake of checking it off her list. This freshman must be pretty confident, huh? I'll see if you're actually shopping or just using it as an excuse to hang out with me. Meng Yuanyuan grew increasingly curious about Zhang Yuan. Without hesitation, she blurted out, if you're really going to Mixi, I could tag along. I actually have something to do over there later. Meng Yuanyuan affection +5, current affection 60. Chapter 8, Zhang Yuan, I'm growing more and more interested in you. Zhang Yuan stared silently at the notification popping up from the system. This senior really is a girl whose love for money is pure and simple. Just hearing he was going shopping at Mixi Mall made her affection spike. I wonder how much her affection will soar when she sees I actually have the means to buy those luxury goods. Hey, system, at what affinity level can I do things readers don't get to see? No set standard, but exceeding 80 will significantly increase success rates. The system's reply was as terse as ever. Zhang Yuan felt somewhat reassured. Given Meng Yuanyuan's obsession with money, reaching 80 shouldn't take long. So, shall we head out now? Zhang Yuan stood up and asked after receiving Meng Yuanyuan's reply. Meng Yuanyuan nodded, slipping off her coat and holding it in her hand. A pair of at least D-cup breasts were now encased in a thin coat short-sleeve top, revealing slightly exaggerated curves. Brother, have you finished eating? Li Meng bowed respectfully toward Zhang Yuan. Glancing over, Zhang Yuan was surprised to find that this girl with a childish face and ample curves seemed even more voluptuous than his senior. However, the senior sister held an edge with her aura as the finance department's flower, which made Li Meng seem slightly less impressive in comparison. Finished. Just settle the bill for me. Zhang Yuan nodded with a smile, leading Meng Yuanyuan toward the exit. Oh, right, Zhang Yuan pulled out his phone and flashed it at Li Meng. I transferred you a little tip. Take it, you deserve it. With that, Zhang Yuan walked away without looking back. Ah, he tipped again. Li Meng was instantly dumbfounded, her eyes going wide. This guy is way too generous. She stumbled back to the break room, her body feeling slightly unsteady, when her friend Wang Xiaohua immediately came over. Meng, I heard from Sister Yan that you got scammed? Wang Xiaohua's voice was loud enough to draw the attention of other waitresses in the lounge. What? Meng got scammed? Did they swindle you out of money or take advantage of you? No way. We waitresses work hard enough as it is, getting scammed on top of that? That's just awful. Exactly. Li Meng felt a headache coming on from the sudden barrage of questions from her colleagues. She was scammed? What exactly was she scammed out of? How could she not know? Heh, you were totally tricked. Yang Xiao's sharp voice rang out, causing everyone to turn around. She approached with a hint of a cold smile, looking at Li Meng with a touch of pity. Li Meng, I didn't want to say this, but you're too naive and can't judge people. I can't bear to see you get completely taken advantage of. That Zhang Yuan? He's just an ordinary college student. Look at his trashy clothes, he makes me sick just coming to eat at our Golden Fortune. He only got that membership card by maxing out his Huabei credit just to save face. Did you really think he was some rich kid? Only someone like young master who is truly wealthy. As she spoke, Yang Xiao pulled out her phone and smoothly navigated to the WeChat transfer interface. The 2,000 yuan tip instantly caught everyone's attention. Holy crap! That's huge! Holy crap, a 2,000 yuan tip? Sis Yan hit the jackpot. Landing a boss like that. The tip, equivalent to half a month's salary for most people, drew a chorus of astonished gasps, making Yang Xiao even more pleased. Her smile hadn't faded since it first appeared. But that gentleman, he really did leave a tip. See for yourselves. Li Meng timidly held up her phone. The transfer record of 5,000 yuan instantly silenced the break room. When Li Meng accidentally swiped to her chat with Zhang Yuan, another unclaimed 5,000 yuan transfer left everyone speechless. 10,000 yuan in tips? What kind of god-tier boss is this? Could Sister Yang be pulling our leg? Yang Xiao glanced at Li Meng's innocent expression, then back at the transfer on her phone. A wave of regret so intense it felt like it would shatter her heart suddenly washed over her. This boss was clearly hers. Upon seeing yet another 5,000 yuan transfer, Li Meng felt no excitement, only dread. It was simply too much. She couldn't handle it. Just as she was about to reverse the transaction, Zhang Yuan's message arrived as if he'd anticipated her move. Don't you dare return it, or I won't come next time. Wow. Meng, he's really into you. Wang Xiaohua spotted Zhang Yuan's reply and patted Li Meng excitedly. Don't let him down these days, it's hard to find a generous guy with money. Oh, Xiaohua. Don't say such things. Li Meng blushed and quickly shut off her phone, running over to tickle Wang Xiaohua. But one thought lingered in her mind. Could it be, this handsome young man really has feelings for me? Li Meng's affection +5. Current affection, 56. Ding. Your China Construction Bank savings card ending in 0321 has received a deposit of 10,000 yuan. Current balance, 48,013.16 yuan. Zhang Yuan closed his phone, a smile playing on his lips. That girl Li Meng actually wanted to return the money? Ha! If she did, what would happen to my double cashback? What about the affection points? He knew full well that girls like Li Meng, who were a bit naive, didn't place much value on money. So when they received far more than they'd given, they'd feel uneasy. That's why he timed his threatening message so precisely. Sure enough, it paid off. He reaped both affection and cash. Closing his phone, he glanced at Meng Yuanyuan walking beside him. Inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from her, Zhang Yuan snapped back to the present. The pedestrian street has this one drawback: no way to hail a cab. No worries. We just ate, so a little walk will help digest. Meng Yuanyuan flashed a captivating smile. Today's meal was absolutely delicious. I even exceeded my daily quota. Daily quota? No wonder you maintain such a great figure, senior. I'll have to ask you for tips sometime. Meng Yuanyuan appraised Zhang Yuan with a glance, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. You're too kind, junior. Your proportions are excellent. If you exercise regularly, you'll surely charm a whole crowd of female juniors. And what about you, senior? Zhang Yuan's sudden directness caught Meng Yuanyuan off guard, and she averted her gaze from his sincere eyes. Maybe, but it depends on your hard skills, Junior. Hard skills. I'm not lacking in those. Zhang Yuan's deliberate pause made Meng Yuanyuan's heart skip a beat. Confidence inherently made a man more attractive. The source of Zhang Yuan's confidence was the most powerful system, making his already somewhat handsome face appear even more enigmatic in Meng Yuanyuan's eyes. The bus is here, senior. Shall we go? After this brief exchange, Zhang Yuan successfully made a deeper impression on his senior classmate and chose not to press further. Knowing when to stop was also a strategy to better win her heart later. As the ride-hailing car gradually entered the Wanxiang city area, Zhang Yuan noticed the gleam in his slightly airhead, materialistic senior's eyes growing brighter and brighter. He couldn't help but take in the massive, unassuming yet luxuriously imposing structure before him. Bolstered by the confidence from the system, Zhang Yuan carried himself with ease and poise, despite his cheap, street-bought clothes, showing no sign of dejection. This only deepened Meng Yuanyuan's curiosity about the tall, handsome junior she'd been observing. What was his background? Even dressed in cheap street clothes, he carried himself with such ease. Even the slightly cheaper luxury boutiques lining the outer perimeter failed to draw his attention. He must have his heart set on something. Bringing me along was probably just to show off his status in front of me. Junior, I'm finding you more and more intriguing. Meng Yuanyuan narrowed her eyes slightly, stealing glances at Zhang Yuan's handsome silhouette. Chapter 9. You really want to shop at Armani? Junior, most of the stores in Mixi Mall are world-renowned luxury brands. Why don't we just shop outside? Seeing Zhang Yuan walk past a Gucci store without pausing, Meng Yuanyuan offered her well-meaning advice. She wasn't worried about whether he could afford it, but rather feared he'd be met with snide remarks if he walked into those ultra-luxury stores dressed in his street stall outfit. Back when Meng Yuanyuan was a freshman, she came here with friends to take photos. After stepping into that unforgettable Louis Vuitton boutique, she was actually kicked out by a sales assistant. The saleswoman mercilessly mocked her as a Cinderella dreaming of meeting a Prince Charming, trying her luck here. That saleswoman's condescending gaze left an indelible scar on Meng Yuanyuan. From that moment on, Meng Yuanyuan resolved to transcend her social class and ascend into the true upper echelons. At the very least, she would never again endure the humiliation of being rudely kicked out of a store. It's fine, senior. I just checked on my phone, all the best brands in Mixi Mall are inside. Let's just go in and shop, Zhang Yuan said calmly. Meng Yuanyuan froze. She just looked it up on her phone and now she's buying the most exclusive luxury goods? Junior, are you sure you're not just putting on a brave face in front of your senior? I'll see what tricks you've got up your sleeve. Meng Yuanyuan hurried to catch up with Zhang Yuan, casting a lingering glance at the Louis Vuitton boutique as they passed. Zhang Yuan caught the glance out of the corner of his eye and silently noted it. Alright, this is the place. The forum says this is the most expensive men's clothing store in Mixi Mall. Zhang Yuan casually glanced up at the sign. The black letters spelling out Giorgio Armani were elegantly set against a light silver doorframe, exuding simplicity and grandeur. The empty interior stood in stark contrast to the bustling crowd in the corridor outside. 2 or 3 receptionists in professional attire didn't gather idly to chat like staff at other ordinary brands. Instead, they maintained their best demeanor, smiling at any potential customer entering the store. Junior, are we really going in here? I think Gucci outside is pretty good too. Their tailoring style suits young people well. Seeing Zhang Yuan about to enter the Armani boutique, Meng Yuanyuan felt a pang of hesitation. Though she had some fame in Rongda's finance department and her appearance could rival some fully made-up celebrities, she was still just a sophomore. The more she learned about luxury goods, the more acutely she felt the chasm separating her from them. She'd been agonizing for ages over that outdated LV bag she'd bought by gritting her teeth and scraping together her New Year's red envelope money, and this stuff was just gathering dust in the closets of the truly wealthy. Zhang Yuan's confidence stemmed from the system, while Meng Yuanyuan had no such backing. Stunning beauty paired with any card makes a winning hand, but played alone, it couldn't even beat a third-rate mistress. Meng Yuanyuan understood herself all too well. But above all, she refused to endure the humiliation of being cast out again. Even if it wasn't happening to her. Zhang Yuan sensed a hint of retreat in Meng Yuanyuan's tone, leaving him slightly puzzled. Wasn't this senior so interested in luxury goods? Why was she afraid to even step into their boutique? He'd scoured countless resources to find the brand that suited him best. He couldn't let her ruin it. It's fine, senior. It's just Armani, I can still afford it. Just follow me. Use your professional eye to pick out a few outfits that suit me. Put. Little buddy, you're talking a big game. No sooner had Zhang Yuan finished speaking than a greasy voice sounded beside him. He turned to see a greasy middle-aged man, his right arm wrapped around a heavily made-up woman who was tossing her hair seductively. Oh dear, big bro, he might actually have the spending power. The woman shot Zhang Yuan a sidelong glance, covering her mouth with a laugh. You stupid, what the hell do you know? That little brat is wearing nothing but knockoffs, the threads are practically hanging out. If he can afford Armani, I'll jump straight off this 4th floor. The greasy middle-aged man's contemptuous gaze made Zhang Yuan frown. He had no idea where this old guy got such hostility. It's just buying clothes, why start with insults? But when he caught the man's frequent glances toward Meng Yuanyuan, Zhang Yuan instantly understood the source of that hostility. With a cold chuckle, Zhang Yuan spoke slowly, "Old man, I hope you can back up your words. Let's go, senior." He tugged at Meng Yuanyuan, who was still a bit dazed, and walked straight into the Armani boutique. The greasy middle-aged man behind them spat on the ground. "Ha, this little brat really thinks he's something now. I'll bet you 5 minutes before he crawls out looking like a total fool. He's picked the wrong fight by showing off to me. Xiaoyan, we'll wait right here for him to come out." "Oomph. Don't think I don't know you're just after his girlfriend." "What? Got one in the pot and still eyeing the one in the bowl? Had to go ask for her number? Well, she'd have to be into you first." The woman unleashed a torrent of criticism, but the greasy middle-aged man just shrugged it off with a dismissive laugh. "What's the big deal? That girl's just like you, a gold digger. I'll take her shopping for a couple handbags, and I guarantee she'll sleep with me. College girls are so easy to fool." Zhang Yuan ignored the sleazy guy and started browsing clothes once inside the store. Only then did Meng Yuanyuan realize her hand was still in Zhang Yuan's. Her face flushed slightly as she carefully pulled away. Zhang Yuan seemed oblivious, continuing to talk to himself. "Senior, what do you think of this shirt?" Meng Yuanyuan snapped back to attention and looked closely. Zhang Yuan was actually holding up a short-sleeved shirt right in front of her. A quick glance at the label revealed a price tag that made Meng Yuanyuan gasp in shock. "Junior, don't pick it up yourself. If you get it dirty, you'll have to buy it. It's fine. You just need to help me see if it fits." Zhang Yuan remained as calm as ever. "Good afternoon, sir. Are you here to purchase clothing?" A receptionist in black tights approached, wearing a professional smile while her hand reached out to take the short-sleeved shirt from Zhang Yuan. "Excuse me, sir, but we typically handle the selection process for our customers," the attendant stated politely yet firmly. Zhang Yuan sneered inwardly. "This guy probably thinks I can't afford it." Today was truly bizarre. Everywhere he looked, people were just waiting to be humiliated. No need to look any further. "I'll take it." Zhang Yuan couldn't be bothered to argue with this woman. He pointed directly at another receptionist with a more docile appearance. "But I want her to handle the checkout for me." "Certainly, sir." The receptionist in black stockings nonchalantly handed the short-sleeved shirt to her colleague. She'd seen plenty of young men like Zhang Yuan nothing more than trying to show off in front of their female companions. Most of them would cover their faces and run out after hearing the actual price. This college student decked out in cheap market stall clothes would be no exception. Zhang Yuan had no time to guess the woman's thoughts. He followed the obliging attendant straight to the service counter. "Wait. Zhang Yuan, don't act on impulse. I saw it just now that summer short-sleeved shirt is priced at 29,999. Meng Yuanyuan, seeing Zhang Yuan actually heading to checkout, hurriedly grabbed his arm, her expression tense. A short-sleeved shirt costing 30,000 yuan. That was a luxury item no freshman could possibly afford. Even Hubo, a well-off second-generation rich kid, usually only wore Gucci shirts costing a few thousand yuan. If the payment failed due to insufficient funds, he'd likely be kicked out as a troublemaker on the spot. Zhang Yuan, however, smiled unconcernedly and gently patted his senior's soft little hand. "It's fine, senior. Trust me." His confident tone made Meng Yuanyuan slowly release her tight grip on his hand. Moments later, Zhang Yuan pulled out his phone and scanned the device handed to him by the cashier at the service counter. Beep. Payment successful. The crisp sound echoed through the boutique. Meng Yuanyuan froze. The receptionist in black stockings was dumbfounded. The demure receptionist gaped slightly, her face frozen in shock. A college student whose entire outfit couldn't have cost more than $200 just nonchalantly bought a 30,000 yuan short-sleeved shirt. What the hell kind of fairy tale is this? Could it be this exaggerated? Could it be a rich kid hiding his identity to mingle with ordinary folks, only to make a grand return? "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The sweet receptionist snapped back to reality, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. A 30,000 yuan sale had landed on her like manna from heaven. It felt like a dream. You see, their store had generous commission rates. The single sale alone meant at least several hundred yuan. The kicker? She hadn't lifted a finger, just brought this handsome young man to the counter and scanned a QR code. The money was hers. For the receptionist, who hadn't made a sale in ages, it felt like a dream. "All right, payment's settled. I suppose I can pick out clothes now?" Zhang Yuan glanced indifferently at his balance, his tone as calm as ever. With the recent 30,000 yuan purchase and 60,000 yuan cashback, his funds had now surpassed 70,000 yuan. Enough to buy something even more expensive. Meng Yuanyuan's current shock value, 28 max 100. The system notification startled Zhang Yuan momentarily. He'd nearly forgotten he still had a challenge mission. The higher Meng Yuanyuan's shock value, the richer the rewards upon completing the task. Time to give my senior a real shock. Zhang Yuan shot a subtle glance at the dazed Meng Yuanyuan. Senior, help me pick out some pants that go with this short-sleeved shirt. Oh, and I need new shoes too. Oh, sure. Meng Yuanyuan snapped back to reality, her gaze toward Zhang Yuan filled with something unusual. This junior suddenly seemed so charming. Meng Yuanyuan affection +3, current affection 63. Chapter 10, Zhang Yuan forcibly kissed Meng Yuanyuan sensing danger. Ever since being snubbed at the LV boutique, Meng Yuanyuan had been determined to transcend her social class. She frequently researched luxury brands, making it effortless for her to put together a seasonal outfit for Zhang Yuan. Quickly, she paired the plain white short-sleeved t-shirt Zhang Yuan had already paid for with a pair of blue straight-leg jeans and the latest white sneakers. Junior, try this outfit on first. Let me see how it looks. If it doesn't work, we'll switch it out. Unnoticed, Meng Yuanyuan's voice grew increasingly gentle. Her face, radiant with a smile like a blooming flower, caused Zhang Yuan to lose himself momentarily. After all, this was the goddess he'd fallen for almost at first sight. And now, she was wholeheartedly helping him coordinate his outfit. For a moment, Zhang Yuan absolutely loved the system. Alright, sis. I'll head to the fitting room to change. Zhang Yuan smiled as he took the pants and sneakers handed to him by the obliging receptionist, then walked straight into the fitting room. Moments later, Zhang Yuan emerged wearing a fresh outfit. Meng Yuanyuan gazed at the tall, well-built figure before her, his sharp, handsome features drawing admiration that nearly overflowed from her eyes. Junior, your figure is like a walking clothes rack. Meng Yuanyuan's heartfelt compliment drew a knowing smile from Zhang Yuan. He stepped in front of the full-length mirror, admiring his reflection, a look that rivaled actor Eddie Peng's, radiating cleanliness, freshness, and bursting with sunshine and vitality. Even the receptionist beside him couldn't help but gush. Sir, you're so handsome. I haven't seen such charisma in ages. Thanks. I'll take this one then. How much is it? Zhang Yuan nodded in satisfaction, not even considering asking about the price. But this carefree demeanor made Meng Yuanyuan's heart flutter slightly once more. She had seen the price tags herself just moments ago, the pants at 19,800 yuan, the sneakers at 25,600 yuan. Together, they exceeded 40,000 yuan. Was this junior actually going to buy it outright? How carefree! Meng Yuanyuan's eyes brimmed with envy. Was this how the wealthy shopped? As long as they're satisfied, they couldn't care less about the price. After all, to them, money is just a number. When would she, Meng Yuanyuan, ever be able to buy luxury goods with such ease and joy? But this Zhang Yuan Jr. clearly had a thing for her, otherwise, why would he invite her to help him appraise the item? Perhaps she should take the initiative? Countless thoughts flashed through Meng Yuanyuan's mind before she finally made up her mind. But before acting, she needed to test Zhang Yuan's intentions. What if this junior was just putting on a show in front of her? What if his financial situation wasn't as rosy as it seemed? After all, a man who spent money like water yet knew nothing about luxury goods simply didn't fit the image of the wealthy individuals Meng Yuanyuan remembered. Junior, hold off on paying for now. Let me help you pick out a set of everyday outfits for washing and changing. That way, you won't have to deal with it later. Meng Yuanyuan interrupted the attentive attendant who was about to step forward to explain prices to Zhang Yuan. She naturally took her junior classmate's large hand and led him to the other side, continuing to select various styles of clothing. No problem, I'll follow your lead, senior. Zhang Yuan shot an amused glance at the delicate hand she was holding, gently wiggling his fingers inside hers. Instantly, a faint blush spread across Meng Yuanyuan's earlobes. Meng Yuanyuan affection +2, current affection 65. Zhang Yuan smiled with satisfaction, refraining from further playful gestures to avoid overdoing it. He focused intently on the outfits his senior was selecting for him. Finally, Meng Yuanyuan put together a slightly more mature-looking outfit for Zhang Yuan, a light blue polo shirt paired with beige straight-leg casual pants. The pants were slim-fitting without being tight, perfectly highlighting the lines of Zhang Yuan's long legs. Brown loafers completed the look, paired with a matching belt. The overall ensemble was simple yet sophisticated, perfect for semi-formal events or evening gatherings. When Zhang Yuan saw his mature reflection in the mirror, he instantly understood Meng Yuanyuan's thought process. This senior had certainly put thought into it. She had personally selected an outfit for him to wear to the finance department's welcome party. You've been very thoughtful, senior, Zhang Yuan said with a faint smile and sincere eyes, which moved Meng Yuanyuan. She smiled and shook her head slightly. Not at all. It's mainly because you have such a great figure, junior. You can pull off any style perfectly. Zhang Yuan nodded without further comment, turning to face the quiet, obedient receptionist waiting nearby. Could you please handle the payment for me? Certainly, sir. Oh, and I'll go change back into my previous outfit in the fitting room. Could you also take care of my original clothes for me later? Certainly, sir. The clothing crafted by Armani, one of the world's premier luxury brands, was indeed a world apart from the cheap knockoffs Zhang Yuan had been wearing before. The fit is snug yet incredibly comfortable, delivering an experience that's nothing short of perfect. Why endure hardship when he could enjoy himself? When Zhang Yuan emerged from the fitting room, the attentive attendant was already waiting nearby with the receipt in hand. Sir, here is your bill. Please check if anything is missing. Zhang Yuan nodded, took the receipt, gave it a cursory glance, and handed it back. Alright, let's settle the bill. Certainly, sir. Would you like us to deliver your other outfit to your home? Is that service available? Indeed. Zhang Yuan wasn't overly surprised. After all, he'd spent nearly 200,000 yuan on these two outfits. Enjoying door-to-door delivery seemed only natural. Still, he shook his head. No thanks. Having it delivered would be too flashy. That's true, Meng Yuanyuan giggled, covering her mouth, but don't you want to experience the feeling of your classmates staring at you? Forget it. I'm not like Hubo, who can't wait for the whole world to know he's got a few bucks. Zhang Yuan waved dismissively. Today's extravagant meal at Golden Fortune restaurant had already shocked his 3 adopted sons. If they got any more of a shock, he might actually end up alienating them. Sir, are you still a student? The sweet receptionist stared at Zhang Yuan in astonishment. She assumed the man before her was just youthful looking, never expecting he was still in school. Yes, a freshman. Wow. I never would have guessed. Your demeanor doesn't fit a freshman at all. You look more like a successful professional. Heh, you're quite the flatterer. I like that. Not at all. I'm just telling the truth. Meng Yuanyuan watched Zhang Yuan and the receptionist chatting and laughing, her brows furrowing slightly as an inexplicable discomfort settled in her chest. Unlike Hubo, who openly flirted with the waitstaff, Zhang Yuan maintained a respectful distance from this receptionist. Consequently, Meng Yuanyuan harbored no negative impressions of Zhang Yuan. Instead, a strong sense of crisis welled up within her. Not far away, the black-stockinged receptionist who had been wearing a look of disdain moments ago was now kicking herself. She never dreamed that a plot twist straight out of a novel would play out right before her eyes. A top-tier rich kid experiencing life, dressed in cheap knockoffs, walks into a luxury boutique to shop. The blind as a bat attendant mistakes him for a penniless bum, not only refusing service but hurling insults. Only after he demonstrates his true wealth does the attendant get slapped in the face. This plot twist was all too familiar to the black-stockinged receptionist. She usually watched her words and actions like a hawk, terrified of offending some big shot pretending to be broke. But today, Zhang Yuan's appearance was simply too unimpressive for her to take seriously. Who would have thought a recent college graduate could afford to shop at Armani? Yet as the black-stockinged attendant regretted her actions, she also felt immense relief. Thankfully, she hadn't uttered any outright nasty remarks, just a hint of contempt in her eyes. At least she hadn't completely alienated this freshman who was playing dumb to get ahead. Otherwise, with his lavish spending power, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to deal with her? Sigh, Chen Yuqing just got lucky. The receptionist shot a grudging glance at her well-behaved colleague, who was chatting amiably with Zhang Yuan, feeling a pang of envy. When she saw Zhang Yuan effortlessly swipe his card for the 180,000 yuan payment, her breath caught in her throat. A big spender dropping over 200,000 in a single day. If she could just add him on WeChat, wouldn't that be a dream come true? But alas, she judged him wrongly and pushed him straight into her colleague's hands. Mr. Zhang, let's connect on WeChat. If you have any questions later, you can always reach out to me. Chen Yuqing beamed at Zhang Yuan, her eyes brimming with eagerness. Even the stunningly beautiful, curvaceous woman standing beside Zhang Yuan couldn't deter Chen Yuqing's determination to connect with this big spender. She might not be as beautiful as Meng Yuanyuan, but she had that certain something. Of course, Chen Yuqing's fiery charm wasn't something just anyone could witness. At least, up until now, no man had ever witnessed it firsthand. But facing a big shot like Zhang Yuan, young, handsome, and throwing money around like water, Chen Yuqing didn't mind letting him get to know her a little better. Who in the luxury goods sales industry didn't harbor dreams of making it big? The Mr. Zhang before her was clearly the target she'd been waiting for. She couldn't care less if he had other female companions by his side. Even if he had a girlfriend, Chen Yuqing wouldn't give up. At worst, she'd be the third wheel, and who knew who might end up on top in the end? As a fellow woman, Meng Yuanyuan keenly sensed the ambition in Chen Yuqing's eyes. But all she could do was watch coldly from the sidelines. After all, Zhang Yuan and her were merely alumni. No other connection existed between them. She had no right to meddle in his personal affairs. Sure enough, just as Meng Yuanyuan had predicted, Zhang Yuan added Chen Yuqing on WeChat without a moment's hesitation. He even tipped her 8,888 yuan. Your service was excellent. I hope you'll keep it up next time I visit, Zhang Yuan said calmly as he put his phone away, completely unfazed by Meng Yuanyuan's stunned expression. When Chen Yuqing saw the transfer amount, overwhelming delight instantly enveloped her. Wow! That's so much! Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Unable to contain her joy, she stepped closer, stood on tiptoe, and planted a light kiss on Zhang Yuan's cheek. Meng Yuanyuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a bitter taste rising in her heart. Zhang Yuan was startled by Chen Yuqing's boldness, then touched the spot where she'd kissed him and shook his head. It felt pretty good his first time being kissed on the cheek by a woman. As for Meng Yuanyuan beside him, Zhang Yuan wasn't worried she'd treat him the way she treated Hubo before. Because not only had the favorability rating of Meng Yuanyuan, the finance department's beauty, not decreased, it had actually just increased by 3 points. Chapter 11, Meng Yuanyuan's affection level 78. Chen Yuqing's affection plus 28, current affection 61. Meng Yuanyuan's affection plus 3, current affection 68. Meng Yuanyuan's current shock value 49, maximum 100. Ding! Your China Construction Bank savings card ending in 0321 received an income of 428,900 yuan. Current balance 518,913.16 yuan. After a shopping spree at Armani, not only did he gain favor with Meng Yuanyuan and sales assistant Chen Yuqing, but Meng Yuanyuan also boosted his shock value to 49, exactly what he needed for the challenge task. But what thrilled Zhang Yuan most was that this spending spree had propelled his savings balance past the 6-figure mark. It had soared to over 500,000. What did that mean? His parents' combined annual income from a year of hard work wouldn't even reach 200,000 yuan. Yet with the system, he'd earned over 500,000 in cashback in less than a day. His parents would have to go without food and drink for 3 years just to save that much. As a freshman carrying such a massive sum, Zhang Yuan felt like he was floating on air. No, I need to calm down. Zhang Yuan made an excuse and headed to the restroom inside the Armani store. He closed the door and took several deep breaths. The scent of disinfectant mingled with sandalwood drifted into his nostrils, instantly cooling his overheated mind. Just over 50,000 yuan, it's only the beginning. I need to adapt to this sudden wealth quickly. Money won't play a major role in my life going forward. It's merely a tool to satisfy my various desires. How could I let a tool affect my mindset? Staring at his bank balance, Zhang Yuan's mind raced with countless thoughts, yet his gaze gradually hardened with resolve. When he stepped out again, he had fully regained his composure. Money gives men courage. An unprecedented confidence blossomed on Zhang Yuan's face. This shift stemmed from a fundamental change in his mindset, bringing with it a distinct transformation in his demeanor. When Meng Yuanyuan saw Zhang Yuan dressed casually, his face adorned with a serene smile, her heart gave a sudden jolt. Wasn't this the perfect leading man she'd always dreamed of in her ideal partner? Beside her, Chen Yuqing couldn't hide the admiring gaze she cast at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan responded with a smile and a nod to both beauties. Senior, let's go. Zhang Yuan extended his hand. Oh, okay. Meng Yuanyuan snapped back to reality and naturally took Zhang Yuan's large hand, walking side by side with him out of the Armani boutique. One hand carrying several elegant shopping bags, the other holding the delicate hand of the goddess he'd once dreamed of, Zhang Yuan felt a profound sense of peace. Mr. Zhang, please take your time, Chen Yuqing bowed deeply to Zhang Yuan. Today's tips alone were enough for Chen Yuqing to buy herself a nice handbag. On top of that, she received a huge red envelope tip and Zhang Yuan's contact information, a tall, rich, and handsome guy. Chen Yuqing was already perfectly satisfied. Brother, look. Those two students are coming out. The heavily made-up woman spotted Zhang Yuan and Meng Yuanyuan walking hand in hand the moment they emerged. The thought of her sleazy sugar daddy stepping on that little puppy to steal her goddess away filled her with inexplicable glee. The greasy middle-aged man perked up at his lover's voice. He hadn't seen a pure, outstanding young woman like Meng Yuanyuan in years. This chance encounter at Mixi Mall meant he absolutely had to win her over. Worst case, he'd splurge a bit, taking her to Chanel or LV to buy a couple of bags costing tens of thousands. With such a financial offensive, the greasy middle-aged man had no idea how many young women he'd won over. He was brimming with confidence. Got kicked out, huh? Kid, there's nothing wrong with trying to impress, but your mistake was picking Armani. This isn't the place to show off in front of girls. Hey, beautiful. That LV bag of yours looks like it's from 2 years ago, a bit outdated. It doesn't suit you. Want to check out the flagship store? Just think of it as making a friend. The greasy middle-aged man cheerfully approached Zhang Yuan and his companion, fixing his gaze solely on Meng Yuanyuan and paying Zhang Yuan no mind whatsoever. Old man, you still stand by what you said, right? Jump. The 4th floor isn't that high. As long as you land face first, you won't die. Zhang Yuan was growing weary of this greasy middle-aged man still lingering at the door. If this weren't a law-abiding society, he'd have already shown him what a 6'1" man's iron fist felt like. Jump my ass. The greasy middle-aged man was about to curse when his peripheral vision caught sight of Zhang Yuan's different attire compared to before. His eyes widened, and his face flushed crimson. The penniless college student who'd been wearing cheap knockoffs moments ago was now dressed head to toe in Armani. Even he, who had a few coins in his pocket, wouldn't splurge on so many Armani pieces. Glancing at the several pristine shopping bags in Zhang Yuan's hands, the greasy man found himself unable to utter another harsh word. Having navigated Rongqing's streets for years, his instincts were honed. He knew exactly who to bully and who to avoid at all costs. He never imagined he'd misjudged a youngster like this today. Zhang Yuan, who looked barely 20, possessed such spending power. Just how deep must his family's pockets be? No way, no way. The sleazy guy shuddered at the thought. He ignored the mistress he'd picked up from the foot massage parlor and dared not respond to Zhang Yuan. He simply lowered his head and jogged away. "Hey, big bro, wait for me." The heavily made-up woman caught a glimpse of Zhang Yuan, whose entire demeanor had shifted, and was startled. She hurried after the greasy guy. "Oomph, trash." Zhang Yuan sneered coldly. Meng Yuanyuan, however, moved closer to her junior without showing any emotion and gently advised, "Zhang Yuan, people like that are everywhere. Don't let it get to you." Suddenly feeling the soft warmth against his arm, Zhang Yuan turned his head slightly. His senior's pair of formidable weapons were tightly wrapped around him. The lingering anger in his heart instantly vanished. "You're right, senior. It's pointless to get worked up over someone like that. By the way, you spent so much time helping me pick out clothes. I should at least thank you. Let's head over there." Zhang Yuan nodded toward the front, and following his gaze, they saw the Louis Vuitton boutique LV for short that had cast such a deep shadow over Meng Yuanyuan. "No need, Zhang Yuan. Since I agreed to help you, I never expected anything in return. The stuff in there is expensive and ugly. I don't like it." Meng Yuanyuan's eyes lit up when Zhang Yuan mentioned gratitude, but upon realizing he was gesturing toward the LV boutique, she hastily declined. "Don't like it?" Zhang Yuan's eyes twinkled with amusement as he glanced at the LV bag slung over his senior classmate's shoulder. How could she not like it if she carried it around every day? Besides, her affection rating was already nearing 70. Meng Yuanyuan's feelings for him were crystal clear. Now that he wanted to give her a gift, how could she possibly refuse? Zhang Yuan couldn't believe it. "You really don't want it?" Zhang Yuan's tone was oddly insistent. Meng Yuanyuan flushed slightly, her voice tinged with shyness. "Well, I guess I'll take it." "Senior, I can't hear you. Why don't you repeat it? Do you want it or not?" Zhang Yuan deliberately lowered his head, bringing his ear close to her red lips. After all, Meng Yuanyuan was a pure-hearted, naturally ditzy material girl with little resistance to luxury goods. Plus, her feelings for Zhang Yuan were growing stronger by the day. She pressed her lips together, then spoke slowly in a slightly hoarse voice, I want it." Feeling her senior's hot breath against his ear, Zhang Yuan stopped teasing the girl whose cheeks were flushed crimson. With a faint smile, he took Meng Yuanyuan's hand and led her toward the Louis Vuitton boutique. As they approached the entrance, scenes of humiliation buried deep within Meng Yuanyuan's heart began to surface. Her expression grew complex. Yet, she showed not a hint of retreat. After all, the one bringing her back here was Zhang Yuan, the very man who had just splurged 200,000 yuan. In that moment, an inexplicable confidence sharpened the edge in Meng Yuanyuan's gaze. After stepping inside the store, she scanned the area, searching for the figure that had become almost a nightmare to her. To her disappointment, none of the sales staff present matched the person she sought. "You're lucky." Meng Yuanyuan silently reined in her emotions, fixing her gaze entirely on Zhang Yuan, who was holding her hand. "Good day, sir and madam. Welcome to Louis Vuitton." Unlike the encounter at Armani, the sales staff here maintained a professional demeanor. This wasn't surprising, considering Zhang Yuan was not only dressed head to toe in Armani but also radiated an overwhelming confidence from the inside out. Even the most blind LV salesperson couldn't miss that. "Senior, take a look around and see if there's a bag you like. Feel free to choose any. That greasy guy may have been full of crap, but I do agree with one thing: that bag you're carrying really doesn't suit your looks." Zhang Yuan's effortlessly composed demeanor stirred Meng Yuanyuan's heart once more. Where was this? This was Louis Vuitton, renowned worldwide. Any new bag here easily costs over 6 figures. And Zhang Yuan was telling her to just pick any one she wanted? He couldn't be joking, could he? "Zhang Yuan, can I really do this?" Meng Yuanyuan hesitated. Zhang Yuan, who'd never seen his senior act this way before, smiled. He wrapped an arm around her waist and leaned in close to her ear as she gazed at him shyly. "Let your imagination run wild. Don't doubt me for a second. When I say pick whatever you want, I mean it. Price is not a factor for me. I only care about one thing." "What is it?" Meng Yuanyuan asked timidly. "Whether you'll be happy, senior." Ding. Meng Yuanyuan's affection plus 10, current affection, 78. Meng Yuanyuan shock value, 69, maximum 100. 2 consecutive system notifications revealed the intense emotional turmoil Meng Yuanyuan was experiencing. But what caught his attention more was the affection level nearing 80. Could it be that today? Chapter 12, Price is no object. The LV sales associate, who had been quietly waiting nearby, watched the handsome man and beautiful woman openly displaying their affection. Far from feeling annoyed by the public display of affection, she was actually delighted. Other colleagues also cast envious glances their way. They'd seen this scenario countless times before. A man who could bring a girl as stunning as Meng Yuanyuan to the LV boutique was either a successful businessman or a spoiled rich kid. Judging by Zhang Yuan's handsome features and the slender physique that made the sales assistant's hearts flutter, he was clearly an elite among the second generation. For a moment, everyone felt a pang of envy for the seemingly clueless girl. And when they heard Zhang Yuan's commanding words, "Go ahead and pick whatever you like," every salesperson's eyes welled up with tears. Why couldn't they ever meet such a perfect man? Zhang Yuan knew nothing about women's handbags. To him, they all looked pretty much the same. He simply found a seat and waited for his senior to choose for herself. Meng Yuanyuan was a different story entirely. Stepping into the Louis Vuitton boutique, she was like a fish in the ocean, her eyes sparkling as she scanned every new handbag. Wow, the Sunset Vibe handbag is gorgeous. That pink nano bag is also stunning, so full of girlish charm. The sheer variety of bags left Meng Yuanyuan dazzled, but knowing a thing or two about LV, she didn't casually pick up any bags to examine them closely. Instead, she simply informed the sales assistant nearby and asked her to bring over the styles she liked best. The sales assistant donned a pair of brand new silver thread embroidered gloves and served Meng Yuanyuan with great patience, providing detailed explanations for each new style she brought over. As she carefully admired the bags she loved while enjoying this unprecedented level of attentive service, Meng Yuanyuan felt her heart melt. Occasionally, she glanced at Zhang Yuan with eyes brimming with tenderness. If not for Zhang Yuan, she had no idea how long it would take to experience such service. Zhang Yuan, oblivious to Meng Yuanyuan's thoughts, was busy replying to Yuan Hua's messages on his phone, his expression shifting constantly. That bastard Hu Bo was indeed spreading rumors about him all over campus. Not only had he exposed Zhang Yuan's true identity, but he'd also screenshotted the arrogant comments Zhang Yuan had made under the senior's post. Now, not only her classmates but the entire finance department was buzzing with rumors about Zhang Yuan arriving at the gala in a Porsche. Suddenly, the classroom erupted into a frenzy of discussion. Few believed Zhang Yuan's empty boasts. Some classmates who knew him well even fed the drama by revealing details about his usual behavior. Upon learning that Zhang Yuan had no history of extravagant spending and wore only cheap clothes typical of ordinary college students, everyone began mocking him relentlessly. They treated Zhang Yuan as nothing but a joke. Yuan Hua, who was gaming at an internet cafe, only learned about it after receiving a call from a classmate. He immediately messaged Zhang Yuan. "Brother Yuan. That bastard Hu Bo is backstabbing you. He's spreading lies about you everywhere. Check the campus forum, it's disgusting." Of course, Yuan Hua and his two friends didn't believe a word of it. After all, Zhang Yuan had casually handed each of them 1,000 yuan for their activities. Plus, he'd opened a membership card at Jin Fu and tipped the waitstaff 5,000 yuan. That kind of generosity couldn't be faked without serious deep pockets. After glancing at the forum, Zhang Yuan remained completely unfazed. "No worries, you guys go ahead and have fun. I'm busy here." "Brother Yuan, what are you busy with? Do you need us to come help?" "No need." Zhang Yuan casually snapped a photo of Meng Yuanyuan browsing handbags and sent it over. Inside an internet cafe near Rungda University. After taking a closer look at the photo, Yuan Hua let out a startled yelp and jumped up from his seat. "Holy crap! Yuan Hua, what the hell? You scared the hell out of me. Hurry up, they're coming. Block exit A." Zhang Chun, startled by Yuan Hua's commotion, instinctively swatted him. But Yuan Hua seemed oblivious, his eyes glued to the phone. "What are you looking at? Come fight." Is that our senior?" Zhang Chun leaned in to take a look. The figure felt strangely familiar. "Of course I know it's my senior, but she's not the important part, it's this place." "What place?" Zhang Chun stared for a while but couldn't figure it out. Yuan Hua wiped his face and sneered coldly, "Damn it, that asshole Zhang Yuan is shopping with his senior at the LV boutique. I kindly warned him, and he slapped me in the face. What a piece of LV?" Zhang Chun froze. Though he wasn't well versed in luxury goods, he knew the famed LV. They say nothing there costs less than 4 figures. It certainly wasn't a place college students like them could afford to shop at. Brother Yuan really is a rich kid. Taking his senior out shopping on a whim? That's just too lavish. Zhang Hu, seeing the two girls stop playing their games, hurried over to join the commotion. After catching a glimpse of the photo Zhang Yuan sent over, he sucked in a sharp breath. "Oh. I heard that senior is notorious for being a gold digger. The only people who can add her on WeChat are rich kids or wealthy individuals. Brother Yuan, don't tell me he's being taken for a ride." Hearing Zhang Hu's words, Yuan Hua and Zhang Chun also felt a chill run down their spines. Their earlier mix of envy and resentment toward Zhang Yuan vanished instantly. They couldn't help but feel a bit worried for their godfather. "Should I warn Brother Yuan?" "Absolutely. We're real brothers with Brother Yuan, we can't just stand by and watch him get screwed." "Agreed." Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan smiled slightly as he read the message Yuan Hua had sent. "Gold digger? That's exactly the kind of gold digger I'm looking for. If she's not gold digging, how else am I supposed to spend my money?" Besides, with the system at his disposal, Zhang Yuan wasn't the least bit worried that Meng Yuanyuan would take advantage of him. Forget about his impressive 78% affection rating with his generous spending habits, wouldn't Meng Yuanyuan adore him? What rich second-generation heir dared to splash cash around like Zhang Yuan? "Zhang Yuan, I've made my choice. Just as he was about to reply, a wave of perfume suddenly wafted over. Meng Yuanyuan stood before Zhang Yuan, her face radiant with a smile. She held the selected handbag in her hand and spun around in a showy display. It's quite nice. It really complements your style. Zhang Yuan looked at his vibrant senior with genuine pleasure. But upon seeing the price tag, his brow furrowed slightly. Meng Yuanyuan, who had been observing Zhang Yuan's expression all along, felt her heart skip a beat. Had she picked a bag that was too expensive? The sales assistant who had accompanied them also felt a sense of unease. Could it be that this young man was about to go back on his word? He just said to pick anything, yet his mood soured the moment she selected a 20,990 yuan bag. That was way too quick. For a moment, the salesperson felt a twinge of sympathy for Meng Yuanyuan. Looks like this girl got swept up by his sweet talk. That Armani outfit probably cost him a fortune just showing off. Maybe we should just call it off. Honestly, I'm not entirely satisfied with this handbag either. Meng Yuanyuan felt uneasy. She didn't doubt Zhang Yuan's financial standing, but she worried that choosing such an expensive bag might have upset him. After all, they'd only just met today. Who would be that generous, splurging on a bag costing over 20,000 yuan on the first date? Zhang Yuan keenly sensed Meng Yuanyuan's slight emotional fluctuation. He quickly shook his head with a smile, stood up, and wrapped his arms around her delicate, supple waist. Inhaling the faint lavender scent on his senior's skin, Zhang Yuan smiled. How could it be never mind? I told you before, price isn't a factor for me. I just want to make you happy. This bag is far too cheap. If you carry it out, who knows who might look down on you? Zhang Yuan's words exploded like thunder in Meng Yuanyuan's ears. It's not because it's too expensive, but because it's too cheap? Goodness gracious, is this how the wealthy perceive spending? Meng Yuanyuan felt her resolve waver, but she bit her lip and insisted, Zhang Yuan, I think this price is already too high. We can't go any higher. Zhang Yuan was somewhat surprised by his senior classmate's reaction, but upon reflection, he realized she had a point. Meng Yuanyuan was worried she'd come across as reckless in his eyes, so she reined herself in considerably. But senior, you have no idea what I'm capable of. Today, I came here to spend. What's 20,000? Even 20 times that amount wouldn't faze me. Senior, really, no need to overthink it. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment, then simply let go of Meng Yuanyuan and waved his hand to summon the sales assistant. Bring out your most expensive item, I'll pick one out for my senior. Ah! The sales assistant was stunned. In all her years in the business, she'd never encountered someone like Zhang Yuan. Where did he get the nerve to act so boldly in an LV boutique? But after taking a closer look at Zhang Yuan's head-to-toe Armani ensemble, the LV sales assistant gritted her teeth and agreed. If he ended up not buying anything, she'd likely lose face in front of her colleagues. Alright, sir, I'll bring over all this year's new styles right away. After the salesperson left, Meng Yuanyuan voiced her concern, Zhang Yuan, isn't this a bit awkward? Relax, Zhang Yuan gently patted his senior classmate's small hand and smiled. We haven't known each other long, so it's natural you don't understand me yet. But I hope that after today, you'll adjust as quickly as possible. Meng Yuanyuan froze. What did her junior mean by that? Adapt quickly? What exactly was she supposed to adjust to? The sales assistant didn't keep Zhang Yuan waiting long. She called over a familiar colleague to help, bringing over more than 10 new handbag styles from the current season and placing them on the coffee table before them. Sir, madam, these are our newest arrivals. The Speedy P9 not only features the iconic IT bag design but also boasts upgrades in both craftsmanship and materials. Alright, how much? Zhang Yuan cut her off, not wanting to hear the details. 98,000, the salesperson's immediate reply startled Meng Yuanyuan. Way too expensive. Although she loved this particular style, she'd only ever admired it on the official website. She certainly didn't have the confidence to walk into an actual Louis Vuitton store and buy it. Then I'll take this one. Zhang Yuan's calm tone made those around him almost think he was buying counterfeit goods sold 3 for 100 yuan at a wholesale market. Certainly. Would you prefer to pay by card or scan the QR code? The salesperson suppressed her inner excitement and promptly asked. Scan the code. I didn't bring my card today. Certainly, sir. Before Meng Yuanyuan could recover, Zhang Yuan had already paid and slipped the Speedy P9 into his senior classmate's arms. Sis, you can hold on to it for now. Zhang Yuan turned to the salesperson, who was staring at him in disbelief. Do you have any other bags around the same price? Ha? Oh, yes, sir. This is Daphne's latest style. The saleswoman's eyes were unfocused, but her professional instincts kicked in, and she began describing another bag without hesitation. Zhang Yuan couldn't be bothered with her chatter and cut her off with a wave of his hand. Cut the crap. Just tell me the price. 89,900. I'll take it. Scan the code. Alright, got it. How much is this one? 78,000. Scan the code. Chapter 13 Reward. Shares in Jin Fu Restaurant. Zheng. Zhang Yuan, that's enough, really. Meng Yuanyuan's voice trembled, her eyes growing increasingly uneasy. The sales assistant beside her gaped in utter shock, her eyes going wide and vacant. Good heavens! In all her years selling luxury goods, she'd never encountered a shopper like Zhang Yuan. This wasn't cabbage at the farmer's market. This is Louis Vuitton, a world-renowned luxury brand. Every single item was priced in the 5-figure range. And Zhang Yuan casually racked up at least 200,000 yuan in purchases in just a few minutes. What kind of fortune is this? The sales associate felt their imagination was about to run dry. Colleagues watching nearby shared nearly identical expressions. Their gazes toward Zhang Yuan grew increasingly intense. But upon seeing Meng Yuanyuan by his side, their envy dissipated by half. Only a woman like her could possibly match the outrageously wealthy Zhang Yuan. They simply couldn't compare. All right. Zhang Yuan noticed the tension nearly spilling from his senior's face. Worried that if he kept going like this, he might scare her into a heart attack. Licking his lips with lingering satisfaction, he slowly said, "Pack up everything we just bought." Hearing this, Meng Yuanyuan finally exhaled in relief. She had genuinely been terrified. When Zhang Yuan had mentioned thanking her earlier, she'd assumed he'd spend a few thousand yuan at most on a bag or some other gift for her. Little did she know that once inside Louis Vuitton, Zhang Yuan not only dismissed the bag she'd picked out as too cheap but also, like he was buying groceries, swept up 3 brand new, expensive LV shoulder bags in one go. Meng Yuanyuan did a quick calculation. Just these 3 bags alone cost as much as her parents' entire year's hard work. And all she'd done was accompany Zhang Yuan to the mall and help him put together 2 everyday outfits. The payoff was nowhere near worth the effort. No wonder even a gold digger like Meng Yuanyuan couldn't handle it. After all, she was just a sophomore in college. Where had she ever seen such extravagance? At that moment, Meng Yuanyuan's gaze toward Zhang Yuan seemed almost to melt. Already tall and handsome, Zhang Yuan now appeared through an extra layer of rose-colored glasses in Meng Yuanyuan's eyes, her admiration soaring. Meng Yuanyuan's affection +9, current affection 87. The system notification arrived belatedly, but Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. His senior's affection had finally broken 80. Thank goodness she's materialistic. If she weren't, who knows how long it would have taken to boost this affection rating. Hey, why hasn't the cashback arrived yet? Zhang Yuan scrutinized the system notification in his field of vision but found no trace of the cashback being credited. His bank card showed no activity either. Ding! Your China Construction Bank savings card ending in 0321 has received 858,800 yuan. Current balance, 1,169,513.16 yuan. Just as Zhang Yuan was fretting, worried the system might have pulled a fast one and vanished, the bank card notification arrived. Simultaneously, a new notification flashed across his screen. Your expenditure of 214,700 yuan for Meng Yuanyuan has triggered a critical hit, with a critical multiplier of 4x. Seeing the system notification, Zhang Yuan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. So the slight delay in the notification was due to the critical hit. Glancing again at his bank balance, Zhang Yuan's mood lifted even further. He couldn't resist pulling Meng Yuanyuan close and planting a kiss on her delicate cheek. Ah! Zhang Yuan, you. Meng Yuanyuan was startled by Zhang Yuan's sudden move, but she showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, her cheeks flushed crimson as she gazed at him. Hee, I don't know why, but I'm just so happy today I couldn't help myself. Sorry about that, senior. Zhang Yuan's excuse was flimsy. But Meng Yuanyuan, already stunned by his extravagant purchase of 3 coveted LV bags totaling over 200,000 yuan, felt no trace of anger. Instead, a quiet thrill stirred within her. Mr. Zhang, your purchases have all been packed. The sales assistant approached carrying 3 elegant bags. She spoke respectfully, Mr. Zhang, since you've made a single purchase exceeding 200,000 yuan, you've automatically become an LV VIP member. Would you mind filling out the membership form? VIP members not only get priority access to pre-order our new LV collections but also receive exclusive invitations to high-end product exhibitions and cocktail receptions hosted by our headquarters around the world. Hey, sis, wanna fill this out? Zhang Yuan handed the form to Meng Yuanyuan. He wasn't particularly interested in this sort of thing. All right. Meng Yuanyuan obediently took the form and filled in her details. Thank you, Ms. Meng. By the way, Mr. Zhang, may I add you on WeChat? It would be convenient for future communication. The salesperson tentatively asked Zhang Yuan. Add her yourself. Zhang Yuan waved him off. All right. A hint of disappointment flashed across the salesperson's face. She had hoped to get this handsome guy's contact info, check him out through his WeChat moments, and maybe something might happen. But Mr. Zhang clearly had no interest in her and had firmly declined. Come on, Zhang Yuan. You spent so much today, I have to thank you somehow. Dinner's on me tonight. It was clear Meng Yuanyuan was in an exceptionally good mood. Having never once invited another man out before, this was the first time she'd willingly extended an invitation to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, however, seemed distracted. After casually agreeing, he focused his attention on the prompts constantly appearing in his line of sight. Challenge task completed. Calculating rewards. Current shock value of Meng Yuanyuan 97 maximum 100. Host will receive double bonus rewards. Challenge reward 27% equity stake in Golden Fortune Restaurant. The equity transaction is being handled exclusively by Yunhai Law Firm and is currently being expedited. Host, please visit the firm by September 19 to complete the equity transfer. Detected host's first opposite-sex individual with affinity exceeding 80. Special reward, enhanced core strength. The barrage of messages caught Zhang Yuan off guard. Completing the challenge mission had actually granted him shares in Golden Fortune Restaurant, a reward that genuinely surprised Zhang Yuan. But after researching Jinfu Restaurant, Zhang Yuan was stunned. Not because the reward was too shabby, but because it was damn awesome. Jinfu Restaurant wasn't just the single location on the pedestrian street near their school, it was a chain brand boasting over 40 outlets across the entire city of Rongqing. Back when the founder was expanding, he skipped the conventional route of renting retail spaces. Instead, he simply threw money at prime locations he deemed promising, not caring if he paid 100% above market value. This approach proved wildly successful. Over the years, property prices in Rongqing skyrocketed, climbing from a few thousand to tens of thousands. That's more than a five-fold increase. Regardless of Jinfu Restaurant's business performance, the sheer presence of those 40 properties alone was staggering. Zhang Yuan roughly calculated that his 27% stake was now worth over 30 million yuan. Among all shareholders, Zhang Yuan's stake now ranked second, granting him veto power over major decisions. Of course, he still lacked the standing to interfere in Jinfu's operations. Records showed the chairman currently held over 51% of the shares, effectively making Jinfu his personal fiefdom. But Zhang Yuan didn't dwell on this. He understood his own limitations well. As a freshman in college, he didn't yet possess the capability to manage a high-end chain restaurant. Besides, he had no desire to get involved in management. With his connections, why bother exhausting himself for a few extra bucks? Wouldn't it be more pleasant to just be a small director, sitting back and waiting for his share of the profits each year? Tomorrow I'll pick up my Porsche at the dealership, and the day after that I'll handle the share transfer. The life of the wealthy is so unpretentious. Zhang Yuan silently ran through his upcoming schedule in his mind. Before he knew it, even his school courses had slipped from his mind. He didn't care much about that either. After failing the college entrance exam, Zhang Yuan didn't want to retake it. He casually chose a finance major at a second-tier university, having long resigned himself to coasting through. After all, with a finance degree, a field as common as dirt, if you didn't graduate from a reputable university or even study abroad for further education, you'd be destined to work like a beast of burden once you entered society. Graduating on time was the extent of Zhang Yuan's academic ambitions. As for the rest of his time, that was reserved for enjoying life. Zhang Yuan, what do you think of this barbecue place? Meng Yuanyuan had scoured Dianping for ages before finding this highly rated spot. Korean barbecue? Zhang Yuan frowned slightly. In the past, if a senior like Meng Yuanyuan, the department's beauty, had invited him to barbecue, he would have gladly accepted. But now, as a reserved shareholder of Jinfu Restaurant, a barbecue place felt a bit beneath him. Forget it, senior. I'm not really into barbecue. I'll take you somewhere absolutely amazing later. Zhang Yuan suggested enthusiastically. Oh, okay. But you have to promise me this time, I get to pay. Meng Yuanyuan looked dead serious. No problem. Glancing down at the Armani bag in his hand, Zhang Yuan paused for a moment before opening his phone and locating Chen Yuqing, whom he had previously connected with. There? Yes. Mr. Zhang. Chen Yuqing, with her sweet girl-next-door looks, replied almost instantly. Could I ask you for a favor? No problem, Mr. Zhang. Go ahead. After a brief exchange where he relayed his arrangements to Chen Yuqing, Zhang Yuan led a puzzled Meng Yuanyuan to a bench in the mall. Moments later, Chen Yuqing came trotting over, slightly out of breath. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. Mr. Zhang, let me take your bag. Miss Meng, you too. Meng Yuanyuan looked at Zhang Yuan with growing confusion, her face full of question marks. Oh, the restaurant will be crowded later. It's inconvenient to carry all our bags there, so I asked Xiaoqing to help us find a place to store them until after we eat. Zhang Yuan explained briefly, then stood up and looked at Chen Yuqing, winking. Thanks for your help, Xiaoqing. Recalling the message Zhang Yuan had sent her, Chen Yuqing shot Meng Yuanyuan a subtle glance before replying with a hint of envy. No problem at all, Mr. Zhang. Serving a valued client like you is my pleasure. Chapter 14, she's so good at this. I love it. When Chen Yuqing returned to the store, her co-workers immediately gathered around her. Yuling, where'd you go? Why are you carrying so much stuff back? Oh my gosh, isn't that the LV Speedy P9 that's been all the rage lately? It's priced at over 90,000 yuan. And this one, and this one. They're all new LV bags, each costing no less than 50,000 yuan. Hey, isn't that the outfit that gentleman bought from us just now? Her colleague's gasps made Chen Yuqing's heart race. What? New LV bags? 3 of them? She'd been too busy taking the items from Meng Yuanyuan's hands and preparing for Zhang Yuan's next arrangements to look closely. But her sharp-eyed co-workers immediately spotted the luxury items in her hands. "Speak up, Yuqing. You're killing us with suspense." Chen Yuqing's silence had her colleagues on edge, their hearts feeling like they were being clawed at. Mr. Zhang asked me to go pick up something for him. These 3 bags must be gifts he bought for that girl, right? Chen Yuqing took a deep breath and spoke in an uncertain tone. Suddenly, gasps filled the store. Everyone was stunned. Who exactly is this Mr. Zhang? Just casually giving gifts like 3 brand new LV bags? He's ridiculously wealthy. In that moment, everyone cast envious glances at Chen Yuqing, who had just added Zhang Yuan on WeChat. "Yuqing, we've been sisters for years, you wouldn't want to see me heartbroken, would you?" Yuan, both colleague and confidant, approached with a pitiful look. "Could you forward that Mr. Zhang's WeChat to me?" Chen Yuqing was utterly shocked. She had never seen her best friend display such a cautious expression before. Thinking of their long friendship, Chen Yuqing felt a twinge of softness. She promptly replied, "No way. Without Mr. Zhang's consent, I can't disclose his private WeChat." Yeah, you don't want to see me get fired over this, do you? Passing Mr. Zhang's WeChat to you? What kind of joke is that? The saying guard against fire, theft, and your best friend is absolutely true. Zhang Yuan already had a goddess who was more accomplished than himself. Adding Yuan to his WeChat contacts would only invite trouble. Seeing Chen Yuqing's firm stance, Yuan didn't press the issue further. After all, strictly speaking, she shouldn't have said that in the first place. Luxury stores had strict rules, and customer privacy was paramount. Therefore, without Zhang Yuan's explicit consent, Yuan couldn't privately add her as a friend. Unless she wanted to lose her job. By the way, did Mr. Zhang just ask you to leave his items at the store? When will he come to pick them up? Though Yuan had given up on getting Zhang Yuan's WeChat ID from Chen Yuqing, his belongings were still here. He would definitely return to collect them. When that time came, asking for his contact information in person wouldn't be a violation. Chen Yuqing could see right through Yuan's scheme. But this time, she'd have to disappoint her bestie. "Mr. Zhang asked me to take his things to the hotel. He'll pick them up after dinner with Ms. Meng." "Which hotel?" "I don't know yet. I'll wait for Mr. Zhang's notice." "Alright, yeah, I've already asked my supervisor for time off. I'll be heading out soon." Chen Yuqing's dismissive words left Yuan feeling utterly let down. It seemed her best friend was truly preparing to make her move on this Mr. Zhang and wouldn't share a single detail with her. Watching Chen Yuqing's hasty retreat, a flicker of jealousy crossed Yuan's eyes. "Oomph. Mr. Zhang's date is so gorgeous, and you, Chen Yuqing, want to muscle in? You're delusional." Rongda University's backdoor snack street. Meng Yuanyuan stared in surprise at the bustling crowd before her. After Zhang Yuan suggested changing locations, she'd worried for a while that her meager funds wouldn't cover the bill. After all, she had already boasted that she would definitely treat him. If they ended up at some fancy restaurant, the few coins in her pocket wouldn't even cover it. What baffled Meng Yuanyuan was that Zhang Yuan had actually brought her to the snack street near campus. She used to frequent this place during her freshman year. Who didn't love a spot offering great food at affordable prices? But ever since being humiliated by that saleswoman at the LV boutique, Meng Yuanyuan had sworn off places like this. It felt like a downgrade. After all, her dream had been to become a socialite, finding a truly wealthy man to help her climb the social ladder. For Meng Yuanyuan, who needed to carefully curate her image, street stalls were essentially off limits. "Come on, what are you standing around for? There's a new Lesan fried skewers place that just opened. The flavor? Unbelievable." Zhang Yuan didn't bother with further persuasion, simply grabbing Meng Yuanyuan's hand and pulling her inside. After her affection rating hit 87, Meng Yuanyuan's view of Zhang Yuan and even her attitude toward him underwent a dramatic shift. She no longer resisted intimate gestures like holding hands or putting an arm around her waist. After Zhang Yuan bought her a 200,000 yuan handbag, Meng Yuanyuan even found herself secretly anticipating his next move. Along the way, some finance students quickly recognized Meng Yuanyuan, the department's campus beauty who was active on campus forums in Douyin. But upon seeing their former goddess quietly nestled beside Zhang Yuan, her small hand held and caressed by him, a collective shatter of glass seemed to echo from nowhere. Some female classmates excitedly raised their phones, capturing the explosive scene before them. They immediately forwarded the footage to their girlfriends, sharing the hot scoop firsthand. Even if Zhang Yuan was slow to catch on, he felt the strange stares from the surrounding students and unconsciously loosened his grip on Meng Yuanyuan's hand. It wasn't that his social anxiety had flared up again, nor was it any sudden wave of inferiority. Rather, he feared that such an overtly intimate gesture akin to a public declaration might break the hearts of other goddesses on campus, causing them to distance themselves from him. Sacrificing the entire forest for just one tree, that was clearly not a scenario Zhang Yuan wanted to see unfold. What surprised Zhang Yuan, however, was that the hand he de-released was immediately grasped tightly by Meng Yuanyuan. Seeing the nervous expression on her face, Zhang Yuan instantly understood her intent. She was staking her claim. Fine, at least the senior did pretty well today. Not only did she help me complete the challenge perfectly, but she also triggered a critical hit, quadrupling the cashback amount. I should give her a little face. Zhang Yuan silently weighed his options, unaware that his mindset had undergone a profound shift. The habitual poser who used fake accounts to show off had, overnight, acquired the mental fortitude of a master manipulator. Meng Yuanyuan had no idea the man beside her was so calculating. Her thoughts were simple: she couldn't let Zhang Yuan let go. A guy this tall, handsome, young, wealthy, and willing to spend money. If she missed him now, she might never find another like him. Many male classmates who'd been watching the pair saw Meng Yuanyuan take such initiative, and their already shattered hearts were reduced to dust. With mournful expressions, they pulled out their phones, scrolled to their buddy's number, and could barely hide their sorrow as they invited him out. Tonight, they wouldn't stop until they were drunk. "We're here, senior." The two stopped in front of a bustling fried skewers shop, took a number, and sat down in the waiting area. "This place is packed, must be delicious," Meng Yuanyuan remarked, her gaze lingering nostalgically around the shop. It had been ages since she'd enjoyed such down-to-earth street food. "Trust me, you won't be disappointed. I've been here countless times." Zhang Yuan gave the place his full endorsement. Buzz. His phone vibrated a few times. Zhang Yuan pulled it out to see a message from Chen Yuqing. "Mr. Zhang, everything's arranged. This Nicolo place is truly excellent, beautiful surroundings, fully equipped facilities, though the price is a bit surprising. Oh, and Mr. Zhang, here's your personal butler's number. If you plan to come, you can contact her in advance. The executive suite you booked includes complimentary shuttle service." "Got it." He casually transferred a small tip, prompting Chen Yuqing to exclaim, "Boss, you're so generous. This girl works efficiently. I'll observe her for a few days. If she's suitable, I'll hire her as my personal assistant." Zhang Yuan slipped his phone back into his pocket, his mind racing with thoughts. "Excuse me, miss? May I have your name?" A somewhat abrupt voice suddenly sounded behind Zhang Yuan. He turned to see a young man dressed in motorcycle gear. Not only was he about the same height as Zhang Yuan, but he also had the kind of face that was popular with women, the kind of internet celebrity look that was practically guaranteed to attract girls in a snack street like this. Not far away, a sleek Kawasaki Ninja 400 was parked by the roadside. Seemed like that was the guy's confidence booster. Zhang Yuan remained silent, instead turning his attention to Meng Yuanyuan with keen interest. He wanted to see how the senior handled these kinds of guys who hit on her. "Get lost." Meng Yuanyuan spat out the single word, her face cold, refusing to even glance at the man. With a promising prospect like Zhang Yuan right in front of her, she had no interest in getting entangled with this guy. A motorcycle? What was that? Was it worth more than any random handbag she owned? The motorcycle guy, feeling slightly offended, flushed red instantly. Just as he was about to spout some trash talk, his buddy yanked him away. "Damn it! You idiot, look at what his girlfriend is wearing. Full Armani outfit. That's more than twice as expensive as your precious little baby. You're hitting on her girlfriend? That's practically begging to get pissed on." Hearing this, the biker guy sulkily retreated, not daring to approach any closer. Meng Yuanyuan's decisive response left Zhang Yuan thoroughly impressed, instantly sparking his curiosity about this campus beauty. For the rest of the evening, the pair enjoyed their skewers undisturbed. Afterward, they strolled hand in hand through the snack street, letting their food settle. "Hey, senior, I had Xiaoqing leave your bag at the hotel in Taikuli. It's getting late now, would it be okay if we went to pick it up?" Zhang Yuan asked casually, causing Meng Yuanyuan's cheeks to flush instantly. Here it comes. Hotel, getting late, inconvenient. Those three keywords laid Zhang Yuan's intentions bare before Meng Yuanyuan. Now it was up to her to decide. But to Zhang Yuan's surprise, Meng Yuanyuan didn't give a direct answer at all. She just stared straight at him with those big, watery eyes, then parted her red lips softly. "It's still early. Why don't we grab an iced milk tea before heading over?" Having poured every ounce of his charm into that invitation, Zhang Yuan felt his scalp tingle and his mind buzz with a single thought upon hearing the department beauty's words. She was so good at this. I love it. Chapter 15, the $40,000 a night suite. Ever the good listener, Zhang Yuan deliberated for a fraction of a second before deciding. While waiting for the private butler to arrange a car, he and Meng Yuanyuan each bought a Luckin coffee with extra ice but no extra volume. Meng Yuanyuan's face flushed even redder as she clutched her coconut latte, its chill seeping through the insulated sleeve. She knew exactly what she meant by her earlier remark. But Zhang Yuan was taking this way too far. Regular ice would have been enough to test whether she was lying or not. Why did he have to add extra ice, dumping large chunks into her coconut latte? Even the barista gave her a weird look. "Zhang Yuan, aren't we taking a cab?" As she asked, Meng Yuanyuan playfully placed her hand frozen nearly numb on purpose on Zhang Yuan's neck, nearly making him jump from the chill. "Whoa, you! What are you doing?" Zhang Yuan scolded, pinching her delicate nose playfully. "No need for a taxi. I booked the hotel's executive suite, it comes with a shuttle service." "Oh, I didn't know that." Meng Yuanyuan asked curiously, "What's the name of the hotel?" "Some English name, who knows?" "Hold on, I'll pull it up for you." Saying this, Zhang Yuan handed his phone to Meng Yuanyuan. Upon receiving it, Meng Yuanyuan's eyes widened instantly. Her eyes immediately fell upon the string of numbers below. 43,567. Per night. What kind of luxury hotel is this? It was comparable to a new Louis Vuitton handbag. Beyond shock, Meng Yuanyuan's heart was filled with nothing but relief. Thank goodness she hadn't refused Zhang Yuan just now. A man who treats a hotel costing over 40,000 a night like a youth hostel, his true capabilities likely far exceeded everyone's imagination. For a moment, even her lingering shyness seemed to vanish. Meng Yuanyuan was filled with anticipation for the luxurious hotel they were about to visit. She'd be able to snap a gorgeous photo shoot there and post it on her social feed, making her girlfriends green with envy. Rongdo University, within an older residential complex. Li Meng and her best friend Wang Xiaohua rented the top floor of Building 3. Though they had to climb 10 flights of stairs daily, a monthly rent of 1,500 yuan was a rare find anywhere in Rongqing. For Li Meng and Wang Xiaohua, having such a place to call home was already incredibly fortunate. After finishing their workday, they grabbed a quick meal at Jinfu restaurant and returned to their rental apartment, arriving close to 8 p.m. The moment they entered, Wang Xiaohua eagerly tossed her bag aside and pulled Li Meng toward the sofa. Meng, you're so lucky to have landed such a great client like Mr. Zhang. A 10,000 yuan tip. I've never even seen that much change. Don't let him slip away. I think Mr. Zhang has a thing for you. For someone that wealthy, even a drop from his fingers could cover taking your uncle to the best hospital in Rongqing. Wang Xiaohua chattered on, making Li Meng's cheeks grow redder and redder. But when her best friend mentioned her father, she let out a long sigh. Xiaohua, please stop. While my dad does need money urgently, Mr. Zhang offered far too much. I absolutely can't accept it. But Mr. Zhang insisted I take it. You have to help me figure out how to repay him in another way. Li Meng's serious expression stunned Wang Xiaohua. After a moment, Wang Xiaohua's expression shifted to one of sudden realization, followed by a mischievous grin. Oh my. I thought you didn't understand anything, Meng. Who knew you'd already figured out a plan? Why didn't I think to reach out to Mr. Zhang this way? You're a genius. Li Meng was taken aback. She hadn't thought that far ahead. She just felt that his money didn't grow on trees. Even if it was a voluntary tip, it couldn't be that much. If she accepted it with a clear conscience, what kind of person would she be? I didn't. I'm not. Stop saying that. Li Meng waved her hands frantically, but Wang Xiaohua ignored her completely, reaching over to tickle her. You little Li Meng. You won't even tell me the truth. Just you wait, I'll tickle you to death. Ah, it tickles. Stop it, Xiaohua. I really didn't mean anything by it. Stop it already. After a moment of playful chaos, Wang Xiaohua finally stopped. She looked at Li Meng, her face flushed and her breasts rising and falling with each breath, and sighed. With such natural gifts, no wonder Mr. Zhang had taken a liking to Li Meng. Alright, Meng, I won't tease you anymore. Since you've already added him on WeChat, it feels awkward to keep this tip. Just transfer it back. But honestly, someone that wealthy probably doesn't care about such a small amount. They might think you're refusing their kindness, which could backfire. Ha? Then what should I do? Li Meng had little social experience to begin with, and her thinking couldn't compare to the depth of Wang Xiaohua, a seasoned veteran who'd started working at 16. No worries, with me, Wang Xiaohua, by your side, what's there to fear? I guarantee you'll make a great impression on Mr. Zhang. But it all depends on whether you're willing to part with it, Meng. Of course I am. It's not even my money. Wang Xiaohua pondered for a moment, forming a rough plan in her mind. She knew herself well enough to realize that a rich second-generation guy like Mr. Zhang would never take notice of an ordinary girl like her. But Meng, with her childlike face and voluptuous figure, was stepping out into society for the first time. The genuine innocence in her eyes would strike a chord with Mr. Zhang. If Meng could get together with him, wouldn't she, as her best friend, get some benefits too? Since you said it, Meng, just listen to me from here on out. The two huddled together whispering secrets, Li Meng's beautiful big eyes widening with each passing moment. The Nanyang Hotel Zhang Yuan chose was located in Rongqing Taikuli, right in the heart of Chuanxi Road's commercial district. While it lacked the rich cultural atmosphere of some historically significant hotels, as an imported brand, Nanyang better suited the tastes of younger people. What Zhang Yuan valued most, however, was its executive suite priced at a hefty 43,000 yuan per night and its location less than 15 kilometers from his residence. After contacting his personal butler, the hotel's business car soon arrived at the intersection of the snack street. After confirming the details, Zhang Yuan took his senior classmate's hand and stepped into the car. His WeChat kept buzzing, so he pulled out his phone to reply to each message, neglecting Meng Yuanyuan. The initial excitement of staying at a top-tier hotel gradually faded during the wait, and Meng Yuanyuan began to feel increasingly uneasy. She discreetly studied Zhang Yuan. This junior, whose face still bore obvious traces of youth, possessed an air of maturity that grew more appealing to her the longer she looked. Had she not endured that humiliation at Louis Vuitton, Meng Yuanyuan suspected Zhang Yuan might not have been this wealthy, but she still believed they would have ended up together. After all, in a place like Rongqing, a guy standing 184 centimeters tall with such handsome looks was indeed a rare find. Earlier, while strolling through the snack street, they had passed his shop with a full-length mirror. Meng Yuanyuan had caught a glimpse of herself and Zhang Yuan reflected in it, and they looked so perfectly matched. "What are you thinking about?" Zhang Yuan turned and saw his senior sister lost in thought. He immediately smiled and ruffled her hair. "Nothing, just daydreaming." Meng Yuanyuan's cheeks flushed red, though she couldn't tell if it was from the heat or the gentle gaze of the boy before her. Zhang Yuan smiled, pulling her into his embrace. The warmth of his broad chest enveloped Meng Yuanyuan in a wave of comfort. Time passed slowly as the scenery outside the car window flowed by like water. When the van stopped again, they had arrived at the hotel entrance. The private butler, who had already coordinated with the driver, had been waiting for quite some time. As soon as the vehicle came to a complete stop, she hurried forward to open the door. "Welcome to the Nigelo Hotel, Mr. Zhang. I am your personal concierge, Lucy. Please follow me." Zhang Yuan nodded, taking a moment to observe her. She wore a white chiffon blouse with a pale silk scarf tied into a delicate bow at the collar, paired with a black pencil skirt and low-heeled black shoes. The pearl stud earrings adorning her refined face lent her an air of gentle professionalism. "All right." After exiting the car, Zhang Yuan and his companion walked through the opulent hotel lobby, heading directly to the exclusive elevator for the executive suites. This formed a stark contrast to the guests still waiting patiently for the regular elevators. When the elevator for Zhang Yuan's party swiftly arrived at the first floor and opened, nearby hotel guests attempted to enter. Lucy, however, gently stopped them with a smile. "I'm sorry, sir, but this elevator is reserved exclusively for hotel VIP guests. It goes directly to the 24th floor and does not stop at any other levels." The blocked guest flushed red with embarrassment, hurriedly exiting the elevator with a muttered curse. "So what if you're rich?" Lucy seemed accustomed to such scenes, her expression unchanged, still wearing a faint smile. Meng Yuanyuan, however, stole a glance at Zhang Yuan, who remained equally composed, and felt a surge of emotion. Under normal circumstances, she would have been the one ushered out. But by following Zhang Yuan, she had become one who enjoyed privilege. No wonder there were so many gold diggers in this world. This feeling of being above others was simply fantastic. "Mr. Zhang, Ms. Meng, would you like me to give you a brief overview of the hotel?" Lucy asked gently. Meng Yuanyuan turned to glance at Zhang Yuan, her eyes filled with confusion. How did this butler know her name? Ahem. Having come this far, Zhang Yuan certainly wasn't about to admit he'd been planning this all alone. Clearing his throat, he forced himself to sound calm. "Well, go ahead." "Certainly. Our Nigelo design draws inspiration from the legendary explorer Niccolo." From the lobby to the guest rooms, every detail showcases the designer's craftsmanship. As Lucy spoke, the elevator swiftly reached the 24th floor. After traversing a long corridor, they finally arrived at today's destination. "Mr. Zhang, this is your suite. Should you require anything, please call me. I'm available 24/7. After ushering Zhang Yuan and his companion into the spacious suite exceeding 200 square meters, Lucy bowed deeply to Zhang Yuan before departing, closing the door behind her. Zhang Yuan surveyed the bed covered in rose petals and nodded with satisfaction. This was clearly a meticulous arrangement by Chen Yuqing. And when he caught sight of the small box on the bedside table, his impression of Chen Yuqing improved even further. This girl is quite thoughtful. Though I won't need it today, it's very considerate of her to have thought of this. Chapter 16, First Blood. Meng Yuanyuan's eyes flickered with unease upon seeing the bed covered in romantic rose petals. She stepped forward, plucked one petal, and sniffed its lingering fragrance. Tension and anxiety began to fill her heart. "Senior, look at the view outside the window. Pretty nice, huh?" Zhang Yuan noticed Meng Yuanyuan's inner turmoil and deliberately walked over to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, feigning admiration. He understood exactly how she felt. Because he was actually quite nervous himself. Having been single for 19 years, he too had never experienced what was about to unfold. Still, Zhang Yuan had watched at least 500 instructional films, so his theoretical knowledge far surpassed his seniors. To ensure they both had a somewhat pleasant memory of this moment, Zhang Yuan tried to ease Meng Yuanyuan's inner anxiety. "Is that so?" Meng Yuanyuan shook her head gently, biting her lip to suppress the unease in her mind. She walked over to Zhang Yuan and leaned against the shoulder of this junior she'd known for less than a day. Gazing out the window at the sky illuminated by countless LED signs and the bustling crowds on Taikuli Pedestrian Street, feeling the unique experience afforded by a suite costing 40,000 yuan a night, Meng Yuanyuan felt a momentary intoxication. How could she not know what it meant to follow a man to a hotel room at night? And this man, she didn't know him nearly as well as she'd imagined. It was only natural that her thoughts grew heavy and chaotic. But this time, Meng Yuanyuan chose to follow her heart. Ever since Zhang Yuan had paid 200,000 yuan without batting an eye to buy her 3 coveted LV bags, Meng Yuanyuan had known she was probably already hooked. Even if it was only for a fleeting moment. She couldn't quite pinpoint what she felt for Zhang Yuan now. Only her subconscious told her that if she let a man like this slip away, she would surely regret it. That was why she had agreed so readily. Senior, Zhang Yuan murmured, his arm gently encircling Meng Yuanyuan's slender waist, you know what? I've liked you since the very first day I stepped onto campus. But because of certain circumstances, I couldn't pursue you openly like some people did. Zhang Yuan spoke slowly. Meng Yuanyuan listened intently. She didn't want to know what those special reasons were. A wealthy man like him must have hardships ordinary people couldn't comprehend. As long as Zhang Yuan maintained this attitude, it was enough. Don't say another word, Meng Yuanyuan murmured, her gaze unfocused. She lifted her head to meet Zhang Yuan's eyes, her lips parting slightly. Kiss me. Zhang Yuan hesitated not a moment. Outside the window, lights shone brightly. A massive 3D screen, glowing blue, flashed through scene after scene of exquisite imagery. When it paused on a luxury brand advertisement showing 2 lips meeting, the curtains in the Niagara executive suite slowly closed under the control of smart devices. Zhang Yuan. I'm a little scared. Don't be afraid. I'll be gentle. Will you treat me well from now on? Senior, you'll be the happiest woman in the world. Zhang Yuan made solemn promises, lowering his head to kiss away the tears glistening on his senior's delicate cheeks. His capabilities were far beyond what Meng Yuanyuan, a newcomer to the world of materialism, could ever imagine. These words, which sounded like the lines of a scumbag, Zhang Yuan had absolute confidence he could make them come true. Under the dim yellow light, roses scattered wildly across the bed, their vibrant red petals gradually blanketing every corner of the suite. Half an hour later, Zhang Yuan's system-enhanced stamina left Meng Yuanyuan begging for mercy. Experiencing lovemaking for the first time, Meng Yuanyuan was no match for Zhang Yuan. Feeling a pang of pity, Zhang Yuan suppressed his inner restlessness, pulling his senior classmate into his arms. He cradled her like a kitten, his broad chest offering comfort to the curled-up Meng Yuanyuan. Though tears glistened on Meng Yuanyuan's cheeks, a faint smile touched her lips as she licked her lips, savoring the moments that had just unfolded. She was astonished to discover that beyond the initial pain, the sensations afterwards seemed to grow increasingly strange. After a brief moment of tenderness, Meng Yuanyuan's fighting spirit flared up again. Her earlier pleas for mercy had completely disgraced her in front of Zhang Yuan. She had to redeem herself. Moments later. I'm sorry. Zhang Yuan. I really can't go on. So you're weak but addicted, huh? This time, you won't get your way. After an exhausting battle, Meng Yuanyuan didn't even have the strength to stand up. Zhang Yuan had no choice but to pick her up and carry her into the bathroom. After washing up, the utterly exhausted Meng Yuanyuan fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Yuan slipped into a bathrobe, walked to the window to admire the view, and raised a stemmed glass filled with Sprite from the freezer. He didn't drink or smoke, but afterward, he always felt something was missing. He might as well pour himself a glass of Sprite. After all, it looked pretty similar to champagne. As long as it felt right. It all feels like a dream. Zhang Yuan, now in sage mode, felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Since the system activated, not only had his net worth skyrocketed by millions overnight, but he'd also won over the campus beauty he'd long admired within a single day. Tomorrow, a Porsche 911 worth over $1 million awaited pickup. The day after tomorrow, 27% of the shares in Jin Fu restaurant would be transferred to him. Life was getting better and better, and it would keep going this way. For a moment, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of gratitude. Fortunately, he had activated the system just as his body was approaching its peak, granting him ample time, energy, and stamina to save her life. Had he struggled for decades to achieve financial freedom only to slowly begin enjoying life afterward, he might have missed out on so much of life's joys. Buzz. Zhang Yuan's thoughts were interrupted by the vibration of his WeChat call. He picked it up and saw it was indeed his adopted son calling. Hello? Brother Yuan, why the hell aren't you back yet? The student council is doing dorm inspections. Yuan Hua's voice sounded somewhat urgent. Zhang Yuan, however, remained calm. No worries. Let them check. I probably won't be sleeping here tonight. What? Damn it, Brother Yuan, you're out having fun without bringing your buddies along? What kind of godfather are you? A cacophony of voices erupted from the phone. Zhang Chun and Zhang, who both started yelling. Zhang Yuan paused, glancing at Meng Yuanyuan sleeping peacefully on the bed. He thought to himself, there's no way I can let you guys tag along on this one. After promising his 3 sworn brothers he'd definitely take them out next time, Zhang Yuan hung up. Though he possessed wealth far beyond his years, genuine brothers who shared his heart were indeed indispensable on life's journey. These 3 idiots hadn't known Zhang Yuan for long, but today's incident at the Golden Fortune restaurant proved beyond doubt that they were utterly loyal to him. Facing a guy like Hubo, the 3 still stood behind him without hesitation. They truly deserved to be called his sworn brothers. After the workout, Zhang Yuan felt quite drained. While he could push through a few more rounds, he wasn't made of iron. He needed to refuel. After pondering for a moment, he decided to get dressed. He sent Meng Yuanyuan a WeChat message saying he was going out to grab something to eat. He told her to stay put and wait for his news once she woke up. Then, Zhang Yuan stepped out of the suite. Less than half an hour after his departure, Meng Yuanyuan was also roused by a phone call. As a student living on campus, she usually stayed in the dorms. Second-year students weren't monitored as strictly as freshmen, though. It wasn't the student council conducting dorm checks that woke her, it was a call from her best friend. Lulu, what's up? Meng Yuanyuan mumbled sleepily. What's wrong? Yuanyuan, have you gone bad? Staying out all night? If it weren't for... Wait, where are you? Why does it sound so strange? On the other end, her best friend Lin Lu's tone suddenly turned serious. No, I was sleeping. Maybe I just woke up, so my voice is a bit hoarse. Meng Yuanyuan hurriedly explained. Lin Lu finally relaxed, having feared her money-obsessed bestie had been drugged by some shady character. But that doesn't make sense. You're not in the dorm, so where are you sleeping? Oh, Meng Yuanyuan, you little minx. Are you secretly dating someone behind my back? Lin Lu's voice brimmed with curiosity, her pitch rising noticeably. Meng Yuanyuan dared not tell her the truth after all, Zhang Yuan and she hadn't even confirmed their relationship yet. He quickly fobbed her off with a few excuses, saying he was spending the night at a relative's house, and that finally got Lin Lu off his back. No sooner had she hung up than Zhang Yuan walked in, already holding a takeout box of late-night snacks. Their eyes met, filled with lingering affection. Senior, want to eat something? No way. I want a hug first. Meng Yuanyuan flashed a sweet smile, arms wide open, her eyes fluttering as she gazed at Zhang Yuan. The most crucial part? Meng Yuanyuan was still completely naked, her skin as white as snow. Zhang Yuan couldn't resist the sight. He immediately tossed aside the late-night snack and pounced on her. After another round of intense activity, Meng Yuanyuan cried out in surrender, begging Zhang Yuan to let her go. The battle finally began to wind down. After a quick bite of their late-night snack, the clock struck midnight. After 3 consecutive rounds, even the energetic Zhang Yuan felt drained. He lay in bed with his senior for a while, then fell into a deep sleep, clutching the truth of C+. The next morning, Zhang Yuan was awakened by the sound of Meng Yuanyuan getting up and washing up. Zhang Yuan, you're awake? Meng Yuanyuan was touching up her makeup when she caught sight of him half sitting up. She flashed him a sweet smile. Do you have class this morning? If not, you should rest a little longer. I need to get back to school quickly. I have a major class today. We have one too, but I'm not planning to go. I have to head to Mianjiang district this afternoon, Zhang Yuan said, yawning. Oh, okay. After finishing her makeup, Meng Yuanyuan leaned in for another kiss before reluctantly leaving the suite. Their personal butler Lucy had already arranged for a business car to wait downstairs. Since Zhang Yuan hadn't volunteered what his afternoon plans were, she wisely refrained from asking. After Meng Yuanyuan left, Zhang Yuan pulled out his phone and called Chen Yuqing. After giving her some instructions, he went back to sleep for a bit. He needed to pick up the car soon and had asked Chen Yuqing to handle the paperwork in advance so he could just sign when he arrived. Chen Yuqing was quite proactive, readily agreeing and promising she'd handle it perfectly. Around noon, Zhang Yuan finally stirred from his nap. He summoned his personal butler, Lucy, to arrange lunch and extend the suite's reservation for another month. Zhang Yuan anticipated frequent business trips in the future, so he decided to secure this suite as his temporary residence. When Lucy saw Zhang Yuan pull out his phone and transfer the monthly rent of 1.18 million yuan to the Nairo Hotel Company account, her eyes nearly popped out of her head. She had assumed the man before her was just another spoiled rich kid bringing his new girlfriend for a night of fun. After all, a 43,000 yuan room fee was enough to make many girls weak in the knees. But who would have thought Zhang Yuan wouldn't even blink an eye before committing to a monthly lease? In all her years working, Lucy had never encountered such an outrageously wealthy individual. Chapter 17, Settling a Personal Score. In an apartment near Mixi Mall, Yuanyu looked at her best friend Chen Yuqing, who had gotten up at almost the same time as her, with confusion. Yuqing, I thought you were off duty today? Why are you up so early? On any other day, Chen Yuqing would still be sleeping in, the kind you couldn't wake up no matter how hard you tried. Today, though, something must have gotten into her, making her get up this early. Mr. Zhang just asked me to run an errand for him at the Porsche dealership. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten out of bed. Chen Yuqing replied while applying her makeup. Yuanyu stared wide-eyed at her friend. Seriously, Yuqing? Are you an employee at our Armani store or Mr. Shang's personal assistant? He's calling you for this kind of thing? Who knows? Like I could refuse him? I just got 2 big red envelopes yesterday. Yuanyu knew full well about the 2 tips Chen Yuqing had received from Zhang Yuan, so she wasn't overly surprised. Besides, after a night of deep reflection, she had come to terms with it. Since she was unlikely to win Mr. Shang's favor anyway, she might as well help her bestie climb the ladder. With that thought, Yuanyu skipped her morning routine, plopping down beside Chen Yuqing and squinting as she said, Yuqing, I'm sure Mr. Zhang has feelings for you. To put it bluntly, he's testing whether you have the capability to stay by his side and handle some private matters. Otherwise, why would he keep giving you instructions on what to do after leaving the store? He's definitely testing your capabilities. After all, wealthy men like him can have any woman they want. Didn't his senior classmate yesterday prove that point? Yuling, you've got to seize this chance. The store work isn't that important anyway. Didn't we come here to meet someone like Mr. Zhang? Otherwise, why not just go back to your hometown, find a man with a stable job, and settle into a quiet life? Isn't that sweet? Yuan poured out her analysis in one breath, and Chen Yuqing nodded in agreement. Yeah, I understand. And I'm ready for this. Seeing the resolute expression on Chen Yuqing's face, Yuan felt a deep wave of envy well up inside her. Being attractive really does give you more leeway when opportunities arise. Chen Yuqing's looks weren't just impressive in the store, even across the entire Wanshan Mall, few could rival her beauty. In the months since starting work, Yuan had witnessed no fewer than 10 successful individuals express their interest in Chen Yuqing. But without exception, her best friend had politely declined every single one. Her best friend possessed a profound self-awareness of her own worth and understood precisely what caliber of wealthy suitor she could realistically attract. A guy like Zhang Yuan, handsome, generous, and capable of spending hundreds of thousands in a single day, was exactly the kind of high-caliber man who perfectly captured Chen Yuqing's heart. She'd gladly run errands for him. It's all for a chance. Yuan sighed silently. All she could do now was pray that once her best friend made it big, she wouldn't forget to pull her up by the coattails. Wait, what did you just say, Yuqing? Porsche dealership? Mr. Zhang is going to pick up a car? Yuan suddenly snapped back to reality, her voice rising slightly. Chen Yuqing nearly jumped out of her skin. Yeah, what are you yelling for? You scared the life out of me. Chen Yuqing shot her best friend a disapproving look. Yeah, Mr. Zhang has purchased a top-of-the-line Porsche 911. The paperwork is almost all done. I'm heading over to help him with some preliminary tasks like the vehicle inspection. Holy crap! Yuan's eyes widened in shock. A 911? What kind of background does Mr. Zhang have? Even the base model costs over $1 million. The high-end version approaches $2 million. And he just casually handed all this inspection work off to you? That shows how much he values you. Yuqing, you absolutely must seize this opportunity. Chen Yuqing knew far less about luxury cars than she did about luxury goods. After all, she'd only been in the high-end industry for less than 3 months. After hearing Yuan's explanation, she was equally stunned. She'd just spent hundreds of thousands on Armani and gifted Ms. Meng 3 new LV bags. Now she was picking up a luxury car worth nearly $2 million. Mr. Zhang's wealth was truly unfathomable. What was most terrifying was that he was only a freshman. Thinking back to her own freshman year, when she and her roommates were gossiping about which celebrity had cheated on their partner, comparisons really were deadly. But this only strengthened Chen Yuqing's resolve. She had to cling to this powerful connection. While the salary and commissions from the Armani store were enough for a comfortable life, they couldn't satisfy Chen Yuqing's true ambitions. Graduating with a combined bachelor's and master's degree from a prestigious 985 university, she turned down offers from numerous major corporations to work as a sales associate in a small luxury boutique. What Chen Yuqing craved was precisely this opportunity to access another level. Hope I'm not making the wrong choice. Chen Yuqing gazed at her full makeup reflection, now radiating a commanding presence, a faint smile curving her lips. The executive suite at the Nyaiglo Hotel. After finishing his morning routine and dressing neatly, Zhang Yuan prepared to head out to pick up his very first car. But just as he stepped out the hotel door, before he could reach the limousine, his phone rang. He picked it up to see it was Zhang Chun calling. Brother Yuan, why didn't you come to class today? We think that jerk Hu Bo must have badmouthed you to his uncle. This morning, Professor Lu specifically called roll and flew into a rage when he found you weren't there. He said he'd fail you outright. Oh, and it seems our advisor is sick and needs replacing. If it ends up being another one of Hu Bo's relatives, it won't just be you who suffers, we'll all be in for a rough time. Dachuan's voice betrayed a hint of panic. Clearly, Hu Bo's tactics had them rattled. But Zhang Yuan remained completely unfazed. Don't panic, Dachuan. Me failing a course is no big deal. Just make sure that bastard doesn't catch you guys doing anything shady. Keep your heads down for now. I'll figure out how to deal with that piece of trash later. A dangerous gleam flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes as he spoke. This Hu Bo really was a persistent ghost. It seemed he was determined to go all the way with him. Truth be told, Zhang Yuan didn't care much about this second-tier degree. His only worry was that if Hu Bo forced him to drop out midway, he'd have a hard time explaining it to his parents back home. After all, his parents had endured hardships over the years to put him through school. You still need your own trump cards. Money alone won't get you far in this society. Zhang Yuan silently pondered these thoughts as he stepped into the business van. Fortunately, on the 19th, the transfer of his shares in the Golden Fortune restaurant would be finalized. By then, his identity would extend far beyond being just a student at Rongda University. He'd seen it on the forum long ago. Jin Fu Restaurant was one of the sponsors for the finance department's welcome banquet. Department leaders always held great goodwill toward these successful local businesses. After all, Rongda was only a second-tier university. Its resources couldn't compete with those of top-tier institutions, and the sponsorships it could attract weren't nearly as substantial. For a renowned enterprise like Jinfu and Rongqing's food and beverage industry, the leadership's initial approach was to cultivate goodwill. They wouldn't risk offending them lightly. As a shareholder of Jinfu, Zhang Yuan held some sway, especially with veto power. If the department didn't severely punish Professor Liu for making his life miserable, Zhang Yuan vowed to sever ties completely, not a single penny more from Jinfu to Rongda. Just as Zhang Yuan drew closer to the Porsche dealership, a minor upheaval unfolded at Jinfu Restaurant on Rongda's pedestrian street. Yang Xiao, who had taken leave yesterday afternoon to accompany Hu Bo, had unexpectedly been promoted. She was now the service supervisor in charge of over a dozen staff members. This meant she was now the direct supervisor of Li Meng and Wang Xiaohua. Li Meng, who had gone shopping that morning to buy a gift for Zhang Yuan and returned to the restaurant in high spirits, was struck dumb upon hearing the news. She had really embarrassed Yang Xiao before. Moreover, Zhang Yuan, whom Li Meng served, and Hu Bo, whom Yang Xiao served, clearly had a history. This situation was even worse than directly offending Yang Xiao. We're done for. Meng, we're going to get the short end of the stick. How could Yang Xiao get promoted to supervisor? Didn't manager Wang have his eye on Zhao Quan all along? Wang Xiaohua's face turned pale with fear. Usually, Yang Xiao carried herself with an air of arrogance, relying on her longer tenure at Jinfu to boss people around and make them run errands for her. Even customers who were generous with tips were often manipulated by Yang Xiao into handing them over, leaving everyone angry but afraid to speak up. Things had improved somewhat after Li Meng joined. But who would have thought that after just a few days of respite, the sky would come crashing down? Li Meng also wore a worried expression. She had taken the job at Jinfu Restaurant not only because Wang Xiaohua had strongly recommended it, but also because the pay was quite high. Now, just as her work was about to get on track, Yang Xiao, that vicious woman, became her supervisor. Wasn't this pure torment? Their worries were not unfounded, and soon enough, they were proven right. After pouring all her energy into serving Hu Bo last night, Yang Xiao watched as this big shot called his uncle, a shareholder at Jinfu Restaurant. Not long after, she received word from the manager she'd be promoted to supervisor starting tomorrow. Though it was only a small step, for Yang Xiao, it was already deeply satisfying. After all, the supervisor position not only granted her the authority to assign tasks to waitstaff but also meant a significant bump in her base salary. Early the next morning, as all the waitstaff arrived to clock in, Yang Xiao immediately gathered everyone for a meeting. Beaming with pride, Yang Xiao paced back and forth twice in front of the 2 rows of waitstaff, wearing her joy on her sleeve. Today marks my first day as supervisor. I won't dwell on formalities, just carry on with your usual routines. I trust you all possess sufficient understanding and experience in your roles, Yang Xiao said, delivering her clichés with affected airs. She then narrowed her eyes at the uneasy Li Meng and smiled. Li Meng, you'll be temporarily relieved of waitressing duties. The restaurant is about to welcome a new shareholder who's reportedly coming to inspect operations. You'll be assigned to reception duties then. After all, you have the looks and poise. Who knows? Maybe the shareholder will take a shine to you. You could go from Cinderella to princess overnight, a glamorous rise to power. Yang Xiao's sarcastic tone made Li Meng feel so wrong she was on the verge of tears. The receptionist role was meant for a dedicated employee. Not only did they earn less than the others, but the sheer level of hardship was incomparable. Yang Xiao was clearly settling a personal grudge. But Li Meng, desperate not to lose this hard-won job, had no better option than to accept it. Chapter 18, Car Pickup and Personal Assistant. Nianjiang District Porsche 4S Store. Shen Yuqing arrived early to handle the preliminary car pickup arrangements for Zhang Yuan. Using inspection details she'd searched on her phone, she meticulously examined the stunning luxury car before her. After finding not a single flaw, she finally sent Zhang Yuan a WeChat notification. Moments later, a Mercedes-Benz van pulled up at the dealership entrance. Shen Yuqing, who had been waiting there, stepped forward to open the door. Mr. Zhang, the preliminary work is complete. We just need your signature, and then we can proceed with the registration, Shen Yuqing said cautiously. Would you like to inspect it one more time? She didn't want to leave any negative impression on Zhang Yuan, so she had handled every detail with extreme care, ensuring he couldn't find fault. No need. I trust you. Dressed in Armani, his smile carrying an almost palpable sense of pressure, Zhang Yuan reached out to take the purchase contract handed to him by the dealership salesperson. After signing, the saleswoman in her professional attire and perfectly styled short hair beamed, Mr. Zhang, your Porsche 911 Targa 4S is parked right up ahead. Please follow me. The prospect of seeing his first car in person still stirred a flicker of excitement within Zhang Yuan. As an ordinary person, he might never have encountered a luxury car like the 911 in his lifetime. He could only stand in the shadows, watching the truly wealthy come and go with envious eyes. But now, with the system, Zhang Yuan was no longer far from that world. This top-of-the-line 911, priced at a staggering 1.97 million yuan, was merely the beginning. Standing at a towering 184 centimeters, Zhang Yuan strode forward. Chen Yuqing, clutching a folder, had to jog to keep up. Before long, a silver-gray beast came into Zhang Yuan's view. Is that it? Zhang Yuan's heart raced with excitement. There isn't a man alive who doesn't love cars unless he can't afford them. The sleek, muscular lines of the sports car before him, perfectly aerodynamic and poised for action, would bear Zhang Yuan's name the moment he signed the papers. Approaching the 911, Zhang Yuan ran his fingers over its iconic frog-eye headlights. Slowly gliding his gaze backward, the exceptionally smooth waistline came into view, perfectly dividing the car's side into upper and lower sections. Perfect. Zhang Yuan marveled inwardly. Porsche truly lived up to its reputation as a world-class luxury automaker, with every detail captivating the heart. This was a true work of art, distinct from ordinary commuter cars. Can I drive it away right now? Zhang Yuan could barely contain his excitement and blurted out the question. The short-haired saleswoman smiled and nodded. Of course. Mr. Zhang, it's already yours. But please wait a few minutes while we attach the license plates for you. Additionally, if desired, our dealership has prepared a delivery ceremony. It can begin immediately upon your approval. At luxury dealerships like Porsche, delivery ceremonies typically require the owner's explicit consent. After all, often the person paying doesn't necessarily want it broadcast to the world. Zhang Yuan, having little interest in ceremonial gestures, declined outright. 5 minutes later, 2 staff members swiftly attached the license plates, and only then did the mature saleswoman hand the keys to Zhang Yuan. Mr. Zhang, we've already discussed all the after-sales details with your assistant. If you have any questions, feel free to call me directly. The saleswoman didn't give her number. She understood perfectly well that a young tycoon like Zhang Yuan, with an assistant as outstanding as Chen Yuqing, would never take notice of her. Therefore, she had given her contact information to Chen Yuqing instead. Maintaining appropriate distance allowed her to leave a relatively perfect impression on the client. When the client needed to purchase another car or referred friends, she would be the first person they thought of. This was a lesson the seasoned saleswoman had learned over years of experience. Of course, she sometimes couldn't help but feel wistful if only she were 10 years younger. Then she would have possessed the confidence to win Zhang Yuan's favor. Alas, she was past her prime. For a woman whose bloom had faded, the ravages of aging were an inescapable wound. Thank you, I understand. Zhang Yuan took the keys. The saleswoman hadn't resorted to the usual flirtatious tactics, which actually made him feel a bit of respect for this mature woman who clearly maintained her boundaries. Glancing at Chen Yuqing beside him, her face stern and ready to carry out his instructions at any moment, Zhang Yuan found himself contemplating something new. Shaoqing, when did you become my assistant? Zhang Yuan teased. Chen Yuqing's heart tightened. She quickly looked at Zhang Yuan, but couldn't discern any emotional fluctuation on his face. For a moment, she couldn't tell if his words held deeper meaning. She could only smooth her wind-tossed hair and press her lips together. My apologies, Mr. Zhang. I overstepped. Chen Yuqing's favorability decreased by 2. Current favorability, 48. Seeing his favorability rating drop for the first time, Zhang Yuan immediately frowned. However, he didn't panic in the slightest. The visible tension and awkwardness on Chen Yuqing's face suggested the reason for the drop in affection was her concern that her impression in his mind might be negatively affected. Recalling how Chen Yuqing had flawlessly executed his arrangements every step of the way since yesterday, Zhang Yuan finally made his decision. No, there's no breach. I actually think you did quite well. What? You don't want to be my assistant? Zhang Yuan finally cracked a smile, and Chen Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Mr. Zhang wasn't angry that she'd taken it upon herself to tell the dealership she was his assistant before anything was confirmed. There was still a chance to make things right. Little did she know, this was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision on Zhang Yuan's part. Come on, get in the car first. We can talk about it on the way. Zhang Yuan didn't rush to reveal his true intentions. He wasn't entirely sure if Chen Yuqing would be willing to leave her job at the Armani store to become his personal assistant. But if Chen Yuqing knew what Zhang Yuan was thinking, she'd probably jump for joy on the spot. Mr. Zhang, should I sit in the back? Chen Yuqing asked perceptively. The front passenger seat usually carried special significance. If Mr. Zhang had reserved it for that Ms. Meng, sitting there herself might cause offense. No need. Just sit up front. Zhang Yuan's mind worked swiftly, instantly grasping the purpose behind Chen Yuqing's inquiry. He found himself increasingly impressed with this girl. He genuinely needed an assistant who could handle various personal matters for him. But such an assistant would inevitably gain access to some of his private matters, so the choice of candidate had to be made with great care. Still, Zhang Yuan didn't dwell on it too much. After all, her favorability rating was right there. If it didn't increase significantly or stop showing altogether, then there would definitely be something wrong with Chen Yuqing, and he could simply let her go. For now, the girl seemed eager to improve, handling all his assignments with great care. After they got into the car, Zhang Yuan slowly drove out of the dealership under the slightly envious gaze of the mature saleswoman. Having earned his license right after high school graduation and driven his father's old Jetta numerous times during summer breaks, handling the more agile Porsche 911 posed no difficulty. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Yuqing occasionally pointed to a button and explained its function to Zhang Yuan. Her memory was excellent. She had committed every detail to mind when the saleswoman had demonstrated the luxury car's features earlier. Now, that knowledge came in handy. Xiaoqing, you seem quite capable. Why are you working as a salesperson at Armani? Zhang Yuan began his probing. Chen Yuqing clearly understood this point and replied without hesitation, I still have many areas where I need improvement. In luxury sales, you interact with high-level, successful individuals. Often, a single word from them can teach me a lot. Oh, and Mr. Zhang, my major in college was secretarial studies. Chen Yuqing laid her cards on the table quickly. Zhang Yuan nodded. You've seen my situation. I'm still a freshman with a heavy course load. Sometimes I just can't spare the time for certain tasks, so I need a capable personal assistant. I think you'd be perfect for it. Interested? Finally. Chen Yuqing felt a flutter of excitement. All this running around, wasn't it just for this moment with Mr. Zhang? Mr. Zhang, I'd love to. That's good. Zhang Yuan nodded with a smile, glancing at his young assistant beside him while waiting for the traffic light. She wore a relatively formal black sleeveless suit today, paired with a knee-length skirt. Her long legs were encased in black stockings that stirred the imagination. Her makeup, reminiscent of a Korean drama's second female lead, gave Chen Yuqing an aloof elegance. Paired with her rare pear-shaped figure, Zhang Yuan found himself unable to look away. I'll be heading to the school later. Find some time to draft up a contract. Once I review it and give the green light, we'll sign it. Oh, and regarding your salary, let's start you at 50,000 a month for now. We'll adjust it upward based on your performance going forward. With just a few sentences, Zhang Yuan had solidified Chen Yuqing's role as his assistant, leaving her eyes wide with surprise. Wait, she's just a personal assistant. How could the starting salary be 50,000? Good heavens, was this assistant role Mr. Zhang was talking about even legitimate? Chen Yuqing felt her heart suddenly race. She cautiously studied her angular-featured boss, a thought flashing through her mind. Not proper, maybe that's okay? Chen Yuqing's favorability plus 25, current favorability 72. As expected, after Zhang Yuan satisfied Chen Yuqing's inner desires, her affection rating skyrocketed. Finally able to relax, Zhang Yuan quietly placed his right hand on Chen Yuqing's firm, supple thigh while waiting for the second traffic light. Mr. Zhang. You can't do this. Chen Yuqing's cheeks flushed crimson as she weakly clutched Zhang Yuan's hand, which was trying to move forward. Chapter 19, Li Meng's Invitation. With the school still several hundred meters away, Zhang Yuan pulled over in a secluded spot. Xiaoqing, you know how to drive, right? Yes, Mr. Zhang, I can. Alright, take the keys for now. Park it in a lot. I'll find you when I need you. Zhang Yuan tossed the keys to a bewildered Chen Yuqing and walked toward the school alone. Chen Yuqing found it hard to comprehend. Aren't people his age supposed to be all about showing off? Why didn't he even want to drive around campus after getting the car? But as a graduate of secretarial studies, Chen Yuqing understood her current role well enough. A personal assistant shouldn't pry too deeply into their boss's thoughts. Though still puzzled, she obediently drove the Porsche away. On the way, Zhang Yuan didn't stop, heading straight for the dormitory. He didn't want to reveal just yet that he'd picked up a Porsche 911. Humiliating Hubo was secondary. The main goal was to wait until the welcome party that night to surprise everyone. Not showing off? No way. If he was going to show off, Zhang Yuan was going to go all out. Whoa, bro, you're back? With no classes in the afternoon, the trio of adopted brothers were hanging out in the dorm playing Warcraft when they saw Zhang Yuan return dressed head to toe in Armani. They were utterly stunned. Seriously, where'd you score that knockoff outfit, brother Yuan? It looks legit. Yuan Hua, that poser, had a secret fascination with luxury. Since he couldn't afford the real thing, he was always hunting for high-quality knockoffs on the second-hand market. He was quite familiar with brands like Armani. Zhang Chun, a down-to-earth kid from the countryside, didn't find anything odd about Zhang Yuan's new outfit. He just grinned at him before diving back into the game. Only Zhang Hu, the usually quiet guy, seemed to catch on. After scrutinizing Zhang Yuan, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Yuan Hua, shut up. Brother Yuan's outfit is the real deal. Real? It sure looks legit. Where'd you get it, brother Yuan? I'll go hunt down a set too. Yuan Hua clearly didn't buy Zhang Hu's claim. How much did a full Armani outfit cost? Even if Zhang Yuan had a little cash, he'd probably blown it all yesterday on campus beauty Meng Yuanyuan. There was no way he could afford to buy himself a luxury outfit. Damn it, Yuan Hua, you idiot. Don't be so arrogant. Does it not say I'm loaded right on my face? Fake goods? Who do you think you're looking down on? Zhang Yuan cursed as he slapped away Yuan Hua's filthy hands tugging at his clothes, then looked at Zhang Hu with confusion. Tiger, you've got some sharp eyes, man. You could tell just by looking? Heh, I used to know a bit about this stuff. Zhang Hu gave a shy smile. Wait, Yuan Gu, are you serious? Yuan Hua finally sensed something was off. There was no way these two would team up to trick him, it just didn't make sense. Which meant Zhang Yuan's entire outfit was genuine Armani luxury goods beyond the reach of ordinary people? Holy crap! Could it be this extravagant? Yuan Hua sucked in a sharp breath, forgetting about the game entirely. Ignoring Zhang Yuan's disapproving glare, he scrutinized every inch of the outfit. Forget it, I really can't tell if it's real or not. But since Wuzi is so sure, I'll just assume it is for now. His eyes nearly blurred from staring, Yuan Hua finally gave up in resignation. Returning to his seat to resume gaming, he casually asked, Brother Yuan, where did you go last night? I saw you buying stuff for that senior at LV. You didn't hang out with her all night, did you? Ha, sorry, but how could my senior spend the whole night with you? You're overthinking it. Brother Yuan, you must have gone to some high-end place. At this, Zhang Chun and Zhang Hu's ears perked up. After all, Meng Yuanyuan's looks were among the top in the entire finance department. Her title as the department's beauty queen was absolutely well-deserved. Who knows how many people have feelings for her? But so far, no one has managed to win her favor. Many had given gifts to Meng Yuanyuan. Zhang Yuan had also presented one, but in the minds of the few adopted sons, it was likely just a bag worth around 10,000 yuan. Anything more than that was beyond their wildest imaginations. For Meng Yuanyuan, such a gift would at best make him a backup option in her social circle. There was absolutely no chance of winning her over outright. They were more concerned about whether Zhang Yuan had visited certain places last night that everyone normally avoided, like the plague places like Shankai or foot massage parlors. Without an experienced guide, even if they were itching to go, as freshmen, they couldn't get past their mental barriers and dared not venture into such places lightly. Kids shouldn't pry into grown-up business. Zhang Yuan could see right through what these restless guys were thinking. There was no way he was telling them about last night's fun with his senior. If he did, wouldn't the dorm turn into a battlefield of betrayal and bloodshed? After brushing off his three sons with vague answers, Zhang Yuan joined the tile-breaking battle. Don't you dare go out tonight, Brother Yuan. Professor Lu might just fail you, but tonight's the big meeting. Zhang Chun solemnly warned Zhang Yuan during the game. Oh? What kind of meeting? Sounds important. Our advisor seems to have health issues and took extended leave. The school specially assigned another senior intern to be our new advisor. But she's already handling 2 classes. With us added in, that makes 3. She'll probably be overwhelmed. That's why she's organizing a meet and greet tonight to select a few class committee members to help with management. If you're not there, the advisor will definitely have a bad impression of you. She won't approve any leave requests. Zhang Chun finished his explanation honestly, and Yuan Hua immediately chimed in with a mischievous grin. Brother Yuan, none of that matters. Seeing his somewhat sleazy godson, Zhang Yuan instantly perked up. Then what is important? Yuan Hua, if you say something that interests me, I'll treat you guys to a couple more wild nights sometime. Deal. Ha! Finally got you. Brother Yuan, this time you're definitely going to bleed. The three exchanged knowing grins, making Zhang Yuan even more curious. Could this new counselor have some extraordinary talent? We can't describe the specifics, but if you attend tonight's meeting, you'll be absolutely satisfied. Yuan Hua's solemn expression made Zhang Yuan want to punch him, keeping him in suspense. No matter how much Zhang Yuan tried to coax or threaten them, the trio clamped their mouths shut, leaving him utterly helpless. His anticipation for the evening gathering only grew stronger. For the next few hours, the 4 of them played online games in the dorm room until they were completely exhausted. Only when Zhang Yuan received a new message on WeChat did the gaming session finally come to an end. Lying on his top bunk, Zhang Yuan opened his phone only to find it wasn't Meng Yuanyuan sending greetings. After silently cursing his senior classmate under his breath, he resolved to give her a taste of her own medicine next time. Mr. Zhang, are you free tonight? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sit up slightly. Was this the childish-looking waitress with the voluptuous figure from Jin Fu restaurant? Go ahead. Oh. You left such a generous tip earlier, and I wanted to treat you to dinner to show my appreciation. Zhang Yuan considered it. The evening conference wasn't scheduled to start until 8, so he had time for dinner. He casually agreed. Li Meng didn't choose Jin Fu restaurant, it was too expensive, even for insiders like them. Zhang Yuan glanced at the location sent to him, a residential complex not far from the restaurant. Since it was still early, Zhang Yuan decided to catch a quick nap. At 5:30, he was roused by his 3 foster sons heading out for dinner. He rose slowly. Brother Yuan, aren't you joining us for dinner again today? Zhang Chun asked innocently. Dachuan, what's wrong with your brain? Brother Yuan's definitely going on a date with his senior. Yuan Hua chuckled, slapping Zhang Chun's broad shoulder and winking at Zhang Yuan. No, it's not my senior today. Zhang Yuan's flat tone left the 3 foster sons stunned on the spot. Wait, he's already moved on? Did Brother Yuan already lose control and show his playboy nature right after military training ended? How enviable. Under the envious stares of his sworn brothers, Zhang Yuan walked out with a carefree stride. Halfway there, Meng Yuanyuan, who hadn't messaged Zhang Yuan all day, finally made a move. Another day of hard study. Attached was a selfie taken in the classroom. With her bright eyes and dazzling smile radiating youthful energy, the senior truly lived up to her reputation as the department's beauty queen. You think I'm fooled by your filtered face? Like I haven't seen it all before? Hurry up, I want to see your full body. Amidst Zhang Yuan's scolding, Meng Yuanyuan finally sent a half-body shot after a long delay. Her ample curves left Zhang Yuan admiring for quite a while. Zhang Yuan, I'd like to have dinner with you tonight. Her humble plea filled him with satisfaction. Still, he firmly declined. He couldn't go back on his word to Li Meng now. I have plans tonight. Alright. Late-night snacks might work. Zhang Yuan's intentions were crystal clear. Meng Yuanyuan took a long time to reply. Whatever you say. After finalizing their evening plans, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how rich and varied the nightlife of the wealthy truly was. No wonder there were so many night owls. Rongda University wasn't far from the location Li Meng had sent, so Zhang Yuan decided not to call Chen Yuqing over and strolled there alone. On the way, he idly opened Meng Yuanyuan's social media feed. It was like discovering a whole new world. The daily life photos of his goddess, once restricted to a 3-day viewing window, were now freely accessible. After savoring the delight, Zhang Yuan was surprised to discover that many of the photos Meng Yuanyuan shared were scenes of her studying diligently in class. This was quite unexpected for Zhang Yuan. No wonder she managed to go a whole day without contacting me. Turns out she was diving deep into the ocean of knowledge. Guess I'll have to make it up to my senior tonight? Recalling his senior's graceful figure from the night before, Zhang Yuan soon arrived at his destination. A small restaurant specializing in braised pork knuckles, a common sight in Rongqing. Outside, Li Meng, who had been waiting for quite some time, stood out as the most eye-catching sight on the street. Her youthful face paired with an undeniably voluptuous figure instantly caught Zhang Yuan's attention. Chapter 20, Li Meng's gesture. The Longines Admiral's 5-star. Mr. Zhang, you're here. Li Meng's face lit up with a smile as she stepped forward to greet Zhang Yuan under the gaze of many onlookers. Hey, no need to be so formal. Just call me Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. He still wasn't used to such formal titles, they felt too distant. Then, Li Meng hesitated before changing her tone. Then I'll call you Brother Zhang. Either is fine. Zhang Yuan glanced around and noticed many men's eyes were fixed on Li Meng. Instantly, the corners of his mouth curved upward in a faint smile. He took hold of Li Meng's delicate little hand and led her into the shop. Ah! Brother Zhang. Li Meng clearly hadn't expected Zhang Yuan to be so bold, daring to hold her hand in front of so many people. Come on, I'm starving. Zhang Yuan couldn't care less. With their mutual attraction already established, such minor gestures wouldn't affect Li Meng's impression of him. Besides, tonight's dinner was Li Meng's idea. This little girl must have some feelings for him too. Sure enough, upon hearing Zhang Yuan complain of hunger, the blush faded from Li Meng's cheeks. She quickly replied, okay. I've already reserved a table, just waiting for the food to arrive. Their intimate moment caught the attention of other diners, sparking murmurs of disappointment across the room. But sharp-eyed observers instantly spotted the Armani suit Zhang Yuan wore. Whatever thoughts they harbored vanished in an instant. Damn, wearing a suit worth tens of thousands to eat at a street stall? That's extravagant. Li Meng must have picked a place with great food, otherwise it wouldn't be packed at this hour. The two pushed through the bustling crowd in the main hall to their reserved small table. Nervously twisting the hem of her shirt, Li Meng glanced apologetically at Zhang Yuan. Sorry, Brother Zhang. I usually come here really late, so I had no idea it'd be this packed. No problem. Don't be so formal. I'm always like this at school too. The more people, the livelier it is. Zhang Yuan's completely unpretentious manner made Li Meng breathe a little easier. This was her first time going out for a meal, and she'd been worried she might make a bad impression. Truthfully, if not for her best friend Wang Xiaohua's persistent urging, Li Meng would have backed out long ago. She still felt the gap between her and Zhang Yuan was simply too vast. One was a rich kid who could tip 10,000 yuan, while she was just an ordinary girl forced to work to support her family. The chasm between them was too vast to describe. In the end, it was Wang Xiaohua's words that finally gave Li Meng the resolve. Meng, don't you want to take uncle to a better hospital for treatment? Someone like Mr. Zhang, even if he doesn't offer financial support, just a casual word or a few connections could get uncle access to specialist treatment ordinary people could never reach. It must be said, Wang Xiaohua's words truly struck at Li Meng's vulnerability. That was why today's small dinner gathering had come about. Li Meng, you seem a bit down. Did something happen? Not long after sitting down, the observant Zhang Yuan noticed the lingering frown between Li Meng's brows. Oh, is it that obvious? Li Meng covered her mouth in surprise. She had indeed been troubled lately. Besides her father's illness requiring better treatment to stabilize, things at work weren't going smoothly either. Yang Xiao, with whom she had some history, had suddenly been promoted to supervisor, demoting her to receptionist duties. She'd been standing on her feet all day today, her calves numb from the strain. The thought of enduring further deliberate targeting left her feeling utterly lost. Zhang Yuan watched Li Meng's expression darken, feeling an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Li Meng, tell me what's going on. Maybe I can help. Sigh. It's nothing really. It's just that Yang Xiao, the one who spoke harshly to you before, somehow became our supervisor. Now she's transferred me to the receptionist position. Not only did my salary drop, but it's also incredibly exhausting. Li Meng didn't think much of it. She figured even if Zhang Yuan learned about some internal changes at their hotel, it wouldn't matter. So she immediately opened up, launching into a torrent of complaints about Yang Xiao. Zhang Yuan's expression grew increasingly serious as he listened. He remembered Yang Xiao all too well. She was the kind of woman who practically had bitter written on her forehead. Suddenly promoted to supervisor? Zhang Yuan couldn't help but recall Hubo. If Hubo hadn't been such a fool and flirted with Yang Xiao right in front of Meng Yuanyuan that day, he probably wouldn't have won his senior classmate's heart so easily. That sharp-tongued woman must have spent the evening entertaining Hubo, which put him in a good mood and prompted him to help her out. Is that how it is? After hearing Li Meng's account, Zhang Yuan had already pieced together most of the story. It's fine. Just focus on your receptionist duties for now. Things should change in a couple of days. Zhang Yuan's confident demeanor puzzled Li Meng. Brother Zhang, can you read fortunes now? That word change sounds like something only fortune tellers would say. Li Meng's wide-eyed gaze made Zhang Yuan feel a tinge of forbidden excitement. Thinking of the Golden Fortune restaurant shares he was about to acquire, he smiled. Maybe I can. Just watch and see when the time comes. Excuse me. Make way, the food's here. The waiter's voice interrupted their conversation. When that bowl of snow-white pig's trotter's soup was brought over, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but swallow hard. It smelled amazing. Dig in. Zhang Yuan called out to Li Meng before diving straight into scooping up the pork knuckles. Li Meng watched Zhang Yuan's eager expression with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. In that moment, she felt as if the distance between them had grown just a little bit closer. Throughout the meal, Li Meng ate very little herself, but she kept scooping pork knuckles and adding rice for Zhang Yuan, making sure he ate his fill. Ah, that's the ticket. Zhang Yuan grabbed a napkin to wipe the grease from his mouth, only to notice his side of the table was piled high with bones while Li Meng's side remained spotless. He froze for a moment. Li Meng, you didn't eat much? Brother Zhang, I've been dieting lately. Li Meng hurriedly explained. Zhang Yuan, however, gave her a thorough once-over and shook his head. I think you look great just the way you are. No need to diet. Feeling her cheeks flush under his scrutinizing gaze, Li Meng hesitated. But remembering today's task remained unfinished, she gritted her teeth and timidly offered, Brother Zhang, how about I drive you home? Sure. Zhang Yuan didn't refuse. He could tell this girl seemed to have something to say to him. The two walked side by side out of the small restaurant, strolling down the bustling street like a couple. Zhang Yuan glanced at Li Meng's affection level during a break. It had risen significantly during their meal and now stood at 65 points. Based on his research into this affection meter, below 50 meant someone was merely acquainted but not particularly close. Between 50 and 60 points meant they held some degree of fondness toward him. Between 60 and 80, the other person wouldn't mind his little gestures. Above 80 points? Well, you know how it goes. At Li Meng's current level of affection, holding hands should be no problem. Careful. Taking advantage of a reckless kid on a bike darting across the path, Zhang Yuan casually took Li Meng's small hand. Li Meng's ears flushed slightly, her gaze drifted away, but she made no move to pull away. Zhang Yuan didn't overstep. As they neared the school gate, he released her hand. I'm here. You go back, Meng. Zhang Yuan's nickname made Li Meng's heart flutter. She lowered her head, pressed a small box she prepared earlier into Zhang Yuan's hand, then hurried away without looking back. Oh, a gift too. Watching Li Meng's beautiful retreating figure, Zhang Yuan grinned as he opened the box. Inside lay a watch with a strong aviation aesthetic featuring a circular dial, an oversized face, and a blend of vintage charm and modern style. Its distinctive features and prominent logo instantly made Zhang Yuan recognize that the Longines Admiral's 5 stars. What a splurge! That little minx probably spent all the tips I gave her and then some out of her own pocket. Zhang Yuan, who knew a thing or two about watches, recognized this model typically retailed for over 10,000 yuan. Li Meng giving her such a watch clearly signaled her intentions to get closer. But her intentions were entirely different from Meng Yuanyuan's. Zhang Yuan preferred to believe Li Meng was drawn to him as a person, whereas Meng Yuanyuan was more motivated by money. For a moment, Zhang Yuan found himself feeling differently about this innocent, kind-hearted girl. With Li Meng's sentiment now on her wrist, Zhang Yuan temporarily set aside her inner turmoil. It was almost 8 o'clock and he had to hurry to the auditorium. Though he constantly claimed not to care about the diploma, he couldn't help but feel a pang of reluctance. After all, hadn't his parents, who had supported him all these years, been waiting to see him bring home that diploma? He'd rather not antagonize his advisor if he could help it. Zhang Yuan certainly wouldn't admit that his eagerness stemmed from wanting to uncover the crucial information those three scumbags, Manhwa and his crew, were clutching. I'll see just how capable this new advisor really is. Zhang Yuan quickened his pace toward the auditorium. Before even reaching the entrance, he encountered small groups of students walking together. But Zhang Yuan wasn't particularly close with them. He'd never been keen on greeting them before, and now he couldn't be bothered to acknowledge them. Hey, isn't that Zhang Yuan? Didn't bring your Porsche 911 today? Just because Zhang Yuan didn't want to acknowledge others didn't mean they didn't notice him. Sure enough, a slightly sarcastic voice chimed in beside him. Big brother Zhang Yuan, when are you gonna bring that 911 out for us to see? Zhang Yuan shot the guy a glance. He knew he was Hubo's sidekick, but didn't he know his name? If you've got so much to say, why not take the stage later and give a speech? Maybe you can compete for the floor-sweeping committee position. Zhang Yuan's casual remark landed like a critical hit, delivering a merciless jab. The guy seemed thick-skinned, just snorting coldly before stepping closer to size Zhang Yuan up. Brother Yuan sure has a sharp tongue and a knack for showing off. Where'd you snag that fake Armani suit to impress Senior Meng? Hook me up, I'll grab a couple pieces too. Zhang Yuan frowned. This guy's just like Yuanhua, he's got eyes he could donate. But for freshmen, luxury brands were genuinely uncharted territory. Hardly anyone could tell the difference between truth and lies. For a moment, that jerk's words actually fooled many clueless classmates into believing him, and they all shot contemptuous glances at Zhang Yuan. Pretending to be cool isn't shameful, but pretending to be cool with fake stuff? That's just going too far. Why are you all gathered here? It's almost 8 o'clock. Aren't you going inside? At that moment, an exceptionally gentle voice echoed in everyone's ears. Zhang Yuan followed the direction of the voice, his expression growing solemn. Whose princess had descended to the mortal realm? Chapter 21, New Challenge Mission activated. If Meng Yuanyuan, the department beauty, scored a solid 93 in Zhang Yuan's eyes, then this older sister before him wearing a form-fitting white t-shirt that showcased her impressive bust and slender waist, paired with a pink bodycon skirt was easily a 95 or higher. Why doesn't the system have a rating function? This makes it so hard to tell who wins and who loses. Zhang Yuan sighed inwardly. Zhou Jian, stop messing around with this show-off. Hurry up and get inside, the counselor's here. A classmate grabbed the guy who was still about to mock Zhang Yuan. Counselor? Zhang Yuan took another look at the girl less than 10 meters away. Her appearance was pure yet tinged with a hint of restraint. The curves of her chest were astonishing, and her slender waist seemed utterly defenseless against those unforgettable wineglass legs. A true masterpiece of beauty. Such an outstanding girl, and she was their new counselor? No wonder Yuanhua and the others insisted on keeping it a secret until the very end, refusing to spill a single detail. Alright, I admit you guys win this time. Zhang Yuan conceded willingly. Excuse me, student. Which class are you in? What's your name? Yun Yao immediately spotted Zhang Yuan standing out like a crane among chickens. She vaguely recognized the logo on his clothes and stepped forward to ask. Wearing such expensive clothes to school, if a classmate accidentally snags them, wouldn't you be putting them in a tough spot? Yun Yao's voice was exceptionally gentle, a stark contrast to the fiery, dragon-like girls common in Rongqing. She resembled a peerless beauty from the water towns of Jiangnan. Expensive? Advisor, Zhang Yuan is wearing a knockoff, it's not expensive. As Hubo's loyal sidekick, Zhou Jian couldn't wait to rub salt in Zhang Yuan's wounds at every opportunity. But Yun Yao merely frowned at him before stating with certainty, it's not a knockoff. It's a brand new Armani. How much did it cost? The counselor's voice was gentle yet carried a hint of pressure, showing almost no surprise at the outrageously expensive outfit before her. Well, around 100,000 yuan total. Zhang Yuan knew the counselor was knowledgeable, so he answered honestly. The classmates around him gasped audibly at the price. For many of them, their parents' annual salary barely reached that figure. And here was Zhang Yuan, a fellow freshman, wearing clothes worth his peers' parents' entire yearly income. This was just too damn outrageous. Did the gap between people really have to be this huge? Zhou Jian's eyes widened in shock, his whole body trembling as his mind buzzed. Wait, your outfit alone costs more than Hu Xiao's entire wardrobe. YVE, you been pretending to be poor for the past month since school started? This is just screwing people over. Zhou Jian screamed inwardly. He'd only gotten close to Hubo to take a shortcut, no real loyalty involved. Now he had a classmate even richer than Hubo. If he'd known earlier, why the hell would he have been sucking up to Hubo? No one questioned the counselor's words. After all, besides being a counselor, he also worked at a small private equity fund in Rongqing. The people he mingled with were either wealthy or influential. There was no way he wouldn't recognize the authenticity of Zhang Yuan's outfit. Think more about the impact in the future. I don't mind if wealthy students have different lifestyles than others, but at least on campus, you should be mindful. Yunyao gave Zhang Yuan a light pat on the shoulder and said no more. She knew when to stop. This counselor, she's interesting. Zhang Yuan was left dumbfounded by his neighborly sister's lecture. Come to think of it, she did have a point. But then again, you're decked out in Chanel, how much worse off are you really? Yunyao's favorability toward you +2. Current favorability, 24. Glancing at the system notification that popped up in his vision, Zhang Yuan shook his head with a smile. This was the first time he'd seen such a low affection rating from the opposite sex. It seemed she truly was what he imagined, a genuine princess, raised with a silver spoon in her mouth. No wonder she could juggle being a school counselor and holding a corporate position. She must have powerful connections backing her. Ding! Challenge conditions met. Mission initiating. Mission details: life is full of obstacles. After climbing one peak, you always find another looming ahead. Yet courage is humanity's anthem, and I trust you possess it. Raise Yunyao's favorability to 60 or above to receive a special reward. Ha! Another mission? After carefully reviewing the details, Zhang Yuan's expression grew increasingly grave. Raise Yunyao's affection for him to 60? This goddess-like prodigy probably had a reinforced company of admirers trailing her. She was surely accustomed to all sorts of so-called surprises. Even the Chanel she wore was a luxury brand no less prestigious than his own. Add to that the unique dynamic between student and counselor boosting her affection? Easier said than done. But I've got the system backing me. I'm practically the chosen one. No matter how steep the mountain, I'll climb it for her. Besides, student and counselor, isn't that way more thrilling than some airhead's senior? For a moment, Zhang Yuan's heart burned with determination. Brother Yuan, over here. As soon as he entered the auditorium, Zhang Chun stood up and waved at Zhang Yuan. They had saved him a seat. So? Didn't let you down, did I? Is this what you call important news? Yuan Hua didn't even wait for Zhang Yuan to sit down before winking and nodding at him. Back when they first met their counselor, the shock they felt was beyond compare. Such a stunning goddess condescending to be a counselor? It was practically a waste. She could have easily debuted as a star. Zhang Yuan gave a thumbs up, acknowledging his godchildren's discerning taste. I admit defeat this time. I promise to take you guys out to have fun later. Zhang Yuan's assurance brought a wave of relief to the three godchildren. Next, Counselor Yunyao briefly introduced herself at the podium before selecting several key student leaders for the class. When it came to Zhang Yuan's class, Yunyao deliberately looked at him. Clearly, she had formed a rather strong impression of this student. After all, even within their company, few could casually stroll around wearing an Armani outfit worth nearly 100,000 yuan. However, Zhang Yuan clearly had no intention of taking on any leadership role. He couldn't even recall the names of his classmates. What kind of officer would that make him? Ironically, Zhou Jian, the very person who had mocked him earlier, got elected as the Life Committee member. This position conveniently placed the chore of sweeping the floor within his purview, somewhat fulfilling Zhang Yuan's earlier remark. What surprised Zhang Yuan was that Zhou Jian didn't give him a cold shoulder this time. Instead, he flashed him a somewhat obsequious smile. Indeed, college was full of all kinds of people. Opportunists who shift with the wind were never in short supply. Time slowly passed, and by the end of the meeting, Zhang Yuan still hadn't found a suitable opportunity to interact further with the counselor. He hadn't figured out a way to boost his favorability either. But Zhang Yuan wasn't in a hurry. He had the system plenty of time lay ahead to take things slowly. With goddess-level figures like Yunyao, rushing things would only backfire. After the counselor left the classroom, the students began to file out one by one. Their seats were a bit far from the main door. Seeing the crowded entrance, the four of them decided to wait it out. Oh, right. I'll probably have to step out tonight for something. If there's a dorm check, just make up any excuse for me. If it works, great. If not, no big deal. Zhang Yuan said casually, causing expressions of envy to flash across the faces of his three adopted sons. Is this what the rich life is like? Just casually heading out to party at night. Brother Yuan, is it another girl this time? Yuan Hua asked curiously. Zhang Yuan shook his head. It's not about the dinner date. Damn it. Damn capitalist scum. Brother Yuan, you're going to lose three loyal sworn brothers like this. The three of them spoke in unison, condemning Zhang Yuan. Splurging like this every day? Watch out for kidney problems. Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes and sent each of them a red envelope with 1,000 yuan inside. Instantly, these little cuties were thrilled, and their tune changed immediately. Brother Yuan, you're so generous. Brother Yuan, have a great night. May Brother Yuan have 10,000 sons. Damn it. Yuan Hua, you bastard, are you cursing me? If I have 10,000 sons, you're getting half. Zhang Yuan cursed, feeling a bit guilty. The previous challenge task had already boosted his core strength, making him practically unstoppable in bed. Now it seemed that some kind of internal organ enhancement in his waist area probably wouldn't be long in coming. Given how he was already struggling to contain himself, he hoped Yuan Hua's words wouldn't come true. 10,000 sons. The thought was terrifying. Even if each got 100 million, that's a trillion. What kind of spending spree would it take to achieve that? At that thought, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but glance at his bank balance. After paying the monthly rent of 1.18 million for the executive suite at the Niagelo Hotel, his funds experienced a surge. It had now reached over 3.5 million. Including the upcoming stake in the Golden Fortune restaurant, Zhang Yuan's total assets were now approaching 40 million. And this had all happened in just over a day. Upon reflection, the trillion yuan goal didn't seem so unattainable after all. Hold on, don't let that bastard Yuanhua lead you astray. I'm not going to have 10,000 sons. Zhang Yuan roared inwardly. Stepping out of the classroom with a heavy heart, Zhang Yuan glanced at his phone. No messages. Why hasn't my senior classmate said when we're meeting up? Could she have gone ahead already? Zhang Yuan hadn't forgotten tonight's plans. He was all set to tutor Meng Yuanyuan, who loved studying. If she bailed, he'd have to seriously consider how to punish his senior. As he walked toward the dorms, Zhang Yuan mentally rehearsed various punishment techniques he'd picked up from adult films. The boys' dorms were all on the right side of the path, and the seniors' dorm happened to be directly across from Zhang Yuan's room. Out of habit, he glanced to the left and made an unexpected discovery. The familiar figure of the senior girl appeared at the dorm entrance, but she was being blocked by a man. Who the hell is this blind bastard harassing my Yuanyuan? Zhang Yuan's temper flared instantly, and he stormed over with fierce momentum. Chapter 22, I'll kick his ass. Lulu, I'm heading out for a bit. Meng Yuanyuan, dressed to the nines, grabbed her beloved LV Speedy P9 and prepared to leave. Wait. Lin Lu approached with a furrowed brow. She scrutinized the handbag in her best friend's hands, her expression growing increasingly stern. Where did you get this Speedy P9? A friend gave it to me. For some reason, Meng Yuanyuan felt uneasy the moment she saw Lin Lu's expression. Given to you? Who would gift you a Louis Vuitton worth tens of thousands? Meng Yuanyuan. Are you treating me like some little pet? Tell me the truth, who's keeping you? Lin Lu's barrage of three devastating questions instantly froze Meng Yuanyuan in her tracks. Kept? Zhang Yuan? It didn't really feel like being kept though. But she and he never had a clear relationship either, they just ended up together in a muddled way. Strictly speaking, her situation was more like a one-night stand. Wait, after tonight it'll be 2 nights. Meng Yuanyuan's mind was a complete mess, unable to even respond to Lin Lu's question. Seeing her childhood best friend in this state, Lin Lu sighed softly. It was obvious Meng Yuanyuan had fallen hard. Fine, go ahead. Just remember to take precautions tonight. Okay, I definitely will. No, Lulu, listen to me. It's not what you think. Meng Yuanyuan's face flushed crimson as she tried to explain, but Lin Lu waved her off. When you get back, please explain all this properly. I know you've been traumatized and want to rise above your circumstances. But these things aren't so easily attained, especially when someone else can get you so effortlessly. It's just a bag. If you want it, I can give it to you. Lin Lu's calm voice made Meng Yuanyuan feel a slight twinge of pain in her heart. It was always like this. It always happened this way. Anything she didn't have, Lin Lu could simply allocate some of her allowance to buy for her. But do you really think I'm that foolish? Do you really think a handbag could make me willingly give up Zhang Yuan? It's not that I think too little of myself, but Zhang Yuan simply gave me far too much. Lulu will never understand how captivating Zhang Yuan's attitude was back then, treating money like dirt. Lulu, don't worry. I'm not as foolish as you think. Meng Yuanyuan had been brimming with resentment, ready to vent. But facing her childhood friend standing before her, her heart softened. After all, aside from occasionally hurting her unintentionally, Lin Lu genuinely treated her as her best friend for life. Under Lin Lu's slightly disappointed gaze, Meng Yuanyuan took a determined step and walked out of the dormitory. Lin Lu sighed. She resolved to stay out of her best friend's affairs, but years of friendship made it impossible to walk away. After a moment's thought, she still found herself at the window, quietly waiting for Meng Yuanyuan's figure to appear. However, the moment Meng Yuanyuan reached the dorm entrance, a man who had been waiting there lunged forward, reaching out to grab her. Bo? That guy's no good. Yuanyuan really made the wrong choice this time. But as time passed, she gradually sensed something was off. Yuanyuan's behavior didn't seem like she was dating Bo at all, it looked more like harassment? The thought made Lin Lu's heart tighten, and she immediately prepared to rush downstairs. She refused to believe Bo would dare do anything inappropriate to Meng Yuanyuan right outside the girls' dormitory. But what Lin Lu didn't expect was a tall figure suddenly appearing and delivering a powerful kick to Bo, sending him sprawling face first onto the ground. He lay sprawled in the greenery for ages, unable to get up. Watching that tall figure calmly take Meng Yuanyuan's hand, Lin Lu finally understood he was the one Meng Yuanyuan had found to be her anchor. The only regret was that it was too dark, and the lights around the girls' dorm were dim. Lin Lu could only tell he was tall, she didn't even catch a clear glimpse of his face. After watching Meng Yuanyuan happily lean in and kiss the man, Lin Lu shook her head and turned back toward her dorm. Senior! You're finally out. I've been waiting here all day. That Zhang Yuan is nothing but a liar, you absolutely mustn't trust him. Hu Bo's sudden appearance caught Meng Yuanyuan off guard. A fraud? Ha, save yourself the trouble, Meng Yuanyuan sneered once she regained her composure. You'd better stick with your waitress and play around with her. At those words, Hu Bo's face darkened instantly, his eyes growing cold and menacing. From childhood onward, every girl he'd pursued had ended up in the palm of his hand. Meng Yuanyuan was just some girl from an ordinary family, and now she was acting all high and mighty in front of him? What a joke! Senior, I've told you everything good and bad. If you don't believe me, come with me. I have proof that guy is a complete scumbag. Hu Bo immediately lunged forward to grab Meng Yuanyuan. Seeing the look on Hu Bo's face, Meng Yuanyuan took a step back in fear, but he wouldn't let it go. Just as Meng Yuanyuan was about to call out to the dorm supervisor, a dark figure charged toward them. Meng Yuanyuan heard only a piercing scream. When she looked again, Hu Bo was already lying in the greenbelt. Who the hell are you? Ow, my back. Hu Bo never dreamed he'd be ambushed on campus. Zhang Yuan's kick nearly sent him to the grave. If not for his youth, Hu Bo might not even be able to speak now. Zhang Yuan? Regaining his senses, Hu Bo got a clear look at the other guy's face. Already seething with anger, he felt a raging fire burning inside him. You're asking for it. I'll find someone to kill you. Zhang Yuan, you just wait. Hu Bo cursed as he tried to rise, only to see Zhang Yuan approaching him slowly, his face expressionless. At 6 feet 1 inch tall, Zhang Yuan radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Hu Bo's pupils contracted slightly, and he immediately shut his mouth. He'd been shooting his mouth off, but Zhang Yuan was the type who'd actually pull the trigger. For a rich kid like Hu Bo, the scariest kind of person was someone like Zhang Yuan, the type who'd risk everything at the drop of a hat. No matter how much bravado you had, if you couldn't beat him in a fight, you'd just have to take a beating. Getting revenge afterward was useless. Wait for it? Ha, Hu Bo, I guess I've been giving you too much credit, huh? Harassing my girlfriend? You really don't know your place. Zhang Yuan extended the hand adorned with the 5-star Admiral watch Li Meng had given him, slapping Hu Bo's face several times, his voice dripping with coldness. The two stood close together. As Hu Bo gradually calmed down, he finally got a clear look at Zhang Yuan's Armani suit and the Longines Admiral's cupwatch worth over 10,000 yuan. He couldn't hide his shock. Hadn't Zhang Yuan's high school classmate said his family was just ordinary? This damn Armani outfit alone was worth nearly 100,000 yuan. Could an ordinary family afford such luxury goods? I don't even have 2 Armani pieces in my wardrobe. Damn it! That bastard screwed me over. Hu Bo's mind went blank, his face alternating between pale and flushed as his expression shifted constantly. The harsh words he'd spoken earlier were now impossible to utter. He was rich, sure, but that didn't mean he could run wild at Rongda University. If he really got bullied by an ordinary student and told his elders, that person would definitely pay the price. But the problem was, Zhang Yuan clearly wasn't an ordinary person. If his elders found out about this, retaliation was uncertain, but punishment was guaranteed. A reduction in his allowance would be the lightest consequence. Seeing Hu Bo smack his lips a few times without uttering a word, Zhang Yuan felt a bit bored. Picking on a wimp like this was no fun at all. Zhang Yuan, are you okay? Meng Yuanyuan approached him, her face filled with concern. Seeing the look on the girl he liked, Hu Bo felt a surge of rage welling up inside him. Damn it! I'm the one getting beaten up. You're asking if he's okay? I'm fine. Let's go. Don't let this jerk ruin our mood. Zhang Yuan gently stroked his senior's silky hair, then stood up, wrapping his arm around her delicate waist as they walked away. Left behind was Hu Bo, wounded both physically and emotionally, too devastated to even cry. Senior, was that bastard lurking downstairs waiting for you? On the way, Zhang Yuan finally began asking Meng Yuanyuan for the full story. Earlier, he'd only seen a man harassing Meng Yuanyuan. In a fit of rage, he charged over and delivered a fierce kick. After all, in that moment, violence might not have been the best solution, but it was definitely the fastest way. Yeah, I just stepped out of the dorm when he suddenly appeared out of nowhere, trying to badmouth you. Zhang Yuan, you looked so cool just now. Meng Yuanyuan clung to Zhang Yuan's arm, her face still tinged with surprise. She felt completely safe in his presence. Hee hee, little handsome. Under the admiring gaze of his goddess, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. But I heard Hu Bo has a lot of connections at school through his family. Do you think he'll cause trouble for you? Meng Yuanyuan asked, a hint of worry in her voice. Zhang Yuan shrugged it off. That jerk had already been giving him a hard time through Professor Lu. But what seemed like a big deal to other students barely registered on Zhang Yuan's radar. Enough about that jerk. Senior, you seem a bit naughty today. Ha? No way. I've always been well behaved. Meng Yuanyuan blinked her eyes in confusion. Zhang Yuan gazed at his adorable senior and couldn't resist leaning down to kiss her lips. Yikes. People are watching. You're so annoying. Meng Yuanyuan playfully pounded Zhang Yuan a few times, but her feeble resistance only fueled his excitement further. And you say you've always been good? You wouldn't even send me a single message today. Zhang Yuan began his gentle scolding. I was studying. But I came find you the moment I finished. Meng Yuanyuan pouted, sounding a bit upset. But you didn't reach out to me. Oof. So you love studying, huh? Zhang Yuan ignored her complaint about her senior classmate and grinned mischievously. Well, tonight I'll have to give you a proper makeup lesson. Hearing this, Meng Yuanyuan's face flushed bright red in an instant, instantly recalling last night's wild passion. Zhang Yuan's stamina was simply too formidable. Later, she hadn't even had the strength to stand up, wanting only to be held in his arms. Chapter 23, Indulgence. Arriving at the hotel in a Mercedes-Benz van, their private butler Lucy was still dutifully waiting at the entrance, guiding Zhang Yuan and Meng Yuanyuan into the elevator. Lucy had only learned today that Zhang Yuan had gone downstairs alone last night to buy midnight snacks. This made Lucy feel somewhat guilty, as it was her responsibility to handle such matters. Mr. Zhang, I apologize for not providing you with a late-night snack last night. Lucy bowed deeply. This left Zhang Yuan somewhat flustered. It's fine. I actually enjoy going out to eat on my own. Mr. Zhang, if you require dinner tonight, please do let me know. These services are included with your suite. Lucy remained deferential as ever. There was no helping it, Zhang Yuan had simply given far too much. A suite that usually sat empty for at least half a month had been rented by Mr. Zhang for an entire month. This meant more than just a boost to Lucy's performance metrics and actual income. She stood to earn at least over 30,000 in service fees. In her eyes, Zhang Yuan was a true sugar daddy. Moreover, this sugar daddy was exceptionally handsome and charismatic. And the young, beautiful woman by his side. Lucy felt that if Zhang Yuan stepped outside the door tonight, it would be a serious dereliction of her duty. She must ensure Mr. Zhang enjoys himself thoroughly at the hotel. Lucy silently vowed to herself. This attitude from a private butler left Zhang Yuan both impressed and thoroughly satisfied. Alright, I'll contact you tonight if I need anything. Oh, and please accept the red envelope via WeChat, consider it a tip. To express his apology, Zhang Yuan could only resort to the mundane method of transferring money. Thank you, Mr. Zhang, Lucy replied with a reserved expression. As an exceptional private butler, she encountered numerous clients throughout the year, and those offering tips were certainly not uncommon. Such gestures were commonplace to her. However, being in mainland China, people hadn't developed the habit of giving large tips. The usual amounts were auspicious numbers like 188 or 288. Having booked the executive suite for the entire month, Lucy had already received a substantial service fee. Even if this tip were minimal, she wouldn't feel the slightest bit dissatisfied. No. Mr. Zhang, why did you give so much? Lucy, who had just taken out her phone to accept the payment at Zhang Yuan's prompting, froze in shock the moment she saw the amount. Zhang Yuan has transferred 8,888 yuan to you. She counted it again in disbelief. Yes, it was 4 digits, no decimal point in sight. Meng Yuanyuan watched Lucy's wide-eyed expression, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh. Her gaze toward Zhang Yuan grew increasingly tender. Having witnessed Zhang Yuan splurge over 200,000 yuan on an LV bag, Meng Yuanyuan felt not a shred of envy over Lucy's hefty tip. If he's this generous with a private butler, how could he ever be stingy with her? Lucy took a deep breath. Zhang Yuan standing in her eyes had instantly soared to the highest level. While the tip was nice, a boss this generous was an even more valuable asset. Lucy didn't want to give the impression of being greedy. Even though it pained her to part with it, she firmly declined. Mr. Zhang, this is too much, I can't accept it. It's fine, Lucy. Just take it. Zhang Yuan doesn't need this money. Meng Yuanyuan interjected. Zhang Yuan nodded and chuckled, you've earned it. If you don't take it, I'll be upset. Seriously, if you don't take the money, how am I supposed to get my cash back? Why keep arguing about it? A wave of warmth instantly flooded Lucy's heart. Mr. Zhang was truly too kind. After accepting the transfer, Lucy's demeanor visibly brightened. Her steps grew lighter as she led the two toward the suite. After opening the door, Meng Yuanyuan rushed inside first due to nature's call. Lucy, however, leaned close to Zhang Yuan and whispered, Mr. Zhang, I've prepared some fun items for you in the suite. They're in the cabinet on the right. Hearing Lucy's whisper, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up. His gaze toward Lucy grew increasingly satisfied. This butler is quite impressive. She truly understood him. Wishing you a pleasant evening, Lucy said with a slight bow before smiling and departing. Zhang Yuan wasted no time, hurrying to the bedside and opening the wardrobe. Inside, alongside the essential high-end peach-flavored candy, lay a maid outfit made of sparse yet exquisitely crafted fabric, accompanied by a pair of Parisian brand stockings. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Lucy really knew her stuff. He could scarcely imagine how alluring his curvaceous senior would look in that outfit. Meng Yuanyuan, who had just finished using the restroom and was now showering, suddenly shivered. She felt a pang of unease. Was someone talking about her behind her back? Could it be Lulu gossiping behind my back? Oomph. Once she got back, she was definitely going to give that little bee Lulu a taste of her own medicine. Zhang Yuan, I'm done showering. Ha? What's this? Wrapped in a towel, Meng Yuanyuan stared puzzled at the neatly laid out maid outfit and Balenciaga bag on her bed. Zhang Yuan grinned mischievously. Come on, senior, try this outfit on and see if it fits. Ha? I don't want to. Well, you don't get a say in this. Come on. Fine, but I'm changing in the bathroom. No peeking, you jerk. Meng Yuanyuan couldn't escape Zhang Yuan's grasp. After being caught and thoroughly overpowered, she soon went limp and begged for mercy. Still, she felt awkward and reluctant to change clothes in front of Zhang Yuan. Fine, go change already. Zhang Yuan gave her senior's firm, pert but a slap. Duong. Zhang Yuan feasted his eyes to his heart's content. Moments later, gasps occasionally echoed from the bathroom. The maid outfit Lucy had meticulously prepared was clearly far more revealing than Meng Yuanyuan had imagined. When she finally emerged hesitantly, Zhang Yuan's heart pounded wildly. This was way too revealing. Her ample curves were wrapped in sheer fabric, rippling with every slight movement, nearly consuming Zhang Yuan's entire field of vision. With great effort, he managed to shift his gaze downward. A pair of long, slender legs, free of any excess flesh, were clad in Balenciaga. The black stockings accentuated Meng Yuanyuan's stunningly long legs, showcasing her figure to perfection. An inexplicable cinematic sensation left Zhang Yuan feeling parched. His youthful vigor allowed him to resist for only a minute before he rushed over eagerly. Zhang Yuan, don't do this, I'm scared. Meng Yuanyuan's voice was breathless, though she didn't realize her whispers in Zhang Yuan's ear were utterly futile. Besides boosting attack speed, critical hits started popping up intermittently. Her eyes grew hazy, and her words began to trail off into incoherent murmurs. The next day, when Zhang Yuan woke up, his senior classmate had already gotten up and left for class. Last night's tutoring session had been so intense that the senior sister nearly arrived late for class this morning. But after receiving Zhang Yuan's thorough instruction, Meng Yuanyuan felt no fatigue. Instead, her spirits soared, and she looked absolutely radiant. Could this maid outfit be some kind of legendary gear that boosts the wearer's stats? Otherwise, how could my senior have been so ferocious last night? Zhang Yuan glanced at the shredded novelty item with some confusion. But she definitely hadn't been drained dry, just a bit short on time. Meng Yuanyuan still had to beg for mercy. After a quick wash in the nude, Zhang Yuan flopped back onto the bed. His phone lit up with affectionate greetings from his foster sons. Yuanhua kept reminding himself that Professor Lu's class was today. He absolutely couldn't be late, or who knew what that old Biden would have in store for him. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sneer. Just a professor, and he actually thinks he's something special? Besides failing him, what else could he possibly pull? After casually replying with a couple of sentences, Zhang Yuan didn't dwell on the matter. He had only just begun to savor life's pleasures. How could some random failing grade interrupt that? For other students, failing a course was like facing a raging flood. But in Zhang Yuan's eyes, it wasn't even worth a ripple. After calling Lucy on WeChat to arrange breakfast, Zhang Yuan lay back down to play with his phone. 10 minutes later, Lucy arrived at his door with a breakfast cart, knocking lightly. Mr. Zhang, may I come in? Come in. All right. Lucy glanced at the mess on the floor with a look of surprise, inwardly marveling. Mr. Zhang is seriously strong. Lucy's affection +5. Current affection, 69. Zhang Yuan glanced at the system notification, barely surprised. Ever since he'd started paying the monthly rent for this suite, Lucy's affection for him had been steadily climbing. But why the sudden 5-point increase just now? Zhang Yuan looked at the young woman before him with confusion. Could it be that Lucy had been deprived for so long, starved of affection, that witnessing last night's encounter with his senior had sparked a glimmer of hope in her? His train of thought abruptly halted when Lucy placed breakfast on the table. Last night had been so wild that he'd ended up exhausted afterward, with little appetite for a late-night snack. Now he was genuinely hungry. He began wolfing down his breakfast. Lucy stood quietly nearby with a smile, occasionally wiping food crumbs from the corner of his mouth. A beautiful morning, a Michelin-starred breakfast, and an attentive personal butler. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh with satisfaction. Before long, all the exquisite breakfast items had disappeared into Zhang Yuan's stomach. He stretched contentedly, feeling his energy surge once more. Youth really is wonderful. His gaze narrowed slightly as he caught Lucy bending over to clear the table. With his senior classmate always around before, he hadn't noticed how well endowed his personal butler actually was. Moreover, Lucy carried a mature aura that Meng Yuanyuan lacked, and this suddenly made the well-fed Zhang Yuan feel a bit overwhelmed. His morning temper flared, especially since Zhang Yuan was a young man enhanced by the system. Sorry. Lucy stumbled while cleaning up the shattered Balenciaga on the floor. Her silky black stockings made her lose her balance, and she ended up sitting directly on top of Zhang Yuan. As she hurriedly apologized, she could clearly sense Zhang Yuanqing's morning irritation, and her face flushed bright red. Mr. Zhang, are you hurt? Lucy felt a flutter of unease, but her professional composure quickly steadied her emotions as she hurriedly asked. No injury, just a bit sore. Want to take a look? Zhang Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile. Yes, Mr. Zhang, this is all my fault. Lucy slowly crouched down with an apologetic expression. Her form-fitting sleeveless blazer and pencil skirt perfectly showcased her voluptuous figure before Zhang Yuan's eyes. A sensual atmosphere began to rise within the room. As Lucy's cool, delicate hands began to examine him, he only straightened his back slightly. But the moment that warm sensation touched him, Zhang Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Chapter 24. Chen Yuqing let out a sharp breath. Zhang Yuan was thoroughly satisfied with the breakfast Lucy had prepared. After she stood up and wiped the white residue from the corner of her mouth, he reached out and patted Lucy's shoulder. More of this kind of service in the future, please. I've been swamped lately and can't spare the time. Here, transfer some money so you can buy yourself a nice bag. Saying this, Zhang Yuan took out his phone and transferred 50,000 yuan to Lucy. When Lucy saw the amount, the astonishment on her face was impossible to hide. This. Mr. Zhang, you've given me far too much. I really can't accept it. Lucy finally understood why girls like Meng Yuanyuan would willingly spend 2 wild nights with Zhang Yuan. A man who casually throws thousands or even tens of thousands at you, who could resist that? And this man possessed an imposing physique and handsome features, looking like a movie star. Lucy had been the one profiting from serving Zhang Yuan. How could she possibly accept money from him now? Stop talking nonsense. Take it. I don't like being refused. Zhang Yuan's reply was short and forceful. Lucy hesitated for a moment before tapping the payment button. Only then did she realize that while 50,000 yuan might seem like a fortune to her, to a high roller like Zhang Yuan, it was nothing more than pocket change. No wonder there were so many gold diggers in the world. This process of gaining far more than one gives was truly intoxicating. Lucy's affection +6. Current affection, 75. Zhang Yuan glanced at the notification without acknowledging it. After exchanging a few words with Lucy, he headed to the bathroom to freshen up before heading out. On his phone, another real-time message from Manhwa arrived. Professor Liu had indeed taken attendance in class again and caught Zhang Yuan, the truant, red-handed. He threatened to report it to the department. Zhang Yuan knew exactly what was happening. After Hu Bo got beaten up by him yesterday, he finally snapped and started taking real revenge. Fortunately, there were no surveillance cameras at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Otherwise, Zhang Yuan would likely be summoned to the department chair's office right now. Publicly beating a classmate was no small matter. If someone was determined to destroy him, they'd definitely drag him into violations of school rules and regulations. Is that all he's got? Zhang Yuan sneered coldly, ignoring him. Come tomorrow, he'd be the sponsor of the finance department, the big shot. Who the hell would dare provoke him for no reason? Even if Zhang Yuan did nothing, scholars would defend him. Mr. Zhang, I've drafted the contract. Would you be available to review it? Chen Yuqing's message arrived just then. The task he assigned her yesterday had clearly been completed overnight. Brushing his teeth with one hand, Zhang Yuan opened the file sent by Chen Yuqing with the other. After a quick glance, he didn't spot anything amiss. All right. Come pick me up here in an hour. We'll find a place to sign the contract. Understood, Mr. Zhang. Chen Yuqing closed her phone. Calculating the time, she determined it was nearly enough for her to resign. She started her 911 and drove toward Mixi Mall. On the road, Chen Yuqing, dressed in a business suit and driving a luxury car worth nearly 2 million, instantly became the center of attention. Even at Mixi Mall, a hotspot for influencers, her ensemble ranked among the most high-end. Fortunately, with her sales background, she was immune to the unusual stares and didn't pay them much mind as she pulled into the parking lot. The resignation process went exceptionally smoothly. Her colleagues had long known that the generous Mr. Zhang held high regard for her and had assigned her numerous tasks over the past couple of days. Her departure was only natural. Except for the receptionist in black stockings from earlier, the rest of her colleagues all congratulated Chen Yuqing. Congratulations, Yuqing. It really is like the rain clearing up now. Yuling, don't forget about us once you're gone. Bye, Yuqing. Let's grab lunch sometime. Chen Yuqing smiled as she bid farewell to each colleague. In that moment, she couldn't help but recall a phrase she'd once heard. Choice matters far more than effort. Had she not firmly chosen the Armani sales associate position back then, she would never have met a boss like Zhang Yuan. Where else could she find an assistant job paying 50,000 yuan a month? Hey, Yuqing, you're in the store? Why didn't you reply to my message? Just as Chen Yuqing was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out behind her. Turning around, she immediately frowned. The man before her, dressed in a suit and tie with slightly receding hair, was Jianong. His family had some modest wealth, rumored to be in the beverage industry. He'd fallen for Chen Yuqing at first sight when visiting the shop and had been relentlessly pursuing her. But Chen Yuqing wasn't just hoping to meet a benefactor who could change her fate here, she was also a total looks-obsessed person. Xianon, a man well into his 30s with a sleazy appearance, simply didn't meet her standards. Yet the persistent fellow insisted on having her serve him personally and forcibly added her as a friend. He would periodically send her bizarre messages to harass her. The most disgusting part was Qianong's constant sending of those suggestive gifs, as if that alone could make Chen Yuqing give in. Chen Yuqing had made her stance crystal clear, there was absolutely no way she'd go on a date with such a sleazy, greasy guy. But he had some money to throw around, constantly buying small items at the store. He also liked making suggestive gestures whenever Chen Yuqing introduced products to him. Mr. Qian, I'm sorry, but I'm no longer an Armani sales associate. If you need anything in the future, please ask one of our other colleagues. Chen Yuqing took a step back, her expression blank and her tone tinged with coldness. Xianong froze for a second before leaning in regardless. Oh, Yuling, why did you quit? Did something happen? If it's money you need, just say the word, and I'll wire it over immediately. Chen Yuqing fought back the rising nausea and frustration in her chest, waving him off decisively. No need, thank you for your kindness, Mr. Qian. I have something to attend to and must leave now. Haha, where are you headed, Yuqing? Let me give you a ride. Xianong flashed the keys to his BMW in a showy twist. Chen Yuqing just wanted to get away fast. She couldn't be bothered to deal with this creepy guy anymore. Ignoring him completely, she headed straight for the elevator. Yuling, wait for me. Xianong stuck to her like glue. If the elevator hadn't been crowded, Chen Yuqing wouldn't have wanted to share it with this guy at all. After enduring Xianong's incessant chatter, the elevator finally reached the B2 level. Yuling, did you buy a car? Xianong grinned as he edged closer. Chen Yuqing had no intention of acknowledging him, keeping her head down as she walked forward. Xianong wasn't just thick-skinned, he also had zero sense of boundaries and paid little attention to others' feelings. Even though Chen Yuqing's attitude clearly signaled she didn't want him around, he still followed her like a persistent pest. Wow, there's even a Porsche 911 here. Brand new. Yuling, I'll be honest with you, if you just go out with me, I'd get you a car like this within a year. Xianong dropped his smug grin and made the promise with genuine earnestness. He genuinely coveted Chen Yuqing. He hadn't made his move earlier precisely because he'd been hoping to get something for nothing. But she hadn't responded at all, and now she'd even quit her job and was about to leave the boutique. This development had Qianong feeling rather anxious. In a city as big as Rongqing, if Chen Yuqing deleted him from WeChat, where on earth would he find her again? So when he spotted that Porsche 911 in the parking lot, he didn't hesitate to play his trump card. No woman could resist such a stunning luxury car. Especially one working in the luxury goods industry. Xianong was utterly confident he could win Chen Yuqing over. But Chen Yuqing merely gave Xianong a cold laugh, pressed the button on her car key, and drove off. Beep. The Porsche Xianong had used to tempt Chen Yuqing flashed its lights twice. The moment Chen Yuqing got into the car, Xianong thought he was seeing things. Ha, looks like I don't need your ride to drive a luxury car after all. Bye-bye, Mr. Qian. Let's delete each other on WeChat. Chen Yuqing stuck one hand out the window, flashed a middle finger, and drove off. Feeling the cool breeze on her face, Chen Yuqing felt absolutely exhilarated. She finally didn't have to endure the harassment of sleazy men like Xianong anymore. She didn't have to worry about the shop's rules forcing her to add his WeChat and suffer his daily harassment. All this was thanks to Zhang Yuan. Long live the boss. Chen Yuqing's affection +5, current affection 77. Still at the hotel, Zhang Yuan looked at the notification with some confusion. What had happened without his knowledge? His assistant's affection rating had inexplicably increased by 5 points. Chapter 25, The Store Hunting Streamer Xiao Gui. Zhang Yuan checked the location sent by his assistant. The navigation showed he'd arrive at the hotel in 10 minutes. Having already gotten himself ready, he strolled over to wait at the hotel entrance. Whoa, bro, you're looking sharp. That outfit must cost at least a few $1,000s. A young guy dressed in trendy brands struck up a conversation casually. Not bad, just something I'm wearing for now, Zhang Yuan replied dismissively, maintaining his usual distance from strangers. The trendy guy clearly knew his stuff. After recognizing the luxury brands Zhang Yuan wore, he persisted despite the cold reception. Hey, bro, waiting for a ride too? Where you headed? I could give you a lift. Oh, here's my card, I do offline store reviews. Drop by my live stream sometime. The young man's overly polite demeanor left Zhang Yuan feeling baffled. Still, he accepted the card, which simply bore a QR code and the characters Xiao Gui. Moments later, an Audi A4 pulled up in front of the trendy youngster Xiao Gui. The driver was a guy about the same age. Hey, what's the deal? I'll just give you a ride. Xiao Gui's unexpectedly polite demeanor left his companions puzzled. Usually, the somewhat famous streamer wore an air of arrogance, looking down on everyone. Today was like something out of a nightmare, being so polite to a stranger and even offering to give them a ride out of the blue. No need to trouble yourself. My ride should be here any minute. Zhang Yuan found himself developing a bit of respect for this well-mannered streamer. Alright, bro, remember to drop by my live stream sometime. I'm about to go live. Xiaogu clasped his hands together and bowed to Zhang Yuan. It actually made Zhang Yuan chuckle. After the Audi A4 drove off, Zhang Yuan saw his assistant still hadn't arrived. He decided to pull out the business card and scan the QR code. The friend request was accepted in less than a second. This trendy store exploring streamer had clear boundaries, though. Beyond a polite greeting, he didn't make any attempts to break the ice. He seems like a decent guy. Maybe I'll drop by and send him some virtual gifts sometime, Zhang Yuan thought, impressed by the young guy. In the Audi, the driver looked puzzled and asked, "Brother Ghost, what's up with you today? Who was that guy? Why were you being so polite? Ha, you little cutie. Not only is your brain lacking, but you might as well throw away your eyes too." He was decked out in Armani. I've seen that outfit on the official website. The total price was over 100 grand. Even if we bought that stuff, we'd only wear it for events to make a statement. Who the hell would actually wear it daily? We keep it locked away like a treasure, scared it might get a scratch. He wears it as everyday attire? And he's so young? Clearly a super rich second-generation heir. This guy is leagues above those fake big shots in our live streams. Just give him a couple compliments and the gifts will pour in. Xiao Guai's analysis left the driver utterly impressed. No wonder he's a streamer. That kind of sharp insight isn't something just anyone possesses. Ghost, where should we go today? Xiao Gu thought for a moment. He'd already visited most of the nearby shops recommended by netizens, but they were all budget-friendly spots suited for ordinary consumers. It was time for an upgrade. Let's hit Weilan Cafe. Seems to have decent reviews. He searched on his phone, and a place that looked tailor-made for the elite popped up. Though the average spend was listed as 879 yuan, Ghost, with over 700,000 followers, earned far beyond the average person and could easily afford it. Weilan? Holy crap, Ghost, you're gonna bleed a lot here. The driver was getting excited. Besides assisting Xiao Guai with filming, his job mainly involved driving him around, and he always managed to score some decent meals. But most of Xiao Guai's fans were ordinary folks with limited spending power, so their usual spots were nothing special. 200 to 300 yuan could easily fill them up. This Weilan Cafe was different. A simple coffee and light meal could easily top 1,000 yuan, definitely in the daily spending range for high-end clientele. Another chance to piggyback on a nice meal. Heh. Damn it, you idiot. Focus on driving. Getting excited over a fancy meal? Pathetic. Xiao Gu scolded his assistant irritably before getting ready for the livestream. High-end cafes like Weilan usually ban photography or live streaming, but Xiao Guai's rise to fame hinged on one word: boldness. You tell me not to film? I'll film it anyway. This way, exclusive venues invisible to most people flowed into Xiao Gui's livestream, finally letting ordinary folks see what the daily spending habits of the wealthy look like. Still, he maintained professional ethics, rarely showing faces in his footage, only occasional silhouettes. Soon, Xiao Gui had a camera disguised as a shoulder bag in hand, equipped not only with a high-definition lens but also a built-in microphone. His assistant drove an Audi to the vicinity of Weilan Cafe, parked in a lot, and the pair headed toward the storefront. Along the way, Xiao Gui had already posted the scheduled livestream video. Upon seeing that the host was actually heading to Weilan today, fans instantly became excited, their anticipation reaching its peak. "Hello, welcome to Weilan Cafe. May I assist you?" A hostess in a uniform bearing the Weilan logo smiled as she opened the door. Xiao Gui and his assistant exchanged surprised glances. Even the staff at Weilan looked as good as some internet celebrities. After taking their seats, Xiao Gui quietly started the livestream. Within just 5 minutes, over 100 viewers flooded the chat. "Guys, coming to Weilan this time was a huge risk for me. Filming isn't allowed here, but to satisfy your curiosity, I came anyway. Hope the newcomers will give the streamer some follows. Free hearts coming your way." Xiao Gui lowered his voice, maneuvering his shoulder bag as he circled the cafe. The guests in sight were mostly dressed in suits or expensive designer labels, starkly contrasting with the streetwear worn by Xiao Gui and his assistant. The elegant decor and booths spaced at least 5 meters apart allowed patrons to relax in comfort while maintaining a sense of privacy. Xiao Gui scanned the QR code on the table with his phone. The prices for the various dishes and hand-ground coffees that appeared made his jaw drop. Holy crap! Guys, check out these prices, unbelievable. This is gonna cost me a fortune. Xiao Gu held his phone screen up to the camera. Holy crap! That's insane. An Americano for 188? What kind of price is that? LOL, the cheapest steak set is 698. Who can afford that? Is this the gap between people? Look at the crowd behind the streamer, their tables are loaded with dishes. That must be thousands of bucks. Streamer, move the camera a bit to the left, there's a girl over there who's gorgeous. Seriously. Hey streamer, why not go chat her up? Give us a close-up view. What are you guys thinking? She's got a guy with her, looks like he's loaded. Better not bother her. If the streamer gets humiliated, she might just end the stream. Then we'd be out of luck. There's a pretty girl in the back? Little Ghost noticed the comment on another phone and couldn't help but glance back. Sure enough, a stunning girl in a navy blue sleeveless shirt was seated right behind him on the right. After stealing a few glances, Xiao Guai was stunned to realize that even the top streamers in Rongqing, renowned for their looks, couldn't hold a candle to her. Especially since she bore a striking resemblance to the fierce female supporting characters in Korean dramas, giving her an indescribable charm. Guys, cut the banter. We're here at Weilan today just to check out the food and pricing, let's keep our focus on that. Xiao Guai reminded his fans with a smile. Where was this place? Weilan. One of Rongqing's premier high-end coffee chains, frequented not only by influencers seeking Instagrammable moments but also by the city's elite. If they rashly interrupted anyone here, forget about having 700,000 followers. Even if Xiao Guai had 1.7 million, it wouldn't end well. Xiao Guai understood his place perfectly well. On the surface, he seemed to be living the high life, but in reality, he wasn't even worth a single hair on these people's bodies. Alright, guys, most of the dishes I ordered have arrived. Take a look. Do you think the actual value of these dishes matches their prices? Xiao Guai withdrew his gaze and began interacting earnestly with the live chat, his voice still kept very low. Mr. Zhang, here's the printed contract. Please take a look. Shen Yuqing smiled respectfully as she handed the document folder to Zhang Yuan. I've already reviewed it on my phone. No major issues. Zhang Yuan didn't bother reviewing it again. After all, Shen Yuqing had already quit her job at the Armani boutique to prove her loyalty. Why would he still worry she'd buried a trap for him in the contract? With their mutual attraction nearing the point where intimate moments seemed possible, Zhang Yuan had every reason to trust her. With a swift flourish of his pen, he signed his name, and the employment contract officially took effect. Seeing this, Shen Yuqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had made the right bet. Mr. Zhang, I'll work my hardest from now on. By the way, where is our company's office located? Shen Yuqing hastily pledged her loyalty. But this question caused a rare flicker of awkwardness to cross Zhang Yuan's face. Where was the company? He didn't have a clue. Ahem, the office. Well, since it's just the two of us for now, we don't need one right away. Zhang Yuan's words left Shen Yuqing utterly dumbfounded. Wait, you don't even have a company yet, Mr. Zhang? Why hire a personal assistant? Could it be he's really looking for a mistress? Am I being capped? The deeper she thought about it, the redder her cheeks grew. But even though there's no office now, we should have one by tomorrow. Zhang Yuan's slow, deliberate words eased Shen Yuqing's mind slightly. Tomorrow, go to Yunhai Law Firm. I've already instructed them to handle the transfer of Jinfu Restaurant's shares. Do whatever needs to be done, and if you have time, come back later. Zhang Yuan's next words gave Shen Yuqing a slight jolt. She knew a little about Jinfu Restaurant. It was a moderately well-known chain of private kitchens in Rongqing. Understood, Mr. Zhang. What's going on over there? They suddenly started arguing. After giving his instructions, Zhang Yuan's attention was immediately drawn to the commotion coming from the booth next to him. He stood up to take a look and spotted a familiar face. Chapter 26, I've got money to burn. Guys, I'm not complaining, but this bread and steak? I could buy the same stuff at the supermarket for less than $100. But they charged me $798. Good heavens, what family can afford such extravagance? Seriously, everyone should steer clear of Weilan. This place just isn't for us regular folks. The kid was about to gush over his order when the plate arrived, but then he stared at that tiny little piece of steak in the middle for ages. A flood of words died in his throat. It took him a moment to process what he was seeing. Is this what a few hundred-yuan filet mignon looks like? What a ripoff! Anger surged through the kid, and he immediately started ranting. Over 1,000 viewers in the livestream chat were equally outraged, flooding the comments with their opinions. Everyone thought this Weilan was some big deal, but turns out it's just a damn shady shop. My family's in the beef business. For steaks of Weilan's quality, I'd ship them out for $9.8 flat, as many as you want. So rip off. These so-called elites are nothing but little cuties. Ha! So this is what a high-end establishment looks like. What an eye-opener. The streamer really got screwed this time, huh? Xiao Guai was genuinely furious. His heated ranting along with the chat comments drew the cafe staff over. He hadn't realized he'd been shouting. Sir, please keep your voice down to avoid disturbing other guests. The waiter initially tried to politely reason with Xiao Guai. But upon seeing the palpable tension on the kid's face, the server instantly sensed something was off. Glancing down, the waiter spotted the live streaming equipment tucked inside the simply wrapped shoulder bag. Sir, what exactly is this? The waiter's tone turned serious. It's just a bag. Is that so? Then please open it for us to see. Do you have the authority to demand I open my private bag for inspection? Well, sir, at Weilan we don't permit unauthorized photography or videography. If you continue speaking in that tone, I'll call security. The waiter's attitude grew increasingly hostile, making the young guy who was already feeling a bit in the wrong stare wide-eyed. Damn it, getting ripped off for a meal was already bad enough, and now you, a waiter, are giving me attitude? Think I've got no backbone? Smack. Go ahead, call them. Bring security over. I'll see who has the authority to search a citizen's personal belongings besides the police. The kid slammed his fist on the table and stood up, eyes blazing with fury. He just didn't want trouble, he wasn't afraid of it. It's just a coffee shop. If he gets pissed off, he'll pay out of his own pocket to get all his industry friends to come expose them. Let's see who the hell was scared. Seeing this, the waiter didn't waste time arguing with the kid. He immediately called for backup through his earpiece. Xianon, who had come for a routine kitchen inspection today, heard the commotion and strode out. After pulling the waiter aside to get the details, he let out a cold laugh. You think you can get away with secretly filming like this? He stormed toward the kid with fierce intensity. So you're the one taking pictures, huh? Get lost. Weilan doesn't welcome you. And who might you be? The kid asked, glancing sideways. He's a shareholder of Weilan, the waiter interjected. Kid, telling you to get lost is giving you a chance. Don't push your luck. Xianon hated bloggers sneaking in to take photos. They constantly tarnished Weilan's reputation. Now everyone thinks Weilan is a shady establishment and won't come to spend money here. Damn it, if customers stop spending, where's Xianon supposed to get the money to play with girls? Oh my, I'm so scared. Talking big like that, aren't you afraid of straining your back? The kid didn't back down, firing right back. You little. Xianon grabbed the kid by the collar. He genuinely didn't fear these so-called internet celebrities or streamers. So many people had exposed his family's Weilan, yet it was all suppressed by Yale Media, which his family controlled. This bunch of internet beggars actually think they're somebody. As the commotion grew louder on the kid's side, Zhang Yuan's love for a good show couldn't be contained any longer. He quietly brought Chen Yuqing to the edge of the crowd to watch the spectacle unfold. To their surprise, the person involved turned out to be the very streamer who had struck up a conversation with him earlier. After all, they were WeChat friends. Seeing the kid's frail frame get yanked up by the collar, Zhang Yuan chuckled but shook his head, then walked over. Mr. Zhang, you know Qianong? Chen Yuqing asked in confusion. Qianong? Who's that? The guy yanking that person by the collar. Oh, I know the guy he's grabbing. Okay. Chen Yuqing felt a bit awkward but quickly added, Mr. Zhang, Qianong is one of Weilan's shareholders. His family also owns a media company that does live-streamed product sales. Got it. Zhang Yuan didn't take Chen Yuqing's words seriously. Weilan shareholder? Media company? What the hell did that have to do with him? He wasn't even close with the kid. At worst, he'd just go over to break up the fight and make peace. Hey, man, they're paying customers here. If they don't want to be filmed, just let them leave. No need to get physical. Zhang Yuan approached the two men, whose standoff had reached a boiling point. Standing at 6 feet 4 inches, his imposing frame made them appear rather petite. With a gentle tug, Qianong's face flushed crimson, but he couldn't resist Zhang Yuan's crushing strength, immediately releasing the kid's collar. Big brother, it's you. What a coincidence. The kid instantly recognized the peacemaker as Brother Armani, whom he'd exchanged greetings with just moments ago. Yeah, just here to handle some business. Zhang Yuan nodded. Where the hell did you crawl out from, you piece of? You're with them, aren't you? Qianong, humiliated by Zhang Yuan's effortless pull, immediately lashed out. Zhang Yuan frowned slightly. He'd only intended to mediate, not take sides. Why was this guy acting like a rabid dog, biting even him? Shaoqing, let's go. This guy might be mentally unstable. Don't let him bite me later, I'll end up needing shots again. Zhang Yuan wasn't targeting anyone in particular when he lashed out. He could probably outdo all of you here combined. With just that one casual remark, Qianong's rage meter shot through the roof. A shot? Does he think he's some kind of mad dog? Already in a foul mood after being mocked by Chen Yuqing, Qianong immediately prepared to roll up his sleeves and have it out with Zhang Yuan. Of course, he wouldn't dare resort to physical violence. At just 5 feet 7 inches, he looked like a kid standing next to Zhang Yuan. Hey! Yuqing, what are you doing here? Ha, changed your mind? I knew that Porsche of yours was rented, right? Want a real one? Just say yes, and as soon as I get my next paycheck, I'll buy it for you. The moment Chen Yuqing came into Qianong's sight, he instantly forgot everything else and scampered over to her with a smug grin, eager to curry favor. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at Qianong's smug expression. This guy must have suffered brain damage from oxygen deprivation as a kid. Excuse me, keep your distance. I don't want Mr. Zhang to get the wrong idea. Chen Yuqing coldly stopped Qianong from approaching and moved closer to Zhang Yuan instead. Hey buddy, if you're feeling pent up, go take care of it in the bathroom. Don't go licking up to every woman you see. Zhang Yuan reached out and wrapped his arm around Chen Yuqing's slender waist. Truth be told, the feel was pretty good, a bit springy and firm, offering a different kind of sensation compared to his senior classmate. Chen Yuqing felt Zhang Yuan's large hand caressing her waist. Her face flushed slightly, but she made no move to resist. Damn it, Yuqing, you! Qianong's eyes turned red with rage. The girl he'd been chasing for so long was now being embraced by another man? Damn it! All that money spent at the Armani store to boost her sales figures completely wasted. What a ing. Working at Armani just to screw guys, huh? Think you hit the jackpot? This ing has slept with who knows how many men. Zhang Yuan had intended to leave, but when he heard Qianong's curse, he stopped in his tracks. Mr. Zhang. I didn't do what he said, I really didn't. Chen Yuqing was on the verge of tears. It was true she harbored hopes of finding a wealthy benefactor, but she had always kept herself pure. She had never slept with anyone. Qianong was just slandering her. Zhang Yuan patted Chen Yuqing's shoulder. Don't worry about it. That guy's mouth is full of. Then he turned to face Qianong. Getting worked up, clown? Don't get worked up just yet. You'll have plenty to worry about later. Qianong didn't grasp Zhang Yuan's meaning, but out of the corner of his eye, he spotted 2 security guards entering through the doorway. He immediately waved them over. Over here. Over here. Mr. Qian, is there a disturbance? The 2 security guards were very respectful. Though they worked for a nearby property management company, Weilan Cafe often sent them cigarettes and tea, so the 2 sides had a good relationship. After each time they helped resolve an issue, Qianong would offer small favors, so they'd rush over the moment they heard Weilan was in trouble. Those 2 bastards and those trashy internet celebrities, get them the hell out of here. Damn it, daring to cause trouble in my place. Qianong cursed, pointing at Zhang Yuan. You little bastard, just you wait. I'll show you what happens. Seeing how furious Mr. Qian was, the 2 security guards didn't hesitate for a second and started shoving Zhang Yuan and his group. Try moving a muscle? This suit costs over 30,000. I doubt you can afford to pay for it. Zhang Yuan's voice wasn't loud, but it deafened the 2 security guards. What the hell? A suit worth over 30,000? Don't listen to his bull. If it gets ruined, I'll pay for it. Qianong wasn't the least bit intimidated. I've got money to burn. But the 2 security guards still looked at Qianong with grim expressions. No way someone who wears clothes worth over 30,000 yuan? They couldn't possibly mess with someone like that. Can you gods fighting please not drag us ordinary folks into this? Kid, I checked out your livestream. Looks like you're doing restaurant reviews? Zhang Yuan asked coldly. Yeah, big bro. I'll give you 10 million. Contact your friends in the industry and get them all to do store reviews for Weilan. Only report negative news. Can you handle that? Zhang Yuan's words stunned the kid. 10 million? Just to screw over this Thai cafe, he'd drop 10 million straight away? Chapter 27, Rich? I'll take 10 million to destroy you. 10 million? Bro, you're not joking, right? The kid's voice was trembling. He'd never seen anyone this loaded before. Just a petty argument and he'd spend 10 million to wipe out Weilan's negative reviews? Damn, that's insane. This is hilarious. Yuling, looks like your taste isn't all that great after all. After all that pickiness, you end up with this piece of junk. 10 million? I bet he wouldn't even part with 10,000. Qianong's frenzied mockery made Chen Yuqing's face grow increasingly grim. Zhang Yuan had already prepared to leave with her, but because of this scumbag Qianong, the situation had escalated. Mr. Zhang, ignore this mad dog. Let's just leave. Chen Yuqing tugged pitifully at Zhang Yuan's sleeve. She didn't want to burden him with such an expense so soon after signing the contract. After all, no one's money grows on trees. With the economy starting to dip again, everyone was tightening their purse strings. Spending 10 million on a momentary impulse felt completely unnecessary to Chen Yuqing. It's fine, Shaoqing. That kind of mad dog deserves a lesson. Zhang Yuan tried to reassure Chen Yuqing, though his tone remained resolute. This Qianong keeps bragging about how rich he is? Well, I'll be damned if I don't see just how rich he really is. In this world, Zhang Yuan truly feared no one when it came to wealth. Even if his bank account only held a little over 3 million now, once the snowball started rolling, hitting 100 million would be a matter of minutes. Detected emergency event. Challenge mission initiating. Mission details: some individuals in this world possess wealth they don't deserve. As the system host, you bear the responsibility to realign this deviated fate. Create negative publicity for Micro Ripple Cafe. The higher the heat, the richer the rewards. Current heat level, 11. Oh yeah, now I've got another reason to crush that bastard Qianong. Zhang Yuan grinned at the system prompt and immediately pulled out his phone. In full view of everyone, he topped up his Douyin account with a full 10 million Douyin coins. That equated to 1 million yuan in cash. The kid watching this scene nearly popped his eyes out of his head. Damn, this guy is serious. Kid, could you explain how to boost my livestream's heat? I'm not too familiar with this stuff. Bro, you're for real? I am. Alright then. I won't hold back. All you need to do is send gifts, the most expensive ones. Then drop some lucky bags for the crew to grab. Will skyrocket the viewership in no time. Xiao Guai beamed with delight at the affirmative response. He was just an amateur, not signed to any agency, so to boost his livestream's popularity, he could only rely on this most primitive yet effective method. After hearing Xiao Guai's explanation, Zhang Yuan didn't hesitate for a second. He found the gift option and started dominating the screen. Bright Future sent you a gift, Carnival 10. Kicking things off with 10 consecutive carnival gifts worth 3,000 yuan each, Xiao Guai was so thrilled he was practically shaking like a sieve. Ha, everyone, a real big shot has arrived. I'm rich. Oh yeah, the big boss told me to livestream the dirt on Weilan Coffee. If anyone knows more, DM me right now, I'll relay it immediately. The livestream audience had been following the developments all along, though the camera wasn't focused on Qianong or Zhang Yuan, only their voices could be heard. Already eager for gossip, the crowd went wild when someone mentioned spending 10 million to take down Weilan Coffee. This is gonna go viral. They've witnessed history. Most of the kids' fans are locals from Rongqing, and plenty have visited Weilan too. Countless people got ripped off. To join this event, they've started demanding Xiaogu, venting their frustration about Weilan Coffee. Bright Future sent you a gift, Carnival 99. Zhang Yuan hit send in one go, gifting a whopping 99 sets of carnival tickets. Xiao Guai was utterly blown away by such a generous gesture. As a small-time streamer, he'd never witnessed anything like this before. He thought Zhang Yuan was just showing off, but it turned out the guy was a true high roller. In just a few minutes, 300,000 yuan vanished. It was terrifying. Xiao Guai felt his legs starting to buckle. His assistant beside him was even worse off, already slumped in his chair. Has my turn for unimaginable wealth finally come? The kid muttered to himself. Soon, he rallied his spirits and began scrolling through the scandalous material fans had sent him at an unprecedented speed. He'd bet his manhood that he'd never had such a sharp memory in his entire life. A quick glance was enough for his excited mind to memorize countless dark moments from Weilan's past. What the hell are you doing? I told you all, you're not welcome here. Now get the hell out. Qianong couldn't see Zhang Yuan's phone screen clearly due to the angle and knew nothing about the kid's livestream. Right now, he just found these people extremely annoying and couldn't wait to kick them out. Poof. Let's go outside. Zhang Yuan couldn't be bothered to argue. He gave a cold laugh and walked out. Chen Yuqing followed closely behind, while Xiao Guai and his assistant practically jogged to keep up. Once they reached the public area outside, Xiao Guai felt no restraints. He openly pulled out his live streaming equipment and set it up right at the entrance of Weilan Coffee. Guys, you wouldn't believe it until you see it. This place is absolutely packed with dirt on Weilan. Now let me spill it all for you. These are real stories from brothers who got screwed over. We've got the receipts, absolutely legit. Xiao Gu's tongue worked at an unprecedented speed, rivaling a professional crosstalk performer honed since childhood. Current heat, 122. Zhang Yuan didn't know how the system calculated the popularity for this incident, but judging by the number, the increase wasn't significant. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yuan called over the unusually excited little ghost. Can you get your friends in the circle? Tell them to come over, I'll cover their round-trip transportation costs. Have them all go live outside Weilan's door. The kid's heart skipped a beat. Zhang Yuan had already asked him once to notify their circle of friends to join in the commotion. But out of petty self-interest, he hadn't immediately followed Zhang Yuan's instructions. After all, sharing the spoils was never as satisfying as keeping them all to yourself. But now it seemed this big spending brother was seriously intent on taking down Weilan. As a streamer with just 700,000 followers, he simply didn't have the clout to pull it off. Even with Zhang Yuan, that super supportive backer, going all out with gifts. Got it, bro. I'll get on it right away. Guzzi, come help me stream while I make a few calls. Though a bit disappointed, Xiaogu didn't hesitate long. He immediately called his assistant to take over the stream while he stepped aside to contact friends. Daji, get on Weilan's stream right now. A big spender's gifting gifts and stirring things up. What? You're asking me how much he's spending? Damn it, 10 million. Are you in or not? Jomei, hurry to Weilan for the livestream. Don't say I didn't call you for the good stuff. Just come. You won't regret it. Done, hurry to Weilan. Get real, Weilan. Within minutes, Xiao Gui had already called at least 10 friends, informing them that the big spender was preparing to shower gifts and stir up some excitement. Except for a few who weren't in Rongqing, the rest were already getting ready to head over. After all, it wasn't far away. Even if they made a wasted trip, they wouldn't lose much. And besides, the big shot Xiao Gui mentioned was reportedly preparing 10 million. Even if each person only got a small share, it would still start at least 100,000 yuan. Such temptation proved irresistible even to Jomei, who already boasted 3 million followers. Mr. Zhang, I'm not sure if I should say this. Chen Yuqing approached Zhang Yuan timidly. Go ahead, don't worry, Zhang Yuan replied with a smile. Well, since you've decided to spend 10 million on gifts for these streamers to expose Weilan's scandals, why not use this chance to sign some of them and start your own guild? I hear streamers are raking in serious cash these days. The buzz you're generating will be massive. If we sign them now, we'd see results fast. Chen Yuqing offered her suggestion. As his assistant, she figured that since the boss was determined to spend the 10 million anyway, they might as well leverage the resulting buzz to generate some returns for him. It must be said, Chen Yuqing was quite diligent in her duties. But Zhang Yuan nearly shook his head. Making money through a guild? He certainly wasn't short on cash. That would be a complete waste of energy. With that free time, he'd rather have a few more study sessions with his senior in the hotel. That lady's suggestion is spot on, but boss, I gotta be honest, Shugwai finished his call just as Chen Yuqing made her proposal and quickly offered gentle advice. The live streaming industry is already pretty saturated. New companies have a tough time breaking through. Besides throwing money around to clear a path and funnel traffic to their streamers, there's really no other way. Unless we can pull off something big enough to trend on social media. Paving the way with money? Zhang Yuan latched onto those 4 words. Great. That's a brilliant idea. Xiaoqing, I've got to give you a raise. Ha ha. Zhang Yuan was overjoyed. He never expected such good news to come out of a casual task. A live streaming company that only thrives by spending money? What kind of god-awful money-burning scheme is that? He'd been fretting over how to spend money legitimately and discreetly. After all, you can't go splurging on luxury goods every single day. Who knew that just as he was feeling sleepy, someone would deliver a pillow right on cue? The kid's words were like a bolt of lightning. Just moments ago, he'd splurged 300,000 yuan in mere minutes. If he owned a live streaming company with dozens of hosts, even if each streamer spent just 300,000 a day, he could rake in tens of millions in cashback. Absolutely unbeatable. This idea is brilliant. Kid, can you set up a company? How about I fund it for you, and you become the CEO? Xiao Gu was utterly dumbfounded. Wait, I was trying to give you some advice, bro, tell you not to get into streaming and you didn't take a single word of it? And now you want me to start a company and be the CEO? If I had that kind of talent, would I have spent all these years just scraping by with a 700k follower account? Be boss. I'm not cut out for that. If I were CEO, losing you millions a day would be the best case scenario. Millions in losses a day? Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. That kind of spending? Perfect CEO material. Cut the crap. One word, yes or no? Zhang Yuan was dead set on bringing this kid under his wing, his tone unwavering. Chen Yuqing, listening nearby, nearly burst out laughing. A 2-person company without even an office, a CEO who's a low-level streamer I just met, what the hell is this? Did I just jump on the wrong ship? Chen Yuqing felt like crying. Chapter 28, now that's what you call professionalism. Mr. Qian, it seems they have no intention of leaving, remarked a middle-aged man in a suit, kindly gesturing toward Weilan's door. Qianong waved dismissively. Let them be. Weilan absolutely won't let any streamers in anyway. The middle-aged man chuckled upon hearing Qianong's response and kept his mouth shut. He had only offered the reminder out of respect for Qianong's family since the host clearly didn't care, further words were pointless. Yet, after a vision of a seductive figure flashed through his mind, he couldn't resist. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, Lilu? Your cousin seems to have gotten into trouble again. There's a streamer broadcasting outside Weilan right now. Check the local listings. Got it, Mr. Yang. I'll check it out right away. Thanks. On the other end of the line, a lazy voice sounded, making the middle-aged man's mind wander. Though Qianon, that spoiled rich kid, was utterly hopeless in every way, his cousin at Yule Media was truly something special. Jinyang District, Yule Media Building. Chen Lele frowned and summoned her assistant. Check Tongcheng, see if any streamers are live broadcasting anything related to Weilan Coffee. Yes, Ms. Qian. The assistant turned and left the office. 10 minutes later, he rushed back in, a hint of resignation on his face. Ms. Qian, I found it. An amateur streamer with over 700,000 followers is live streaming explosive dirt right outside Weilan's door. There are already over 5,000 people in his livestream now. Chen Lele breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the situation remained under her control. That meddlesome cousin of hers never stopped stirring trouble. Just when she'd managed to smooth over the last wave of negative publicity for Weilan, now he'd gone and provoked a streamer with 700,000 followers. What on earth was he trying to accomplish? A surge of anger welled up inside Chen Lele. Qianon, can you just calm down? Why did you have to go and provoke that restaurant reviewer again? Now I have to clean up your mess. When are you ever going to grow up? Chen Lele called her spoiled cousin and unleashed a torrent of scolding. While Qianong presented himself as the dignified shareholder of Weilan and the eldest son of the Chen family in front of others, he held no sway whatsoever with his overseas-educated, high-achieving cousin. His face flushed alternately red and pale as he listened to her scolding. That guy was secretly live-streaming in the store. If I hadn't kicked him out, wouldn't that have ruined Weilan's reputation? Does Weilan even have a reputation left? If our family hadn't forced me to spend money to smooth over that last incident with the female streamer, Weilan would have been crushed by public opinion ages ago. I don't care what excuses you have. Handle this matter immediately, right now. The last incident hasn't even blown over yet. I don't want to see this one suddenly gaining traction. Got it? Chen Lele's voice shed its usual languid tone, replaced by pure sternness. If not for her family pressuring her, she would have given up on this cousin long ago. A shady establishment like Weilan Coffee had no right to exist. After his cousin's tirade, Shenong verbally agreed to handle it immediately. But the moment he hung up, a cold sneer spread across his face. Like hell I'll handle it. If you're so tough, just stay out of it. See if your dad and the others won't give you an earful. As the eldest son of the Qian family, no matter how outrageous Qianong's behavior, as long as it didn't break the law, the family would always prioritize his affairs. After all, the real decision-maker was his own father. Xian Lele was nothing but a worker earning money for his family, yet she actually thought she was important. At that moment, outside Weilan Coffee. After finishing his call and reporting the situation to Zhang Yuan, the kid returned to the camera and launched another wave of exposés on Weilan. Zhang Yuan wasn't idle either, gifts pouring in non-stop. Even the lucky bags kept coming one after another. He tossed out massive 50,000 Douyin coin lucky bags for the giveaway. The fans in the livestream went absolutely wild. Such a spectacle of a big spender showering gifts was a rare treat. Everyone wanted to be the lucky winner. The chat flooded like a waterfall as everyone showered praise on the generous boss of bright future. Zhang Yuan basked in the emotional rewards of the livestream. Overjoyed, he immediately doubled the gift to his brothers to 100,000 Douyin coins. 100,000 Douyin coins in every gift bag, every minute. Even Xiaogui, who'd been grinding on Douyin for years and relied on fans for survival, had never seen anything like this. He knew all too well the tricks of those phone giveaway streams, mostly just internal giveaways, with maybe a handful actually going out. But Zhang Yuan's approach? Real cash, no holds barred. For a moment, Xiaogui's mind nearly exploded. This sudden deluge of wealth was too overwhelming, he couldn't handle it. Damn it. Daji, Jomei, you guys better hurry the hell over. I'm losing my mind. Xiaogui screamed inwardly. Shen Yuqing didn't know much about live streaming, but she understood the basic rules. Even top-tier streamers at levels 50 or 60 rarely splurged like Zhang Yuan, flinging hundreds of carnival gifts in a row. Only during peak competitions did anyone go all out like that. Just from her rough calculations, the value of these gifts had already surpassed 500,000. Yet Zhang Yuan showed no sign of stopping. Instead, he smiled as he kept tapping away on his phone. My apologies, I take back what I said earlier. It turns out I'm the one from the amateur troupe. My horizons were truly narrow. Watching Zhang Yuan spend money like water, ripples of emotion began to stir within Shen Yuqing. Just who was this boss of hers? Just as Zhang Yuan's fingers grew weary from swiping gifts, a car abruptly pulled over on the roadside outside Weilan Coffee. Without a second thought about whether the traffic cameras would catch them violating the rules, two men burst out of the vehicle. One of them, a chubby fellow, bellowed the moment he stepped out, "Kid! Where's that guy? I saw it all. Your Thai livestream is about to break into the top 10 real-time trending charts. Spill it. I need to pay my respects to the boss." The chubby guy, Deji, scanned the area with wide eyes. Although Zhang Yuan was wearing Armani, Deji couldn't tell if it was real or fake. He could only rule him out based on his somewhat youthful face. A big shot who could drop hundreds of thousands in one go couldn't possibly be this young, right? Spotting his old friend, Little Ghost finally relaxed. "Daji, you took your sweet time getting here. Big brother spent way too much on me, I feel like I'm about to explode. Hurry up. Set up the equipment so we can properly hype up Weilan. No rush. Who's the big shot? Is he here? I gotta pay my respects first before getting to work." Daji street smart banter nearly made Zhang Yuan laugh out loud. "Here, this is the boss." The kid pointed at Zhang Yuan with obvious respect. "What?" Daji was stunned. "Wait, this guy looks like he's only around 20 years old. How could he pull off something that insane?" This was unexpected. But Daji was quick on his feet. Without a second thought, disregarding whether they were in public or not, he charged straight up to Zhang Yuan. Thud. Kneeling on one knee, Daji's expression was solemn. "Elder brother, please accept my humble bow." Zhang Yuan froze for a moment. This guy's got some nerve. He dared pull this stunt in broad daylight? No wonder he could amass followers several times more than those little kids' accounts, even without a company backing him. This guy's the real deal, a tough operator. "Bro, get up, get up. No need to be so formal." Zhang Yuan quickly reached out to help the chubby Daji to his feet. He gave the other guy a satisfied punch on his thick chest. "You're doing great. I've got high hopes for you. Go stream. As long as we take down Weilan, don't worry about the gifts, they won't stop." On his way over, Daji had been watching Xiaogui's stream and had already spotted the big spender who kept flooding the chat with hundreds of carnival gifts and dropping 100,000 Douyin coins per minute. Now that he'd met the real person and received such a guarantee, he was grinning from ear to ear. That little bastard Xiaogui was worth taking him under my wing back then. Now, this fortune was finally coming my way. Got it, big bro. Just watch this. I've already dug up all the dirt on Weilan on my way here. Whoa. I had no idea. Turns out Weilan's major shareholder, Qianong, recently got a female streamer pregnant. She exposed him online, and now her account's gone. Clearly, there's something fishy going on here. But don't worry, big bro. I'm not afraid of getting banned. I'm gonna take Weilan down today, no matter what. Daji pounded his chest in loyalty. Zhang Yuan chuckled, pointing at Daji and then at Chen Yuqing. See? That's what you call professionalism. Chen Yuqing was stunned into a daze by the shocking information Daji had revealed. Could Qianong really be involved in such a sordid affair? Thank goodness she hadn't fallen for his sweet talk back then, otherwise, she'd be in real trouble. After brief pleasantries, Daji and his assistant immediately set up the equipment and launched the live stream. Before going live, I made sure to notify everyone in my major fan groups, specifically mentioning that a big shot was supporting me today and that I'd be giving out perks to the crew. So the moment the stream went live, over 5,000 people flooded in. This level of viewership is way higher than Xiaoguai's. Guys, no need for small talk, you've seen where we are. That's right, this is Weilan Coffee Shop, owned by Qianong. The same guy who got one of our fellow female streamers pregnant, then dumped her immediately without even paying for the abortion. But Qianong wields absolute power in Rongqing with unfathomable connections. Not only did he get the female streamer's livelihood account banned, he even threatened another brother who came to uncover the truth, Xiaogu. In all my years in this business, I've never seen such a despicable man. Today, I'll expose him. We'll get justice for that poor streamer. Daji's words were like a revelation to Zhang Yuan. This guy is seriously professional. Secrecy, conflict, justice, Daji covered it all. Qianong was in for a world of trouble now. No wonder he's a top streamer with nearly 2 million followers, he's got some serious skills. Glancing at the system notifications, the current heat level had reached 409, quite a small-scale viral hit on Douyin's local feed. Zhang Yuan felt even more delighted. He topped up another 2 million to his Douyin account. Today, he was going to splurge to his heart's content. Chapter 29, The Diva Streamer, Jiumei. Zhang Yuan genuinely had no idea how the system determined popularity metrics, but to unlock better rewards, he had no choice but to push the numbers higher. As soon as Daji went live, Zhang Yuan rushed over and tapped away furiously. He sent out a whopping 99 carnival gifts. Watching the carnival gifts flood his screen, Daji sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes suddenly glistening. Damn it, after all these years in this business, this is the first time a big spender has dropped this many gifts. I'll give my all today to make sure Qianong gets crushed. While in the car, he'd already pieced together the conflict between Qianong and the big shot from snippets of conversation during Xiaogui's stream. Who was right or wrong didn't matter now. Qianong had already earned himself the label of a pure scumbag, and there was no taking it back. Big Brother had already shown his sincerity. Would Daji really back down just because he feared getting banned? 10 of my streams combined don't equal the value of what Big Brother just gifted in 10 minutes. Hesitating even a second would be disrespecting the money. With iron resolve, Daji lambasted Qianong, the CEO of Weilan, for his numerous missteps in the livestream, effortlessly stirring up the fans' emotions. When Zhang Yuan pulled the same stunt, even the more reserved fans suddenly went wild, their eyes red as they flooded the chat with messages. What else could they do? A lucky bag worth 100,000 Douyin coins in a minute? That's insane. Who could resist? They started rallying friends and family to join this extravaganza orchestrated by Zhang Yuan. With this massive cash injection, the trending topic about Weilan coffee shop scandals finally made it onto the charts. After Daji joined the livestream, the heat required for Zhang Yuan's challenge task skyrocketed. Current heat, 1699. In less than 10 minutes, the heat quadrupled. Money really talks. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but marvel. Xiaoqing, don't just sit there. Open Douyin, I'll top up your account. Go to Xiaogui's livestream and shower him with gifts and red envelopes. We absolutely have to push that popularity up. That Qianong guy keeps bragging about his wealth? Let's see how much he's really got. Should I join too? Chen Yuqing was completely bewildered. Standing beside her boss, she watched helplessly as over 1 million yuan in cash was flung into Daji and Xiaogui's livestream like water down a drain. It felt like she could barely breathe. God, if only all that money were hers. But when Zhang Yuan assigned her a task, Chen Yuqing quickly suppressed her unwarranted emotions and hurriedly opened Douyin. Zhang Yuan directly transferred 2 million yuan to his assistant's Douyin account, instructing her to convert it into Douyin coins before getting to work. Ding! Your China Construction Bank savings card ending in 0321 has received 4 million yuan. Current balance, 12,300,241.18 yuan. His savings had finally broken the 8-digit mark. Zhang Yuan felt happier than ever before. Live streaming was great. Without it, how could he have spent the money so quickly? He had previously thought it would take a while to break 10 million, after all, even just buying things would require finding storage space. And since his savings weren't enough to buy a house outright back then, he hadn't been in a rush to accumulate seed capital. Now, after the escalating conflict with Qianong and Xiaogui's suggestion, Zhang Yuan had found a direct path to rapid wealth. Giving away money in live streams. This path wasn't just steady and fast, it also gave Zhang Yuan a huge emotional payoff. His fervent fans outdid each other in their eloquence. A tidal wave of over-the-top compliments poured in. Zhang Yuan was absolutely over the moon. As an ordinary student back then, where had he ever seen such a scene? Hey, you two jerks! How dare you start streaming without me and hog all the fun? Just as Zhang Yuan was happily scrolling through the comments, a deep, magnetic voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Turning around, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. A sexy female streamer, clad in a beige crop top and black miniskirt with a small vest draped over her shoulders, was walking towards him. As she drew nearer, Zhang Yuan could clearly see her ample assets and the enviable abs many girls coveted. Her slightly influencer-esque face bore meticulous makeup, radiating an air of unapproachable elegance. 9sis is here? Cut the crap and start streaming already. Big Brother's waiting to shower us with gifts and boost our popularity. Like I need you to remind me? I've got eyes in my head. I saw those two ungrateful jerks flooding the screen with gifts ages ago. Jiumei shot back at Da Ji before turning her gaze toward Zhang Yuan. From the moment she stepped out of the car, she'd noticed Zhang Yuan's head-to-toe luxury attire. The occasional looks of awe and admiration from Da Ji and Xiaogue confirmed that this was the big spender who flooded their livestream with gifts. Running a hand through her wind-tossed hair, Jiumei, who'd seemed wild moments ago, bit her red lip and lowered her gaze slightly, though her eyes remained fixed on Zhang Yuan. Hello, Big Brother. I'm Jiumei. I'm delighted to be of service. Jiumei's completely different demeanor caught Zhang Yuan off guard. Playing dress-up here? Cut it out. I prefer your earlier defiant look. No problem, Big Brother. Whatever you want, I can be. After teasing the big spender a little, Jiumei immediately adopted a serious expression. Brother, I know this might be a downer, but there are some things you need to know. Her solemn tone piqued Zhang Yuan's curiosity. Go ahead. Xianong of Weilan Cafe isn't just some ordinary owner. Behind him stands the Chen family, which holds nearly 100% controlling stake in Yule Media, one of Rongqing's largest media conglomerates. Not only does it manage numerous top-tier streamers, but its annual sales volume exceeds 10 billion yuan. Its tax contributions rank among the highest in the industry. You understand what I mean, right? Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. Jiumei didn't spell it out, but the implication was crystal clear. Paying that much in taxes meant they definitely had connections at the top. No wonder they could so easily ban that unlucky female streamer. Without some serious clout, how could they pull something like that off? So are you worried about getting banned? Zhang Yuan asked. If I were worried, I wouldn't have come. Rongqing isn't run by Yule Media alone. Sure, we're freelancers, but who doesn't have a few friends? True to her status as a top streamer with over 3 million followers, Jiumei spoke with confidence. Zhang Yuan found himself increasingly intrigued by this confident woman. Since you're not afraid, let's get to work. Sure thing, boss. Jiumei seamlessly switched to a lowly voice, giving Zhang Yuan goosebumps. Dressed in mature, sophisticated attire yet speaking in a perfectly fluent lowly voice, who could resist that? Jiumei, what are you dawdling for? Hurry over here. Da Ji's voice carried a hint of urgency. He knew Jiumei all too well. She might dabble in borderline content during streams, but she'd never engage in deep conversations with top donors, not even agreeing to grab a meal with them. So even with 3 million followers, her live streams remained lukewarm. This doesn't mean Jiumei is a woman with little interest in money. Quite the opposite, Jiumei simply had too high standards. Now that Zhang Yuan, this god-tier big spender, had entered her sights, it was obvious from how she'd rushed to build connections with him even before going live. Jiumei has already set her sights on Zhang Yuan. This is going to be the death of Da Ji. With the crowd already swelling, and the big spender only putting up 10 million in funds. If Jiumei manages to climb the ranks, what will everyone else eat? Jiumei instantly saw through Da Ji's worry and shot her longtime friend a withering look. Stop nagging. Do I look like the type to hog everything for myself? Heh, no way. Everyone knows Sister 9 is the most loyal person around. Da Ji quickly offered a sheepish smile. Jiumei was famously well connected. Having her in the circle was a blessing for the freelancers. Da Ji dared not cross her. Once Jiumei also set up her equipment, the combined fanbase of the three streamers exceeded 6 million. Their loyal followers flooded into the live stream rooms to show their support. When Zhang Yuan entered Jiumei's stream and began his customary gift spamming, the overwhelming carnival effects filling the screen left even the seasoned Jiumei inwardly impressed. Not only is this guy incredibly handsome, but he's also incredibly generous. He's a perfect rising star. Jiumei's eyes began to sparkle. Compared to Zhang Yuan, her balding top donors might as well be homeless vagrants. The gap was just too huge. I think I'm starting to like him. Jiumei's beautiful eyes turned toward Zhang Yuan, filled with tenderness. Chen Yuqing, however, had quietly slipped beside Zhang Yuan, fixing Jiumei with a cold stare. You want to treat my boss like a sucker? You'll have to get past me first. Jiumei scanned Chen Yuqing from head to toe. She had to admit, this assistant by Zhang Yuan's side definitely had the credentials to challenge her. But sweetie, you're still too green. You need more practice. Jiumei didn't back down, returning Chen Yuqing's glare with equal ferocity. A man she had set her sights on, there was no way she'd let him go easily. Zhang Yuan remained completely oblivious to the clash between the two women. He was already hooked on gifting. The thrill of showering money and receiving such intense emotional feedback kept him hooked. Meanwhile, the scandal surrounding Wailon Coffee, fueled by the massive cash injections, had quietly surged into the top 20 trending topics. Inside the cafe, Qianong shot a look of utter disgust at the streamers outside. That pretentious little brat, he wouldn't actually be throwing money around, would he? How else could he have attracted so many streamers to bash his coffee shop? No, he had to figure out a way to get rid of them. After a moment's thought, Qianong immediately came up with a rotten idea. Chapter 30, third on the hot searches. Current heat, 4588. Once Jiumei officially joined the chorus condemning Qianong, the owner of Wailon Coffee, Zhang Yuan's task progress surged forward significantly. Top 20 in Douyin's live streaming category. What does that mean? It meant at least 20,000 to 30,000 people were discussing this topic. And most of these 20,000 to 30,000 people were locals from Rongqing, intimately familiar with Wailon's dark history. Through their accounts, those who originally came for the lucky bags unknowingly shifted their focus to Wailon. After all, only a small handful were the lucky winners, most were just joining the buzz. Great effect. Keep it up. While cheering on the three streamers, Zhang Yuan casually gifted each of them another 100 carnival tokens. With real cash backing them up, Jiumei and the others went all out, energized and focused on delivering top-notch livestream content. Meanwhile, the other friends Xiaogu had notified began arriving at the venue one after another. Seeing how much Jiumei and the others had already earned, they were green with envy. Without a word of small talk, they jumped straight into their own streams. Everyone, give it your all. The boss is watching right here. Xiaogu shouted to his friends. Big brother said he's prepared 10 million this time. Our goal is simple, take down Wailon Cafe and destroy the trashy guy Qianong. Don't worry about Yule Media. We've got Jiumei on our side. Do you really think they can just shut down all our accounts? Ghost, don't worry. We're here, and we ain't scared of anything. So what if we lose a few 100,000 followers? We'll just start a new account in a few months. The others chimed in one after another. They were utterly captivated by Zhang Yuan's unflinching generosity. In less than 10 minutes, he'd already showered the three of them with 2 million in gifts. Even after the platform's cut, each of them would still get hundreds of thousands. And this was just the beginning, another 8 million was still coming. With fewer than 10 people here today, even splitting it thinly would guarantee each over 200,000 yuan. Making 200,000 a day? What more could you want? For accounts with hundreds of thousands of followers, there's absolutely no need to worry. Building a fanbase is incredibly easy when you have dedicated groups. Seeing everyone's excitement, Zhang Yuan felt his own spirits soar. He waved his hand generously. Forget about 10 million or not. I'm in a good mood today, no limit on the spending. Our ultimate goal is clear, we must bring down shady shops like Wailon once and for all. Damn. You're the man, boss. Bro, please let me ride your coattails. Look at this. Now that's a real big spender. Guys, let's get this show on the road. Nearly 10 moderately famous streamers simultaneously went live in front of Wailon Cafe. Such a scene was rare even in Rongqing, instantly drawing crowds of passers-by. Before long, every available spot around Wailon Cafe was packed, only a few spaces remained near the entrance. Boss, they seem to be getting serious, a waiter glanced anxiously at Qianong. The Wailon Cafe was notorious for its shady practices, the staff didn't actually consume anything there, and their wages were quite high, so their loyalties still lay with Boss Qian. What's the rush? I've got a plan. Qianong snorted coldly, summoned the manager, and whispered instructions. Ah. Boss Qian, isn't this a bit much? What's wrong with it? Cold treatment. Do you even know what cold treatment means? A bunch of trash streamers think they can target Wailon? They're delusional. I'll call home right now and have Yule step in. Then these fools will learn what a crushing defeat feels like. Qianong couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of these random streamers getting targeted by Yule Media's influencers with millions of followers. A bunch of greenhorns, thinking this would take them down? Dream on. I'll be damned if I don't see what kind of background you have, daring to throw money around like this. Some little punk, no matter how rich your family is, can you possibly stand up to a top-tier company like Yule Media? Qianong didn't bother checking the backstage area. He sat inside the bar counter, coldly observing the crowd outside. The manager he'd assigned the task to now approached the still dining customers with a troubled expression. I'm sorry, but Wailon is closing for the day. Please settle your bill at the front desk and leave. What? I'm in the middle of eating. You want me to pay and leave? The customer clearly couldn't accept being asked to leave. They were still waiting to see the drama unfold. So you're not even putting on a show before kicking us consumers out? You've got to be kidding me. Wailon. Ha, I've seen it now, what it means for a big store to bully its customers. Faced with the manager's unyielding stance, many customers reluctantly left Wailon. But instead of returning to the company, they went straight to Xiao Gui and the others who were live streaming. Right in front of all the fans in the livestream, they exaggeratedly recounted the incident of Weilan Cafe kicking them out. This was like pouring cold water on a hot oil pan. All the livestreams exploded. In today's service-oriented world, encountering such a disgusting incident was truly eye-opening for everyone. Weilan was really courting disaster. Even someone like Zhang Yuan, who'd never run a restaurant, knew that unless it was an absolute emergency, you'd never make a customer leave while they were still eating. The most outrageous part? That bastard Qianong not only offered zero compensation but also demanded customers pay their full bill before leaving even if they hadn't finished eating. Wait, is he seriously that clueless? Zhang Yuan was stunned. Are there still geniuses like this nowadays? Even the tofu pudding stall owner at the wet market wouldn't be this unreasonable. Remember, the crowd coming in and out of your Weilan coffee shop are all high-end professionals with a certain spending power. If you piss them off like this, how the hell are you gonna keep this place open? Inside Weilan, the middle-aged man who was the last to prepare to leave was also stunned by Qianong's baffling actions. He couldn't shake off the shock for ages. Only when the manager came over one last time to ask him to leave did the man finally sigh deeply and approach Qianong. Mr. Qian, you're something else. With this move, Weilan is bound to reach new heights. Qianong shot him a sideways glance. The man looked vaguely familiar, but he couldn't quite place him. Who the hell are you? What are you trying to pull with me? Qianong was still fuming, his tone sharp and irritable. The middle-aged man shook his head, said nothing more, and walked away. The Chen family has truly produced a talent. Jinyang District, Yulmedia. A female assistant in a business suit approached President Qian Leilei's office with a tense expression. Knock knock knock. After knocking, the assistant entered without waiting for a response. President Qian. There's been an incident. At 25, in the prime of her youth, Qian Leilei remained composed. Calm down. Tell me what happened. The assistant shot her boss an admiring glance before relaying the news she'd just received. Weilan must have offended someone. Nearly 10 streamers are now blocking the entrance, live streaming and exposing all sorts of dirt on Weilan and CEO Qianong. Even that female streamer scandal we just managed to suppress? They've dug it all up again. As of now, the trending topic about Weilan scandals has shot up to third place on the live streaming category chart. Mr. Qian, we can't contain it anymore. A flicker of genuine concern finally crossed Qian Leilei's usually composed, masculine-looking face. What's going on? Didn't I tell you before that we absolutely couldn't let that female streamer's story resurface? Did Douyin not get the memo? Or did they simply refuse to suppress the heat for us? Her assistant shook her head hastily, offering a wry smile. Ms. Qian, we've done everything required. Even the initial streamers who went live, their heat was kept under control. But out of nowhere, some big spender appeared. In just the last half hour, they flooded Xiao Guai and the others' livestreams with 3 million gifts. Plus 100,000 Douyin coin lucky bag every minute. Our contact at Douyin said even he can't control such a big spender. If we try to suppress it further, it'll easily draw attention from higher-ups. Qian Leilei was stunned. Pointing at her assistant, she slowly asked, what did you say? 3 million in half an hour? Could it be our old rivals stirring trouble? The assistant dismissed the idea immediately. No, the operations team already checked. The account sending gifts is a private account and its real name verified. And none of the streamers from Duayu or Meitian's companies are live right now. That far-reaching future is probably just a new face who just entered the streaming industry. Hearing the assistant's tone of certainty, Qian Leilei grew even more puzzled. She knew all the real big spenders in Rongqing's streaming scene. So where did this big shot suddenly come from? Never mind that for now. We need to prepare immediately. If it really is those rivals causing trouble, we must be ready to respond. Ms. Qian. The assistant hesitated. Mr. Qianong just kicked all the customers out of the store. Then he sent me a WeChat message instructing Yulmedia to suppress the news. What? Qian Leilei's face turned pale with fury. That idiot. Pulling this kind of universally despised stunt at a critical moment. And now he expects her to clean up his mess? What does Qianong take Yul for? Qian Leilei's face turned as cold as ice. She sneered, ignore him. Leilei just needs to watch this play unfold. No need to get involved. Ring ring. No sooner had she spoken than Qian Leilei's phone rang. Hello, uncle. Qian Leilei, I don't care what methods you use, get those streamers banned immediately. Uncle, how is that even possible? Don't give me that. Your cousin is in trouble now. If you can't handle this, then get out and let someone else take over as CEO of Yul. Hearing his uncle's furious voice, Qian Leilei felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Although Yulmedia was a company he had built from scratch, it had initially been funded by his uncle's family. They were the company's actual controllers, holding over 70% of the shares. If they were truly determined to replace her, it wouldn't be a joke. After a moment of silence, Qian Leilei finally spoke. Go notify our top streamers. Go live now and fight back against those freelancers. Since the platform can't ban them, we'll fight back with public opinion. Chapter 31, flooding the chat with millions in gifts, storming to the top. Qian Leilei's Yule platform, built from scratch, demonstrated absurdly high execution speed under these extraordinary circumstances. Within half an hour, all streamers were ready. When several mega influencers with over 10 million followers went live, their attacks were directed squarely at independent streamers like Xiao Gui and Jiu Mei. Not only did they immediately refute their claims about Weilan, but they also flooded the chat with countless discount coupons to grab fans' attention. Their professional tactics for controlling public opinion were far beyond what independent streamers could match. Soon, the trending topic about Weilan's scandals was pushed off the local hot search rankings by the flood of Weilan discount coupons. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan remained unaware of Yule Media's intervention. However, he noticed the system alert indicating a change in his popularity score. It was almost hitting 10,000 just now. How did it drop to over 8,000 now? Zhang Yuan couldn't figure it out. He hadn't stopped showering gifts, there was no way the heat could be dropping. At that moment, Jiu Mei, who was focused on her livestream, received a call from her assistant. Moments later, Jiu Mei approached Zhang Yuan with a grave expression. Brother, Yule Media is stepping in to manipulate public opinion. Yule Media? Zhang Yuan hadn't heard the name before and looked puzzled. It's Qian Leilei's media company. They have several top-tier streamers worth tens of millions. They're considered the elite in Rongqing. And who is Qian Leilei? Zhang Yuan was even more confused. It was just a small coffee shop, how could Yule Media suddenly come up? And Jiu Mei had specifically mentioned Qian Leilei's name. Seeing Zhang Yuan's unfamiliarity with the subject, Jiu Mei quickly explained. Here's the deal, bro, Weilan's owner, Qianong, is backed by the Qian Group, which deals in real estate. Qian Leilei is his cousin. Remember that scandal where Qianong got a female streamer pregnant but refused to take responsibility? After she exposed him, Yule Media got her account shut down. After hearing Jiu Mei's explanation, Zhang Yuan finally grasped the situation. But what the hell did any of this have to do with him? Is this bastard Qianong pulling some fantasy novel plot here? You hit the kid, and the old man shows up. Sorry, but this is the 21st century. I don't give a damn about your Qian family. Piss me off? One word, just do it. Alright, I get it. What do you need me to do? I don't know much about this industry, and I don't have any connections. If this is pressure from the authorities, I'm afraid I can't help. Zhang Yuan's straightforwardness surprised Jiu Mei. This guy's actually pretty honest. Jiu Mei chuckled before continuing, the authorities definitely won't pressure us. After all, if live streaming wants to make money, isn't it all about big spenders like you splashing cash? Seeing you throw money around like this, they're thrilled. Why would they sabotage you behind the scenes? What I mean is, Yule Media is backed by Qian Group. They've got deep pockets and several top-tier streamers worth tens of millions. If they're dead set on protecting Weilan, us little fish might get swallowed up by their fans in no time. Zhang Yuan grew increasingly annoyed. Jiu Mei's words, both explicit and implied, pointed to one thing. Qianong had powerful connections, backed by a major conglomerate. Ordinary people couldn't possibly stand up to him. Bro, sorry, but my wife just had a son. I gotta head home right away. Thanks for everything this time. Same here, my grandpa's in the maternity ward now. Gotta dash. Bro, I'll refund your gift money later, got real stuff to handle. Before Zhang Yuan could respond to Jiu Mei, 3 or 4 other streamers who'd heard about Yule's exit swarmed in, each fabricating absurd excuses to leave. You bastards. Just leaving like that? Seeing this, Xiao Gui flew into a rage. One streamer forced a wry smile. Ghost brother, big brother, we really have no choice. Making a living out here isn't easy. As a freelancer, how could I dare go up against a big company like Yule? That's suicide. Exactly. Little Ghost, don't say we're not loyal brothers. When the real army shows up, us fake soldiers better get out of here fast. Big brother, we're really sorry. In an instant, most of the streamers who had been happily broadcasting moments ago had left. Only Xiao Gui, Deji, Jiu Mei, and another stubborn streamer walked the line. Remained just 4 people. Bro, are we still doing this? Little Ghost hesitated, looking at Zhang Yuan. Truthfully, he didn't hold much hope anymore. After all, the gap in scale between an individual and a company was simply too vast. If it came down to a direct confrontation, it would be like an egg hitting a stone. Daji remained silent, saying nothing, while Jiu Mei still stared at Zhang Yuan with sparkling eyes. Zhang Yuan chuckled. He'd originally planned to throw down 10 million or so to crush this Weilan cafe. But then Yule Media had to pop up and oppose him. Well, that was unfortunate. Here's the deal. Today, I'll make one promise: no matter what Yule Media does, no matter how hard they try to suppress us, the gifts in your live streams will never stop from start to finish. I've already prepared 100 million to take on Yule Media in this PK battle. Now, I wonder if you have the guts to take it on. Zhang Yuan's words came out in a rush, echoing like thunderclaps in Jiu Mei and the others' ears. Had they heard correctly? 100 million yuan for a PK battle? Against a top-tier company like the renowned Yule Media. Just thinking about it made their blood boil. Let's do it. Daji's eyes were bloodshot. How many years had it been since he last felt this kind of boiling excitement coursing through his veins? Boss. I'll say it again, whatever you say, I'm in. The later arriving streamer looked frail but spoke with surprising resonance. Zhomei's gaze toward Zhang Yuan was so intense it seemed like water could drip from her eyes, filled with stars. This man with such visions, so damn handsome. Then let's do it. Regular forces? I'm the one who takes them down. Zhang Yuan's confidence was far beyond what anyone else could imagine. Opening his phone, Zhang Yuan intended to transfer another 5 million into his account when he noticed a new notification from Douyin's official updates. Clicking it open, he couldn't help but laugh. Dear, far-reaching future user, as you have reached level 65, we have assigned you a dedicated customer service representative to facilitate your top-ups. Please contact them to learn about your latest benefits. Reaching level 65 required 5.1 million in spending, meaning Zhang Yuan had already spent over 50 million Douyin coins across several live stream rooms. No wonder the platform reached out directly and assigned him a dedicated account manager. It made sense, though Douyin's top-up limits were ridiculously low. Every time Zhang Yuan wanted to add more, he had to make multiple transactions in a row. Using the contact information provided in the message, Zhang Yuan added the representative on WeChat. Hello, how may I assist you? The representative's tone was exceptionally courteous. Top up. How much would you like to top up this time? 10 million. After Zhang Yuan sent the message, the other party seemed to pause for a moment before sending back an account number. To avoid scams, Zhang Yuan carefully checked the name on the bank account. After confirming it was Douyin's official payment method, he casually transferred 10 million yuan. After obtaining the system, his bank card had long been free of restrictions. Daily transfers and spending were no longer flagged by risk controls. He had also investigated the source of the cashback funds, which traced back to a private trust fund registered in Hong Kong with over $1 billion in registered capital. In other words, the system had already mitigated every possible risk for Zhang Yuan. All he needed to do was enjoy life. Everything else was handled by the system. Less than a minute after the transfer succeeded, Zhang Yuan's Douyin account showed an extra 10 million in spare change. After converting it all into Douyin coins, Zhang Yuan once again launched into a frenzy of gifting and sending lucky bags. This time, he went all out. The lucky bag amount shot straight up to 1 million per minute. 10 lucky viewers would be selected at once. Fans, already hyped up, nearly lost their minds witnessing Zhang Yuan's extravagant spending spree. Zhomei and the other three had never seen a big spender like Zhang Yuan, who treated money like water. Not only was the live stream effect incredible, but they were practically shouting themselves hoarse. Fan counts skyrocketed visibly, while gifts flooded the screen non-stop. For these four girls, forget Yule Media. Even if the King of Heaven himself showed up, nothing could stop them from streaming today. Several streamers who had already left were still watching Xiao Guai's livestream on their way out. Witnessing such terrifying traffic driving tactics, they were kicking themselves. Some thick-skinned enough to try returning to stream were promptly rejected by Zhang Yuan. What a joke! You turned down the chance when it was offered, but now that you see a big opportunity to cash in, you want to come back? Did they think Zhang Yuan was a sucker? The rejected solo streamer glared with bitter resentment, his eyes burning with envy as he watched the radiant Zhomei and her crew. Once, a chance to soar sky high was right before him, but he didn't cherish it. Now it was too late for regrets. Boss, I just reached out to a friend for help. Our media company registration will be approved soon. We'll have the license in 3 days max. Oh, and Douyin's acting weird like they're desperate for us to activate our MCN status. Everything's ready, they're just waiting for the license. Chen Yuqing returned to Zhang Yuan's side, panting slightly. After spending the entire million in cash she'd been holding, she'd volunteered to handle Zhang Yuan's company issues. Now she was back with some good news. Alright, no rush on that. We'll sign those 4 first when the company launches. Make them our top acts. No traffic? No problem, we'll just push them hard. Zhang Yuan had finally grasped Douyin's rules. As long as you had money, who cared about top streamers? Even a complete stranger could be hyped into a major internet celebrity. Money talks. While Zhang Yuan was throwing money around like crazy, the atmosphere at Yule Media was growing increasingly tense. Mr. Qian, this isn't right. Our 5 top-tier streamers with tens of millions of followers are actually being overshadowed by those random streamers from the other side who only have a combined following of over 6 million. Good heavens, their top fan just dropped over 10 million in gifts. They've shot straight to the top of the trending charts. Chapter 32, System, Show Me Your Limits. Qian Lele was stunned. How long had it been? Their 5 top streamers had barely said a few words after going live, and over their far-reaching ambitions had just dropped a whopping 10 million in gifts. What kind of scale was this? For Yule Media only allocated less than 100 million yuan for all streamers' promotion budgets in a month. The key point is that Yule Media is a company operating through corporate accounts, with numerous streamers under its umbrella generating revenue for the company around the clock. That guy from Far-Reaching Ambitions single-handedly used up 10% of Yule's monthly streaming promotion budget. Is this really necessary? Mr. Qian, we can't contain it anymore. So many random viewers are flooding our stream with negative comments about Weilan. The bullet chat is spiraling out of control. The assistant rushed over in a panic. The situation had taken a sudden turn for the worse. Qian Lele slumped weakly in her chair. Yule Media was a large corporation with substantial cash flow, capable of mobilizing significant funds at any moment. But the problem was, every single penny at Yule had already been earmarked for specific purposes. Touching any of those funds would inevitably impact the company's future development. As someone determined to propel Yule Media to the pinnacle of the national entertainment industry, Qian Lele was naturally unwilling to gamble the company's future on some inexplicable whim. The most terrifying aspect was the wealthy big shot on the other side of the table. So far, all Qian Lele knew was that he was a young man. A young man who could casually throw down 10 million in cold, hard cash just to crush Weilon Coffee. Qian Lele knew nothing about the power behind him. Even if Yule Media were to win a head-on confrontation, what would come after victory? Yule wouldn't gain much from this battle. Qian Lele was forced into this fight entirely because of his family's unyielding stance. Qianon. You're dragging Yule down with you. Qian Lele had never hated that bastard cousin of hers so much. Mr. Qian, what should we do now? Keep trading blows with them? His assistant's tone was urgent. The entire company awaited Qian Lele's orders. Hold on. I need to make a call first. Qian Lele straightened up, feeling utterly drained. Soon, the call connected. Uncle, this time it's truly hopeless. The other side has a wealthy big shot. Just in the last half hour, he dumped 10 million in. You might genuinely be unable to control the situation now. Why not have my cousin step in and apologize? This isn't worth continuing. Qian Lele's tone was extremely submissive. But his uncle on the other end clearly wasn't interested in Qian Lele's excuses. His tone was uncompromising. Qian Lele, I'm not discussing this with you. Your cousin may lack ability, and you may look down on him. I understand his limitations perfectly well. But this kid only has this one business that actually makes a decent profit. If outsiders destroy it, can you, Qian Lele, just stand by and watch? Don't waste my breath. I'll say it again, if Weilon goes under, you're out as CEO of Yule. Listening to his uncle slam the phone down in fury, Qian Lele closed his eyes in despair. It seemed this year's development plans were going down the drain. Go ahead. Invest all remaining promotional funds this year. Shift the focus entirely toward various discount campaigns. After issuing the orders, Qian Lele leaned her head wearily against the chair, silent for a long while. The company's shares were controlled by outsiders. This was the unavoidable pain in Yule Media's development process. Weilon Cafe. Inside the shop, Qianong's expression visibly brightened after receiving a call from his father. No matter how fiercely the streamers outside competed, no matter how wildly Weilon's online reputation plummeted, Qianong still wore that faintly mocking, deadpan smile. Go ahead, stir up trouble. Stir it up even more fiercely. Qianong thought about the matters his father had entrusted to him, and he genuinely couldn't hold back. Qian Lele, I told you you're nothing but a hired hand making money for my family. After today, you won't get another chance. Uncle San's branch is finished for good. Once I take over Yule Media, losing one Weilon coffee shop won't even register. Then I can do whatever I damn well please. Heard they have a top streamer over there pure as snow. Wonder how she compares to Chen Yuqing? The mere thought of Chen Yuqing sent a sharp pang of pain through Qianong's heart. He'd spent a fortune at the Armani store, yet couldn't even get that to go out for a meal. Forget about anything else. But now, that stinking was flirting openly with that little prick right in front of him. Qianong wanted to kill Zhang Yuan on the spot. Outside the room, Jiumei and the other three streamers clearly sensed a shift in the chat comments. The number of viewers in the livestream had inexplicably dropped significantly. Jiumei had her assistant investigate and asked around among acquaintances before learning that Yule Media had gone all out. They'd taken the remaining promotional budget for the year, roughly 20 million yuan, and dumped it all in at once. They had precisely targeted the pain points of Jiumei and the other three streamers' fanbases, luring viewers away with all sorts of promotional offers. After relaying the news to their top spending patron, Zhang Yuan, Jiumei returned to the camera. She was now utterly impressed by this mysterious young man. If he could casually throw away 10 million today, spending 100 million tomorrow would be perfectly reasonable. Jiumei was determined to latch onto this big shot for dear life. Over 20 million? Yule Media is going all in here. Weilon Cafe definitely isn't worth the price. Could it be that the favor owed to Qianong is worth it? Zhang Yuan couldn't wrap his head around it. But when it came to money matters, nothing was ever a problem in his eyes. A mere 20 million? That was practically pocket change to Zhang Yuan. After contacting his dedicated customer service, Zhang Yuan promptly poured the 20 million he'd just received back into Douyin. Bring it on, Yule Media. Let's see if you can push the system to its limits. Zhang Yuan continued his spending spree with unabashed confidence. As time passed, Yule Media had nearly exhausted their promotional budget without seeing any signs of fatigue from Zhang Yuan. Qian Lele finally couldn't hold back any longer and called it quits. She genuinely didn't want to keep pushing this any further. This pointless struggle had completely strayed from the original purpose Qian Lele had when founding Yule. This time, she resolved that no matter how furious her uncle became, she wouldn't sacrifice Yule to accompany some insignificant Weilon cafe into ruin. Yet as the victor, Zhang Yuan felt strangely unmoved by his win. Instead, an inexplicable emptiness filled his entire being. The internet really is too illusory. Zhang Yuan muttered helplessly. The more money he spent, the higher the threshold for positive feedback he received from the livestream became. This situation deeply displeased Zhang Yuan. From now on, streaming and such can only be a pastime during leisure hours, nothing to take seriously. Zhang Yuan snapped back to reality. Jiumei and the others were still streaming relentlessly. Under their lead, countless viewers flooded the comments section, driving Weilon's online rating down to a dismal 1 star. It was the floor of Rongqing's high-end consumption venues. From this day forward, Weilon's reputation was firmly cemented. Xianong's image as a ruthless, spoiled second-generation heir was etched into the minds of everyone involved. But judging by that guy's expression, he doesn't look too miserable, does he? Zhang Yuan glanced at the front desk of Weilon Coffee with some confusion. Chapter 33, I'm really pissed right now. Forget it. Can't be bothered with him. Zhang Yuan stopped paying attention to Qianong. For him, this jerk and even his coffee shop had become irrelevant after the system's challenge task appeared. Now, popularity points were all that mattered to Zhang Yuan. System, what's my current popularity score? Current popularity, 114,321. Without professional operations or crowd control, just spending money to reach this level is already pretty impressive. While showering viewers with cash, Zhang Yuan also familiarized himself with the basic rules of live streaming. He quickly realized that his pure money-throwing approach to buying popularity wasn't cost-effective. Only by combining it with a series of professional marketing tactics could the money he threw out generate its intended value. Skilled teams could even turn a million-yuan investment into returns exceeding 5-fold or even 10-fold. But Zhang Yuan couldn't care less about returns. The indulgent spending system was right there: spend money and get double cashback. He couldn't possibly lose. The money he'd just spent had propelled Jiumei, the most professional streamer, straight to the top spot in Rongqing. Combined with the 3 up-and-comers ranked in the top 10, Zhang Yuan had done everything he possibly could. A heat rating of 110,000. I wonder what rewards this will bring. Zhang Yuan felt a surge of anticipation. Xiaoqing, Zhang Yuan waved his hand, tell them to stop. It's about time to wrap things up. Got it, boss. Chen Yuqing's attitude grew increasingly respectful. She had previously thought her boss lacked sophistication, but now it was clear he was a hidden powerhouse. In less than half a day, he'd splashed out 30 million. What a lavish gesture. In Chen Yuqing's eyes, starting a live streaming company seemed almost unnecessary now. With Zhang Yuan's attitude toward money treating it like dirt, he probably had a net worth exceeding 10 billion. Otherwise, how else could he cultivate such an extravagant personality? After notifying Jiumei and the others, Chen Yuqing returned to Zhang Yuan's side. The little guys bid farewell to the livestream fans with some reluctance, while Jiumei didn't hesitate at all. She ended the stream at lightning speed and rushed to Zhang Yuan's side first. Big bro, thanks so much. Today was seriously awesome. I finally got to experience what it's like having a big spender backing me up. This time, Jiumei used her natural sultry voice. The slightly husky tone made Zhang Yuan's brows relax slightly. No problem. You're the one who worked hard. How could this be trouble? Jiumei covered her mouth and giggled. Next time something this awesome comes up, you gotta tell me ahead of time, okay? Oh, and little brother, would it be okay to add you on WeChat? This is the first time I've ever asked for another girl's contact info. Chen Yuqing's gaze sharpened. This female streamer was coming on strong. But no matter how uncomfortable she felt inside, she couldn't let it affect her boss's decision. So she remained silent from start to finish. Zhang Yuan had no time to dwell on his assistant's emotional fluctuations. Instead, he found himself intrigued by Jiumei, a woman who could effortlessly switch between a mature, commanding presence and an innocent, girlish charm. That seamless ability to switch vocal tones was genuinely captivating. Alright, add her. Zhang Yuan pulled out his phone and scanned Jiumei's QR code. Big brother. From now on, you're my only big brother. The youngster rushed over excitedly, bowing reverently toward Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan quickly took a step back. Cut it out. That'll shorten my lifespan. Hee, big brother is definitely destined for a long life and many children. Bowing to you is like paying respects to a deity. The little ghost grinned sheepishly. Daji and Zoshin also wore broad smiles. In less than half a day, each of them had received at least several million in gifts and tips. After deducting the platform's cut in taxes, they'd each pocket over 1 million yuan. All this was thanks to the big shot before them. Forget just bowing. If Zhang Yuan told them to kneel, the 3 would be on their knees in a row in a heartbeat. No one could blame them for lacking dignity. The boss had simply given them too much. Alright. I don't care for this sort of thing. I've got other business to attend to. I'll be off. Zhang Yuan waved his hand, preparing to leave, but suddenly remembered something and turned back. Oh, right. My assistant might need to discuss some matters with you. If you have any questions, just talk to her. She has full authority to represent my views. Setting up a company? Chen Yuqing could handle that. Zhang Yuan just wanted to quietly stay behind the scenes and rake in the cash. Xiaoqing, I have 2 suggestions. Let the kid be CEO, and as for Jiumei, she should just be a top streamer for now. Little ghost, work hard. I believe in you. Zhang Yuan's words of encouragement made Xiao Guai's face flush with excitement. Big brother, rest assured I won't let you down. Who could have guessed, folks? Just struck up a conversation while out, and somehow ended up as the company CEO. This kind of life, how awesome is that? Jiumei, meanwhile, watched Chen Yuqing, who seemed to harbor hostility toward her, with a thoughtful expression. Looks like this greenhorn assistant has something going on with the young master. Zhang Yuan took the keys from Chen Yuqing and left. He felt utterly empty now, desperately needing a satisfying fight. Left behind, Chen Yuqing offered a reserved smile. Everyone, I'm Mr. Sang's personal assistant. I've just received his approval to establish a media company. Would any of you be interested in joining us? Yes. Absolutely. Wouldn't you have to be crazy not to follow Mr. Zhang? The others immediately pounded their chests in assurance. Seriously, with a big shot like this, even if it's just a side gig, it'd be more than enough to keep us fed. They were all freelancers anyway, never as well off as the regulars, and had long been envious. The chance to transform from pseudo-soldiers into legitimate troops? None of them wanted to pass that up. After receiving their affirmative responses, Chen Yuqing led the group to another location to discuss the contract details in depth. As a top student in secretarial studies, Chen Yuqing's professional competence was unquestionable. Though slightly lacking in experience, she quickly drafted a contract that satisfied Jiumei and the others after consulting her advisor and numerous senior peers. They swiftly signed their contracts, committing the next 5 years to Zhang Yuan's company, which hadn't even obtained its license yet. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan received a message from Jiumei while on the road. Mr. Zhang, the contract is signed. Per regulations, our gifts must be split 50-50 with the company. All funds you spent today will be refunded to the company account. Zhang Yuan paused in surprise. This Jiumei sure knew how to play the game. After all, it was over 100,000 yuan. She didn't even blink before returning it to the company. Does she really have no regrets? For a moment, Zhang Yuan's impression of Jiumei improved significantly. But he had more pressing matters to attend to now and no time to slowly build a relationship with Jiumei. Driving his Porsche 911 at the road's maximum speed limit, Zhang Yuan returned to the hotel under the gaze of numerous passers-by. At the elevator entrance of the underground parking garage, Lucy had been waiting for quite some time, a smile on her face. Following Lucy back to the suite, Zhang Yuan didn't wait for her to speak before forcefully wrapping his arm around the slender waist of this mature woman. I'm boiling with rage right now. Mr. Zhang, would you like some cooling services? Lucy gazed at Zhang Yuan with a charming smile. Then, she slowly crouched down. Chapter 34, Farewell, Counselor. After receiving Lucy's service, Zhang Yuan's anger gradually subsided. He casually transferred 50,000 yuan to Lucy, increasing his favorability by 2 points, then left the hotel. His adopted son, Yuanhua, had just called to say the counselor would be holding another meeting tonight, not a large assembly for multiple classes, but a small meeting for their own class. Recalling that advisor Yunyao still had a challenge task hanging over her, Zhang Yuan naturally had to return to campus. It absolutely had nothing to do with the counselor being beautiful, having a great figure, and possessing a pair of perfect wineglass legs. Once affection hits 80, it seems harder to increase, Zhang Yuan mused as he drove his Porsche, glancing at the system prompts from time to time. So far, boosting affection with the opposite sex had been surprisingly easy. Zhang Yuan figured it was because most of the girls he'd encountered were gold diggers or attracted to strong men. Take Li Meng, for instance, not only was spending money to boost her affection pointless, but if he gave her too much, she'd actually return it. If Zhang Yuan refused, she'd simply exchange the money for gifts of equal value to give him. The Longyan's Admiral's cup watch still on his wrist was proof of that. Once I take over Jin Fu's shares tomorrow, I absolutely have to make Meng a supervisor. Give her some experience, then promote her straight to manager. Zhang Yuan held deep admiration for this fiercely driven girl. Within her comfort zone, offering more support might be the best way to earn Li Meng's favor. Hey, system, why hasn't the reward been given for that challenge task about Weilan's negative news heat? Zhang Yuan mentally called out to the system. Soon, a response appeared in his field of vision. The task remains incomplete. Only partial rewards can be settled at this time. Question mark. Zhang Yuan was baffled. Hadn't he nearly brought Weilan to its knees? How could the mission still be incomplete? Could the system have made a mistake? System, you wouldn't actually want me to kill that Qianong, would you? In a physical sense. Zhang Yuan asked cautiously. This is a society governed by law, after all you can't just go around shouting about violence. His good life had only just begun. Ruining his entire future over one Qianong? Not worth it at all. Host, rest assured. Challenge tasks won't involve egregiously malicious demands. Everything will proceed within reasonable and lawful boundaries. Although Qianong is no longer a shareholder of Weilan Cafe, he is currently acquiring shares in Yule Media Company. His wealth hasn't been wiped out, so the task remains uncompleted. The system's response only deepened Zhang Yuan's confusion. How the hell is Qianong like a cockroach that just won't die? After losing Weilan, now Yule Media pops up. Wait, isn't this Yule the company founded by Qian Lele? How did Qianong suddenly take it over? Zhang Yuan's questions came one after another, but the system remained silent. Clearly, he'd have to figure it out himself. Forget it. I'll ask Jiumei later. She's well connected and should know something. Better check the rewards first. System, what's included in this phase reward? Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring ownership of the 2,000 square meter office space on the 23rd floor of the 10,000 gold building. This. Zhang Yuan had speculated about many possible rewards from the system, but none had even remotely resembled this one. Wanjin Tower, wasn't that where the finance department held its welcome banquet? Zhang Yuan had long heard of this place's fame. Not only was its location exceptionally prime, but it had also been hyped by countless influencers as a must-visit Holy Grail destination. Luxury cars of every kind could be spotted here, and successful individuals were everywhere. Xiaoqing, check the current market price of Wanjin Tower for me. While waiting at a traffic light, Zhang Yuan assigned the task to his assistant. Sure thing, Mr. Zhang. I'll look it up right away. Chen Yuqing was still discussing contract details with Jiumei and the others. Upon receiving Zhang Yuan's request, she immediately stood up and walked aside to make the call. Hello, senior colleague. I'd like to ask about the current asking price for Wanjin Tower. It's not like I'm buying. I couldn't afford a place like that anyway. Wow, that expensive? And it's only for rent, not sale? After hanging up, Chen Yuqing's visibly startled expression caught Daji's attention. Assistant Chen, were you inquiring about the Wanjin building just now? Yeah, the boss asked me to check. Daji paused, then continued, you wouldn't be thinking of moving the company office to Wanjin, would you? That place is pretty tough to deal with. I heard the publicly listed price has already hit 200,000 yuan per square meter. And the rent is astronomical. Unless absolutely necessary, startups could really consider other locations. Daji shared his insights on Wanjin Tower, hoping to curry favor with the boss. The other streamers, including Jiumei, largely shared Daji's perspective. Wanjin Tower might be impressive, but the asking price was simply too steep. They were just a few small-time streamers, they didn't belong working there. Those who could establish themselves there were almost exclusively top players in the financial sector, people with no shortage of capital, seeking nothing more than to build their reputation. Chen Yuqing nodded knowingly. After hearing her senior's explanation, she too harbored little hope for Wanjin Tower deep down. No matter how wealthy Zhang Yuan was, spending on this was out of the question. Besides, Wanjin currently had no vacant floors available for lease. Mr. Zhang, I've confirmed it. Wanjin is currently leasing only, not selling. And even for leasing, you'd need to undergo capital verification and wait in line for half a year just to secure an available floor. As for the actual price, 2 years ago they sold nearly 1,000 square meters of their own office space for 180,000 yuan per square meter. Now it'd probably take 200,000 yuan to secure it. Chen Yuqing relayed the information to Zhang Yuan before resuming discussions with Jiumei and the others. She didn't dwell on the matter. 200,000 per square meter? The system just gifted me 2,000 square meters. How much is that worth? 400 million? Zhang Yuan was genuinely shocked this time. 400 million yuan in fixed assets just like that, given away. Truly worthy of the name unrestrained spending system. This is terrifying. Most importantly, the Wanjin Tower hadn't released any sales information for nearly 2 years. Even if you had the money, you couldn't buy it. Now, Zhang Yuan not only has one, but a full 2,000 square meters. More than enough to serve as headquarters for his new company. And Zhang Yuan finally gets his own office. Recalling the awkwardness when Chen Yuqing had asked him about it before, Zhang Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Xia Qingzi, if you ever ask me that question again, I swear I'll scare the life out of you. In high spirits, Zhang Yuan parked his Porsche in the lot near campus and walked back to the dorm. It was almost dinner time, and his 3 godchildren had already slipped back from class and were gaming together. Spotting Zhang Yuan's return, they immediately abandoned their game and rushed over to greet their beloved foster father. Godfather. You're finally back. Foster dad, what about our plans to go out and have fun? Foster dad, you're famous now. That kid who Bo has been spreading rumors about you everywhere. Almost everyone in the finance department knows you're driving a Porsche to the welcome party. Yuan Hua dropped a bombshell. The 3 godchildren stared intently at Zhang Yuan, trying to read any hint of reaction from his expression. But much to their disappointment, Zhang Yuan remained as composed as ever. Damn it, I knew brother Yuan wouldn't panic. This bastard definitely has a backup plan. He even managed to win over the senior sister, no wonder he's our godfather. They feared their brother's hardship, yet dreaded his luxury lifestyle. That pretty much summed up the complex emotions swirling within the three of them right now. The absolute worst part? Seems like Zhang Yuan's driving a Porsche 911 even more badass than a Range Rover. Can you guys stop being so shallow? Read more books and you'll have one someday too. A Porsche? With your pathetic looks, you'd be lucky to drive a booming jet. Zhang Yuan mercilessly roasted Yuan Hua. Bro, what's a Baomingji? An old man's joy. Damn it, Zhang Yuan, you show off. Get ready to die. Yuan Hua roared, charging forward with a flurry of monkey-style kicks. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan was ready. He sidestepped behind Yuan Hua and delivered a flying kick when he least expected it. Holding back his strength, Zhang Yuan didn't inflict pain on Yuan Hua, but the humiliation was real. So Yuan Hua roped in Zhang Hu and Zhang Chun to chase and corner Zhang Yuan. After a while of roughhousing, Zhang Yuan's attitude made his three godsons genuinely happy. Though their foster father had displayed wealth far beyond ordinary people after military training, his personality remained unchanged, still the same brother they could hang out with. After spending some time in the dorm, the four of them went out to eat together, planning to attend a meeting in the classroom that evening. It must be said that with a counselor like Yun Yao, every single meeting saw perfect attendance in the class. There was simply no one skipping class. After grabbing a quick bite, the four arrived at the classroom. By then, 2 or 3 dozen classmates were already seated inside. When they saw Zhang Yuan enter, dressed impeccably and looking every inch the gentleman, all eyes turned his way. Ignoring the murmurs, Zhang Yuan showed no sign of retreat. He sat down with a sharp gaze, scanning the room. The chatter instantly died down to a barely audible murmur. Having just splurged 30 million, Zhang Yuan radiated an aura that was off the charts. These classmates who loved to gossip behind people's backs were no match for him. Satisfied, Zhang Yuan withdrew his gaze and sighed again. This class is hopeless, not a single one of them is up to the task. 10 minutes later, all the students had arrived, and the captivating figure of their counselor, Yun Yao, finally appeared at the doorway. Amidst the timid glances of his peers, Zhang Yuan's gaze brimmed with admiration. This caught Yun Yao's attention, and she nodded approvingly at the student who had made such an impression. To openly appreciate beauty like this showed that this student had been raised differently from childhood. He was a rare talent in the finance department at Rongda University. After a brief meeting lasting less than 20 minutes, Yun Yao adjourned the session. Zhang Yuan, please stay behind. The counselor's request left Zhang Yuan somewhat perplexed. Could it be that Professor Lu was stirring trouble again? Chapter 35, Taking Yourself Too Seriously? You guys go ahead. Wait for me in the dorm. I'll be back once I'm done with the counselor. Then I'll take you guys out to party. You bunch of country bumpkins. If you don't broaden your horizons, you'll embarrass your godfather when you go out. Zhang Yuan's words instantly filled Yuan Hua and the others with delight. Our godfather truly doesn't disappoint. After the three young men left in high spirits, only Yun Yao and Zhang Yuan remained in the classroom. Counselor, you wanted to see me? Zhang Yuan approached within 2 meters of Yun Yao. Under the classroom lights, he finally got a clear look at her features. Last night, he'd only thought Yun Yao had an excellent figure, particularly distinctive. Now he saw there was more to her than that. Yun Yao's beauty wasn't breathtaking, but those almond-shaped eyes so tender they could gaze at a dog with deep affection made Zhang Yuan's heart flutter slightly. Slender legs, almond eyes. The counselor was stunning. I heard you've been having some serious issues with that hubo from class 4 lately. Yun Yao's red lips parted, her tone flat and unreadable. Oh, it's nothing major. Just some friction on the forum, but this guy dragged it into real life. Zhang Yuan's nonchalant attitude made Yun Yao frown slightly. But I heard you've been skipping a lot of classes lately, and Professor Lu catches you every time. Professor Lu has already reported it to the department. But since it's the start of the semester, the department heads are giving you some leeway, thinking you might be adjusting. That's why they sent me to check in. Zhang Yuan laughed. Skipping class? He hadn't attended a single lecture. Except for Professor Lu's class, which he couldn't avoid, even when other teachers took attendance, his 3 adopted sons would voluntarily cover for him. That's how he'd managed to keep it hidden from the department. Otherwise, with his attitude, he'd definitely be singled out for disciplinary action. Zhang Yuan, even though Rongda is only a second-tier university, it boasts outstanding alumni in many industries. Especially the finance department hosting the welcome party at Wanjin Tower was all thanks to Senior Hong's connections. You really need to be careful. Otherwise, Professor Lu won't let this slide. Yun Yao offered a well-meaning warning, but Zhang Yuan seemed to brush it off. For a moment, Yun Yao's gaze toward Zhang Yuan shifted, and she snapped, Are you even listening to me? Don't think having money means you can do whatever you want. You'll understand once you enter society. Senior Hong built Tiancheng Capital from scratch without any family backing. Now it's a well-known angel investment firm in Rongqing. With your privileged background, you should aspire to emulate such outstanding alumni. Senior Hong will be a special guest at the welcome banquet. I'll introduce you then see if he can offer you some guidance. Otherwise, you'll suffer major setbacks later. Yuanyao's favorability 3. Current favorability 21. Yuanyao's final remark made Zhang Yuan instantly realize this counselor was likely the type of woman who fancies herself worldly for having met successful people, some social experience, but little discernment. Senior Hong this, Senior Hong that, is he your dad or your brother? Annoyed, Zhang Yuan couldn't be bothered to explain. Don't think just because I have a challenge task hanging over me, I'll grovel and change myself to meet your standards. Alright, I got it. I'll head out then? Zhang Yuan replied dismissively. He had little desire to curry favor with this self-important counselor anymore. Does he really think he's the center of the universe? This world lacks everything except women. Seeing Zhang Yuan's low spirits, Yuanyao didn't press further. She simply thought that having a student in her class who could afford Armani must mean he came from a well-off family. Perhaps he could be introduced to a senior who had already achieved some success, which might benefit him in the future. Introducing him to an accomplished senior might even open doors for him. But judging by Zhang Yuan's demeanor, he hadn't been tempered by society's harsh lessons. His experience was utterly lacking, he'd likely never amount to much. Watching Zhang Yuan stride away with such nonchalance, Yuanyao sighed. Zhang Yuan, you're still too young. You have no clue how this society really works. If you just coast on your family's wealth without striving to improve yourself, you'll end up as one of those good-for-nothing rich kids everyone talks about. To earn others' respect, you must seize control of resources yourself. Zhang Yuan, already out of the classroom, didn't hear Yuanyao's mutterings. He felt somewhat baffled. He'd merely skipped 2 classes, yet somehow it had escalated into a discussion about his future development after entering society. And the thing is, counselor, do you even understand the potential I possess? I've got a freaking system now, and you want me to suck up to some random upperclassman? Ridiculous. Forget it. What's the point of overthinking? Let's just chill. Zhang Yuan had always been a laid-back sort. He was sick and tired of these meaningless reminders. Isn't life all about having fun? Back when he was broke, Zhang Yuan found ways to entertain himself. Now that he had money, he was going to indulge like crazy. Why the hell would he study hard, get some second-rate college diploma, and work like a dog for those asshole bosses? No way. Humming a tune, Zhang Yuan headed toward the dormitory. Over at the girls' dorm, Meng Yuanyuan, who was about to go find Zhang Yuan, was stopped by her bestie Lin Lu, who immediately grilled her. Meng Yuanyuan, you've really grown wings now, haven't you? Spill it, are you sneaking out to fool around with someone again? Lin Lu's stern expression didn't intimidate her at all, instead, her pale, bare skin made her look rather adorable. Oh, Lulu, why are you talking like that? Meng Yuanyuan felt a bit awkward. She'd been spending so much time with Zhang Yuan these past 2 days, staying out all night and practically neglecting her best friend. How am I talking? If you don't explain yourself, I'm telling Auntie when we get back. Lin Lu was clearly getting angry this time. She just pulled out the big guns. As childhood best friends, they knew each other's parents well and had all their contact information. Meng Yuanyuan genuinely feared her bestie would tell her mom. After all, her relationship with Zhang Yuan seemed a bit hard to explain. Lulu, don't tell my mom. Meng Yuanyuan panicked. Forgetting to look for Zhang Yuan, she immediately dropped her bag and grabbed Lin Lu's arm. I'm not being kept. He's kind of my boyfriend, right? Boyfriend? Lin Lu's eyes widened. She knew her best friend well and was aware that Meng Yuanyuan usually kept many options open. She'd assumed Meng Yuanyuan would take a long time to settle down, but never expected her to find a boyfriend so quickly. A real boyfriend? Lin Lu was skeptical. While she didn't want to get too involved in Meng Yuanyuan's personal relationships, as her childhood friend, Lin Lu didn't want to see her get hurt. After all, judging from Meng Yuanyuan's new handbag, the guy must be loaded. And wealthy men almost always held the upper hand in relationships. It was usually the recipient of gifts who ended up getting hurt. Take Lin Lu's own brother, for instance, the family playboy who went through a new girlfriend every month, and that was considered a long-term relationship. Meng Yuanyuan was in her first relationship and had given herself so easily to this guy. Seeing her on the verge of falling completely, Lin Lu grew increasingly worried. Of course. Meng Yuanyuan couldn't help but smile sweetly as she recalled Zhang Yuan's behavior at the LV store and the wild night they spent at that 4,000 yuan a night hotel. What? He rented the Nyaiglo suite, the one that costs 40,000 a day, for a whole month? And he bought you 3 bags? Listening to Meng Yuanyuan's account, Lin Lu was stunned. What kind of top-tier rich kid is this? He's way too generous. You should know that even with my modest family background, my monthly living expenses barely reach 50,000 yuan. One night in an executive suite would wipe that out. And the other party actually booked it for a whole month. That's over 1,000,000 yuan. By comparison, those 3 new Louis Vuitton bags suddenly seemed rather insignificant. Yet the more extravagant Zhang Yuan's gestures became, the heavier the worry weighed on Lin Lu's heart. Could such an outstanding man be investing so much emotion in her best friend Meng Yuanyuan? While the 2 girls kept discussing Zhang Yuan, he had already walked out of the dorm with his 3 adopted sons. Brother Yuan, are you really going? The foster sons shot anxious glances at Zhang Yuan. We're already out the door, and you're asking me if I'm going? Zhang Yuan shot his unmotivated foster sons a stern look, his stride not faltering for a moment. Yuan Hua and the others exchanged glances, but ultimately couldn't suppress their restlessness. Their feet felt light as they followed after him. Before long, the four arrived at the entrance of a commercial plaza not far from the school. It was a small mall, only 4 stories tall. But it had a surprisingly complete range of shops, everything you could think of. As a student, Zhang Yuan wouldn't take his foster sons to participate in activities unsuitable for minors. Of course, the most important reason was that Zhang Yuan feared catching diseases. Who knew if those flashily dressed women were walking virus reservoirs? Playing it safe, Zhang Yuan chose the most popular foot massage parlor in the mall. Just letting his adopted sons experience the gentle touch of the foot massage ladies would be enough. Holy crap, it's golden impression. This is the most prestigious foot spa around here. Seeing the gilded entrance and the pretty girls waiting inside, Yuan Hua couldn't help but marvel. Come on, what are you standing around for? Zhang Yuan called out, pulling the slightly awkward Zhang Chun through the entrance. He understood his foster son's dilemma perfectly. They both wanted to experience the foot spa's allure but hesitated, held back by empty pockets and a reluctance to lose face. Zhang Yuan was different. The over 40 million yuan sitting in his bank account was the confidence that allowed him to walk tall. Welcome, honored guests, to Golden Impression. May I ask if there are 4 of you in total? As soon as they entered, a fresh-faced girl in her early 20s, dressed in a cheongsam, came to greet them. As she spoke, everyone else, whether receptionists busy with tasks or technicians preparing to take clients upstairs, joined in unison to welcome the 4. Yuan Hua and his friends had never seen such a scene before. Their faces flushed as they looked around nervously, yet they tried to puff out their chests to prove they weren't first-time newbies. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. These silly bastards, they're too funny. Is this your first time at Golden Impression, sir? The innocent-looking girl accurately identified the leader among the 4. Stepping directly beside Zhang Yuan, she smiled sweetly. Do you have a preferred technician, sir? No, just arrange a 4-person room for us. Though it was his first visit too, Zhang Yuan had already researched the foot spa's rules through various channels and seemed well versed in the process. Got it, sir. 4 pairs of shoes, 4 towels, the girl called into her earpiece. Soon, attendants arrived carrying slippers and hot towels. While the stepchildren fumbled to change their shoes, 2 more customers entered. They appeared to be around 40, dressed smartly yet carrying themselves like beasts. As soon as they entered, they grinned at Yuan Hua and his friends, sneering, students skipping class to get foot massages? Got money to pay? Zhang Yuan was utterly baffled. What was this? Did the system come with a built-in mocking aura? Why did he keep running into people just begging to be humiliated? Chapter 36, The New Technician. You bastard. Zhang Chun immediately stood up. At nearly 6 feet tall, with dark skin and bulging muscles, he looked intimidating. Yet the 2 middle-aged men showed no fear whatsoever, instead exchanging smirks. Look who's getting worked up, ha! Kid, what are you gonna do? You're not gonna come up and hit us, are you? These days, it's not about who's bigger or stronger. It's about who's got the money, that's what matters. These seasoned veterans of the underworld weren't easily intimidated. Zhang Chun's bluster looked to them like nothing more than a cat making a big fuss. Dachuan, sit down. Ignore those 2 jerks. Zhang Yuan tugged at Zhang Chun, not even bothering to glance at the pair. They were just drunk jerks trying to act tough. Arguing with them would be pointless. The innocent-looking hostess attending to them quickly interjected, honored guests, may I show you upstairs? Both sides were customers, and if things escalated, it would be the receptionists who suffered. The hostess attending to the 2 middle-aged men on the other side faced a similar predicament. She made small talk to distract them, quickly coaxing them into a cheerful mood. After this minor incident, Zhang Yuan and his group didn't dwell on it much. They followed the young hostess into a spacious room. Inside stood a platform resembling a traditional northeastern heated bed, topped with 4 adjustable single beds. 3 small tea tables were placed in the center for tea and snacks. Once inside the highly private room, the 3 adopted sons visibly relaxed, their tense expressions fading from their faces. The foot massage parlor's lobby had been far too overwhelming for them. Sir, which service would you like to experience? Zhang Yuan followed the innocent-looking girl's finger to see a list on the wall detailing services at various price points. Impression Premium Foot Massage $199, Ultimate Mystic Style $299, Angel's Dream $499. First Encounter Fantasy $899. What exactly is this First Encounter Fantasy? Adhering to his principle of asking questions when unsure, Zhang Yuan pointed to the most expensive option. The girl covered her mouth and giggled, shooting Zhang Yuan a knowing look. Honored guest, this service is a full-body essential oil spa treatment. But the therapists are our most beautiful and gentle girls in the shop. They'll make you feel like you're experiencing your first love. Hearing the receptionist's description, Yuan Hua and the others, who had been listening intently, instantly flushed crimson. A feeling like first love? Goodness gracious, what on earth is this? They were dying to know. Their minds were racing like cats scratching at their insides. Watching his 3 adopted sons squirm uncomfortably, their eyes alone gleaming with excitement. Zhang Yuan chuckled wryly. Bringing these guys out was nothing but an embarrassment. What a bunch of losers. Foster father. Brother Yuan. You're my real foster father. The 3 of them looked at Zhang Yuan pitifully. Damn it, you useless pieces of. Fine. Give them all the most expensive treatment. Zhang Yuan waved his hand generously, granting his godchildren's wish. After all, he promised to take them out for fun. They had to enjoy themselves. Mr. Zhang, for the first encounter package, you and your friends will need to go to a private room. Is that okay? The innocent-looking girl explained. Zhang Yuan glanced at his 3 godchildren and nodded in agreement. While having everyone together would certainly be lively, it might not be the most enjoyable experience. To ensure his godchildren had a memorable experience, Zhang Yuan went to great lengths. Soon, the young woman led each of them to separate private rooms, while she herself followed Zhang Yuan into the same room. Mr. Zhang, I've arranged technicians for your friends. They're skilled and good conversationalists guaranteed to give them a perfect experience. Would you like to review the list of technicians for your arrangement? The girl's thoughtfulness surprised Zhang Yuan. But when he glanced down at his outfit worth over 100,000 yuan featuring an Armani suit and a Longines Admiral's Cup watch, it all made sense. Not everyone can tell the difference between cheap and expensive. Someone with discerning taste has a huge advantage over others. This girl's got it. Zhang Yuan felt a slight pang of emotion before saying, "Alright, let me see who's available." "Sure thing, bro." The innocent-looking girl pulled out a tablet and handed it to Zhang Yuan. The screen displayed not only photos of the technicians but also detailed profiles below, including bust size, special skills, and more. Most importantly, this foot massage parlor even listed each technician's start date, including how many shifts they'd worked, how many customers they'd served, and more. Zhang Yuan felt a bit puzzled. Wasn't this shop going a bit too far? How could such private information be made public? But when he saw the prices, his doubts vanished instantly. Are the rates for the therapists listed here really that high? Zhang Yuan asked the innocent-looking girl. Hee, bro, these are our shop's top-tier girls. We usually don't recommend them to customers. Everyone loves compliments, and the innocent-looking girl's response pleased Zhang Yuan. You're pretty good. I'll send you a red envelope later. I'll take number 88. She looks decent enough. Zhang Yuan's promise didn't overly excite the innocent-looking girl. After all, at high-end foot massage parlors like Golden Impression, the clientele tended to be generous. They received plenty of red envelopes. But she never imagined that the red envelope Zhang Yuan mentioned was nothing like what ordinary people might think. Sure thing, sir. I'll call her right away. Oh, and my name's Luo Shi. If you need anything, just press the button on the table. I'll be right over. Luo Shi flashed a sweet smile and turned to leave. Moments later, her figure appeared in the technician's lounge. After scanning the room, she immediately spotted the alluring silhouette of number 88. As the salon's top performer, number 88 boasted both a stunning figure and striking looks, ensuring she was never short of clients. Number 88, a customer has requested your services. Luo Shi approached and announced. Ha? Didn't I tell the front desk? Mr. Zhao is here. I just need to get ready and I'll be with him. Number 88 frowned, clearly displeased. Luo Shi was taken aback. The front desk never mentioned that to me. Hold on, I'll go check. After exchanging a few words through her earpiece, Luo Shi's expression darkened. The front desk explained that number 88 hadn't cancelled her scheduled slot in advance, so she was still on standby for any client. Sis, you didn't clarify with the front desk, did you? They still have you scheduled, which is why the client could see your info. Luo Shi said, forcing herself to speak. Number 88, relying on her striking looks, had attracted many repeat customers, so she often disregarded the shop's rules. Oh dear, Luo Shi asked that customer to choose someone else. Number 88's boss, Mr. Zhao, drives a BMW 7 Series. He tops up his account by tens of thousands at a time. If you snub him, do you really think you can shoulder the consequences? Number 77 chimed in from the sidelines, having been watching the scene unfold. She usually got along well with number 88, and the two often covered for each other, so stepping in now seemed natural. But Luo Shi had a keen eye for people. Young bosses like Zhang Yuan hated nothing more than last-minute cancellations. If number 88 backed out now, it would surely upset him. Then her top-up would be gone again. Sis, why not just send someone else for Boss Zhao? The boss who picked you this time is definitely no ordinary guy. Luo Shi tried persuading her again. Besides, this boss isn't just young, he's kinda cute too. You won't regret going. Poof. Number 88 scoffed coldly. He's just a kid spending his parents' money to play around. You're treating him like some big shot? Sis, let me tell you this, these kinds of patrons will only top up once and never come back. They have zero loyalty. What good is being handsome? Does he have as much money as Boss Zhao? Number 88 clearly had no intention of taking the shift, leaving Luo Shi helpless. Feeling somewhat discouraged, she walked out of the break room. Behind her, the chatter between 77 and 88 sounded jarring to her ears. What's going on? Isn't 88 going? The manager at the front desk quickly noticed Luo Shi's off mood and immediately guessed what had happened. This wasn't the first time number 88 had picked on a client. Not just Luo Shi, sometimes even she, as manager, couldn't get her to work. If it weren't for the boss considering how many clients number 88 had retained, she would have been fired long ago. Yeah, manager, she's not going. Luo Shi said through gritted teeth. Sigh. The manager sighed, pondering for a moment before saying, alright, go tell the boss we'll send a newbie over, someone fresh out of the gate. Is that really okay? Luo Shi hesitated. Go ahead and tell him. It'll definitely work. Younger bosses like things fresh and new, the manager said with absolute certainty. Hearing the manager's words, Luo Shi felt slightly reassured and immediately headed toward Zhang Yuan's room. A newbie? Zhang Yuan frowned at the awkward-looking Luo Shi before him. What? Did number 88 refuse to come? No. Room 88 already has a reservation. It's just that the front desk didn't update the information in time, so it still showed up on the tablet. Luo Shi hurriedly explained. She dared not repeat what 88 had just said to Zhang Yuan, so she had to lie. Zhang Yuan wasn't the unreasonable type to begin with. Seeing Luo Shi's sincere attitude, he nodded in agreement. Relieved, Luo Shi quickly went to make arrangements for Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan reclined on the bed with the headboard raised, watching a movie while snacking on fruit. Moments later, the crisp click-clack of high heels echoed from afar, drawing nearer to the door. Hello, maintenance technician here. May I come in? The voice outside was clear, tinged with a hint of shyness. Come in. The moment the new technician mentioned by Luo Shi entered the room, Zhang Yuan sat up straight instantly, his eyes filled with astonishment. Wait, a beauty of this caliber actually works as a technician? Chapter 37, On the Verge of Tears. Welcome, distinguished guest. Technician number 333, Su Wanting, is delighted to serve you. Feeling Zhang Yuan's intense gaze, Su Wanting blushed slightly and lowered her head. Zhang Yuan, however, was stunned by her appearance, which rivaled that of a top-tier celebrity. This new technician before him wore a blue and white porcelain patterned qipao. Her ample bust was tightly confined, so full it seemed ready to burst free. The slit in her qipao opened several inches above her thigh, revealing glimpses of her toned, smooth, snow-white legs through the fabric. What was even more remarkable was Su Wanting's delicate, Jiangnan-style beauty. Her skin was smooth, her cheeks flushed with a faint blush, and what caught Zhang Yuan's attention most were her two dimples. When Su Wanting laughed softly, those shallow dimples seemed to come alive, constantly drawing Zhang Yuan's gaze. Hello. After admiring her for a moment, Zhang Yuan finally spoke up to break the awkward silence as Su Wanting grew increasingly uncomfortable. Su Wanting exhaled softly in relief, her ample bosom bouncing slightly in Zhang Yuan's line of sight. This foot spa was totally worth it. Zhang Yuan exclaimed with deep satisfaction. Thank goodness that so-called number 88 hadn't shown up for her shift, otherwise he would have missed out on a top-tier masseuse like Su Wanting. From Zhang Yuan's perspective, Su Wanting genuinely seemed like a newcomer to the industry. After he answered her, the shy girl didn't respond but merely flushed before starting to draw water for him. With a girl this perfect, who needs any service? Just standing there was a sight to behold. Half the price was already worth it. As Zhang Yuan expected, this turned out to be an exceptionally wholesome foot massage session. After draining the water, Su Wanting gently cradled Zhang Yuan's feet and placed them into the basin. Immediately, she began massaging them earnestly with her ice-cold, delicate hands that felt as soft as silk. The tension in her face clearly showed she was giving it her all. Wanting, how about we switch feet? Zhang Yuan said with a hint of resignation. Su Wanting, who had been focused solely on his foot the entire time, had already massaged every inch of his right foot. Half an hour had passed and she still hadn't moved to the other foot. Sorry. I'll switch right away. Su Wanting's slightly childish face flushed red again. Where are you from, Wanting? Zhang Yuan felt the atmosphere was too solemn, so he decided to break the ice himself. Suzhou Hongzhou, bro. Don't call me brother. Just call me Zhang Yuan. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Yuan sighed inwardly. This girl was perfect in every way, but she was like a statue. You had to prod her to get a reaction. If he didn't initiate the conversation, she'd never speak up. Is this your first time in this industry? Yeah, I used to work as a sales associate in a department store. Sales associate? Zhang Yuan gave Su Wanting a once-over. With looks like hers, she was perfectly suited for sales. She could even attract plenty of flirty customers eager to spend. Why did she suddenly quit? But since Zhang Yuan and Su Wanting had only just met, it felt awkward to ask such questions. Mr. Zhang, is this pressure okay? After some small talk, Su Wanting's nerves finally eased a bit and she proactively asked Zhang Yuan about his experience. It's fine, but you could go a bit higher. Understood, Mr. Zhang. Su Wanting's small hands moved from Zhang Yuan's soles to his calves, massaging as she surreptitiously observed her first client. Honestly, he was kind of cute. Lost in thought, Su Wanting's face flushed again. Zhang Yuan's gaze never left the girl. She'd already flushed more than 4 times. She was absolutely perfect. It feels like if I bullied a girl like this, one punch would definitely make her whimper. Zhang Yuan's inner wickedness gradually surfaced. As if sensing something, Su Wanting lifted her gaze toward Zhang Yuan. Their eyes met, and the bashful girl quickly lowered her head again. Damn it, this is too tempting. Zhang Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing the urge stirring within him. For the first time, he genuinely hated being in a legitimate establishment. If only it were a little less proper, no matter how much money he spent, he'd definitely get his kicks today. Wan Ting, with your looks, even if you weren't a sales assistant, you could make money as a streamer, right? Su Wanting paused, then wore a slightly helpless expression. Mr. Zhang, I've tried it, but I just can't get any views. Most of the people in live stream rooms are from agencies, and they keep trying to sign me up. Zhang Yuan perked up with interest and quickly asked, so did you sign with them? Su Wanting's face grew even more resigned as she nodded. I did. But my supervisor tried to take advantage of me. Zhang Yuan nodded thoughtfully. With your natural beauty, who wouldn't be charmed? I'd take advantage too. So what happened next? I just left. Su Wanting sighed. But I signed a contract. Just walking away like that means I have to pay them compensation. If I can't pay it off within 6 months, they'll sue me. She didn't mention the exact amount, but Zhang Yuan guessed it must be substantial. Otherwise, they wouldn't have driven a pure as a lily girl down this path of no return. All right. Zhang Yuan's reaction was surprisingly muted. This left Su Wanting inexplicably feeling a faint sense of disappointment. Time flew by, and the 80-minute session ended quickly. Zhang Yuan considered extending the session, but out of concern for his 3 adopted sons' health, he resolutely decided to end this pleasant foot massage outing. The 3 adopted sons, still feeling the effects, thank you, father. You're truly like a father to us. Brother, are you done? Luo Shi hurried over upon receiving Zhang Yuan's summons. His eyes widened when he spotted the graceful Su Wanting standing nearby. Girl, you're this gorgeous and you're working at a foot spa? That's practically wasting your looks. Almost done. Time to go. Zhang Yuan pulled out his phone. Here, add me as a friend. I'll get a membership. Sure thing, bro. Luo Shi perked up instantly. She knew she hadn't misjudged him. This guy right here? He's definitely loaded. A beep sounded as they successfully added each other as friends. Oh, right. There's something I need to tell you. What is it, bro? Zhang Yuan's expression remained calm, and Luo Shi couldn't detect anything amiss. That technician you guys sent, 333? He's way too damn new. Not only was his pressure all wrong, but he didn't even say a word to me. What kind of technician acts so aloof? Ha? Luo Shi froze. Seriously, bro? You're nitpicking over such a gorgeous girl? Su Wanting beside him was utterly speechless with shock. Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? Why was he suddenly complaining about her now? A wave of hurt washed over Su Wanting, an indescribable ache welling up inside her as her eyes began to redden. That pitiful, tearful look was so heartbreaking that even Luo Shi, a girl herself, couldn't bear to watch. Brother, 333 is still new, you know that. It's only natural she has some shortcomings. We'll definitely teach her properly. Please don't take it to heart. Though Luo Shi didn't know what had transpired between them, she instinctively defended her technician. Especially since Su Wanting was so stunning she was bound to become Golden Impression's top star. That so-called number 88 couldn't hold a candle to her. Building rapport with her now would benefit him too. Zhang Yuan shook his head again, not even glancing at Su Wanting. This only deepened Su Wanting's sorrow, and her affection level promptly flashed on the screen. Su Wanting affection 8, current affection, 32. Glancing at the notification, Zhang Yuan ignored it. Enough with the excuses. If you're bad, you're bad. Just practice more. Zhang Yuan's cold, ruthless demeanor made even Luo Shi feel sorry for Su Wanting. Enough of that. Let's get to the top up. Zhang Yuan waved his hand, snapping Luo Shi out of his distracted gaze. Oh, okay, boss. How much do you want to top up? We're offering 198 free with a 1000 top up and 478 free with a 2000 top up. Let's start with 100,000. Got it, boss. Question mark. Luo Shi suddenly sensed something was off. Bro, how much did you say? 100,000. What? Luo Shi was stunned, her voice rising to a shrill pitch. Even Su Wanting, still immersed in her sense of grievance, couldn't help but glance at Zhang Yuan. But that glance only made her feel worse. He was handsome, generous with his money, such a magnanimous boss, yet he was dissatisfied with her, even threatening to complain about her. For a moment, Su Wanting felt utterly useless. Wait. Sir, hold on a moment. For such a large top-up, scanning the QR code might not work. I need to check with the manager. Luo Shi couldn't spare a thought for Su Wanting now. After all, nothing was more important than making money. He gave a quick nod and dashed off to find the manager. Inside the room, Zhang Yuan glanced at Su Wanting with a hint of amusement. Approaching her, he gently patted her little bottom as she looked at him in confusion. Did you think I was going to complain about you? You silly goose. I've got a surprise for you later. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Su Wanning, whose face had flushed crimson from the sudden touch, forgot all about her bottom and immediately asked, Mr. Zhang, you really won't complain about me? Oh, complain? If I say one more word, someone might just burst into tears. What? I didn't. Mr. Zhang. I'm back. The romantic atmosphere between the two was interrupted by Luo Shi, who was now beaming with excitement. Behind her trailed an even more stunned manager. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I'm Manager Chen from Golden Impression. You can just call me Chen. Manager Chen's demeanor was impeccably professional. Alright, Manager Chen, give me an account. Got it. Zhang Yuan fiddled with his phone, and the others watched with bated breath. Only when the phone chimed with the deposit notification did Manager Chen breathe a sigh of relief, his gaze toward Zhang Yuan growing even warmer. Thank you for your support, Mr. Zhang. Xiao Chun, you know what I just told Luo Shi, right? That girl Su Wanning's technique and strength are still too weak. She needs to practice more. Zhang Yuan bringing this up again left Manager Chen thoroughly puzzled. Could it be that this big shot was actually here for the massage techniques? But what Zhang Yuan said next not only left Manager Chen speechless, it also left Su Wanning stunned for a long moment. Chapter 38, a 10 million yuan deposit. If she's unskilled, she needs more practice. I'll cover 3 times 3 sessions. Starting today, don't let her take any appointments. I'll drop by occasionally to check on her progress. Zhang Yuan's matter-of-fact words struck Manager Chen and the other two like a bolt from the blue. Covered? Where did this guy get the nerve? Brother, I know you admire Wenting, but you've seen her limitations. If she doesn't take clients, I won't be able to explain this to the boss. Manager Chen's face flushed crimson as he forced out the words. Account? Do I need to explain my actions to anyone? Zhang Yuan frowned. Stop whining. It's not like I'm not paying. A girl like Su Wenting fresh into the foot massage industry and serving her first customer was a rare gem. How could Zhang Yuan possibly let her go? Luo Shi smacked her lips twice, hesitating before approaching. Mr. Zhang, how about this next time you come, just let me know in advance. I'll have 3 girls ready for you? No need. I'm asking you. Zhang Yuan's gaze remained fixed on Manager Chen. Is what I'm saying acceptable? Manager Chen hesitated, unable to speak. His plan was to make Su Wanning the salon's star attraction. Once she officially debuted, countless businessmen would flock to support her. But Zhang Yuan wanted her all to himself? How could that be possible? A one-time deposit of 100,000 yuan was substantial, but Manager Chen had seen such offers before. It wasn't enough to sway his decision easily. Once Su Wanting was up and running, he was confident he could hit not just 100,000, but even $1 million in profits. Oh? What's going on here, little Chen? Just as the standoff intensified, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from outside the door. When the curious figure stepped inside, Manager Chen visibly relaxed. Mr. Zhao, are you ready to leave? Zhang Yuan glanced over and recognized him as one of the middle-aged men who had mocked them earlier in the lobby. Yeah, number 88 is pretty good. I've got a suggestion for you should give her a raise next time. Zhao Mengyuan patted his beer belly, chuckling as he praised his favorite technician. But when his peripheral vision caught sight of Su Wanning standing awkwardly nearby, his eyes lit up. Damn! Little Chen, is this your shop's new technician? Yes, Mr. Zhao, she just started not long ago. Manager Chen hurriedly introduced her. He knew full well how deep the pockets of the middle-aged man before him ran. That BMW 7 Series worth hundreds of thousands was merely the most ordinary car in his garage. At Golden Impression, he had topped up his account with over 100,000 yuan, making him a VIP among VIPs. Manager Chen didn't look down on Zhang Yuegang's recent 100,000 yuan top-up, but this demand was simply too much. Su Wanning was far from someone he could monopolize. So when Manager Chen saw Zhao Mengyuan walk in, it was like seeing a savior. This is excellent. I was actually planning to leave today. Come on, have her give me a session. Manager Chen chuckled at Zhao Mengyuan's words. Indeed, no one could resist Su Wanning's charm in the foot massage parlor. Right away, Mr. Zhao. I'll have her attend to you immediately. Did you think I was just blowing smoke? Before Manager Chen could finish, Zhang Yuan cut him off with a cold tone. No, sir, you didn't extend the session, so the service has ended. It's perfectly normal for Wenting to attend to other customers now. Manager Chen feigned a look of distress. Oh, isn't this the little brat from earlier? Zhao Mengyuan eyed Zhang Yuan with utter contempt. You've had your taste of this foot spa's service. What the hell are you still doing here? Get your ass out of here and go to class. Originally, Zhang Yuan didn't want to bother with this kind of jerk. After all, they were all here to have fun, there was no need to ruin his mood. But now it seemed clear this scumbag needed a lesson. He deserved a few sharp slaps across the face to learn his lesson. Bro, don't be impulsive. Su Wanning stood beside Zhang Yuan, clearly sensing the rising anger radiating from him. She quickly grabbed his arm, her small face filled with concern. It's fine. Manager Chen, right? Have your boss come over. There are some things you can't decide on your own. Let your boss make the call. Zhang Yuan suppressed his anger, glaring coldly at Manager Chen. Manager Chen wasn't blind to the situation. Earlier, he'd only played up Zhao Mengyuan's importance to make Zhang Yuan back down. But now, Mr. Zhao's words had clearly offended the other party. There was no need to push things too far. After all, they were in the business of serving customers. Zhang Yuan was decked out in luxury goods and had been so generous with his spending. What if he had powerful connections? Wouldn't that spell trouble for him? Alright. I'll go tell the boss right now. With that, Manager Chen stepped aside to make a call. Zhao Mengyuan snorted coldly. You little punk, think you're hot stuff now? Calling the boss? Watch too many movies? Trying to make me look bad? Today I'll see what tricks you've got up your sleeve. Shut that spewing mouth of yours. Just because I don't want to deal with you now doesn't mean I won't remember you. Zhang Yuan raised an eyebrow and stood up straight. His towering 6'1" frame made Zhao Mengyuan feel a bit uneasy. He thought for a moment. Young guys his age seem to have short fuses. If he really pushed too hard and angered him, he'd definitely lose in a fight. Even if he could get the guy arrested, what good would that do? He'd still end up getting beaten up himself. As a successful man of standing, Zhao Mengyuan made an immediate decision, best not to respond for now. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Su Wanning felt as if she couldn't breathe. She knew full well that today's incident had largely been her doing. No matter how it ended, she'd have to face the consequences. Luo Shi, however, looked at Zhang Yuan with a hint of admiration. Her judgment was spot on. This Mr. Zhang truly had the guts. To stand up to a big shot like Zhao Mengyuan at such a young age, it was downright impressive. What's going on? What's happening? A series of hurried footsteps echoed outside, the sound reaching the room before anyone appeared. When the lead man in the suit pushed open the door and scanned the room, he immediately felt a headache coming on. Great. Looks like another long day ahead. Mr. Zhao, thank you for taking the time to look after business today. I'll definitely come to your store to buy some supplies another day. The man in the suit first greeted Zhao Mengyuan, then turned with a smile toward Zhang Yuan. Hey, bro, how's it going? Zhang Yuan extended his hand expressionlessly for a brief handshake. I'm not in a good place right now. The stiff tone made the man in the suit pause for a moment. However, having seen countless situations and handled many difficult matters, he showed no sign of emotional disturbance. Bro, I've heard about the situation. You want the three San duos to learn a lesson? That's a kind gesture. Little Chen probably misunderstood your intentions. How about this, bro? I'll cover your bill today. The man in the suit deliberately avoided mentioning how Zhang Yuan had deducted money from his own pay for keeping Su Wanning idle to study. As the owner, he understood Su Wanning's appeal perfectly well. Cultivating her as the shop's star attraction would undoubtedly bring back a portion of the business. So when Manager Chen called to explain the situation, he automatically rejected Zhang Yuan's request. Heh, Boss Yang sure is generous. Since you're already here, have that new technician come give me a session. No problem, Mr. Zhao. The man in the suit turned and glared at Su Wanting. Get moving. Oh. Stand up. Zhang Yuan grabbed Su Wanning's arm, his anger reaching its peak. Do any of you people understand human speech? Do I need to bring a dog to communicate with you lot? I said it, from today onward, she won't be taking anyone else's appointments. Friend, this isn't appropriate, is it? The man in the suit's expression grew icy. What's with this kid? Does he have no shame? Do you really think a girl like Su Wanting is yours to have all to yourself? I've been holding back from making a move myself. I was just hoping she could bring some buzz to the shop and turn it around. Thinking you're God just because you put up 100,000? I think it's perfectly reasonable. Another woman's voice echoed from outside. When she walked in, both the man in the suit and Zhao Mengyuan froze in place. Mr. Wang. Ms. Wang, what brings you here? Wang Xinlian, a woman in her 40s with a slightly plump figure, ignored the two men and instead walked toward Zhang Yuan with a smile. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Assistant Chen has already explained everything to me. I'm absolutely delighted that you're willing to take over Golden Impression. The moment these words left her mouth, the entire room fell silent in shock. What on earth was going on? Wait, Ms. Wang, you're transferring the store? The man in the suit hurriedly stepped forward to ask. What? I hold over 90% of the shares. Do I need to report selling my own store to you? Wang Xinlian frowned. Oh, and while I'm about to sell all my shares, Xiao Qian hasn't withdrawn his investment yet. You better start building a relationship with Mr. Zhang. He's buying up all my shares outright. The contract isn't signed yet, but his assistant already transferred the 10 million yuan deposit. Wang Xinlian's words left Qianbing, the man in the suit, utterly speechless. How could President Wang suddenly sell the entire store? And from her tone, it seemed this young man had bought it? Zhao Mengyuan beside him gaped in disbelief, his mouth agape for what felt like an eternity. 10 million yuan deposit. He was dead set on buying it. He'd only intended to show off a bit, to let this young upstart Zhang Yuan see the world's disparities and the gaps between people. But he never expected to hit a brick wall. A kid who couldn't be more than 20 years old bringing that much cash to buy a foot massage parlor? Is there any justice left in this world? Still, I'm grateful for Mr. Wang's generosity, letting me take over a stable foot massage shop so easily. Zhang Yuan smiled as he greeted Wang Xinlian. Not at all, not at all. It's been years since I've seen someone as young and accomplished as you, Mr. Zhang. Today has truly been an eye-opener. Wang Xinlian beamed with delight. Golden Impression was already on the decline, teetering on the brink of insolvency, yet here was a sucker willing to pay top dollar for it. Suspecting a scam, Wang Xinlian had reluctantly agreed to meet late at night. But then the stunningly beautiful young woman transferred a 10 million yuan deposit without batting an eye. Wang Xinlian was stunned. Chapter 39, You Can All Get Lost. Xiao Chun, you two take a good look at Mr. Zhang and remember him well. In just a few days, Mr. Zhang will be Golden Impression's real boss. Wang Xinlian pointed at Zhang Yuan with solemn seriousness, clearly unaware that just moments ago, Chen Bing and manager Chen had already crossed him. Hearing the big boss speak like this, minority shareholder Chen Bing and manager Chen both wore bitter expressions. Their eyes fixed on Zhang Yuan were filled with awe. Who plays games like this? Acquiring a company on a whim? Boss, everything you asked me to handle is taken care of. At that moment, Chen Yuqing entered with a waitress. The tall, beautiful young assistant was every bit as stunning as Su Wanting, leaving the men present momentarily mesmerized. Xian Bing looked as if he'd swallowed bitter gall, his expression sour. With such a stunning assistant by his side, why did he have to come and monopolize Su Wanting? Now he was stuck in a no-win situation. Alright, you can head back for now. It's late. Just make sure to follow up on the acquisition later. Zhang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Yes, boss. Chen Yuqing shot a glance at the flustered Su Wanting, then turned to leave with a smile. Sure enough, the boss had been calling and transferring money this late at night, all this fuss just for this beauty. Oh, wait a minute. Zhang Yuan called his assistant back. Look up this guy surnamed Zhao, driving a BMW 7 Series with license plate. Huh, checking up on me? Meng Yuanyuan looked at Zhang Yuan pointing at him and couldn't help but laugh. Young man, this is a society governed by law. What exactly are you going to do with my identity? You're not going to have someone come and take me out, are you? It's just a foot massage parlor I bought. You really think you're something special? Watching Zhao Mengyuan's unshakable confidence, Chen Yuqing's gaze gradually softened into pity, as if she were looking at a stray dog by the roadside. This man clearly hadn't witnessed the scene where over 30 million yuan was thrown around in a single day, forcing the already somewhat famous Weilan Cafe into bankruptcy. Otherwise, how could he dare spout such arrogance in front of his own boss? Zhang Yuan chuckled at Zhao Mengyuan's words. Take you down? Do you think you're worthy enough to make me break the law? Rest assured, I'd never do anything like that. Yuqing, once you've thoroughly investigated this bastard's background, no matter what business he's in, take over the shop next door and sell the same goods at half his prices. The moment Zhang Yuan finished speaking, Zhao Mengyuan's expression darkened. But then he remembered he ran a chain supermarket. Could this little punk really drive him out of business? He puffed out his chest again and sneered coldly, forget the investigation. I run Ping and Supermarket's 14 branches across Jinyang district. If you've got the guts, try shutting me down. Old Zhao. Wang Xinlian saw the tension escalating. It was clear there was friction between Zhang Yuan and Zhao Mengyuan. She quickly stepped in as peacemaker, pulling Zhao Mengyuan aside. Don't be so impulsive. From what I see, this Mr. Zhang has deep pockets. If he really targets you from above, even if you can withstand the pressure, what's the point? Can you make money? It's better to resolve conflicts than let them fester. Don't make this into a big deal. Wang Xinlian meant well, but her words sounded different to Zhao Mengyuan. Mr. Wang, what exactly are you implying? You look down on me, Zhao Mengyuan, don't you? After all these years of hustling and bustling in Rongqing, do you think I'd be afraid of some little punk like him? Enough talk, you little punk. If you've got the guts, come at me. I'll take whatever you've got. Zhao Mengyuan's outburst left Wang Xinlian at a loss. Forget it. This isn't my problem to handle. Wang Xinlian shrugged her shoulders, exchanged a farewell with Zhang Yuan, and left. Zhao Mengyuan shot Zhang Yuan a vicious glare before following him out of the room. Xiaoqing, remember this, Ping and Supermarket. Zhang Yuan ignored Zhao Mengyuan. This piece of trash was just like Chen Ong, a fraud who didn't deserve his position. Who knew what underhanded tricks he'd used to open so many stores? It was time to show him what it meant to be crushed. Boss. Chen Yuqing shot Zhao Mengyuan another pitying glance. This guy's about to get his comeuppance. Alright, now it's time to settle our business. After dismissing Zhao Mengyuan, Zhang Yuan turned his gaze to Qian Bing and manager Chen, who were trembling nervously nearby. Mr. Zhang, I didn't recognize your greatness. Please forgive me this once. Manager Chen, ever the opportunist, scrambled to beg for mercy. He was just a hired hand, and Golden Impression paid him well. He couldn't hold his head up straight in front of Zhang Yuan. Luoshi, come here. Zhang Yuan ignored Manager Chen and instead beckoned to Luoshi, who was watching the commotion. Ha? Mr. Zhang, is there something you need? Luoshi looked utterly bewildered. Her service attitude had been quite good. She hadn't looked down on Zhang Yuan at all from start to finish. Nervously approaching Zhang Yuan, she heard him say, "You're the new manager. Do a good job, I believe in you." Me? Manager? Luoshi pointed at her own nose, utterly incredulous. Could someone like her really be a manager? Was she even qualified? That's right. You're the one. That so-called Manager Chen? He can just get lost. He has no sense of discernment whatsoever. What business does he have working in the service industry? Zhang Yuan's words cut like knives, stabbing deep into Manager Chen. His face instantly darkened. And this gentleman? Mr. Qian, I presume? Your humble servant, Qian Bing. Qian Bing hurriedly slickly approached. He only held a small stake in the company, which is why he could also serve as the store manager of Golden Impression. You can get lost too. Zhang Yuan pointed at Qian Bing's nose without mercy. Xiaoqing, settle his accounts. Pay him at market rates. Got it. Chen Yuqing was thrilled. Today she'd really indulged in the thrill of spending money freely. No wonder her boss loved splurging so much. Spending money felt this good. Alright, you two can leave now. Zhang Yuan didn't want to see Qian Bing and Manager Chen's faces anymore, so he waved for Luoshi to escort them out of the room. Wan Ting? Come help me with a massage. Dealing with those idiots had left Zhang Yuan feeling exhausted, mainly because his fingers were sore from pointing and cursing so much. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Su Wanting had witnessed the entire scene and now harbored no trace of contempt for this young man before her. Spending tens of millions to acquire a foot massage parlor on a whim. What immense financial power. She had completely abandoned the notion that this situation had been caused by her. Mainly because she knew full well she wasn't worth nearly that much. With a gentle smile, Su Wanting obediently sat behind Zhang Yuan and reached out her small hands to massage his shoulders. Zhang Yuan leaned back into her touch, resting his head against a particularly soft spot. He could feel its gentle resilience as he savored the sensation. Mr. Zhang. Su Wanting's cheeks flushed crimson and the pressure from her hands lessened considerably. Don't talk. Keep going. Alright. Zhang Yuan reveled in the pampering from the beauty behind him, his mood lifting once more. Money really is wonderful. Chapter 40, Red Envelopes 10,000 each. Guys, you won't believe this. Mr. Zhao got into a fight with some young guy. Even President Wang got involved. He's handling it now, but who knows if they'll come to blows. A technician who had just finished a session passed by Zhang Yuan's room and caught a glimpse of the tense atmosphere inside. Not daring to linger, she hurried back to the break room. When she relayed the news, room 88 frowned and asked, "Didn't Mr. Zhao leave already? I just finished my shift." He was about to leave, but apparently he heard the commotion from that room and went in to see the show. This can't be. I need to go check on them. Mr. Zhao just spent 10,000 yuan. If he gets caught up in this, he might never come back. Number 88 grew anxious. As her biggest patron, Zhao Mingyuan had spent a lot on her. He couldn't risk causing trouble just for the sake of curiosity. Before 88 could reach the stairwell, he saw Zhao Mingyuan storming out of the main hall, fury etched across his face. Mr. Zhao! Mr. Zhao! 88 rushed forward. But Zhao Mingyuan paid her no mind whatsoever, striding straight out. What's going on? Number 88 was utterly bewildered. At that moment, Manager Chen and store manager Qianbing descended the stairs, both looking dejected. Following behind them was a girl with remarkable poise, who seemed even more accomplished than herself. Number 88 didn't dare approach the manager and store manager, who were both looking grim. He waited until Luoshi came down before rushing over. Luoshi, what happened? I saw Mr. Zhao looking really angry. He's a regular customer at our store, spends a lot of money, and has strong purchasing power. Luoshi shot an exasperated glance at number 88, feeling an inexplicable urge to laugh. Sis, are you still clinging to your Mr. Zhao? Do you even know what you're missing out on? Number 88 was even more confused. What was going on? Luoshi, no, Manager Luo store operations are now in your hands. Hope you'll do your best. Qianbing handed over a few final instructions to Luoshi with a hint of gloom. Just moments ago, Chen Yuqing had bought out his shares. Without shares, his position as store manager was untenable. He didn't want to lose his job so easily, but the reality was that Zhang Yuan now held over 90% of the shares. As the majority shareholder of Golden Impression, if he refused to sell, he'd inevitably face retaliation. Moreover, a young man like this possessed unimaginable backing. He could easily force Qianbing out of the picture. By then, there might not even be a market price to buy out his shares. He might even have to give them away for free. Alright, Mr. Qian. Luoshi accepted the offer with remarkable composure. Earlier, Zhang Yuan had made it clear that he was the undisputed choice for manager. With the backing of the major shareholder, Luo Shi felt more confident than ever. As for that manager Chen, he could go wherever he pleased. Who cares about him? Everyone at Station 88 stood dumbfounded. How could the world have changed so drastically in just one shift? The store manager was gone, the manager had been fired, and a former lowly receptionist had suddenly become the new boss? What exactly did Luo Shi mean when he said I missed out? Suddenly, a thought struck number 88. Could it be that young man she had rejected earlier? Sis, if you're free, head to the break room and wait. I'll be over shortly to announce some new developments. Luo Shi still held a great deal of respect for number 88. After all, he was considered the top performer under Su Wanting, and he was particularly uninhibited when entertaining clients. Even when handling projects with risque content, she never left clients with a bad impression. He truly was the pillar of the establishment. Hearing Luo Shi's words, number 88 could only return reluctantly. After anxiously waiting, Luo Shi finally appeared at the lounge entrance. Ladies and sisters, I have an announcement to make. Luo Shi clapped her hands and smiled. Golden Impression has just been sold by President Wang Xinlian to President Zhang. Mr. Qian's shares have also been sold. This means that starting today, Golden Impression is now Mr. Shang's private enterprise. But don't worry too much, I've secured assurances from Mr. Zhang that all current benefits will remain unchanged. In fact, commissions and base salaries will even increase going forward. Oh, by the way, Mr. Zhang asked me to set up a group chat. Everyone, please join it, he's got a welcome gift for you all. As soon as Luo Shi finished speaking, the room erupted in commotion and the technicians all froze in surprise. Why so sudden? Luo Shi, our shop was doing just fine. Why did Mr. Wang suddenly sell it? Yeah. There wasn't even a hint of this coming. Oh no, is Golden Impression going under? Sigh, better find a new job soon. The economy's rough right now, every industry's struggling. Seeing everyone's low spirits, Luo Shi quickly added everyone present to a new group chat. Everyone, don't panic. Our new owner is incredibly well connected. He just transferred 10 million yuan as a deposit to Mr. Wang. Don't worry about the store going under, the boss has deep pockets. But the others remained skeptical. After all, if the store were still making good money, Mr. Wang wouldn't have sold it so easily. Hey, the boss sent red envelopes. Grab them fast. The sudden appearance of red envelopes in the group chat briefly diverted everyone's attention. Number 88, grab the red packet. What are you staring at? Seeing his friend looking gloomy, number 77 hurriedly reminded him. But number 88 just sighed. Yeah, right, grabbing red envelopes. My boss, Mr. Zhao, just got into a fight with someone and stormed off. I messaged him, but he won't reply. Who knows if he'll even come back? Oh, forget about him. Grab the red packet first. Number 77, free from number 88's worries, cheerfully tapped the red envelope. But when she saw the amount inside, she froze in shock. What's wrong? Number 88 noticed her colleague's unease and asked urgently. I. Number 77 stammered, unable to speak. This red envelope. Oh my god. The sudden scream startled number 88. What's wrong with you? Scaring me half to death. What's wrong with the red envelope? Does the new boss actually hand out 10,000 yuan for everyone to grab? Number 88 pushed him away in annoyance. It really is 10,000 yuan. Number 77 was practically ecstatic. Hurry up and grab it. It's 10,000. Ugh, 10,000 is 10,000. I earn more than that in a single shift. Number 88 reluctantly tapped open the red envelope. Then, the same expression appeared on her face. Yep, she was right, the boss really did send a 10,000 yuan red envelope. But it was 10,000 yuan per person. Chapter 41, such a young foot spa owner? Holy crap. What kind of god-tier boss is this? Everyone gets a red envelope? 10,000 yuan each? I'm speechless. Has our boss gone mad? This is terrifying. 10,000 yuan. Never seen such huge red envelopes before, am I dreaming? After a moment of silence, the break room erupted with shrieks. Even the new clients in the lobby were startled. What are your technicians doing? They're making such a racket. My apologies, sir. I'll go check for you. The male receptionist politely replied to the guest before heading toward the lounge. Before he could even enter, his arm was grabbed. Turning around, he saw it was the cleaning lady. Ma'am, what's the matter? Red envelopes. Quick, join the group to claim them. Her face flushed with excitement, leaving the receptionist puzzled. When he finally opened his phone and clicked into the new group Luo Shi had added him to, he was utterly bewildered. The screen was being flooded at an insane speed. The screen was flooded with thank the boss emojis, making it impossible for the receptionist to find the elusive red envelope. After scrolling back up for ages, he finally spotted a red envelope sent by someone named Bright Future. Clicking it, the receptionist froze in place. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 zeros and a 1? How much is that again? Holy. 10,000? Now the male attendant finally understood why the lounge was buzzing. If he hadn't been stuck in the lobby with customers waiting to change shoes, he would have dropped to his knees and belted out a few lines of father. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yuan in his room, chaos had erupted below. He simply noticed the group count had stopped growing and casually sent a small red envelope. A mere 10,000 yuan per person as a meeting gift, truly nothing to him. Besides, the system would instantly refund it after use. Money had lost all meaning to him. Oh, wait, it did matter. After all, money could buy all sorts of services he'd never even dreamed of before. Take Su Wanning behind him, for instance, curvy in all the right places, her delicate hands gently massaging his shoulders. Alright, Wenting, that's enough. Zhang Yuan gently patted the delicate hand resting on his shoulder. He glanced at the time, estimating that even with an extra hour, his 3 adopted sons should be finished by now. Let's go down together. Golden Impression was a legitimate foot massage parlor, so they didn't provide disposable shorts, only the shop's own robes. But Zhang Yuan couldn't be bothered to change, so he kept wearing his own clothes. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Oh dear. Su Wanning's pretty face flushed slightly. She tried to stand but found her legs numb from kneeling too long, nearly toppling over. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan reacted swiftly, reaching out to cradle Su Wanning in his arms. Feeling the warmth of his broad chest, Zhang Yuan momentarily forgot to let go. Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang, Su Wanning murmured shyly. Oh, sorry. I only reached out because I saw you about to fall. Worried she might fall again, Zhang Yuan slid his large hand from her waist down to her firm little buttocks, applying gentle pressure to steady her as she stood, her face flushed with embarrassment. Not bad. Zhang Yuan's comment made Su Wanning want to sink into the ground. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan made no further inappropriate moves. After regaining her composure, Su Wanning rose and walked to his side. The two walked toward the stairs, one in front and one behind. Just then, the 3 adopted sons finished their project and reluctantly stepped out of the room. Spotting Zhang Yuan, they immediately ran over, beaming with excitement. Godfather. Today was so awesome. Thanks, Godfather. Ha ha. Foster father, you wouldn't believe how gorgeous the technician who came to service us was. She was even prettier than our class beauty. Oh, really? Zhang Yuan shifted his body imperceptibly, revealing Su Wanning behind him. The 3 godchildren were instantly dumbfounded. Wait, weren't we all supposed to find technicians? How did you end up with a celebrity, Godfather? That face, that figure, she was at least several tiers above their technicians. Feeling the envious, jealous, and resentful stares from his adopted sons, Zhang Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Let's go. It's time to head back. I have to leave early tomorrow morning. The group gathered and headed downstairs together. Luo Shi, who had been watching the stairwell intently, froze upon spotting that familiar figure. He dashed to the lounge door. Quickly! The boss is coming down. Everyone, get ready. After a brief flurry of activity, the lounge settled back into order. Soon, technicians dressed in their finest emerged from the room, arranged in 2 neat rows. The idle receptionists in the lobby had already formed a line, awaiting the boss's arrival. Some newly arrived guests watched the receptionists and technicians' movements with puzzled looks. What's going on? Is there an event tonight? A regular customer asked the hostess beside him. The hostess gazed reverently at the staircase. Nope, bro. Just got a new owner. Well, it's just a change of ownership. Why all the fuss? Bro, you don't get it. The new owner handed out 10,000 yuan in red envelopes. The customer chuckled. You guys are so pathetic. A 10,000 yuan red envelope and you're making such a huge deal out of it. No, sir, it's 10,000 each. Even the cleaning lady got one. The receptionist's words left the customer speechless. What the hell? A 10,000 yuan red envelope for each person? Has this new boss lost his mind? No wonder these technicians and receptionists act like they've been brainwashed. When Zhang Yuan and his 3 adopted sons walked into the lobby laughing and joking, they instantly sensed something was off. The once empty lobby was now filled with 3 neat rows of people standing in formation. At the front were the most attractive technicians, followed by the technical specialists, and finally the receptionists. Luo Shi stood to the side, grinning at Zhang Yuan before waving his hand dramatically. Everyone bowed in unison and sang the prepared lyrics in perfect harmony. We always ask for your generosity, yet never say thank you. Let us all thank President Zhang for his generous red envelope. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Yuan and his group had never witnessed such a scene before and were instantly dumbfounded. Yuan Hua suddenly shuddered and stammered, Father, they're talking about you as Mr. Zhang, right? Zhang Chun and Zhang Hu also shot him stunned looks. Zhang Yuan snapped back to reality and replied with feigned profundity, What do you think? Then it probably isn't you. The 3 godchildren breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone knew Zhang Yuan was loaded, but even he wouldn't go so far as to buy out the entire foot massage parlor just for a foot rub, right? But when Luo Shi walked over to Zhang Yuan with a smile and addressed him as Mr. Zhang, the group froze in disbelief. Holy Godfather, you're gonna lose us like this. Yuan Hua wailed pitifully. Oh, I see. Luo Shi, don't bother giving this jerk a membership card. Just give my 2 adopted sons 100,000 each. Right away, Mr. Zhang. No, godfather. Yuanhua clung to Zhang Yuan's leg, wailing. Damn it, let go. There are people here. The scene of Zhang Yuan and his adopted son's roughhousing left the customers in the lobby utterly dumbfounded. Wait, a student is taking over this huge foot spa? You've got to be kidding me. Chapter 42, Lin Lu's Discovery. Luoshi, come here. Zhang Yuan beckoned to the innocent-looking girl. Coming. Mr. Zhang? Luoshi jogged over to Zhang Yuan. Did you organize this whole thing? Yeah, Mr. Zhang, the red envelope you gave was way too generous. Everyone just wanted to thank you. Appreciation is fine, but what on earth are they singing? I'm too embarrassed to listen. With dozens of people singing father in unison, Zhang Yuan had nearly turned and walked away. He couldn't possibly accept so many adopted sons and daughters. It was all my idea. If you don't like it, Mr. Zhang, I'll pick a different song next time. Luoshi offered a sheepish smile. Cut it out. Don't do this again next time. Focus more on the store. I'm not that vain. Zhang Yuan shook his head with a smile, then turned to Su Wanting. I've already transferred your red envelope directly to you. Make sure to collect it later. Technicians aren't allowed to carry phones during their shifts, so Su Wanting missed out on this round of red envelope perks. But truthfully, she didn't envy her colleagues much. After all, she'd encountered someone who could snap up a shop on a whim, a real powerhouse. And from now on, she wouldn't have to work shifts for others. She could just stay in the shop, quietly learning, and wait for Zhang Yuan to come by. Life couldn't get much better. According to Zhang Yuan, as long as Su Wanting was present at the shop, she would be counted as working. As an 899 tier technician, plus various service fees, she could easily earn close to 2,000 yuan per hour. After the shop's cut, Su Wanting would still pocket several hundred yuan per hour. That adds up to tens of thousands daily. In less than 2 months, she could pay off all her debts. For a moment, Su Wanting couldn't help but marvel at her incredible luck in finding an employer like Zhang Yuan. Yes, Mr. Zhang, I'll take it in a moment, Su Wanting nodded obediently. He'd never had much resistance to girls like this with 2 dimples, a captivating smile, a curvaceous figure, and an exceptionally gentle disposition. Under the trembling gazes of his 3 adopted sons, Zhang Yuan ran his fingers through Su Wanting's silky hair, its smooth texture making him linger. However, after glancing at her affection level, he temporarily shelved any thoughts of taking things further. Su Wanting affection plus 25, current affection 57. After all that maneuvering, only a 25-point increase in affection meant she was another girl likely Meng, someone who didn't particularly care about money. Sigh, if only everyone were as pure about money as my senior, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. After a brief moment of wistful reflection, Zhang Yuan and his adopted sons left the shop, bid farewell by the many technicians. Watching the owner's retreating figure, number 88 approached Luoshi with a troubled expression. Manager Luo, when you said I missed out, were you referring to the boss? Yes, the one who scheduled your appointment earlier was our boss. But you had to wait for Mr. Zhao, so we had no choice but to have 3 others fill in. Now he's been handpicked by the boss and signed a monthly contract. Luoshi's words pierced number 88's heart like arrows. She felt like she was shattering into pieces. How could she have missed out on such a huge opportunity? She shot an envious glance at Su Wanting, but number 88 dared not let too much emotion show on her face. After all, that young man was already the shop's owner, why would she fear he wouldn't come? There would always be chances to build rapport. She might not be as beautiful as Su Wanting, but there were things she could do that Su Wanting couldn't necessarily pull off. Meanwhile, Su Wanting had no clue about number 88's thoughts. She only returned to the break room after Zhang Yuan was out of sight, grabbing her phone. Opening it, she saw a pending transfer waiting for her. But when she saw the amount, her head spun. Zhang Yuan has transferred 88,888 yuan to you. That's too much. Way too much. Su Wanting had overheard her colleagues gasp. She knew Zhang Yuan had sent everyone a 10,000 yuan red envelope. Even though she had served Zhang Yuan for a long time and was the one he favored, he wouldn't give her this much money. After hesitating for a long time, Su Wanting still couldn't bring herself to accept the money. But when she recalled how Zhang Yuan had casually spent tens of millions to acquire golden impression, Su Wanting finally steeled herself. Gritting her teeth, she took the money. Mr. Zhang, I will repay you handsomely. Holy crap, brother Yuan, you're ing loaded. Just like that, you snatched up such a huge foot massage parlor? On the way back, the adopted sons practically worshipped Zhang Yuan. They were all freshmen. Why was their godfather so exceptional? Heh, it's just a small shop. Didn't cost much. Besides, it's to enrich your extracurricular lives so you don't end up as bootlickers. Zhang Yuan clearly relished his godchildren's praise, chuckling as he spoke. The group bickered and joked their way back to the dorm. After washing up, none of the 3 godchildren could sleep except Zhang Yuan. Each was reliving their encounter with that understanding technician. It was their first time experiencing such attentive service from a woman waiting outside the bathroom with toilet paper, preparing warm foot baths, giving gentle massages, and constantly tending to their emotional needs. Who the hell wouldn't be dazed by that? What's more, these three are college students who've never seen the bright lights of the city. Sleep? That'd be a miracle. When Zhang Yuan woke up the next morning and saw his foster son still snoring away, he shook his head. Damn it, these guys, did they jerk off in bed last night? After muttering his complaint, Zhang Yuan ignored them and walked straight out of the dorm. In the hallway, he bumped into several classmates who all gave him strange looks. Zhang Yuan knew exactly what was going on. This was all Hu Bo's doing. He was just waiting for the welcome party to tear off his mask and publicly humiliate him. Too bad. Hu Bo was going to be disappointed. Xiaoqiang, meet me at the school gate. After sending a message to his assistant, Zhang Yuan dressed neatly and headed to the school gate for breakfast. He flipped through his phone and was surprised to find that his senior hadn't sent him a message. How could this be? Thanks to the system's influence, Zhang Yuan had transformed from his former pretentious self into someone who neither initiates nor refuses, capable of handling everything except emotional matters. But when someone like his senior didn't contact him all night, something was definitely off. He casually sent her a spanking emoji and quickly finished his bowl of kanji. Last night, Chen Yuqing had taken a taxi to Golden Impression. On the way back, Zhang Yuan had given her the Porsche keys. With numerous matters to attend to today, he needed the car, otherwise, he wouldn't have called his assistant in for an early shift. At the school gate, a Porsche 911 was parked by the roadside. Chen Yuqing in the driver's seat radiated such brilliance that countless Rongda students didn't even dare to approach her for a chat. Seriously, a girl who could drive a luxury car worth nearly 2 million yuan must either come from deep pockets or have powerful connections. Neither was something ordinary students could afford to mess with. But when Chen Yuqing stepped out and eagerly opened the passenger door for a man, everyone's jaws dropped. No way! A woman with such poise actually opening the door for a stranger? Amidst the crowd, Lin Lu, who just finished an all-night chat with her bestie Meng Yuanyuan and stepped out to buy breakfast, stared at the man's retreating silhouette in the Porsche's passenger seat with confusion. That guy looks so familiar. He's exactly like the guy who picked up Yuanyuan the night before last. No, it is him. I told you, guys like that can't be trustworthy. Yuanyuan, you really made the wrong choice. Chapter 43, Comparison Kills. Zhang Yuan, sorry about last night. Lulu kept me talking, so I didn't come find you. Meng Yuanyuan hurriedly replied after seeing the emoji Zhang Yuan sent. But the more she thought about it, the more off it felt. Why did it sound like she was selling herself? Did accepting Zhang Yuan's kindness mean she had to repay him with her body? Just as she was about to retract her message, she noticed Zhang Yuan had already replied. I'll let it slide this time. Next time, remember to be more proactive or else, watch your butt. Oh, okay. Meng Yuanyuan replied to Zhang Yuan, her face flushing slightly. She found herself strangely drawn to that feeling. If Lin Lu hadn't dragged her away last night, she probably wouldn't have been able to contain her restless heart and would have run out to find Zhang Yuan. She couldn't quite pinpoint what it was about Zhang Yuan that drew her in so strongly. Lost in her increasingly serious thoughts, Meng Yuanyuan failed to notice Lin Lu, her expression grave, had already returned to the dorm with breakfast in hand. Seeing her best friend lost in thought, Lin Lu's carefully prepared words vanished without a trace. Her childhood friend seemed to have fallen completely head over heels. She'd been worried Meng would become the kind of manipulative girl everyone despised, but before she could even start chasing after money, she'd been completely swept off her feet by a guy. At least that guy seemed to have some money and was quite generous. At least he was far more generous than her own scumbag brother. I hope he brings you more than just material things, Lin Lu sighed, abandoning her plan to warn Meng Yuanyuan away from Zhang Yuan. After all, a guy who could gift a 200,000 yuan bag and drive a Porsche 911 as a freshman was a rare find at Rongda University or even in all of Rongqing. Let Meng Yuanyuan give it a shot. Who knows? Maybe she'd find a good home. Better than being taken advantage of by someone else. Oh, Lulu, you're back? Meng Yuanyuan finally spotted Lin Lu standing at the door and walked over excitedly to take the breakfast. What's wrong with you? Why are you standing there looking so silly? Oh, nothing. Just remembered something. Lin Lu looked at the completely unsuspecting Meng Yuanyuan and shook her head helplessly. Looks like I can't count on this idiot to take on Zhang Yuan alone. I'll have to step in myself. Seated in the passenger seat of the Porsche 911, Zhang Yuan remained unaware that his senior classmate already had a strategist preparing to step in. He glanced at the message Meng Yuanyuan had sent, then closed his phone with a faint smile. His senior was becoming more and more sensible. Mr. Zhang, would you like me to go over today's schedule? Chen Yuqing asked promptly upon seeing him put away his phone. Go ahead. All right. I've already contacted Yunhai Law Firm and scheduled a meeting for 10 a.m. today to transfer the shares of Jinfu Restaurant. Additionally, the live streaming company should receive its license this afternoon. When would be a convenient time for you to sign the contract with Xiao Guizhi and the others? Chen Yuqing reported today's preparations to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment. The company can wait. I need to head to Wanjin Tower this afternoon. I'll inform Xiao Guai and the others to come along. Wanjin Tower? Shen Yuqing was puzzled. Yesterday, Mr. Zhang seemed to have inquired about the price of Wanjin Tower. Could he be planning to visit the site today? Mr. Zhang, are you planning to rent office space at Wanjin? It's incredibly expensive there. As a newly established live streaming company, I really don't think it's necessary to go there. In that prime location where every square inch commands a premium, only financial services and luxury goods could survive. Any other business model would struggle. Zhang Yuan's decision seemed too hasty. As his assistant, Shen Yuqing felt compelled to clarify the situation. Who said I'm renting that place? Zhang Yuan looked at his assistant in confusion. Of course it's better to buy a place like that. Didn't you say it's worth a fortune? Just don't rent it. Just don't rent it. Shen Yuqing breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness the boss wasn't that foolish. If he kept throwing money around like this, who knew if his family would keep funding him? A salary of 50,000 a month. Shen Yuqing planned to stick around for a few more years. Wait, what did you just say, boss? Shen Yuqing slammed on the brakes, pulling the car to a sudden halt by the roadside. She stared at Zhang Yuan in utter shock. You want to buy that plot of land worth 10,000 gold? Are you sure? This is Wanjin Tower. The price per square meter has already exceeded 200,000. Zhang Yuan shrugged. So what? Shen Yuqing felt like crying. She had seriously underestimated Zhang Yuan's ambition. Forget whether her boss had enough money to buy land in Wanjin. Even if he did, you'd need connections to secure it. If you had connections like that, why bother starting a streaming company? Wouldn't it be better to simply acquire an established media company instead of this makeshift operation? Boss, perhaps you should reconsider? Shen Yuqing asked timidly. She truly didn't want to lose this job. No need to think about it. We're heading to Wanjin this afternoon, Zhang Yuan declared with a sweeping gesture. He was looking forward to seeing the look on Shen Yuqing's face when the time came. With a mournful expression, Shen Yuqing reluctantly started the Porsche again, her spirits sinking. The boss was great in every way except for his blind overconfidence. Hopefully she'll get a lesson down at Wanjin Tower this afternoon. An hour later, the Porsche 911 pulled into the underground parking garage of a skyscraper. Yunhai Law Firm occupied the 11th floor above. After composing herself, Shen Yuqing had regained her composure, and now her face showed no trace of her earlier distress. Boss, Attorney Liu and the others are already waiting for us. Shen Yuqing opened the car door, carefully shielding Zhang Yuan from any potential bumps. Alright, let's go. Zhang Yuan wore the slightly business-style Armani suit Meng Yuanyuan had picked out for him earlier today, making him appear considerably more mature than his actual age. Standing at 6 feet 1 inch tall, he exuded an imposing presence, hardly resembling a college student. As the two entered the elevator, several passing professionals shot puzzled glances at Zhang Yuan. Who is this young man? And with such a stunningly attractive assistant? Could he be the heir to some major corporation? Having worked at Armani, Shen Yuqing was accustomed to all kinds of stares and felt nothing about it. It was Zhang Yuan who felt slightly uncomfortable as these professionals scrutinized him from head to toe. But the confidence from his bulging wallet quickly pushed those feelings aside. I'm here to take over tens of millions in equity, just a bunch of nobodies. What threat could they possibly pose? In an instant, confidence welled up from within him. His soaring aura made Zhang Yuan stand out even more. Ding! The elevator reached the 11th floor. The doors opened to reveal several middle-aged men in tailored suits waiting inside. You must be Mr. Zhang? Welcome to Yunhai Law Firm. One of the men, more reserved than the others, spotted Zhang Yuan standing out from the crowd and walked over with his hand extended. Hello, Attorney Liu? Zhang Yuan showed no trace of timidity, smiling as he shook hands. Mr. Zhang, you're truly young and accomplished. At your age, I was still in school, yet you've already secured tens of millions in shares of Jinfu. You're practically putting us old-timers out of business. Attorney Liu's witty remark drew a flurry of astonished glances from those still inside the elevator before its doors closed. Wait, this guy who looks barely 20 is here to handle a multi-million-dollar equity transfer at a law firm? Damn it, we've been hustling for years and can't even get stock options. And here he is, already transformed into the boss of a whole herd of cattle and horses. Honestly, comparing ourselves to him is just depressing. Chapter 44, Who bargains like that? What would you like to drink, Mr. Zhang? We have pre-rain Longjing, Da Hong Pao, freshly brewed coffee, iced Americanos. Attorney Liu greeted Zhang Yuan and his assistant Shen Yuqing with utmost respect as he ushered them into the conference room. I'll have an iced Americano. Zhang Yuan also wanted to experience the invigorating drink that kept the workhorses going. Alright, Xiao Wang, go get one for Mr. Zhang. Oh, and you must be Assistant Chen? What would you like to drink? Attorney Liu's gentle gaze shifted to Shen Yuqing. Hello, Attorney Liu. I'm Shen Yuqing, currently serving as Mr. Shang's personal assistant. I'm not thirsty at the moment, so I'll pass for now. Shen Yuqing extended her hand gracefully to shake Attorney Liu's. Her sunny, confident demeanor momentarily captivated Attorney Liu. His gaze toward Zhang Yuan immediately grew even more respectful. A young man like this, wealthy enough to be impressive in itself, and even his assistant was so outstanding. Regardless of his background, what he saw before him now suggested a future of boundless potential. When the iced Americano was placed before Zhang Yuan, the handover proceedings finally commenced. A slight shift crossed Attorney Lu's face as he spoke with a touch of seriousness. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wu, who is handling the sale of shares at Jinfu, has already signed all the documents. This means we've completed half of our handover process. After all, Jinfu isn't a publicly listed company, so the process of selling and purchasing shares is relatively straightforward. As he spoke, Attorney Lu handed over a stack of documents. Here are the relevant equity papers. Please review them. Zhang Yuan took them, skimmed through them casually, then tossed them to Chen Yuqing. Xiaoqing, you take a look. Just let me know if there are any issues. Attorney Lu watched this exchange, his brow furrowing slightly. Tens of millions in equity being handled so casually by an assistant. It seemed Yunhai law firm would need to reassess the priority level assigned to this Mr. Zhang. After all, Chen Yuqing had a professional background. She had previously researched Jinfu's corporate structure and had crammed last night on the key points of equity transfers. She reviewed the professional documents in her hands with almost no hesitation. Soon, she nodded. Mr. Zhang, everything looks in order. Once you sign, the 27% equity stake in Jinfu restaurant will be yours personally. All right. Zhang Yuan didn't hesitate, promptly signing his name at the bottom. What should have been a protracted negotiation over every detail of the documents unfolded with surprising speed on Zhang Yuan's end. Even Attorney Lu, who was no stranger to such scenes, found it somewhat unsettling. Mr. Zhang, you're truly magnanimous. Attorney Lu rose with a sigh of admiration, clasping Zhang Yuan's hand firmly. Whereas before it might have been professional courtesy, now it was pure admiration for Zhang Yuan. How many people, when faced with such a large sum of money changing hands, would want to pick apart every single word for scrutiny? Yet with Zhang Yuan, it concluded before he'd even finished his coffee. Yunhai's intermediary fee was earned with remarkable ease. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang. You've become a shareholder of Jinfu. In all of Rongqing, there are probably few peers your age who can match your achievements. Attorney Lu, you flatter me. Zhang Yuan smiled modestly. Maintaining a certain level of respect was essential in front of such a seasoned lawyer. Otherwise, if he dug a trap for you later, you wouldn't even know it. By the way, Attorney Lu, Yunhai demonstrated exceptional professionalism throughout this collaboration. I'd like to continue working with them. Would your firm be open to that? Zhang Yuan's sudden question caught Attorney Lu off guard. We'd be delighted. Lu assumed Zhang Yuan was likely referring to some minor capital transaction, like acquiring a stake in a small company. Yunhai would normally look down on such deals. The commissions were simply too meager. But maintaining a good relationship with a promising client like Zhang Yuan would benefit both parties' future development. Attorney Lu naturally wouldn't refuse. All right, then Attorney Lu, we'll need you to accompany us this afternoon. I need to handle some matters at Wanjin, but I'm concerned their property management might cause trouble. I hope Attorney Lu can help clear the way for me. Zhang Yuan's calm tone left Attorney Lu momentarily stunned. Mr. Zhang, if I heard correctly, you mentioned Wanjin Tower? Attorney Lu's eyes widened. Chen Yuqing was even more startled upon hearing this. Wait, her boss was actually going to buy land at Wanjin? Yes, I purchased a 2,000 square meter office space in Wanjin. The handover is scheduled for this afternoon. Since it's a business to private transaction, I haven't engaged a legal team yet. I thought I'd have Yunhai handle it. Would it be an honor to have Attorney Lu join us? Zhang Yuan's words were polite, yet they left everyone present speechless with shock. This was the Wanjin Tower. How could it sound as simple as buying something off the street when you say it? Chen Yuqing trembled with excitement. Had she heard correctly? Had her boss really acquired the land for Wanjin? And he plans to use it as the office space for that ridiculous live streaming company. Good heavens, what on earth is happening today? Boss, you're not joking, right? Chen Yuqing stammered. Zhang Yuan watched his young assistant's wide-eyed expression and patted her shoulder. Xiaoqing, your boss never makes empty promises. Acting so petty is just plain dumb. You need to change that. Got it, I'll change. Boss, please don't fire me. Chen Yuqing was practically jumping for joy. What kind of godlike boss had she stumbled upon? If he could land Wanjin, didn't that mean her future was bright as day? Sweetie. Who would dare argue with the boss at a time like this? Mr. Zhang. If you truly purchase the office space in Wanjin Tower, Yunhai will waive all fees and provide our services completely free of charge. Attorney Lu suppressed his excitement and hurried over to make the promise to Zhang Yuan. But Zhang Yuan's expression darkened. Free? What good stuff could possibly be free? If you go free, how the hell am I supposed to get cash back? No way. Yunhai is one of the top law firms in the industry. How could they offer free services? This time we must charge the standard rate. No, arrange the highest tier for me. Zhang Yuan waved his hand dramatically, his commanding presence perfectly calibrated. Attorney Lu and the few interns under him were stunned. This guy sure knows how to negotiate. Mr. Zhang, you truly possess profound insight and extraordinary vision. Attorney Lu finally managed to squeeze out 2 fitting idioms after a long pause. Rest assured, I'll immediately notify our firm's top attorneys to return for a meeting. By this afternoon, I'll have assembled the most professional team for you, Mr. Zhang. Watching Attorney Lu pound his chest in assurance, Zhang Yuan finally smiled. This deal won't come cheap. He'd be able to pocket a hefty cash rebate again. Crucially, this was entirely legitimate and above board, no one could find fault with it. Alright, Attorney Lu, I'll await your good news. Schedule a meeting with my assistant for this afternoon, we'll see you at the office. You bet. With the afternoon's legal team arrangements settled, Zhang Yuan and his assistant rose to leave. They still needed to head over to the nearby Jinfu restaurant. Chen Yuqing had already arranged to meet Jinfu's largest shareholder and director there. The Porsche 911 roared to life, tearing onto the road and speeding away. But when Zhang Yuan arrived at the Golden Fortune restaurant on the pedestrian street with Chen Yuqing, he spotted a familiar figure on the first floor. Meng? What are you doing here? Little Meng, with her youthful face and voluptuous figure, looked over in confusion, her eyes suddenly reddening. Chapter 45 Bullying My Woman? Hey, things have been hectic lately. I almost forgot. Zhang Yuan hurried over to Li Meng. The little girl looked so upset she was on the verge of tears after seeing Zhang Yuan. Sorry, Meng. Making you greet guests for so long, it's all my fault for having such a bad memory. Zhang Yuan quickly took Li Meng's small hand and apologized. Behind them, Chen Yuqing's eyes narrowed instantly. Wow, another female confidant for the boss? She certainly had a striking appearance. Especially with that youthful face paired with those terrifyingly large weapons together, they were practically unstoppable. Chen Yuqing couldn't help but glance down at her own petite frame and let out a wistful sigh. The boss seemed to care deeply about this thing. Who knew if she'd ever get another chance? After a few words that made Li Meng giggle, Zhang Yuan took her small hand and, ignoring the young girl's bashfulness, led her straight into the store. Brother Zhang, I can't. I still have to greet customers here. Li Meng's cheeks flushed as she tried to refuse, only to find she couldn't break free from Zhang Yuan's strong grip. Am I not a guest too? What are you afraid of? I came to Golden Fortune today to back you up. His bold, confident demeanor captivated Li Meng. The three of them climbed the stairs to the second floor. Yang Xiao, who had just been promoted to supervisor, happened to be patrolling the front desk area, checking on her staff. Seeing Li Meng being led up the stairs by a man, she instantly flew into a rage. Li Meng! Have you lost your mind? Flirting on the job? You've got to be out of your mind. Yang Xiao's voice grew increasingly shrill, her once somewhat attractive face now twisted with venom. We're just greeting guests. Now that customers are here, what's wrong with coming up? Is there a problem? Before Zhang Yuan could speak, Chen Yuqing's expression darkened as she stepped forward to retort. Yang Xiao noticed the woman's professional attire and distinguished demeanor. Her appearance held its own against Li Meng's, sparking suspicion. Who was this important guest? Could it be that today was meant to save face for Li Meng? But upon recognizing Zhang Yuan's somewhat familiar face, Yang Xiao instantly smiled. I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's your boss, Li Meng. Not bad for now, you've even managed to charm a client. Sir, you're welcome to dine here, but Li Meng must return to her post immediately. Jinfu Restaurant is a place with strict rules. We absolutely cannot tolerate Li Meng breaking them like this. Yang Xiao wore a stern expression, genuinely believing herself to be a conscientious manager prioritizing the company's interests. Zhang Yuan watched this woman's one-woman show and couldn't help but want to laugh. What's your name? What position do you hold? Chen Yuqing was getting angry. How dare someone act so brazenly in front of her own boss? It was utterly unreasonable. Especially since Yang Xiao was an employee of Golden Fortune Hotel, this was completely turning the tables. Why should I tell you? Yang Xiao rolled her eyes, infuriating Chen Yuqing to no end. Alright, Xiaoqing, she's clearly out of her mind. Why bother with her? Zhang Yuan suppressed a chuckle at Chen Yuqing's flustered state. Sure enough, even as a fellow woman, Chen Yuqing was powerless against such an unreasonable shrew. Me crazy? How dare you talk to me like that? Don't think wearing knockoff designer clothes gives you the right to act all high and mighty in front of us at Golden Fortune. So what if you got a membership? Look at you strutting around like you own the place. Today, Jin Fu was preparing to welcome an important guest. Kindly keep people like you away. And you, Li Meng, this is your final warning. Will you leave? Yang Xiao unleashed a torrent of criticism, showing no regard for Zhang Yuan's status as a guest. Li Meng, that honest kid, was on the verge of tears from being berated. Zhang Yuan's expression darkened. He could ignore such but bullying his woman? That he couldn't tolerate. Xiaoqing, this woman is Yang Xiao. She's currently a supervisor, but she got her position by sleeping her way up with a certain student at our school. Make a note of this and report it to President Yu later. Zhang Yuan's tone was flat, as if nothing had happened. Yet the name he mentioned made Yang Xiao pause. Mr. Yu? This little brat actually knows Mr. Yu? No way. What's Mr. Yu's status? He's the actual controlling shareholder of Jinfu Restaurant, a tycoon worth billions. How could he possibly know some college kid? Realizing this, Yang Xiao suddenly sneered coldly. Oh my, trying to intimidate me with Mr. Yu? What makes you think you're anything special? Think you know Mr. Yu? Get lost. How dare you curse at me? Shen Yuqing was truly furious. This shrew was completely ruining Jinfu's reputation. Having someone like her in the store could ruin business all by herself. Brother Zhang, maybe I should just go downstairs. Li Meng, afraid of putting Zhang Yuan in an awkward position because of her, tugged pitifully at his sleeve. It's okay, sweetie, Zhang Yuan patted Li Meng's head gently. Just wait. We'll have quite a show to watch soon. What's going on? What happened? Wang Kuan, manager of Jinfu Restaurant on the pedestrian street, heard the commotion from the private room and rushed out to investigate. Xiao Yang, what's wrong? Wang Kuan immediately spotted the sharp expression on Yang Xiao's face, and his head instantly began to throb. This supervisor, who had climbed the ranks thanks to her uncle as shareholder connected to Hubo, the young master had already caused quite a mess in just 2 days. Many waitstaff were grumbling about her. But as just another employee, who could openly confront a manager handpicked by a shareholder? They could only pretend not to notice. It's all because of that pretentious jerk. He was actually getting all touchy-feely with someone during Li Meng's shift. It's causing a terrible impression. Manager Wang, I suggest we fire Li Meng immediately. Let her have a proper relationship. Yang Xiao's words made Li Meng's pent-up frustration burst forth, and tears streamed down her face. Zhang Yuan watched the scene unfold, his heart aching for her while his disgust toward Yang Xiao reached its peak. Manager Wang, is that right? My name is Zhang Yuan. Please inform President Yu that if today's incident isn't handled to my satisfaction, you'll bear the consequences. Zhang Yuan's words, spoken with unwavering conviction, left Wang Kuan frozen in place. Zhang Yuan? Isn't this the second largest shareholder of Jinfu that President Yu was scheduled to meet today? How could it be this young man standing before us? This is a bit of a stretch. Shen Yuqing stepped forward, pulled out Jinfu's shareholding certificate, and handed it to Wang Kuan. Take a look. At least you won't end up like this woman, daring to insult your own shareholder. What the hell is going on here? Manager Wang, should I have my people throw them out? Yang Xiao couldn't make sense of their actions and decided to call their bluff. Shut the hell up. This Mr. Zhang is our second largest shareholder at Jinfu. You dare insult him? After examining the share certificate, cold sweat poured down Wang Kuan's face. He roared furiously, pointing at Yang Xiao, you're fired. I said it. The sudden reversal left Yang Xiao reeling, her mouth agape in disbelief. Li Meng's eyes widened even further as she stared blankly at Zhang Yuan. How had her Zhang brother suddenly become the store's owner? Chapter 46, Then You're Out. Yang Xiao had never seen Wang Kuan this furious before. Terrified, she turned pale and stammered, unable to speak. What are you still standing there for? Go take off our Jinfu uniform. You can get out of here right now. Wang Kuan's merciless words snapped Yang Xiao back to her senses. How dare you fire me? I'm the supervisor appointed by Uncle Hu. You don't have the authority to fire me. Recalling her powerful backer, Yang Xiao instantly straightened her back. So what if Zhang Yuan was a shareholder? So is young master Hu's uncle. Without his approval, no one could fire her. By virtue of my approval of Wang Kuan's decision. At that moment, a deep voice boomed from behind the crowd. Wang Kuan turned around and his expression changed instantly. Mr. Yu, my apologies. This is a failure of my management. Haha, Manager Wang, I think you've done quite well, very decisive. Yu Shangli, with his graying hair and dressed in casual attire, chuckled cheerfully. Mr. Yu. Yang Xiao finally dared not act so boldly anymore. Standing before her was the founder of Jinfu, the undisputed helmsman of the company. With him openly agreeing to her dismissal, there was no way she could keep her supervisor position now. Panicked, Yang Xiao turned her gaze toward a middle-aged man standing behind Yu Shangli. But to her utter surprise, the man didn't even glance her way. This must be Mr. Zhang? Yu Shangli smiled as he extended his hand toward Zhang Yuan. Truly a rising star at such a young age. General Manager Yu, you're too kind. I still have much to learn from veterans like you. Zhang Yuan's words weren't merely polite. Through Chen Yuqing's prior introduction, he had gained a basic understanding of Jinfu. He held deep admiration for this self-made Mr. Yu. What truly amazed him was Mr. Yu's remarkable foresight. While most people were renting storefronts to open shops, he gritted his teeth and sold everything he owned to buy over 10 prime retail locations in different areas. Back then, the average price was only a few thousand yuan, but now they'd skyrocketed to over 50,000. The appreciation in fixed assets alone had secured Yu Shangli a worry-free life for the rest of his days. Yet he remained wholly dedicated to building his business, turning Jinfu into a thriving enterprise. Women like Yang Xiao were, after all, the exception. Most Jinfu restaurants enjoyed an excellent reputation locally. They particularly attract successful individuals to dine there. The sight of the two chatting and laughing together drew a moment of silence from those around them. The pairing of an older man and a younger woman felt decidedly incongruous. No one quite knew how to react. Yang Xiao's face had turned ashen. There was virtually no chance of reversing her dismissal. Even if Hu Bo himself came to plead for her, it wouldn't make a difference. Of course, by now, everyone's attention had long shifted away from the shrewish little supervisor. Li Meng, standing nearby, was practically glowing with admiration as she looked at Zhang Yuan. She never dreamed Zhang Yuan would actually become a shareholder of Jinfu. This was a major private kitchen chain with over 15 branches. And seeing Zhang Yuan chatting and laughing with Chairman Yu Shangli, showing not a hint of nervousness, Li Meng felt her heart melt. Li Meng, right? Chen Yuqing's voice snapped Li Meng back to reality. She nodded quickly. Yes, that's me. I'm Mr. Sang's personal assistant. Here's my card. Feel free to contact me anytime if you have any questions. Li Meng took the gold-embossed card Chen Yuqing offered with a dazed look. Seeing the other woman's radiant confidence, she felt a wave of discouragement wash over her. Brother Zhang not only became a shareholder of Jinfu, but also has such an outstanding assistant. I'm just a lowly receptionist. I'm completely unworthy of him. Li Meng? Li Meng? Wang Kuan waved his hand in front of Li Meng's face, finally snapping her out of her daze. You're not going to reception anymore. From now on, you'll take over Yang Xiao's position. Ha? Me? Li Meng pointed at her own nose in shock. She was hardly cut out to be a supervisor. Yes, you. President Zhang has already said he wants you to gain experience here first before taking on more important responsibilities later. Wang Kuan's expression was dead serious, no sign of joking. Li Meng felt a surge of delight. Brother Zhang still remembered her. Although appointing Li Meng as supervisor was Zhang Yuan's suggestion, Chairman Yu Shangli didn't hesitate at all and agreed immediately. After all, he was Jinfu's second largest shareholder. Refusing such a minor request would only alienate him completely. Although Yu Shangli held controlling power over Jinfu, Zhang Yuan wielding a veto right whenever he pleased could make things very uncomfortable for him. Most crucially, Zhang Yuan was so young yet could suddenly pull tens of millions to acquire shares. Who knew what powerful backers he had behind him? Yu Shangli had no desire to see Jinfu's tremendous growth potential hindered by such a dispute. Thus, under Yu Shangli's arrangements, the shareholders' meeting concluded with all guests thoroughly satisfied. After eating and drinking his fill, Zhang Yuan left with Chen Yuqing. Chairman, what's his background? The middle-aged man who had previously supported Yang Xiao finally couldn't resist asking. Yu Shangli shot him a glance and sneered. He's got way more clout than you'd ever imagine. Go ask your nephew if he's fallen out with him. A young man like that has boundless potential. Uncle Hu Bo was momentarily speechless. Promoting Yang Xiao had indeed been his misstep, but the primary reason lay with his friend's son. Had he not pestered him relentlessly, he never would have promoted such a vicious woman to supervisor. After the dinner, Wang Kuan reported on the conflict between Hu Bo and General Manager Zhang that had occurred at Jinfu, causing the middle-aged man to frown repeatedly. Hu Bo, your son is a real poisonous snake. The middle-aged man sighed. After the meeting with Yu Shangli, Zhang Yuan lingered in the car for a long time. Xiaoqing, this Chairman Yu is no pushover. Mr. Zhang, what are your thoughts? Chen Yuqing also looked deep in thought. That old codger places immense importance on power. He's basically given me zero opportunity to get close to Jinfu's core team. Zhang Yuan chuckled softly before continuing, but he's overthinking it. A mere Jinfu? I'm not even considering competing with him over it. Achieving my objectives is sufficient. During the dinner gathering, Zhang Yuan tactfully refrained from interfering in Jinfu's operations, which greatly pleased Yu Shangli. So when Zhang Yuan proposed taking over the sponsorship arrangements for Rongda University, Yu Shangli raised no objections whatsoever. He readily provided Zhang Yuan with the contact number of the manager responsible for the matter. Hu Bo, Professor Liu, you're trying to trip me up, aren't you? You want to see me humiliated at the welcome party? Ha, looks like you're in for a disappointment. A cold gleam flashed in Zhang Yuan's eyes. He wasn't one to hold a grudge. Revenge was his motto. Let's go. Time to head to Wanjin. Got it, boss. After a moment of deep thought, Zhang Yuan leaned back in the passenger seat and closed his eyes to rest. Ring ring. But before he could rest for long, the phone rang. Dachuan, what's up? The welcome party's been moved up to tonight? Just because that senior Hong doesn't have time later? Damn it, what's wrong with these department heads? How can they change such a major event on a whim? One phone call was enough to ruin Zhang Yuan's mood. Chapter 47, Welcome Party moved up. Boss, what's going on? Chen Yuqing noticed Zhang Yuan's sudden change in expression and hurriedly asked. Nothing much. Just some messing around from the school. The finance department's welcome party, which was supposed to be held in a few days, has been moved up to tonight. Zhang Yuan's tone was less than cheerful. Upon reflection, perhaps he was still affected by what the counselor had said earlier. A woman who was already exceptionally capable herself kept insisting in front of him that she wanted to learn from another senior. Even though Zhang Yuan no longer harbored much interest in Yuanyao, he still felt a lingering discomfort. It had nothing to do with feelings, it was purely his own issue. Forget it. It's fine. Let's just focus on our task. You drive. Zhang Yuan sighed, leaning back in the passenger seat with a slight frown. Chen Yuqing glanced at her boss with concern. She sensed Zhang Yuan was clearly in a bad mood. This gala must hold special significance for him. But Zhang Yuan clearly didn't want to talk about it, and as his assistant, Chen Yuqing didn't feel it was her place to pry. Driving on, they soon arrived at Wanjin Tower. Most vehicles entering and exiting here were luxury cars worth over $1,000,000. While Porsche 911s were rare, they weren't particularly eye-catching either. Instead, a Lamborghini Revuelto drew all the attention, attracting numerous passers-by snapping photos. After parking, they grabbed lunch at a random restaurant inside Wanjin. By then, it was already 1:30 p.m. Hey, Zhang Yuan? What are you doing here? Just as he was about to leave with his assistant, Zhang Yuan heard a familiar voice greeting him. Turning around, he was surprised to see his counselor, Yuanyao. Though Zhang Yuan wasn't particularly fond of this counselor with questionable taste, she had come over to greet him, so he couldn't very well pretend not to see her. He smiled and walked over to meet her. Counselor, what a coincidence. I'm having lunch over here. Yuanyao glanced curiously at Chen Yuqing following behind Zhang Yuan, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Judging by their positioning, this demure-looking woman in a business suit didn't seem like Zhang Yuan's girlfriend. She appeared more like his subordinate. After all, she herself had stood in a similar position when with Senior Hong. Zhang Yuan, already dating someone after just starting school? Yuanyao asked with a smile, testing the waters. At her boss's advisor's remark, a flicker of bashfulness crossed Chen Yuqing's face. Zhang Yuan shook his head. This is my personal assistant. Yuanyao gave Chen Yuqing a knowing look, only to notice the blush on her face quickly turn to disappointment. Unable to resist teasing, she added, Zhang Yuan, you're quite the catch hiring such a young and beautiful assistant. Hey, advisor, don't talk nonsense. Xiaoqing is a top student who completed her bachelor's and master's degrees consecutively at a prestigious university. She's highly competent in her field. Oh, really? Yuanyao wasn't particularly interested in the topic and pressed on, are you here for business or just scouting the place ahead of time? Yuanyao had been the one to inform Zhang Yuan and his class monitor about the early orientation gala. Now, bumping into Zhang Yuan at Wanjin, the question came naturally. Zhang Yuan shook his head again. Not scouting. I have some business to handle here. He saw no need to elaborate further with Yuanyao. Yuanyao didn't think much of it. In her eyes, Zhang Yuan was just another rich kid with a bit of family money. What business could he possibly have at Wanjin? At most, he'd come to buy something. Alright then, go ahead and take care of it. I still need to meet with Senior Hong and the others to discuss the evening event schedule. Senior Hong again. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but frown. This counselor must have been brainwashed by them. Nodding, Zhang Yuan ignored the counselor and walked straight out with Chen Yuqing. Boss, is that your counselor? Chen Yuqing asked with a hint of surprise. Yeah, just got assigned. Heard he used to work at some private equity firm. Zhang Yuan didn't want to discuss the topic further. By the way, have the kids arrived yet? And attorney Lu's team, has the elite team been assembled yet? The kids are already on their way. When it came to her professional expertise, Chen Yuqing replied without hesitation, the lawyers from Yunhai have already gone ahead to negotiate with Wanjin's property management. Oh, boss, the property company has prepared a meeting room. We can head straight over. The appointment is scheduled for 2 o'clock. All right. Wanjin Tower, Peninsula Elegance. Upon seeing Yuanyao return, Hong Wang smiled and asked, Junior, I was just mentioning you to Manager Zhou. Oh, really? That's truly an honor. Yuanyao smiled shyly, appearing almost like a different person compared to when she was with Zhang Yuan. This must be the outstanding partner Mr. Hong mentioned earlier, remarked a man in his 30s with a smile. Junior classmate, let me introduce you. This is Manager Zhou from Wanjin Tower's property management company. He knows quite a few big names in the industry and has an extensive network. Hong Wang's smile grew even brighter. He had deliberately invited Yuanyao, who worked at his company, to join today's gathering specifically to ensure Manager Zhou enjoyed his meal. Sure enough, Manager Zhou's eyes practically sparkled when he looked at Yuanyao. Clearly, his exceptionally well-presented and poised junior colleague had caught the man's eye. Yuanyao, however, was puzzled. They had clearly discussed tonight's gala, so why had Manager Zhou suddenly appeared? Hong Wang seemed to sense her confusion and quickly explained, it's like this, Junior. Manager Zhou just dropped by for a moment. He has an important meeting later and will be leaving soon. That's right. Wanjin is signing a contract with a client tonight, and their legal team is already here. I only came to say hello because I knew President Hong was dining here. Manager Zhou's words left both Hong Wang and Yuanyao stunned. Wasn't Wanjin long since sold out of available floors? Manager Zhou, seriously? Is there still someone who can buy office space at Wanjin? Hong Guang asked, his face brimming with curiosity. Anyone buying Wanjin property at this stage must have terrifying connections and financial clout. Since they happen to be here today, maybe Manager Zhou could introduce them. Perhaps his private equity fund could be revived. The thought struck him, and he quickly added, Manager Zhou, when you sign the contract today, could I be present as a witness? That might be a bit difficult. Manager Zhou shot a subtle glance at Yuanyao, his face filled with reluctance. Mainly, I'd like my junior colleague to tag along and gain some experience. Hong Guang instantly understood and quickly added with a smile. Alright, fine. You can come along with me then. Manager Zhou shot Hong Guang a satisfied glance. Everything was understood without words. Only Yuanyao remained lost in thought, wondering what kind of formidable figure could secure an office space at Wanjin. Chapter 48, Yuanyao's surprise. Don't take it to heart, Junior. Manager Zhou is with Wanjin Tower's property management. After all, he knows plenty of successful people. See? Opportunities just keep coming, don't they? After Manager Zhou left early, Hong Guang hurried to explain. Yuanyao shook her head with a smile, then asked with a hint of concern, Senior, it's not that I mind these things. But is the company truly at a life or death crisis? Hong Guang sighed deeply. Yes. That previous investment tied up all our working capital. Now I can't get a single penny out. If we can't secure new funding, all our initial investments will go down the drain. I'm completely stuck, otherwise, I wouldn't be this desperate. Hearing this, Junyao's face also clouded with worry. She had thought joining her senior's company would mark a second spring in her career. Little did she expect that a mere exploratory investment would trap even the usually far-sighted Hong Guang in such a deep hole. Sigh, no one could have predicted Weilan's reputation would plummet so suddenly. Who knows who's stirring up trouble behind the scenes? The original plan was to establish high-end coffee shops, expand Weilan across the entire city of Rongqing, make a big splash with our company's name, and then secure more capital investment. But, sigh, that Qianong is such a purebred jerk. Hong Guang sighed repeatedly. He had genuinely held high hopes for Weilan, otherwise, he wouldn't have poured over 50 million yuan into it, enabling the rapid opening of 8 branches, all currently under construction. Who could have predicted that yesterday's livestream would inexplicably send Weilan Coffee's reputation plummeting to rock bottom, leaving it with almost no chance of recovery? After learning the full story, Hong Guang felt nothing but utter contempt for Qianong. He had never trusted the man from the start, though Qianong's powerful Qian family did hold considerable influence. Hong Guang's plan was to gradually sideline Qianong from the core decision-making circle. Yet before any action could be taken, it was already over. Hong Guang was caught completely off guard. It'll be fine, Senior. With your capabilities, you'll definitely secure more investment. The Weilan project won't collapse. Yuanyao, however, had unwavering faith in Hong Guang. After all, he was one of Rongda University's most outstanding alumni in recent years. To build a capital firm valued at over 100 million from scratch in just 3 short years, such capability was entirely trustworthy. Thanks for the good wishes, Hong Guang sighed almost imperceptibly before rising. Let's go join the excitement. See what kind of genius managed to snag that $1 million office space. Sounds good. I'm curious too. Yuanyao followed Hong Guang with a radiant smile. When the two arrived outside the meeting room designated by Manager Zhou, they could hear heated arguments echoing from within even from a distance. Unable to contain his curiosity, Hong Guang peered inside and was utterly astonished. Isn't that Attorney Liu from Yunhai Law Firm? And Attorney He, Attorney Chin, holy cow. All the pillars of Yunhai. So many big-name lawyers are here? Senior, what's wrong? Yuanyao asked curiously. This is Yunhai, one of the top law firms in Rongqing. Their lawyers aren't just battle-hardened veterans, they've racked up countless successful cases. Ordinary folks couldn't even afford to hire them. Hong Guang's face flushed with excitement. He had a feeling he might meet a truly formidable figure today. Mr. Hong, you're here? Manager Zhou emerged with a troubled expression, only to look up and see Hong Guang visibly excited. Manager Zhou, what's going on? Why are all 3 of Yunhai's top lawyers here? Oh, don't even ask. This client splurged to hire a top-tier legal team, and now they're nitpicking every word in the contract. Manager Zhou looked utterly helpless, too preoccupied to even greet Yuanyao. He sighed bitterly, our legal team is no match for theirs. They've picked apart every minor detail in the contract. They're demanding an explanation from us now. Yuanyao peered into the conference room out of curiosity and indeed spotted several sharply dressed men gesturing at the contract and arguing incessantly. Meanwhile, the staff from Wanjin Property stood stammering and speechless, creating a stark contrast between the two sides. Who on earth has the resources to hire a professional legal team just to sign a contract? Yuanyao felt her anticipation growing. 23rd floor, Wanjin Tower. Zhang Yuan stood before the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, surveying the cityscape below. This commanding vantage point filled Zhang Yuan with a sense of exhilaration. No wonder CEOs and chairmen prefer top-floor offices. The view from up here is truly delightful. Zhang Yuan mused deeply. He felt an inexplicable shift in his state of mind. The system had brought him more than just the pleasure of indulgent spending. Its influence extended to every facet of his life. As a freshman, without the system's assistance, Zhang Yuan might never have experienced the view from the top floor in his lifetime. But with the system, in just a few short days, Zhang Yuan had not only won over his long-admired senior classmate Meng Yuanyuan but also secured shares in the Golden Fortune Hotel. Now, even within Rongcheng's most prestigious commercial tower, Zhang Yuan had carved out his own niche. A dreamlike life couldn't be any more perfect. Boss, the kids are here. Should I let them come up? Chen Yuqing suppressed her excitement, looking at Zhang Yuan with reverence. Mei-chem, have them come up and take a look too. Zhang Yuan gave a non-committal nod. This over 2,000 square meter office space was originally prepared for the upcoming live streaming company. It only made sense for Xiao Gui and the other streamers to familiarize themselves with the space ahead of time. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuqing arrived with 4 wide-eyed young streamers. Xiao Gui, Daji, Zhou, and even Jiumei were all dumbfounded when they arrived on the 23rd floor and saw the empty 2,000 square meter office space. They even felt a bit uneasy. This was the Wanjin Tower. What kind of people frequented this place? Did a few small-time streamers even belong working here? Could they possibly generate commensurate value for the boss? What? Already backing down? Watching the streamers who were so full of themselves yesterday now look like they've never seen the world before, Zhang Yuan chuckled. Damn it! Boss! I swear from this day forward, you are the only light in my life. Xiaogu rushed over and hugged Zhang Yuan's leg, his face full of devotion. This leg's mine. Boss, I'm putting my life in your hands from now on. Deji acted fast, grabbing hold of the other leg. Damn it, you too. Walking heart, you damn well better not move. Stay right there. Zhang Yuan stared in horror at Zhou Xian, who was itching to grab his last remaining leg, and quickly reached out to stop him. Ha ha ha. Jiumei was in stitches watching the show. She too wanted to grab Zhang Yuan's leg, but now clearly wasn't the right moment. Alright, kid, big ambition, stop hugging. Zhang Yuan shook his leg helplessly. These two clowns really had no shame. But for streamers, saving face usually isn't a priority, so Xiao Gui and the others' behavior was understandable. You guys can get familiar with the place here. It's about time. Xiao Qing and I will go downstairs to handle the handover. Once that's done, we can start renovations. Before long, you'll all be working here. Got it, boss. After releasing his thighs, Xiao Gui and the others shouted in unison. Zhang Yuan nodded and took Chen Yuqing to the elevator heading to the second floor, where the Wanjin Property Management Office was located. Chapter 49, I've been waiting so long for you. Attorney Liu? Everything settled? Alright, the boss and I will be right over. Chen Yuqing hung up the phone and turned to Zhang Yuan. Boss, the team over at Yunhai has reviewed the contract. There were a few minor issues, but nothing major. They've been resolved. Wanjin Property has agreed to waive 3 years of property fees for us. Plus, during renovations, they'll let us use their internal elevator for material transport. Waived fees? Zhang Yuan was stunned. He de-hired Yunhai, and now they were stabbing him in the back. No way. We have to go there immediately. How could they waive the fees? Zhang Yuan grew impatient. He'd long heard that Wanjin's fees were astronomical. If they waived 3 years' worth outright, would he even get his cash back? Right now, he had a newly acquired foot massage parlor under his management and a live streaming company that hadn't even officially moved in yet. Money was needed everywhere. He couldn't let lawyer Liu and the others mess things up. Ha? Chen Yuqing was baffled. Wasn't waiving the property fees a good thing? My boss is acting like he lost money. The minds of the wealthy are truly baffling. The two hurried along and soon arrived at the conference room prepared by Wanjin Property Management. Zhang Yuan? That familiar voice again. Zhang Yuan looked up and saw it was indeed the counselor. He frowned immediately. Why did he keep running into her? But this time, the counselor was accompanied by a man in a suit, maintaining a distance between them. Counselor, what are you doing here? Seeing there was no escaping her, Zhang Yuan decided to confront Yunyao instead. Why am I here? Shouldn't I be asking you that? It's one thing that you came to Wanjin for lunch, but I remember you have class this afternoon. Why aren't you heading back to school? Yunyao took a step forward, frowning at her student. To be honest, she didn't have a very favorable impression of Zhang Yuan. Most of what remained were negative impressions. Like showing off in school wearing an Armani suit worth nearly 100,000 yuan, getting into huge fights with classmates over jealousy, and repeatedly skipping classes so much so that Professor Liu had reported him to the department. And now he skipped class again today? Did he even regard her as his advisor? I have something to attend to. I won't be attending class today. Zhang Yuan's nonchalant attitude infuriated Yunyao. She couldn't stand people like this, those who, with a little money, became too lazy to improve themselves. Why couldn't he be like Senior Hong, studying diligently and building a solid foundation before venturing into entrepreneurship? What could possibly be more important than class? Get back to class. Don't make me remind you again and again. Otherwise, don't expect me to approve any future leave requests. Yuanyao adopted her full authority as an advisor, only making Zhang Yuan more irritated. Junior, is this your student? Hong Guang, standing nearby, keenly noticed the Armani on Zhang Yuan's body. His gaze then swept over Qing Yuqing behind him, and ideas immediately formed in his mind. These newly enrolled wealthy alumni were the easiest to deceive, no, the easiest to work with. All he needed to do was plant a few investment ideas in their heads, and they'd eagerly hand over their money, begging him to manage it for them. Hong Guang's entire career had been built this way. He knew the game inside out. Yes, senior, he's a student in my class. He's always skipping class, Yuanyao turned and explained to Hong Guang with a smile, her attitude starkly different from before. Qing Yuqing couldn't bear to watch. Just as she was about to step in and say something, Zhang Yuan stopped her. Enough, counselor. Do whatever you want, but don't interfere with my business. Zhang Yuan's blunt words made Yuanyao's face turn pale. When had she ever seen a student dare speak to her like that? He was practically rebelling. Student, that remark is inappropriate. Since Yuanyao is your counselor, she naturally has the authority to oversee your academic progress. She means well. Hong Guang couldn't stand Zhang Yuan's ungrateful attitude either, so he stepped forward to lecture him. And who the hell are you? Get lost. You're messing with my business. Think you can afford to pay for this? While Zhang Yuan had shown Yuanyao a modicum of courtesy, he showed no such restraint toward this complete stranger. Zhang Yuan, Yuanyao was about to explode at his rudeness toward her senior. It's fine, junior. This guy clearly comes from a pampered, wealthy background completely different from our upbringing. So it's only natural he lacks social grace. Hong Guang continued to defend Zhang Yuan with apparent grace, though his words openly and subtly disparaged Zhang Yuan as worthless. Zhang Yuan, I'll let it slide since my senior isn't holding it against you, but I must warn you what you call important matters are nothing significant to him. And don't go saying things like he can't afford to compensate you. In just 3 years, senior founded a company valued at over 100 million. His capabilities are beyond your wildest imagination. Yuanyao finished her tirade in one breath, her gaze toward Zhang Yuan growing increasingly contemptuous. These rich kids have no clue how hard it is for people from the bottom to climb up. Listening to Yuanyao's furious tirade, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt like laughing. So this was how others saw him? Fine, you're absolutely right. Excuse me, I need to go handle something. Zhang Yuan couldn't be bothered to explain to Yuanyao. If it weren't for her status as a counselor, he wouldn't have let her walk out of Wanjin on her own 2 feet today. He'd consider every penny he'd spent on her a complete waste. As for that so-called Senior Hong, Yuanyao called him an elite, a prodigious entrepreneur. In Zhang Yuan's eyes, he was nothing but a lowly worker. What kind of nobody did he think he was, daring to compare himself to me? What are you going in for? Hong Guang, seeing this freshman completely oblivious to the situation, finally grew irritated. This is Wanjin Properties conference room. We're expecting an important guest today. The people inside are either Wanjin management or top lawyers from Yunhai law firm. What business do you have barging in as a student? Yuanyao nodded and reached out to pull Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan, stop causing trouble. This isn't a place you should be entering. Go back to school now, and I'll pretend nothing happened today. ? Zhang Yuan stared at the counselor with a peculiar expression. No, I want you to remember everything that happened today. Don't you dare forget. What do you mean? Yuanyao was a bit confused. What's wrong with this student? He really is stubborn as a mule, isn't he? Mr. Zhang is here? In the conference room, Attorney Lu caught sight of Zhang Yuan still being tugged at the door by Yuanyao. His face lit up with surprise as he rose to greet him. Manager Zhou, who had been sitting with a gloomy expression, instantly beamed with delight at the sight. He genuinely didn't want to deal with these professionals anymore. It's just too damn hard. Mr. Zhang, I've been waiting for you so desperately. Manager Zhou's heart-wrenching cry froze the 3 people at the door in their tracks. Zhang Yuan felt goosebumps rise all over his body. He quickly pushed Manager Zhou away with his hands as he tried to embrace him, asking in a slightly panicked voice, "Who the hell are you?" "Don't mess with me. Mr. Zhang, it's Xiaozhou from Property Management. I spoke with your assistant. Weren't you supposed to come sign the acquisition contract today?" Manager Zhou's words instantly relieved Zhang Yuan. But it sent Hong Guang and Yuanyao's hearts racing. Mr. Zhang? Assistant? Acquisition? No way. Chapter 50, Taking It in Stride. Manager Zhou greeted Zhang Yuan's arrival as if reuniting with a long-lost relative, his enthusiasm bordering on overwhelming. Little did they know how agonizing it had been for Manager Zhou to negotiate with the professional team dispatched by Yunhai. Not only was he being stripped of his trump cards bit by bit, but he also had to sacrifice significant assets belonging to the property management company itself. It felt like cutting flesh from Manager Zhou's own body. Mr. Zhang, you're finally here. Quick, let's sign the contract right away. Everything is ready, we're just waiting for your signature. Manager Zhou's fiery enthusiasm left Zhang Yuan utterly wide-eyed. He'd never seen this guy with his modest connections display such an expression before. Sign? Zhang Yuan shook his head slightly. There's no rush. It's mainly this, counselor. Who is this person again? Yunyao, who had been momentarily lost in thought, snapped back to attention when Zhang Yuan addressed her. Senior Hong Guang. Ha? Mr. Zhang, you know him? Manager Zhou looked at Hong Guang with confusion. Not very familiar. Mainly because Senior Hong said signing with you guys is a minor matter compared to his own affairs. Plus, my advisor thinks I should return to class this afternoon. There's really no way around it. Manager Zhou, please discuss this further with my legal team. I'll come back to sign after class. Zhang Yuan spoke calmly, but Manager Zhou was immediately flustered. This is unacceptable. Mr. Zhang. I'm genuinely afraid of your team. Please, for the sake of everyone, just sign the papers. Manager Zhou was on the verge of tears. If he had to spend another afternoon haggling with Attorney Liu and the others, wouldn't he end up having to hand over his underwear to Zhang Yuan? Mr. Hong, how can you say such things? What could possibly be wrong? The company's practically going under. In desperation, Manager Zhou couldn't hold back any longer and dropped a bombshell. Hong Guang's expression instantly darkened. He hadn't told anyone about the company's precarious situation, but Manager Zhou, as the property manager of Wanjin Tower, could infer his company's troubles from various clues. Manager Zhou, you shouldn't speak so carelessly. My company is facing some challenges, but things are improving. There's no question of bankruptcy. Manager Zhou rolled his eyes dismissively at Hong Guang's explanation. Come on, sir. Others might not know, but do you really think I can't see it? It's the earlier investment that went south, right? Several shareholders have come looking for you, but they couldn't find you anywhere. They even came to my office to check the surveillance footage. Manager Zhou's words made Hong Guang clench his teeth in frustration, while Yunyao looked at her senior with a mix of shock and suspicion. She worked at her senior's company. Her monthly salary had always been paid on time, but this month, it was late, several days overdue. When she asked the finance department, they said to wait a few more days. Seeming to sense Xiao's uneasy gaze, Hong Guang offered a gentle smile. Junior, don't listen to Manager Zhou's nonsense. The company is fine. It's just a temporary cash flow issue. It'll be resolved soon. Her long-standing trust in her senior ultimately prevailed, and she chose to believe him. Nonsense? Forget it. I'm not wasting my breath on this. Manager Zhou frowned and pressed on. Mr. Hong, you wanted to meet with Mr. Zhang. Well, you've met him now. I've fulfilled my part of the deal. Now it's your turn to help me out. Help persuade Mr. Zhang to stop his team from harassing me. How could Wanjin Property possibly stand up to Yunhai Law Firm? Manager Zhou's words confirmed Hong Guang's suspicions. So this student of his junior classmate was indeed the big shot who bought the 2,000 square meter office space on the 23rd floor of Wanjin. He couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. His eyes widened in disbelief. That such a young newcomer could even afford the purchase price was already astonishing enough. What was truly terrifying was the power behind him. Who could possibly carve out a piece of property from Wanjin Property's own holdings unless they had connections so powerful they were practically unstoppable? Wanjin Tower was now a hot commodity. Wanjin Properties wouldn't have relinquished it so easily unless under immense pressure. With prices already exceeding 200,000 yuan per square meter, wouldn't they approach 300,000 yuan in the near future? The difference between buying and selling is over 200 million yuan. Realizing this, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Hong Guang's face. He had just questioned the other party. Now he realized this young man he'd underestimated was precisely the benefactor he'd been waiting for. My apologies, Mr. Zhang. I failed to recognize your worth earlier. I deserve punishment. Hong Guang laughed heartily, walked straight up to Zhang Yuan, and lightly slapped his own mouth twice as an apology. Yunyao watched the scene unfold, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She was astonished by Zhang Yuan's capabilities, yet her long-held beliefs told her he likely owed his success to his family's influence. He couldn't compare to the hard-working, self-made figure of Senior Hong she had always admired. Yet here was the reality: the senior who should have been radiating brilliance and lecturing Zhang Yuan with an air of superiority was now bending low before him, offering an apology with an extremely humble demeanor. It's fine. Senior Hong is still one of our distinguished alumni at Rongda. A momentary mistake doesn't define him. Zhang Yuan hadn't expected Hong Guang to be so magnanimous. His initial plan to teach the guy a lesson had quietly faded a bit. Haha, as long as you don't hold it against me, Mr. Zhang. Today was a case of no fight, no friendship. Tonight is our finance department's welcome party. I'll formally apologize to you publicly then. Seeing that Zhang Yuan didn't dwell on the past incident, Hong Guang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, things hadn't escalated to a falling out. Everything could still be salvaged. Then go ahead and get back to work, Mr. Zhang. My little incident is nothing at all. Alright then, Manager Zhou. Since my senior classmate insists, shall we go inside? Manager Zhou's eyes lit up as he hurriedly gestured, come on, come on. Mr. Zhang, please go first. Hong Guang tried to bring Yuanyao inside, but Manager Zhou stopped him, his gaze shifting to Zhang Yuan. It's fine. Let them come in. Zhang Yuan gave Yuanyao a calm glance, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as if she were a complete stranger. Zhang Yuan. Yuanyao hesitated, words on the tip of her tongue. She didn't possess the boldness of Senior Hong. She had just reprimanded Zhang Yuan moments ago, yet now she was apologizing as if nothing had happened. Counselor, no classes this afternoon, right? Zhang Yuan asked with a faint, ambiguous smile. No. Your matter takes priority. I'll write you a sick note as soon as I get back. Yuanyao bit her lip, her eyes reddening slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan fell silent. Saying another word might make this counselor burst into tears right then and there. That would be terrible publicity, damaging his reputation. The group entered the conference room. Zhang Yuan immediately composed himself, focusing intently on Attorney Lu's analysis of the contract. He had never purchased fixed assets before and was completely unaware of the traps hidden within contracts. Fortunately, Yunhai's top-tier legal team was present and had already scrutinized the materials provided by Wanjin Property multiple times. Still, the other party showed genuine sincerity. The core terms remained largely intact, with only minor details requiring further negotiation. Chapter 51, If property fees are waived, how do I get my cash back? Mr. Zhang, Wanjin Property has indeed shown great sincerity. We haven't found many issues. As for traps or anything of the sort, we haven't heard of any. For instance, take a look at Clause 23. There's a minor issue. The property management actually wants to collect fees in advance. Attorney Lu professionally walked Zhang Yuan through each clause, explaining them in clear, accessible terms. Even someone with no knowledge of contract law could understand what he was saying. Zhang Yuan nodded repeatedly. Inviting Yunhai to fill in as legal counsel had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. He hadn't expected them to take it so seriously. Even though Zhang Yuan was primarily motivated by the cashback incentive, he couldn't help but be impressed by the top-tier expertise of Yunhai Law Firm's team. Alright, if there aren't any major issues, I'll raise 2 points first. Zhang Yuan flipped through the contract and looked at Manager Zhou. No problem, Mr. Zhang. Whatever requirements you have, as long as they're reasonable, Wanjin Property will definitely meet them. Manager Zhou looked at Zhang Yuan with gratitude. This young and accomplished tycoon was far more approachable than the big-shot lawyers at Yunhai Law Firm. Yuanyao, standing nearby, watched the confident Zhang Yuan with a slightly dazed expression. Then she glanced at Senior Hong beside her, who was pretending to listen intently and learn from the experience. Something just didn't feel quite right. First, the property management fee issue. Zhang Yuan raised a finger, causing Manager Zhou's face to turn pale. He had already waived Zhang Yuan's property fees for 3 years, the absolute limit of his authority. How could he possibly justify any further reduction to the company? This was a 2,000 square meter space. Even at a rate of 200 yuan per square meter, that's 400,000 yuan a year. 3 years would amount to 1,200,000. That's no small sum. If they could get their hands on that money, it would be enough to give every employee a hefty bonus. Mr. Zhang, you really can't go any lower. Manager Zhou was practically pleading. He was genuinely worried Zhang Yuan might demand an exorbitant sum. Less? Zhang Yuan looked puzzled. Less what? The property fees. When did I ever say I'd reduce it? Huh? Manager Zhou was dumbfounded. What exactly is Mr. Zhang implying? I checked, property fees in Wanjin are generally 50 yuan per square meter per month. My place is on the 23rd floor, a prime location, so it commands a premium. Zhang Yuan frowned as he calculated, then said, alright, let's settle at 60 yuan per square meter. That'll be 120,000 yuan a month, or 1.44 million yuan a year. Don't give me that crap. Not a single cent less. Paying property fees ensures the company runs smoothly. You guys work hard, how could we shortchange you? Waiving the fees is even more preposterous. Zhang Yuan's words struck everyone present like a bolt of lightning. Attorney Lu and Shan Yuqing exchanged glances, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Hong Guang and Yuanyao stared wide-eyed, utterly bewildered. Manager Zhou's reaction was even more exaggerated. He tilted his head, unable to recover for a long moment. No. No. Manager Zhou licked his parched lips, feeling his brain was about to shut down. So Mr. Zhang means you want to pay the property fees? No waiver needed? Ah, that's right. Zhang Yuan patted Manager Zhou's shoulder with delight. What good is free stuff? I always go for the expensive stuff. So old Zhou, don't hold back, charge whatever you need to. Hearing this, Manager Zhou's eyes reddened as an indescribable wave of emotion washed over him. After all these years, this was the first time he'd encountered a boss so clueless, so understanding of their property management work. Not only did he refuse the offer to waive the fees, but he actually demanded a price hike. This Mr. Zhang was quite the character. We must serve him with utmost dedication. Manager Zhou's expression hardened with resolve as he declared with righteous conviction, "Rest assured, Mr. Zhang. Wanjin Property Management will guarantee your company's operations with absolute dedication. Nothing will stand in our way." "I knew you were a stand-up guy, old Zhou. Come on, shake on it." Having successfully secured a reasonable expense, Zhang Yuan's mood lifted considerably as he shook Manager Zhou's hand vigorously several times. "Junior, what's the deal with this student?" Hongguang forced himself to hide his shock and asked Yunyao with a lowered gaze. I have no idea either." Yunyao looked just as bewildered. How could she possibly know Zhang Yuan's background? But judging by the way he was throwing money around like water, his family probably had to be worth at least a few billion to afford his education, right? "Junior, you absolutely must befriend him. Mr. Zhang truly has limitless potential." Hongguang uttered these words with an ambiguous tone, his eyes filled with complexity. How many years had it been since he'd seen such a pure sucker? They absolutely had to rope him in. Only then could the company be revived. "We absolutely must invite Mr. Zhang over tonight." "No, I'll take the initiative and go have a drink with him." "Junior, it'll be up to you to smooth things over between us then. After all, we've both caused each other no small amount of offense in the past. Fortunately, there's still room for reconciliation. You're his advisor after all, just put in a good word. Men his age don't hold grudges for long." Hongguang rattled off his speech like beads on a string. Yunyao nodded repeatedly, her eyes unfocused, and it was unclear if she was even listening. After pondering for a moment, Hongguang keenly noticed that during their initial meeting, Zhang Yuan's gaze had kept drifting toward Yunyao. It appeared he had taken a rather keen interest in his counselor. For a moment, Hongguang narrowed his eyes, a plan forming in his mind. With the property fee settled, the rest of the matters became much easier to handle. Yunhai Law Firm's professional team had already ironed out all potential pitfalls in the contract for Zhang Yuan. All he needed to do was sign. Should any issues arise with the contract later, Yunhai Law Firm would take full responsibility for handling them, effectively eliminating any lingering concerns for Zhang Yuan. Of course, the system's rewards were unlikely to encounter any complications either. "Congratulations, Mr. Zhang. We'll be neighbors in the same building from now on." With the signing finalized, Manager Zhou breathed a huge sigh of relief. Yunhai's team had nearly tripped him up, but who could have predicted that Zhang Yuan would deliver such a pleasant surprise? Not only was he paying the full property management fee upfront, but he was paying for 5 years at once. That was 7,200,000 yuan. Looking around the entire Wanjin Tower, no other company had a boss as deep-pocketed as Mr. Zhang. Manager Zhou could already envision the hefty bonus his company would award him. "It's my honor to be your neighbor," Zhang Yuan said with a hearty laugh, as if he weren't the one getting taken for a ride. The group of guests exited the conference room in high spirits, with Manager Zhou even seeing them off to the elevator lobby. "Mr. Zhang, Yunhai has successfully completed its task for this contract signing. Shall we take our leave now?" Attorney Lu said with a smile. Zhang Yuan instantly grasped the lawyer's intent and quickly pulled him aside. "Hold on, Attorney Lu. I'm extremely satisfied with Yunhai's professionalism and efficiency this time. Increase the previously agreed upon fee by 10%. Lawyer Lu looked utterly bewildered. He could swear he hadn't hinted at raising the price. But Zhang Yuan didn't care. He waved his hand decisively. "Xiaoqing, transfer the legal fees immediately." "Yes, boss." Chen Yuqing had almost grown accustomed to Zhang Yuan's extravagant spending and wasn't particularly surprised. Earlier, Zhang Yuan had transferred her a sum sufficient to cover the Yunhai team's expenses. "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. We look forward to working with you again." Attorney Lu's smile grew even brighter. Who wouldn't love such a generous client? Chapter 52, Sorry, not interested. After seeing off Yunhai's legal team, Zhang Yuan glanced at the system notification displayed in his line of sight with a hint of delight. Ding! Your China Construction Bank savings card ending in 0321 has received 2,200,000 yuan. Current balance, 64,334,013.16 yuan. After several days of extravagant spending, the balance had reached a staggering 60+ million. This was no small sum. Even if the system were to vanish now, Zhang Yuan could live out his days in comfort with this fortune. However, Zhang Yuan had long since shed his former beggar mentality. His understanding of money had deepened significantly. A mere 60 million yuan not only did it pale in comparison to the world's renowned billionaires, but even the top families in Rongqing could crush him with it. I still have a long way to go before I can become someone as formidable as Musk. I must never slack off, and I absolutely cannot skimp on necessary expenses. Zhang Yuan silently made this vow to himself, but his peripheral vision caught sight of the counselor standing nearby. "Counselor, I'm done here. Would you like to come back to campus with me? I should probably go with this, what was his name again? Mr. Zhang, I'm Hongguang." Hongguang hurried forward to introduce himself. He had witnessed Zhang Yuan's lavish spending firsthand. That kind of extravagance couldn't be fake without either being raised that way or possessing immense confidence. Therefore, Hong Guang was certain that if Zhang Yuan was willing, he could easily pull him up. Such a benefactor was someone you absolutely couldn't afford to offend. Missing this chance meant who knew when another might come along. Junior, since Mr. Zhang is heading back, you should go with him. After all, the company doesn't have a strict punch-in system, there's no need to be tied to the office. Seeing Yunyao still hesitating, Hong Guang hurriedly urged her. Zhang Yuan, however, was thoroughly impressed by his senior's tact. He certainly knows how to read the room. All right. Yunyao's voice was no longer as bright as before, sounding somewhat subdued. In just one short hour, the confidence she'd once felt about her future had vanished, replaced by a deep sense of confusion. Zhang Yuan's lavish spending, the senior's cautious restraint, and manager Zhou's fawning apologies had shattered her worldview into pieces. Fresh out of college, Yunyao now found herself plunged into deep self-doubt. Chen Yuqing observed it all clearly from the sidelines, glancing from Zhang Yuan to the aloof Yunyao. Wow, another target, huh? The boss sure plays the field. Though she disdained Zhang Yuan's behavior, Chen Yuqing kept her thoughts to herself. A monthly salary of 50,000 yuan was more than enough to keep her quiet. She could even tolerate the boss's occasional little antics. Xiaochang, go upstairs and get to work. Even though we signed the contract and the 23rd floor office space is now company property, it's completely empty. How are we supposed to get anything done? Find me a big-name renovation company. I have one requirement, don't go for the most suitable, just the most expensive. While ensuring efficiency, use the most expensive materials and workmanship available. Don't even think about trying to save me money by skimping. I don't want the kids breathing in formaldehyde every day, it could kill them. Zhang Yuan laid out each task in detail, while Chen Yuqing quickly pulled out her little notebook to jot everything down. She was finally starting to grasp her boss's mindset. Everything had to be the most expensive option, cost-effectiveness was completely out of the question. Got it, boss. I've got it all down. Alright, we'll pick out a few cars for company use sometime soon. It's a hassle for you running around like this. Zhang Yuan nodded. He had complete confidence in Chen Yuqing's ability, she hadn't made a single mistake so far. She was practically a jack of all trades. Though her fashion sense was a bit conservative. Wearing such thick tights on a sweltering day, doesn't she worry about sweating? He discreetly glanced at Chen Yuqing's slender legs, comparing them to the counselor's thick calves. Seemed like the counselor had the edge? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Yuan led Yunyao to the parking lot. It wasn't until Yunyao saw the Porsche 911 that she spoke up for the first time. Zhang Yuan, is that your car? Of course it is. If it's not mine, then whose do you think it is? Zhang Yuan shot the counselor a disapproving look, pressed the key fob, and walked straight to the driver's seat. Get in the car. What are you standing there for? Oh, okay. Yunyao obediently opened the back door. Get in the front. Zhang Yuan was speechless. This counselor really had no sense of tact whatsoever. If she had even a fraction of Hong Guang's ability to read the room, she wouldn't be stuck as a counselor at a second-tier university despite her impressive credentials. The front? Yunyao hesitated. She had chosen the back seat precisely because she knew the special significance of the front passenger seat. But judging by Zhang Yuan's expression, he didn't seem too pleased. Recalling what the senior had told her earlier, Yunyao bit her lip and opened the passenger door. The counselor, standing at least 5 feet 9 inches tall, possessed a figure that far surpassed ordinary women. Especially her shapely legs, full and radiant with a healthy sheen, left Zhang Yuan utterly mesmerized. After thoroughly admiring the counselor's stunning legs, Zhang Yuan started the car and sped out of the parking lot. Zhang Yuan. Yunyao hesitated, words on the tip of her tongue. Sigh, just spit it out already, okay? Zhang Yuan shot her a disapproving glance. Could you at least be nicer to me? I am your counselor, after all. To Zhang Yuan, Yunyao's frown held no intimidating power whatsoever. If anything, it made her even more captivating than usual. Her delicate features, enhanced by subtle makeup, elevated her beauty to at least match Meng Yuanyuan's level, and with her aura, perhaps even surpass it slightly. What's wrong with my attitude? It is. It's not like the typical student-advisor relationship. Then what kind of relationship do you think we should have? Zhang Yuan applied a little pressure, and Yunyao fell silent, her cheeks flushing slightly. The confined space of the car made the atmosphere too easily charged, and Yunyao feared Zhang Yuan might be affected. Seeing the counselor turn her face away and remain silent, Zhang Yuan didn't bother trying to placate her. He drove in silence all the way to the parking lot outside the school. We're here. Let's go. Okay. The two walked side by side toward the school. Yunyao wore high heels today, making her appear nearly as tall as Zhang Yuan. Her mature, elegant figure paired with her slightly alluring face drew the attention of many students. They didn't exchange much conversation along the way, maintaining a perfectly measured distance. It wasn't until Zhang Yuan was about to turn toward the dormitory that Yunyao finally called out to him. Zhang Yuan. What is it? Seeing the coldness in Zhang Yuan's expression, a hint of pleading appeared on Yunyao's face. Could you help Senior Hong? Help him? Why should I? Zhang Yuan flatly refused. Are you kidding me? A senior I just met today, with whom I had an unpleasant exchange? You expect me to help him just because you say so? Yuanyao knew her request was unreasonable. Especially given that she had repeatedly lectured Zhang Yuan as someone who had been through it all, this request felt so humiliating and awkward. But the thought of Hong Guang's company built through so much hard work facing imminent bankruptcy sent a wave of dread through her. Then, with a hint of resolve in her eyes, she spoke slowly. If you help Senior Hong get through this crisis, I'll agree to any request you make. Of course, within reason. Yuanyao played her final card. Yet all she received in return was Zhang Yuan's carefree smile. Sorry, not interested. Chapter 53, The Tutor. Yuanyao stared at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. From her school days to her current role as a counselor, her admirers had been as numerous as flowing water. But driven by her ambition to build a career, she had never accepted any of their advances. Yet now, for the first time, she proactively offered to fulfill a reasonable request from a man only to be rejected? Counselor, aren't you being a bit too confident? Zhang Yuan said with a smile. Why should I accept your suggestion just because you made it? That senior student Han you keep mentioning, isn't he an elite? To him, this minor hurdle must be nothing more than a trivial obstacle easily overcome. What help could a freshman like me possibly offer him? Come to think of it, I'll need to trouble you, counselor, to introduce me to Senior Han later tonight. Let him teach me how to become a true elite. Zhang Yuan's words were laced with subtle jabs, effectively returning Yuanyao's earlier remarks in kind. Yuanyao's expression shifted through a mix of awkwardness, guilt, and above all, deep gloom. From Senior Han's abrupt shift in attitude, she knew deep down that the company was likely facing serious trouble. It urgently needed a fresh injection of capital to escape its predicament. And Zhang Yuan, who had just secured the 23rd floor of the Wanjin Tower, a property worth hundreds of millions, was undoubtedly the best candidate. After all, he was not only her student but also a junior classmate of Senior Hong. Under normal circumstances, with a little networking and leveraging Senior Hong's persuasive skills, convincing him should be straightforward. But the problem was, she had mentioned Senior Hong far too often in front of Zhang Yuan, even encouraging him to learn more about how to conduct himself from his senior. Even if his intentions were good, could Zhang Yuan possibly see it that way? At his age, having achieved such remarkable success in his career, where would he find room to listen to others' advice? Besides, Zhang Yuan didn't need anyone reminding him of anything. Yuanyao had truly shot herself in the foot, and now she was reaping the bitter consequences. Zhang Yuan, I'm truly sorry. My own judgment was flawed before I couldn't see how outstanding you truly are. Please forgive me. Yuanyao's sincere attitude caught Zhang Yuan's attention. This counselor wasn't the foolish type after all. At least she knew to admit her mistakes. Considering she'd humbled herself to apologize as a counselor, Zhang Yuan waved it off. It's fine, counselor. Just be more careful in the future. Not everyone is as easygoing as me. Recalling Hong Guang's earlier obsequiousness, Zhang Yuan decided to give him a chance. Here's the deal. I'll have my assistant look into the situation. If it's within my power, I'd be happy to give this senior a hand. But if it's beyond my reach, I'm afraid I can't help. No one's money grows on trees. I just secured a 2,000 square meter property worth 10,000 gold pieces, so I'm running low on spare cash. I still need to fund my live streaming company. What I can offer won't be much, so don't get your hopes up too high. Zhang Yuan's words instantly lit up Yuanyao's eyes. Overcome with emotion, she stepped forward and grasped Zhang Yuan's hand, shaking it repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. Zhang Yuan, you're such a good person. Don't mention it. Zhang Yuan pulled his hand away decisively, firmly rejecting the friend zone card. I'm no saint. Besides, this isn't free help. Once you invest, you're bound to get a return. Don't come complaining later that I'm too heartless. That's how the capital market works. No one can afford to play the sympathy card in here. Zhang Yuan's words sounded cold-hearted, but they were more than enough to make Yuanyao overjoyed. Yuanyao's favorability plus 19, current favorability, 51. Through this roller coaster of emotions, Yuanyao's affection for Zhang Yuan skyrocketed. Of course I understand all that. But at a time like this, you're the only one willing to lend a hand. Senior will be incredibly grateful to you. Yuanyao's smile held an intellectual beauty that made Zhang Yuan unable to look away. So, do your earlier words still stand? Zhang Yuan flashed a smile tinged with an inexplicable meaning. Yuanyao's heart skipped a beat. What did I say? Hey, counselor, this won't do. You can't go back on your word. Zhang Yuan feigned annoyance. A flicker of panic crossed Yuanyao's face as she hurriedly replied, Of course not. I'm not that kind of person. Then what kind of person are you? Zhang Yuan smiled as he leaned closer, reaching out to take her small hand and rubbing it gently in his palm. The sudden gesture startled Yuanyao. She yanked her delicate hand away, her cheeks flushing as she took 2 steps back to create distance between herself and Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan. I'm your counselor. You can't do this. Besides, I only agreed to reasonable requests. I can't accept this for now. For now? Zhang Yuan chuckled, so that means it might be possible later? I'm not talking to you anymore. I've got things to do. I'm leaving. Yunyao felt overwhelmed by Zhang Yuan's relentless advances and turned away in a fluster. Wealthy, handsome, and willing to step up and help her idol in a critical moment, Zhang Yuan's impression in Yunyao's mind grew increasingly profound. Perhaps even she hadn't noticed it herself. Counselor, you think you can get away with this? Zhang Yuan watched Yunyao's slender figure disappear with a broad smile. Then he pulled out his phone and dialed Chen Yuqing. Xiaoqing, you're still at Wanjin, right? Ask Manager Zhou from Property Management to look into my senior classmate Hong Guang's company in detail. Invest? Why would I invest in some small company like that? At a critical moment like this, you've got to take advantage of the situation. Zhang Yuan hung up, his expression turning cold. His entire exchange with the counselor had been nothing more than a ploy to secure the challenge task hanging over her head. Did she really think he'd play the saint and help some random senior out of nowhere? What was he getting out of it? A future payback from Hong Guang? He was dreaming. After arranging the task, Zhang Yuan returned to the dormitory with a flourish. The three adopted sons greeted their beloved father with heartwarming displays of filial devotion upon his return. After a brief bout of playful roughhousing, the three adopted sons lined up to freshen up in the bathroom. Zhang Yuan lay on his bed, eyes closed, resting his mind. With his looks, there was no need for him to bother with dressing up. Simply standing there was enough to draw attention. Instead, today's schedule had drained him both physically and mentally, leaving him in need of replenishment. Fortunately, tonight's gala would be his moment to shine. Gone was the days when he had to register fake accounts on campus forums to pretend to be cool due to lack of money. Now stepping into the spotlight was Zhang Yuan, a billionaire tycoon who had shed his old skin and emerged reborn. As dusk settled, Zhang Yuan slowly came to, pulling out his phone to find a flurry of messages waiting. Meng Yuanyuan, Zhang Yuan, where are you? Let's go to the gala together tonight. Li Meng, brother Zhang, thanks for the recommendation. I'm now the service manager. I'd love to treat you to dinner sometime. Chen Yuqing, boss, I've mostly figured it out, it's fascinating. If you have time, reply and I'll give you the full report. After replying to each one, Zhang Yuan looked at Chen Yuqing's message with curiosity. Could it be that Hong Guang's company was somehow connected to him? Otherwise, why would his assistant sound so? Chapter 54, Scheming to take over Yuan Sheng Company. Xiaoqing, what did you mean by your earlier reply? Zhang Yuan called Chen Yuqing directly to get to the bottom of it. On the other end, Chen Yuqing's voice was noticeably agitated, tinged with a hint of amusement. Boss, I've looked into your senior's company. It's a small private equity fund with a few offices in Wanjin. He's the founder and brought in several wealthy alumni to invest. I think it's called Yuan Sheng. Of course, all this info is easily accessible with a quick search. Here's the funny part, Yuan Sheng recently sealed an investment deal with a high-end coffee shop, transferring over 50 million yuan in working capital to that store. They're planning to expand aggressively across Rongcheng. Over 10 branches are already in full swing with renovations and should be fully operational within a month at most. Zhang Yuan grew increasingly uneasy as he listened, cutting in abruptly, hold on, you're not talking about Weilon, are you? Ah, exactly. The very Weilon you sank with your money. Chen Yuqing laughed heartily. Such a coincidence was a first for her. Zhang Yuan's face was filled with astonishment. How incredibly unlucky could Hong Guang get? He was just a month away from leveraging Weilon's fame to launch a high-end chain venue for Yuansheng. But now he'd inexplicably shot himself in the foot. Over 30 million yuan down the drain, Weilon's reputation in Rongcheng was utterly ruined. Forget opening new branches, even Qianlong's flagship store had shut down for restructuring. The system also revealed that Qianlong had already fled. Hong Guang's Yuansheng company is now Weilon's largest shareholder. But what they inherited was a complete wreck. The trending topics about Weilon online still hadn't died down. Reopening was possible, but only by reinventing the brand and completely phasing out the name Weilon. But all that requires money. Without money, how could they possibly start over? Zhang Yuan pondered thoughtfully. No wonder Hong Guang had been so eager to push the counselor onto him to curry favor. It turns out the situation has reached a critical juncture. One misstep, and the over 50 million yuan invested by Yuansheng could go down the drain. That might be all the working capital Hong Guang had left. No wonder manager Zhou hinted that Hong Guang couldn't even pay salaries. And it all came back to Zhang Yuan. It is rather intriguing, but Xiaoqing, is there truly any point in trying to salvage Yuansheng? What I mean is, if we inject capital, push Hong Guang out of the picture, and take over those new stores, is there any hope of turning it around? Zhang Yuan's words left Chen Yuqing silent. After a moment, the young assistant analyzed seriously, boss, if we have sufficient funds, we could definitely take it over. In fact, we could acquire the entire Yuansheng group at below market value. I just checked with Zhou Mei and the others, our company's streamers have all seen significant follower growth. Even the least popular one now has over 1 million followers. Combined, the four of them have over 15 million followers. And a significant portion of their followers are local residents of Rongqing. Even if the fan economy alone can't sustain these stores, the herd mentality driven by the streamer's influence will at least ensure they don't lose money. Chen Yuqing's analysis prompted Zhang Yuan to nod repeatedly. His eye for talent was truly sharp. Even buying clothes at random could lead him to discover such exceptional individuals. Alright, since you think it's feasible, figure out how to take over Yuan Shang. I have one condition: get rid of Hong Guang and his inner circle. Chen Yuqing nodded over there. No problem, boss. Private equity firms like this one are never short of founders like Hong Guang. Sometimes a professional president can make a bigger impact than him. As long as you have sufficient capital, boss, this can be easily arranged. Zhang Yuan glanced at his balance, over 60 million in cash. That should cover it. Alright, let's proceed this way for now. Draft a proposal as soon as possible. If I approve it, we'll move forward according to the plan. Understood, boss. After hanging up, Chen Yuqing sent over Yuan Shang Company's organizational chart, which included employee information for 47 staff members, including Yun Yao. Surprised by Chen Yuqing's professionalism, Zhang Yuan casually flipped through it. As a finance major himself, he had some understanding of private equity firms. From this information sheet, it was clear that his senior classmate Hong Guang had solid foundational skills. Every department had been meticulously planned out. If he could actually take over, it wouldn't take much effort to get the company back on track. Guess I underestimated this opportunistic senior's skills. But you're just unlucky. Who told you to cross paths with me? Zhang Yuan chuckled, closed the spreadsheet, and casually dialed his senior classmate Meng Yuanyuan. Zhang Yuan, you finally called me back. Meng Yuanyuan's voice was clearly cheerful. I was just sleeping. Are you done with work? Want to hit up Wanjin tonight? Done. I was just about to head out to find you. Oh, Zhang Yuan, my bestie wants to come with me. Is that okay? Your bestie? Is she pretty? If she's not pretty, she's not coming. Oh, you're so mean. Lulu was a rich, beautiful girl. How could she not be pretty? Oh, alright then. Meet me at the school gate later. Alright. After ending the call, Zhang Yuan found himself intrigued. His senior classmate was usually so confident, but when she mentioned her best friend, Zhang Yuan could clearly detect a hint of self-deprecation in her tone. I'll be damned if I don't see for myself just how fair and beautiful this girl is who makes my Yuan feel inadequate. As for wealth, Zhang Yuan didn't even consider it. Could anyone possibly be richer than him? After greeting the three excited roommates in the dorm, Zhang Yuan headed out. Before long, he arrived at the school gate. From a distance, he spotted his senior's familiar figure. Of course he did. After personally measuring her entire body multiple times, Zhang Yuan recognized Meng Yuanyuan instantly. Senior, have you been waiting long? Zhang Yuan approached with a smile and greeted her. Meng Yuanyuan turned to see the person who haunted her dreams, and her heart skipped a beat. Zhang Yuan, you're here. Even with her best friend Lin Lu standing beside her, Meng Yuanyuan made no attempt to hide her burning emotions. She practically ran into Zhang Yuan's broad embrace. Lifting her head, she pressed her freshly lipstick lips against his. I missed you. Zhang Yuan was taken aback by his senior's fervor. It had only been a day or so since they last saw each other. Why had she suddenly become so passionate? Lin Lu observed Zhang Yuan closely from the side, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. Tall and well-built, his appearance far surpassed the average person. Even some male leads in idol dramas couldn't compare to Zhang Yuan, who truly had the qualities to captivate Meng Yuanyuan. She wasn't surprised by Meng Yuanyuan's affectionate display with her boyfriend in front of her. After all, she taught her every trick in the book. Hello, I'm Yuanyuan's best friend, Lin Lu. Confident and poised, that was Zhang Yuan's first impression of Lin Lu. Chapter 55, Beneficiary of True Love. Hello, I'm Zhang Yuan. As Lin Lu sized up Zhang Yuan, he was equally sizing up his senior's close friend. Unlike Meng Yuanyuan, who stood nearly 5 feet 7 inches, Lin Lu was only about 5 feet 5 inches, with a more conservative style of dressing. Despite the 34°C-93°F outdoor temperature, Lin Lu wore a beige striped long-sleeve top paired with extremely tight-fitting jeans that perfectly showcased her long legs. Where Meng Yuanyuan's features were refined and angular, Lin Lu embodied softness and grace. Her willow-shaped eyebrows paired with round eyes reminded Zhang Yuan of an anime heroine's appearance. Since it was their first formal meeting, they maintained a considerable distance. Meng Yuanyuan walked in the middle, her arm linked through Zhang Yuan's, yet her head turned toward Lin Lu as she chatted incessantly with her best friend about the latest gossip. Zhang Yuan occasionally turned his ear to listen, perfectly embodying the role of the ideal boyfriend. Zhang Yuan, I'll hail a cab. Meng Yuanyuan was in high spirits today. Being able to attend a rather important evening event with both her boyfriend and her best friend felt like a stroke of good fortune. No need. Let's head to the parking lot. I drove. Zhang Yuan waved dismissively and walked ahead with a smile. Ha? You drove? What kind of car is it? Meng Yuanyuan hurried after him, asking, Yuanyuan, I drive too. Lin Lu's words made Meng Yuanyuan abruptly stop in her tracks. A look of conflict flashed across her face. Her best friend and her boyfriend both drove. Which one should she ride with? She didn't feel inferior, after all. Both her best friend and Zhang Yuan had demonstrated their financial means. They were far wealthier than she was. Especially Lulu, she'd been the apple of her family's eye since childhood, getting whatever she desired. After high school graduation, when both had obtained their driver's licenses, Lin Lu's family gifted her a Porsche Cayenne. Meng Yuanyuan constantly bragged about her Porsche 911, undoubtedly wanting to outshine her best friend. As for Zhang Yuan owning a car, Meng Yuanyuan had prepared herself for that. A man who could spend hundreds of thousands in a single day wouldn't skimp on his mode of transportation. Meng Yuanyuan was genuinely curious about what kind of car Zhang Yuan drove. She'd heard guys generally preferred more imposing models like Land Rovers, Rolls-Royces, or Maybachs. Given Zhang Yuan's means, it had to be a luxury car worth at least $1,000,000. With a sense of anticipation, Meng Yuanyuan followed Zhang Yuan to the parking lot, her face beaming with a smile. To her surprise, Lin Lu's Cayenne was parked not far from Zhang Yuan's 911. Yuanyuan, you go with Zhang Yuan. We'll meet you in the underground garage at Wanjin later. Lin Lu's thoughtful suggestion spared Meng Yuanyuan from agonizing over the decision. Love you, Lulu. Meng Yuanyuan's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she happily planted a kiss on Lin Lu's cheek. Hey, stop that. You're all slobbery. Lin Lu pushed Meng Yuanyuan away with a look of disgust. Hurry up, they've been waiting forever. No problem. Getting to witness two campus beauties from Rongda University getting affectionate right in front of me? It's practically an honor. Zhang Yuan's smile was gentle, his gaze toward Meng Yuanyuan brimming with affection. Lin Lu glanced at the pair with a touch of envy, then smiled wryly. Yuanyuan, your man here sure knows how to talk. Watch out, he might charm other girls. Zhang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Why was Lin Lu trying to trip him up now? Fortunately, Meng Yuanyuan possessed a natural air of innocence and failed to grasp the hidden meaning in her friend's words, merely smiling cheerfully. No way. Zhang Yuan isn't like that. Alright, Lulu, be careful on your way home. With that, Meng Yuanyuan quickly walked over to Zhang Yuan and hooked her arm through his. Zhang Yuan, where's your car? Hey, there's a 911 over here, my dream car. How come it lights up automatically? Meng Yuanyuan caught a familiar silhouette out of the corner of her eye. Focusing her gaze, she confirmed it was indeed the Porsche 911 she'd been longing for. Just as she was about to step closer for a proper look, the car's headlights suddenly flashed, startling her. Zhang Yuan, let's go. The owner must be here. Meng Yuanyuan tugged Zhang Yuan and started walking away. Looks like the owner has arrived. Zhang Yuan smiled as he opened the car door, performing a gentlemanly gesture. Please, princess, get in. Ha! Meng Yuanyuan froze. She never imagined Zhang Yuan wasn't joking with her. He really did have her favorite 911. In an instant, Meng Yuanyuan's eyes began to redden, and sparkling tears started to well up. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan hurried over and pulled his senior into his arms, gently rubbing her little nose. What's wrong? Not happy to see the car of your dreams? Of course I'm happy. I just never imagined you weren't lying to me. Meng Yuanyuan excitedly planted several kisses on Zhang Yuan's cheek before diving straight into the 911 to inspect it. Zhang Yuan, you're just too good. Surrounded by the interior details she'd memorized long ago, Meng Yuanyuan couldn't contain her excitement. Senior, I'm just glad you're happy. I told you whatever I can do, I'll make sure to fulfill for you. Whether it's on Tiaba or in real life, my word is my bond. Zhang Yuan solemnly reaffirmed his promise, finally pushing Meng Yuanyuan over the edge. She threw her arms around his neck and kissed him passionately. 2 minutes later, Meng Yuanyuan pushed Zhang Yuan away, slightly breathless. Phew! I almost suffocated. Watching his senior's adorable expression, Zhang Yuan couldn't resist planting a kiss on her soft cheek. Come on, senior. We should get going. You drive this car. Ha? Me? Meng Yuanyuan felt a bit timid. Since getting her license, she hadn't driven much. At most, she'd occasionally take Lin Lu's Cayenne for a spin when he had free time, just to keep her skills sharp. Now Zhang Yuan was actually asking her to hit the road? Wasn't he just putting her on the spot? It's fine. Just drive boldly, this car was meant for you. Meng Yuanyuan's favorability +7, current favorability 90. The long-awaited affection points finally appeared again after Zhang Yuan's words fell silent. Ding! Detecting the first opposite-sex individual with affection exceeding 90 near the host. Distributing random reward. Reward generation complete. Please review. Canary's assurance, she loves your money but loves you more as a person. This represents a leap in mindset and the host's growth. To enable Canary to become a soaring phoenix, the reward is True Love HK Trust Company Limited True Love Trust Lifetime Beneficiary. Post, please have the eligible opposite sex individual proceed to the 24th floor of Wanjin Tower within 3 days to sign relevant contracts at the Rongqing branch of True Love Trust Fund. True Love Trust? That sounds remarkably similar to the trust fund that transferred money to me. Still, it's rather unexpected that you, senior, would become True Love Trust's first beneficiary. Zhang Yuan gazed at the system prompt rising before his eyes, his smile growing ever more tender. Come to think of it, he hadn't even tried to boost his senior's affection rating, it had just naturally climbed. This beneficiary agreement was rightfully hers. Watching his senior sister beside him, still basking in the joy of owning a Porsche 911, Zhang Yuan's eyes grew increasingly filled with affection. A gold digger with a natural airhead charm, she was truly formidable. Chapter 56, It Can't Be That Coincidental. Once affection for the opposite sex reached 90%, the system would randomly grant a reward, a hidden perk. Zhang Yuan had some understanding of trust funds like Jihai Huijin. He seemed to recall hearing about it from some foreign guy while lurking on a forum. It was purely a tool for maintaining mistresses, albeit wrapped in fancy, high-class terminology to appear more sophisticated. As his first mistress, Meng Yuanyuan wouldn't be his last. Having such a trust fund saved Zhang Yuan a lot of hassle. However, Zhang Yuan wasn't in a hurry to have Meng Yuanyuan sign the contract just yet, because he realized he was about to lose his mind. Holy! What the hell are you doing, senior? You gotta yield to straight traffic. You right-turning bastard, how dare you not give way to straight traffic? Damn it! Did that guy see that? Run him over. You scared? You scared you won't slow down? That's a median strip, not a fast lane. Stop. Stop the car. I beg you, senior. Zhang Yuan watched in horror as roadhog Meng Yuanyuan barreled down the street in her 911, driving more recklessly than a dump truck. He nearly lost his soul. After Meng Yuanyuan, flushed and breathless, finally pulled the car to a shaky halt by the curb, Zhang Yuan took the wheel, drenched in sweat. He swore he'd never ride in Meng Yuanyuan's car again for the rest of his life. His newly found happiness had nearly been destroyed by Meng Yuanyuan. Sorry, Zhang Yuan. I just haven't driven in ages and got a little rusty. Meng Yuanyuan stuck out her pink little tongue, looking bashful. Senior, I suggest you go back to driving school. That was absolutely terrifying. Zhang Yuan was still shaken. Alright, I admit I messed up. At worst, you can touch this. Meng Yuanyuan pulled Zhang Yuan's large hand over and placed it on her thigh. Feeling the warmth radiating from her palm, Zhang Yuan's mood finally began to settle. You're smart. I'll let this slide this time. Next time, I'll take you somewhere secluded to practice your driving properly. Otherwise, how could I trust you with the car? Zhang Yuan's promise made Meng Yuanyuan very happy. Thank goodness he hadn't given up on me completely. Otherwise, how would she ever get to drive the 911 around to show off and rub it in people's faces? After a harrowing ride, the Porsche resumed its smooth operation. It steadily headed toward the Wanjin building. By now, it was already 7:30 p.m. Students from Zhang Yuan's class gradually arrived at the entrance of Wanjin Tower through various means. The finance department's welcome party at Rongda University was somewhat unique. It wasn't held every year, but only once every 2 years. Therefore, even upperclassmen like Meng Yuanyuan and her best friend Lin Lu were attending the gala for the first time. Beneath the climbing panda sculpture at the Wanjin entrance, many Rongda freshmen were excitedly taking photos and checking in. Most wore casual attire, though the occasional student in formal wear passing by drew no particular attention. After all, this was Rongqing. What kind of people didn't you see on the pedestrian streets? Forget the top-tier demon queen Zhang Tongtong, even the oddly dressed little demons had shattered passers-by's worldviews countless times. Honestly, if you were constantly surprised by things here, your jaw would probably dislocate. Only genuinely handsome men and beautiful women drew frequent glances from some classmates. Take Lin Lu, who had arrived at their destination early. Her skin was so fair it looked like you could squeeze water out of it, and her delicate, petite features radiated a soft, refined beauty. A girl like Lin Lu simply couldn't help but stand out. Hi, classmate. Can I scan your QR code to add you on WeChat? No, thank you. Lin Lu politely declined yet another boy who'd mustered the courage to ask for her contact info, cold yet courteous. She didn't inspire ill will. Where is Yuan Yuan? Why isn't she here yet? Could she be up to something naughty with Zhang Yuan again? Recalling certain details Meng Yuanyuan had described last night, Lin Lu felt a flush spread across her cheeks. How scandalous. And that Zhang Yuan was just too skilled. Every time, Meng Yuanyuan ended up completely defeated. Lost in thought, a slick-looking figure approached. Hey, little purple, you here for the party too? Lin Lu frowned slightly at the guy in front of her. He was dressed in designer brands Gucci paired with Nike, clearly from a wealthy family. But his features were effeminate, and his gaze was decidedly wandering, constantly lingering on her chest or legs. Lin Lu chose to ignore him. She knew all too well that with someone like this, once you gave him an answer, you'd be stuck dealing with his persistence. So I can only make it clear to people like that, I'm not interested in you. Sure enough, upon seeing Lin Lu's dismissive attitude, the man sneered coldly and walked straight past her. Young Master Hu, didn't you get her contact info? A companion who'd been lurking nearby hurried over to ask Hubo. Hubo shook his head. Just a stuck-up chick. Not worth it. Let's go. It's time to head into the gala. I've got my act ready, just waiting for that asshole Zhang Yuan to show up. Whether he shows up in his Porsche 911 or not, he's gonna be humiliated to death tonight. Haha, Mr. Who's got guts. Let's see if this kid keeps up the act. Does he really think he's the bomb? His friends chimed in with jokes, and Hubo basked in the attention. From childhood onward, he'd never endured the humiliation of having a woman snatched away in public. Zhang Yuan was the first. Just wait. My uncle already told me Principal's son is among the school officials here today. He absolutely despises arrogant braggarts. Once I expose what you, Zhang Yuan, posted on Tiaba, no one will be able to save you. Hubo felt an inexplicable surge of excitement at the thought of the show he personally orchestrated about to unfold. Meanwhile, at the gala venue, Hong Guang, dressed in a sharp suit, held a wine glass as he mingled with several school leaders, chatting and laughing amidst the envious gazes of younger students. Hong Guang, you're doing remarkably well now, even renting office space in the Wanjin Tower. Indeed. After all these years, you remain the first outstanding alumnus from our finance department at Rongda University to achieve a company valuation of over 100 million within 3 years of graduation. Keep up the excellent work. The constant praise from the two gray-haired yet still vigorous elders brought a broad smile to Hong Guang's face. Wasn't all this hard work precisely to shine in the spotlight? Students as exceptional as Hong Guang are rare these days. Nowadays, our department has more students who are ambitious but lack talent, yet remain oblivious to their shortcomings. Worse still, since the start of the semester, I haven't even seen him in person. Dean, President, don't you think this is utterly ridiculous? A short, middle-aged man in his early 40s shook his head as he spoke. Hong Guang couldn't help but feel curious. Finance courses were among the easiest in the entire university. How could a freshman openly skip class? Is Professor Lu telling the truth, old Zheng? President Sun's expression darkened instantly. He was known for his strict standards, intolerant of any misconduct, and particularly disdained students who were careless or irresponsible. Skipping class was the behavior he detested most. Department head Zhang Yuan looked slightly uneasy. He glanced at Professor Lu and said with a smile, "Principal, we've expanded enrollment by over 400 students this year. It's inevitable that there might be." Enough. By the look on your face, you clearly don't know the details. Professor Lu, tell me who has the audacity to do this. Professor Lu's heart leapt with delight at the question. Principal's son, the student is Zhang Yuan, from Class 2 of the 2027 cohort. Very well, I understand. Should he arrive shortly, have him brought to me. I intend to give him a thorough talking to. How utterly outrageous. Hong Guang, standing nearby, froze upon hearing the name. But he quickly shook his head. There were so many students surnamed Zhang in their graduating class, it couldn't possibly be that coincidence, the very benefactor he knew. It was probably just some unruly junior. Chapter 57, the show is about to begin. Where is Brother Yuan? It's almost 8 o'clock. Jiang Chun looked around anxiously. This evening event, arranged through Hong Guang's connections, was held in the large conference room on the first floor. After clearing away all the tables and chairs, several long tables were set up in the center of the room, laden with delicate pastries. Nearly every freshman from the 26th and 27th cohorts held a glass in handsome filled with juice, others with genuine red wine. Everything felt like a scene from a movie, and since everyone was surrounded by familiar classmates, no one felt awkward. Don't panic, I'll call Brother Yuan, Yuan Hua replied to Jiang Chun. Zhang Hu frowned as he looked toward the distance. Look over there, Hubo seems to be stirring up trouble. Ha? Isn't his face swollen yet? Following Zhang Hu's gesture, Jiang Chun and Yuan Hua looked over. Sure enough, Hubo was huddled in a corner of the conference room with a few henchmen, whispering to the audio-visual technician. He's not trying to mess with Brother Yuan again, is he? Who knows? But judging by his expression, he doesn't look like he's doing anything legitimate. Forget it. I'll give Brother Yuan a heads up. Yuan Hua's call to Zhang Yuan went unanswered. He simply opened WeChat, snapped a photo of Hubo's group, and sent it over. That asshole never shuts up, Yuan Hua muttered, glancing over at Hubo with irritation. Give it a rest? If you hooked up with a girl only to have her snatched away and publicly humiliated, you'd be even more worked up than Hubo. Zhang Hu's words made the roommates nod in agreement. Indeed, for students their age, this kind of thing was practically a mortal insult. Hey, Yuan Gu replied. He'll be a while. He's with that senior girl. Damn. Brother Yuan's got it going on. Jiang Chun and Zhang Hu felt a wave of envy wash over them upon hearing Yuan Hua's words. Ever since military training ended, Zhang Yuan had truly become a different person. Fortunately, he hadn't distanced himself from the group, he was still their beloved godfather. He never forgot to include the three of them in any good fortune, even going so far as to secure a foot massage parlor for their benefit. Tens of millions of yuan, what a bloody huge move. Hubo couldn't hold a candle to Brother Yuan. What's the point of always scheming from the shadows? If it weren't for that jerk of an uncle being Professor Lu, they'd have given Hu Bo a proper lesson in life. Yuan Hua? Yuan Hua, hearing his name called, turned in confusion and immediately spotted Yunyao, the counselor dressed up for tonight's gala. Counselor, is something wrong? Yuan Hua's eyes darted nervously. This reaction was hardly surprising. Aside from oddballs like Zhang Yuan, every other freshman looked uneasy around Yunyao. It was simply because Yunyao carried such an overwhelming aura. Not only was she the counselor overseeing everyone's daily life, but she was also a financial elite at Hongwan Company, an outstanding alumna earning over 500,000 yuan annually. As ordinary students still living off their parents' allowance, how could they hold their heads high in front of Yunyao? Where is Zhang Yuan? Yunyao's question left the three of them momentarily dumbfounded. How could the counselor be inquiring about her foster father's whereabouts? Oh, he should be here soon. Yuan Hua paused before answering honestly. Yunyao nodded and said nothing more. After the counselor left, Yuan Hua and the others were about to discuss how to support Zhang Yuan later on to counter Hu Bo's dirty tricks, when another familiar face approached. Upon closer look, it was Zhou Jin, the same guy who had mocked Zhang Yuan earlier only to get humiliated by Cool Guy. Dachuan, hasn't Zhang Yuan shown up yet? Zhou Jin wore a smug grin, looking like he was here for the show. None of your damn business. Before Jiang Chun could respond, Zhang Hu shot back with a scowl. Heh, whatever. I just came by to give him a heads up. Professor Lu already reported his skipping class to the higher-ups. The department head is looking for him right now. Zhou Jin chuckled as he tossed out the line and walked away, leaving Zhang Hu and the others staring at each other in shock. That bastard Hu Bo actually got Professor Lu involved? The department leadership knew about Zhang Yuan's skipping class. He was probably going to get publicly reprimanded today. We can't let this happen. We have to tell Brother Yuan immediately. Zhang Chun pulled out his phone and quickly typed out a message to Zhang Yuan. This time, Zhang Yuan replied quickly, though his response was just 2 short words. It's fine. Meanwhile, at Hong Guang's location, alumni who had also achieved success in the financial sector began arriving one after another, invited to attend. The smiles on Vice President Sun Liang and Department Head Zheng Yiqiang's faces grew broader as they surveyed the line of well-dressed alumni, their satisfaction palpable. This is the depth of their finance department. Though Rongda is just an ordinary second-tier university, it has nurtured many elite members of society. Through the department's connections, these are all valuable networking resources that can contribute even more to the finance department in the future. Mr. Hong, Manager Zhou is here, Hong Guang's assistant whispered in his ear. Hong Guang was taken aback. Today was their internal welcome party for the finance department at Rongda University, and Manager Zhou hadn't been invited. Why would he suddenly show up? Of course, Hong Guang had wanted this influential manager to attend, but previous invitations had all been declined. Hong Guang, what's wrong? Department head Zheng Yiqiang noticed the change in his star pupil's expression and asked calmly. Dean, Manager Zhou from Wanjin Property Management has arrived. Zheng Yiqiang's pupils contracted sharply at the news. This was a major figure who was rarely seen in public. Though merely an ordinary manager at Wanjin Property, the sheer scale of the company meant that someone in his position had access to resources unimaginable to ordinary people. If they could build a good relationship, perhaps the finance department's gala at Rongda University could be held here in the future. Hong Guang, this is significant. I'll inform the president, and we'll go welcome him together, Zheng Yiqiang whispered. Understood. Immediately, the two joined Principal Sun, who had readily agreed upon learning the situation, and headed toward the conference room entrance. The timing was remarkably fortuitous. Just as the trio reached the doorway, Manager Zhou stepped into the venue. Manager Zhou, what a rare guest. How did you find time to grace our school's welcome banquet today? Hong Guang forced a smile as he stepped forward to shake Manager Zhou's hand. Seeing Hong Guang, the man who had nearly caused him to stumble in a minor setback, Manager Zhou's expression darkened. However, upon noticing the two elderly gentlemen behind him, Manager Zhou restrained himself from erupting. He forced a smile and inquired, Mr. Hong, who might these two gentlemen be? Come. Director, Principal, allow me to introduce you. This is Manager Zhou Yuan of Wanjin Property. Pleased to meet you. Long admired your reputation, Manager Zhou. Not at all. It's my honor to meet both of you today. After a round of pleasantries, the atmosphere felt just right. By the way, Mr. Hong, is Mr. Zhang here? Manager Zhou quickly remembered his purpose for coming and asked. Hong Guang shook his head with a wry smile. I just had his advisor go look for him, but it seems he hasn't arrived yet. Oh, no problem. I'll wait here then. Director Zhang, Principal Sun, I hope my presence as an outsider doesn't disturb you? Manager Zhou said with a smile, leaving Zheng Yiqiang and Sun Liang feeling both flattered and a bit uneasy. It also made both of them wonder. Was Manager Zhou specifically coming to the gala just to wait for someone? Or was it one of the new students recruited this year? Chapter 58, The Search for Zhang Yuan continues. Manager Zhou didn't engage in much small talk with Hong Guang and the others. After all, his purpose today wasn't to build rapport with Rongda's finance department. That held no value for him. Instead, it was Zhang Yuan who held significant clout. The fact that he managed to wrestle a chunk of the company's assets, specifically the 2,000 square meter office space on the 23rd floor, and resell it to his students was what truly piqued manager Zhou's interest in forging a connection. After all, he had nearly persuaded Hong Guang to hand over that attractive young staff member for him to exploit. Though nothing had come of it, not even the initial move. Manager Zhou was still deeply unsettled, fearing he'd offended a powerful boss. What if Hong Guang spread false rumors about him to President Zhang? That would be the end of him. He had to personally step in and build a solid relationship with Zhang Yuan. That way, he wouldn't be swayed by false rumors. Seeing manager Zhou's distracted demeanor, Hong Guang abandoned any further attempts at conversation. He walked over to Zhang Yicheng and Sun Liang, who were filled with confusion. Hong Guang, who exactly is this Mr. Zhang manager Zhou mentioned? Is he someone from our finance department? Zhang Yicheng asked urgently, while Sun Liang also looked curious. Their finance department at Rongda University was a relatively new hot major with little established legacy, relying entirely on the support of a few seasoned veterans like themselves. Even Hong Guang, who had founded a company valued at over 100 million, was considered one of their most outstanding alumni. At other prestigious universities, someone like Hong Guang wouldn't even qualify for a seat in the front row. Now, a formidable figure, one who had even the manager of Wanjin Properties come pay a personal visit, and who was willing to wait indefinitely after failing to meet him, was actually a freshman in their finance department. This left the two elders itching to hear the answer from Hong Guang himself. Yes, Hong Guang said with a touch of emotion. Not only is he a freshman in our cohort, but he's also in Yunyao's class. The reason manager Zhou treats him so differently is that this afternoon, he bought over 2,000 square meters of office space at Wanjin for his startup at an average price of 200,000 yuan per square meter. Back when I was a freshman, I was out playing video games every damn day. And here was this Zhang guy, already buying up 2,000 square meters of property in Wanjin. Comparisons kill. The moment Hong Guang uttered those words, both elders' eyes widened in disbelief. Hong Guang, you're not joking, are you? Isn't Wanjin Tower completely sold out by now? The last time they sold anything, I recall it was just last year, only about 300 square meters. And that's sold for nearly 7 million. 2,000 square meters? That's hundreds of millions. Seeing the stunned expressions on the principal and director, Hong Guang sighed deeply. Principal, director, do you really think I'd joke with you about this? Didn't you see that manager Zhou was willing to wait here? All to curry favor with our formidable junior colleague. Quick! Sun Liang clapped his hands excitedly and hurriedly said, get Yunyao over here. Ask her when that student will arrive. Forget it, I'll go myself. Sun Liang was practically bursting with impatience. For years, the finance department had remained mediocre. The most successful graduate they produced was someone like Hong Guang. Forget buying property in Wanjin, even relocating a company there would be a tremendous honor. Now a freshman had suddenly emerged, quietly accomplishing something monumental. How could they not pay him a visit? The three men's discussion drew the attention of several other outstanding graduates. After hearing the basics, they all sucked in their breath in astonishment. What does it mean to secure an office space in Wanjin? Seeing Principal Sun's urgent demeanor, they all hurried to follow. Everyone wanted to see just who this formidable freshman was. Yunyao, who was discussing daily affairs with the class committee, froze in shock when she saw the large crowd swarming toward her. Especially when she recognized Principal Sun leading the group, unease began to creep into her heart. Could it be that she hadn't done her job properly? Yunyao, is there a student in your class who purchased a property worth 10,000 gold? Principal Sun Liang asked bluntly as soon as he approached. Still a bit dazed, Yunyao nodded. That's correct, Principal Sunday. Is there a problem? Does Senior Hong know about this too? After receiving the affirmative response, Sun Liang could no longer hide his excitement. Someone capable of spending hundreds of millions to buy office space at Wanjin regardless of whether it was their own money demonstrated extraordinary capability. The potential behind this freshman could be the key to propelling Rongda University's finance department to new heights. Sun Liang made an immediate decision in his mind. He must cultivate a strong relationship with this freshman. Whatever requests he made, as long as they fell within his capabilities, they would be met without question. With such a role model setting the precedent, other students in the finance department would naturally gravitate toward him. Even if second-tier universities couldn't produce many true elites, they still shared the bond of being fellow alumni. Wouldn't Yunyao be willing to lend a hand in the future? Yunyao, which dorm is he in? Have his roommate come over, I need to ask him something. Sun Liang paused, then decided to approach the matter indirectly. Oh, sure thing, Principal Sunday. Yunyao nodded promptly, then summoned the bewildered Yuan Hua and his two friends over. You're that. Sun Liang paused, surprised to realize he didn't even know the name of this formidable new student. Yunyao, what was your student's name again? Zhang Yuan. Right. So you three are Zhang Yuan's roommates? Looking at the kindly-looking old man before them, Yuan Hua and the others felt their hearts pound. This was none other than the notorious principal's son, wasn't it? Last semester, he orchestrated a crackdown on truant students, expelling over a dozen troublemakers. Now he was asking about Zhang Yuan right off the bat. This godfather was in big trouble. Don't be afraid. I'm just inquiring, does Zhang Yuan have any particular hobbies? Or has he shown any unusual focus on certain things? Sun Liang's question left Yuan Hua and the others even more bewildered. What the hell is going on here? Why start by asking about Zhang Yuan's hobbies? How the hell would we know what the godfather likes? Wait a minute. The three of them instinctively turned their gaze toward the counselor standing nearby. Seems like Zhang Yuan has a thing for women? Sun Liang was a shrewd old fox. He instantly noticed the shift in the students' expressions. He glanced at the graceful and strikingly beautiful Yunyao beside him, and suddenly understood something. Alright, no need to worry if you don't know. Just remember to tell me when Zhang Yuan arrives. You may go now. Sun Liang waved his hand dismissively, and Yuan Hua and the others instantly breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure brought by the school's vice principal was indeed considerable. But it also piqued their curiosity. What exactly had Zhang Yuan done? Why was everyone coming after him one after another? Something's up. You bet. What should we do now? I bet Brother Yuan's name's been dragged through the mud with Principal Sunday. They're out to get him. No way. From what I saw, Principal Sun didn't seem like he was looking for trouble with Brother Yuan. It felt more like he was trying to curry favor with him? What kind of joke is that? He's the principal, for crying out loud. Brother Yuan's just got a few stinking bucks. How could he deserve that kind of respect? The three hid in a corner, whispering to each other. Excuse me, are you Zhang Yuan's roommate? I just called him, but he must be busy. He hung up on me. Do you know when Mr. Zhang will arrive? Yuan Hua and his two companions turned in bewilderment to face the middle-aged man in a sharp suit standing before them, their hearts filled with utter shock. How many times has this happened already? All looking for Zhang Yuan. Godfather, what the hell did you do? Chapter 59, one shocking revelation after another. Will it be a while longer? All right. Chen Yan looked at Yuan Hua and the other two with a hint of resignation. This new shareholder of Jinfu was proving incredibly difficult to meet in person. How long had it been? Aside from that initial phone call, he'd been as elusive as if he'd vanished. Although Jinfu's sponsorship to Rongdo's finance department wasn't substantial, just over 800,000 yuan, it still made them the largest financial backer. Surely that wasn't enough to give Chairman Zhang such a poor impression of Jinfu. Well, if it isn't Director Chen, why didn't you let us know you were coming? Zhang Yiqiang stood behind Sun Liang, scanning the room. His gaze fell upon Chen Yang from Jinfu Restaurant's sponsorship department, and he hurried over. Director Chen? Sun Liang looked over in confusion. It was indeed the largest corporate sponsor of their finance department. Hosting the gala at Wanjin Hotel this time would have been impossible without Jinfu's cash support of over 800,000 yuan. The university simply wouldn't allocate such a large sum to the finance department. Long time no see, Director Chen. Zhang Yiqiang clasped Chen Yang's hands tightly, his face beaming with a broad smile. Any company willing to provide unconditional financial sponsorship was a VIP guest, no matter where they were. Chen Yang was no exception. Within the finance department, his standing was even greater than that of some deputy directors. Hello, Director Zhang. This must be President's son? Pleased to meet you. Chen Yang also greeted Sun Liang. Director Chen, are you here to oversee the event tonight? Sun Liang inquired curiously. Not at all, not at all. Your school has always been quite thorough in organizing events. What qualifications would a novice like me have to offer guidance? Director Chen, you're too kind. It's just that everyone has their own area of expertise. That's true. Chen Yang paused before admitting frankly, actually, I came today because there's been a small change in our Jinfu sponsorship department. Former Chairman Wu has withdrawn his shares, and the new Chairman Zhang has taken over. Ha! Zhang Yiqiang and Sun Liang exchanged glances, their hearts sinking slightly. Their collaboration with Director Wu had been smooth sailing. Funding for the finance department had never been held up. Now that the person in charge had suddenly changed, they wondered if their future collaboration might be affected. Director Chen, if it's not too much trouble, could you tell me about this Director Zhang? If it's inconvenient, just pretend I never asked. Zhang Yiqiang inquired cautiously. Chen Yang smiled. Why keep it secret? Director Zhang hasn't asked me to keep it confidential. To be honest, this news left me stunned for quite some time. The person who acquired all of Director Wu's shares is actually a student from your finance department. And a freshman, no less. Director Zhang, President's son, don't you find this a bit unbelievable? Another student from our department? Sun Liang and Zhang Yiqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on with the finance department? Why are these freshmen outdoing each other in brilliance? They both felt like they were falling behind the times. Ha! You know Chairman Zhang? Great. Could you tell me how much longer he'll be? Chairman Zhang called me earlier to discuss adjusting the sponsorship amount for the finance department, but he hung up mid-sentence. I'm really unsure about this. Is it going up or down? Chen Yang's words instantly sent the two leaders into a panic. Adjusting the sponsorship? This doesn't bode well. Typically, it's a downward adjustment. Increases are rare. Could it be that this freshman has some grievance against the finance department? Wait a minute, a freshman, and his surname is Zhang. Could it be? A sudden thought flashed through Sun Liang's mind. When he looked at Zhang Yiqiang, he saw the same look of shock on his face. It seemed they had both arrived at the same conclusion. Principal Sun, could it really be Zhang Yuan? Zhang Yiqiang felt his heart racing with nervousness. No, but the name Zhang Yuan sounds so familiar. Have I heard it somewhere before? Sun Liang frowned, carefully recalling. That student Professor Lu just mentioned who skips class all the time, I think that's his name. Zhang Yiqiang had a slightly better memory than Sun Liang and quickly recalled. But this realization was worse than forgetting altogether. Sun Liang had just made a threatening remark, vowing to teach the student a profound lesson. But now, it suddenly came to light that the student was worth hundreds of millions. And he was even a sponsor of their finance department. Where the hell do you go to get justice now? Keep this quiet for now. Forget what I just said. Keep an eye on Professor Lu later, make sure he doesn't cause trouble for me. Otherwise, he's screwed for this year's promotion review. Sun Liang proved his seasoned expertise by quickly devising a solution. After all, they had no direct contact with Zhang Yuan, so there was no conflict. Once they met later, a proper discussion would likely resolve everything. As for that gossiping Professor Lu, he could go to hell for all they cared, just don't mess things up now. Director Chen, we were just looking for Chairman Zhang as you mentioned. He should be here shortly. Why don't you take a break? After exchanging a few quiet words with Zhang Yiqiang, Sun Liang turned to Chen Yang with a smile. We've got some light snacks, a variety of drinks, and a bunch of energetic students here. Why not take a moment to relive some of those good old days? Alright, I'll take you up on that. Chen Yang gave a non-committal nod. As a sponsor, he had no need to show much deference to Principal Sun. Instead, it was the soon-to-arrive Chairman Zhang who deserved his attention. Meanwhile, after dismissing Chen Yang, Sun Liang and Zhang Yiqiang resumed their whispered conversation, even summoning Hongguang to join their discussion. Principal, I'm pretty sure this Chairman Zhang is Zhang Yuan. Even if our finance department is bursting with talent, it's unlikely two such prodigies would emerge from the same class year, right? You make a valid point, but our top priority now is to immediately rebuild our relationship with Zhang Yuan. Wait, Principal, Director, what are you talking about? Chairman Zhang? Zhang Yuan? Hongguang looked utterly confused. Ah, Chen Yang from the sponsorship department at Jinfu Restaurant just came by. He said he needed to meet with their newly appointed Chairman Zhang to discuss future sponsorship for the finance department. Think about it, who else could it be besides Zhang Yuan? Sun Liang sighed and explained. Whoa. Hongguang sucked in a sharp breath. He's a shareholder of Jinfu Restaurant too? What kind of background does this junior classmate have? Could his family be among the nation's wealthiest tycoons? Who knows? Either way, cultivating a relationship with him would be a blessing for the entire finance department. Sun Liang's decisive statement effectively elevated Zhang Yuan to the highest priority. The three then delved into detailed discussions on how to cultivate a relationship with Zhang Yuan and bind the entire finance department to him. Director, Dean, I have an idea. Hongguang shot an unreadable glance at Yun Yao, who was still interacting with students. I believe we can retain Zhang Yuan's loyalty by leveraging people. After all, you know that ordinary incentives won't sway someone of his caliber. Use people to win his loyalty? Sun Liang quickly grasped the core point and turned his gaze toward Yun Yao as well. Unconsciously nodding, Sun Liang murmured, I think we could. Hey, a Porsche 911 just pulled up at the entrance, pretty impressive. Really? Where? Let me see. Holy cow, how did he manage to drive that thing into the first floor of Wanjin? Who's this god-tier tycoon? He's absolutely killing it. The sudden commotion interrupted the trio's conversation. Not only that, but Yun Yao, who was still chatting with classmates, the trio of adopted sons sneaking snacks, even Professor Lu, who was plotting with his nephew, who all turned their gaze toward the entrance. Chapter 60, If you're rich and don't show off, may 5 thunderbolts strike you down. Zhang Yuan, are we really going to drive the car to the first floor of Wanjin? Wouldn't that be a bit much? Meng Yuanyuan felt a twinge of guilt. Just moments ago, after making a phone call, Zhang Yuan had driven straight into the pedestrian street, heading directly toward the location of the Wanjin building. Such blatant arrogance made Meng Yuanyuan, sitting in the car, feel uneasy. It felt as though the astonished stares of passers-by were dissecting her from head to toe. But Zhang Yuan remained perfectly composed, his hands steady on the steering wheel without a single tremor. What's the big deal? I had all the paperwork handled by Wanjin Property this afternoon. Here, these are the access documents. Zhang Yuan casually tossed the items from the armrest compartment to Meng Yuanyuan. Wow, it really is a certificate from them. Zhang Yuan, you're amazing. You've got connections at Wanjin Property Management. Meng Yuanyuan looked at Zhang Yuan with admiration, her eyes brimming with sincerity. Ha, you're so adorable. Zhang Yuan loved seeing his senior's innocent and carefree expression at moments like this. No wonder she earned the system's exclusive reward. Such a pure-hearted girl was a rare find anywhere. But even with official documents, wouldn't driving it to the gala be a bit too flashy? Meng Yuanyuan was prone to daydreaming, often imagining herself flaunting her new handbag in front of her best friend Lin Lu and their high school classmates. But Zhang Yuan's move this time was way too bold, driving the car right to the entrance. This was bound to set the finance department abuzz. Soon, Zhang Yuan would become the man everyone was talking about. Show off? Ha, senior, you're being way too cautious. What kind of show off is this? When Big Ma says he's not interested in money, does that count as showing off? When Xiao Ma paid his employees with Q coins, was that showing off? When Wang Xizong's dad said he'd start with a small goal, was that showing off? When Musk single-handedly took on numerous financial tycoons to help Trump ascend to the throne, was that flashy? Compared to these guys, my little stunt is nothing. Besides, if you've got money and don't show off, you deserve to be struck by lightning. This is just who I am. I proved it back on Tiaba. Zhang Yuan's words left Meng Yuanyuan speechless. For the first time, she realized this junior classmate of hers could be so utterly domineering. His points of comparison were no longer peers or even the elite of society, but rather the tiny handful who truly stood at the pinnacle of this world. She had to admit, Zhang Yuan's bold and unapologetic aura had once again captivated Meng Yuanyuan. Zhang Yuan, you're so handsome. Meng Yuanyuan exclaimed sincerely. Well, that just proves you have excellent taste, senior. Zhang Yuan showed no modesty whatsoever, readily accepting every compliment Meng Yuanyuan offered. Hu Bo was waiting to publicly humiliate himself at the welcome banquet. But wasn't he also waiting for the welcome party to prove himself? He had money in his hands, held shares in Golden Fortune, secured the foot massage parlor, and possessed fixed assets worth tens of thousands. In just a few short days, Zhang Yuan's accomplishments had already surpassed those of most of his peers. While the system certainly played a role, Zhang Yuan's character also ensured he deserved such success. At this point, why the hell would anyone play dumb, pretend to be an idiot, and wait to be eaten by the tiger? That's just plain insane. Zhang Yuan was going to boldly declare to the entire school, "Don't bother me unless you have to. The slightest thing I squeeze out of my hands is worth more than what you'll earn in a lifetime. Backstabbing and underhanded tricks? Keep that to yourself." 2 words, pointless. That's precisely why Zhang Yuan has dragged his feet all this time. No retaliation against Hu Bo, no response to Professor Lu's report. This time, Zhang Yuan was going all out. Young people are supposed to be damn reckless. Otherwise, what difference would he be from those old farts whose sharp edges have been worn smooth by age? After his mindset underwent a complete transformation, Zhang Yuan's former minor flaws finally vanished. His gaze no longer darted nervously when meeting others. Walking down the street, he no longer made inexplicable gestures like tugging at his hair or clutching his shirt tail. Stand tall, walk with purpose. Everything was unfolding in the best possible way. So when Zhang Yuan stepped out of the driver's seat of the Porsche 911 under the gaze of his classmates, he felt not a hint of nervousness. He calmly adjusted his collar, slightly bent his arm, and waited for the stunning Meng Yuanyuan to place her small hand in his with a delighted smile. Amidst the envious stares of everyone present, the pair walked into the gala venue. Damn, who is this god-tier guy? His aura is so powerful. I swear, I've never seen a man so young and so stylish. He looks just like a domineering CEO straight out of a novel. Wait, did you guys notice he actually drove his car right into the Wanjin ballroom? Oomph, that's the extent of your perspective. True wealthy individuals are always the rule makers. When have they ever followed the rules? So jealous. The students whispered among themselves, not even realizing when they suddenly lowered their voices. This kind of behavior was typically reserved for encounters with certain leaders or corporate executives. Yet here it was, bizarrely directed at Zhang Yuan, supposedly one of their peers. Is that brother Yuan? Yuan Hua's eyes widened as he pointed toward the doorway in disbelief. Looks like it might be him. Zhang Chun's tone also carried a hint of uncertainty. The man before them wore a light business-style shirt, straight-leg trousers, and a Longines Admiral's Cup watch on his wrist, all while being tightly embraced by the campus beauty. He was trying way too hard. This wasn't the godfather they knew. Amidst the crowd, Yunyao watched Zhang Yuan radiating brilliance, her emotions a tangled mess. Especially after seeing Meng Yuanyuan acting so intimate with him, a bitter taste suddenly filled her mouth. Not far away, Sun Liang, Zhang Yiqiang, and Hong Wang all lit up. Needless to say, such an extravagant entrance could only belong to one person among the freshmen, Zhang Yuan, the one who had stunned them time and again. This student, sure, has a unique style. Sun Liang chuckled cheerfully. He wasn't afraid of students making a splash. As the head of the finance department, he understood one thing deeply. If a wealthy person suddenly went low-key, it meant either they were up to something shady or they'd gone bankrupt. Zhang Yuan's effortlessly sophisticated swagger, devoid of any trace of performance, proved one thing beyond doubt. His confidence was far greater than Sun Liang and the others had imagined. The three exchanged glances and moved forward in unison, preparing to greet the pre-selected star of the evening. But ahead of them, the smooth-talking manager Zhou had already rushed forward. "Mr. Zhang, you're finally here. How about it? Our Wanjin pass worked like a charm, didn't it?" Zhang Yuan patted manager Zhou on the shoulder and nodded approvingly. "Excellent. They work like a charm. Thank you for your trouble, manager Zhou. I've decided to defer the property fees for another 3 years." The sudden surprise left Zhou Yuan reeling. Wait, just for a pass? And he collected 3 years' worth of property fees? Too easy, right? Turns out coming to Rongda's welcome party today was the right call. Chapter 61, Look at the big screen. Zhang Yuan, what property fees? Meng Yuanyuan asked in confusion. Oh, it's just that we secured an unused office space from Wanjin about 2,000 square meters, so of course we have to pay property fees, right? Zhang Yuan's off-the-cuff remark left Meng Yuanyuan completely dumbfounded. Secured 2,000 square meters of office space in Wanjin Tower? Why did that sound so unfamiliar? Wasn't this the kind of place only financial firms would occupy? And supposedly the rent is astronomical, you couldn't even dream of setting up shop here without substantial assets. Yet Zhang Yuan claimed he'd outright purchased a section? How much money would that take? Zhang Yuan, you've been keeping this way too under wraps. Meng Yuanyuan felt her judgment was truly something else. How could she have ended up with such an outstanding man as Zhang Yuan? Not bad. Zhang Yuan offered no further explanation, turning to manager Zhou instead. Xiaoqing will transfer the payment to you shortly. Don't refuse it, I absolutely hate it when people turn me down. How could I possibly accept that, Mr. Zhang? Manager Zhou rubbed his hands together, smiling ingratiatingly. In all his years, this was the first time he'd encountered a big spender as generous as Zhang Yuan. The property fees those stingy CEOs had grudgingly paid over the years? Zhang Yuan had been covering them for 8 whole years. No wonder he was a super VIP at Wanjin Property Management, getting the green light every single day. As Zhang Yuan and manager Zhou exchanged pleasantries, Hubo's slightly bloodshot eyes pierced through the crowd, locking onto Zhang Yuan. Seeing Meng Yuanyuan clinging to Zhang Yuan's arm with such an innocent look on her face nearly drove him mad. This kind of showy, pretentious scene was supposed to be his territory. But to humiliate Zhang Yuan publicly, Hubo reluctantly abandoned his plan to show off in front of all their classmates. Damn it, I'll see how long you can keep this up. Hubo gritted his teeth. Xiaobo, is that the Zhang Yuan? Professor Lu frowned, glancing toward the doorway. It was his first time seeing Zhang Yuan, a student who had never attended his lectures. A faint anger stirred within him. But reason told him this freshman who'd driven a Porsche straight to the scene was probably more than he seemed. Are you planning to expose this Zhang Yuan on the big screen? Professor Lu looked at his cousin, who was on the verge of losing his composure. Yes, uncle. Didn't I tell you earlier? I suggest you hold off. This guy probably has some connections. Slow down? Uncle Lu, he's already ting and pissing all over me. How could I possibly tolerate him? Hubo's eyes were now completely consumed by rage. Where in his life had he ever endured such humiliation? Stealing his woman was bad enough, but then Zhang Yuan had kicked him hard in the gut, his waist still ached from it. And now this bastard had somehow snagged a Porsche, making an outrageously flashy entrance. If he didn't take action now, he'd never shake off the shadow of that night for the rest of his life. Uncle, don't try to talk me out of this. I'm not done with him. Besides, I'm not planning to beat him up. I just want to show the evidence I collected to my classmates. Nothing bad will happen. Hubo's words finally silenced Professor Lu, though he still felt uneasy. But Hubo was the eldest son of the Hu family, what business was it of his? Alright, just be aware of the consequences. Professor Lu sighed and stopped trying to dissuade him. Hubo turned to his henchman. Come on, start playing it. Hand me the microphone. Right away, young Master Hu. Meanwhile, Sun Liang and his group approached Zhang Yuan with smiles. After sizing him up, Sun Liang exclaimed with admiration, what a handsome young man. And you are? Zhang Yuan looked puzzled. Mr. Zhang, this is Principal Sun, who oversees our finance department, and this is department head Zhang Yiqiang. Hongguang hurried forward to introduce Zhang Yuan. This task was originally meant for Yun Yao, but for some reason, this junior simply refused to come over. Hongguang didn't bother trying to persuade her further. Now standing before Zhang Yuan, Hongguang instantly understood Yun Yao's current dilemma as he looked at Meng Yuanyuan, whose appearance was in no way inferior to Yun Yao's. Seems my junior classmate has a thing for Mr. Zhang too. As a senior, I really ought to give her a hand. Zhang Yuan was unaware of Hongguang's inner turmoil, but upon hearing his introduction, a smile instantly spread across his face. So it's Principal Sun and Director Zhang. Hello. I've long heard of Principal Sun's unique insights in academic governance and student development. Last semester, you handled a group of underperforming students despite the pressure, truly admirable. Zhang Yuan shook Sun Liang's hand vigorously, stringing together one polite remark after another, which made Sun Liang beam with delight. Not at all, it's all empty praise. By the way, Zhang Yuan, I heard you've acquired some property in Wanjin? After the pleasantries, Sun Liang cut straight to the point. His age was a factor. He was entering the twilight of his career. His greatest wish now was to see the finance department thrive and cultivate more talent. So when he finally faced Zhang Yuan, he didn't bother with polite niceties. Zhang Yuan showed little surprise. After all, he hadn't deliberately concealed it was only a matter of time before the school leadership learned of it. Yes, Principal Sunday. I'm starting my own venture. For convenience, I decided to purchase fixed assets first. They preserve value and also provide the space needed for the company's daily operations. The statement froze the expressions on everyone present. Just to start a company, he's buying a 2,000 square meter office space, arguably the most expensive property in Rongcheng? What kind of goddamn extravagance is this? Wasn't Zhang Yuan one of those guys who just returned from camel herding? The kind who wears a white turban. Right. Young people really think things through much better than us old fogies. If you can buy it, don't rent it. This $1 million property will appreciate no matter what, so you can't lose either way. Sun Liang burst into laughter, and the atmosphere grew even more harmonious. Zhang Yuan's impression of this school leader improved considerably. He was openly and covertly supporting him. This guy was a good man. Zhang Yuan, I see Lulu sitting alone over there. Should I go keep her company first? Meng Yuanyuan felt a bit uncomfortable surrounded by all the administrators and outstanding seniors, so she suggested leaving. Sure, go ahead. Zhang Yuan didn't object. After Meng Yuanyuan swayed gracefully away with a little jog, Sun Liang asked casually, Zhang Yuan, is that your girlfriend? Senior. Zhang Yuan avoided a direct answer. Sun Liang suddenly understood. Young people these days sure come up with all sorts of things. With his senior no longer nearby, Zhang Yuan felt more at ease. The school administrators had approached them. It couldn't be just for a casual greeting. Earlier, Chen Yang from the Jinfu sponsorship department had called him several times. He must have already arrived at the scene and briefly communicated with Sun Liang and the others. Otherwise, why would a vice principal like Sun Liang be so eager to curry favor? Vice Principal Sun, let's not beat around the bush. I understand the challenges facing the finance department, which is why I instructed Chen Yang earlier to adjust the sponsorship amount. Zhang Yuan's voice remained calm, betraying little emotion. Sun Liang and the others instantly grew tense. The words this young man was about to utter would not only determine the future financial autonomy of the finance department but also, to a certain extent, reveal his attitude toward the department. Sun Liang certainly didn't want to push an outstanding talent and wealthy benefactor like Zhang Yuan further away from the finance department. As everyone waited with bated breath, eyes fixed on Zhang Yuan, Hu Bo's voice boomed over the speakers. Classmates. Here's a scoop. That guy driving the Porsche earlier? He's a total fraud. His name is Zhang Yuan, a freshman. His family is just ordinary working-class folks. They don't have a dime. His arrogance probably comes from swindling people. Don't get fooled, everyone. This is the evidence I painstakingly gathered. Look at the big screen. Chapter 62, Expulsion. The large screen and sound system in this conference room had originally been prepared for speeches by Sun Liang, Zhang Yuan, and several outstanding finance graduates. Instead, Hu Bo had taken them over early. So be it. At worst, it would just give the students more gossip to chew on, and they could deal with it afterward. But this guy, of all people, had to publicly expose Zhang Yuan. That very same heartthrob who had just captured everyone's attention, stepping out of a Porsche 911 with such flair. This development delivered a major bombshell to the freshmen and sophomores, who now eyed Zhang Yuan with strange looks. Principal, seems some students think I'm not up to par, Zhang Yuan remarked with a faint smile that made Sun Liang and Zhang Yiqiang's hearts skip a beat. What followed was sheer fury. Damn it, they were about to find out Zhang Yuan's stance on the finance department and the future sponsorship amount for Jinfu restaurant. And now this asshole shows up, trying to screw Zhang Yuan over. Didn't they already know whether he had money or was a con artist? Who the hell could scam hundreds of millions in their freshman year to buy a 2,000 square meter property in Wanjin Plaza? Haven't you seen how Manager Zhou's attitude has become so groveling? He's practically worshipping Zhang Yuan like a god of wealth. With the finance department's golden age finally within reach, how could Sun Liang tolerate Hu Bo's actions? He roared, Director Zhang. Look at the fine student you've taught. Get him out of here now. I won't tolerate anyone disrupting tonight's gala. Zhang Yuan looked utterly bewildered. He had no idea such a mess would happen. But Sun Liang was his direct superior after all. No matter how much resentment he felt inside, he had to swallow it down for now. Xiao Yang, Xiao Wang, come with me. Let's see which student is bold enough to cause trouble at the welcome party. Brewing with anger, Zhang Yiqiang stormed toward Hu Bo with two professors in tow. Zhang Yuan, don't take it to heart. I believe you completely. This is pure slander. Ignore it. Sun Liang smiled reassuringly at Zhang Yuan, though his face betrayed uncontrollable tension. He feared Zhang Yuan might distance himself from the finance department because of this. After all, switching majors at Rongda University was relatively easy, especially for someone like Zhang Yuan who held shares in a sponsor company. Add in Wan Jin's fixed assets, and forget about him switching departments voluntarily. Just a hint of it would send those old-timers scrambling like mad. It's fine, Principal Sunday. I actually find this student quite interesting. If he wants to expose me, I wonder if he can even come up with any real dirt. Zhang Yuan's cheerful demeanor eased Sun Liang's mind. Judging by the situation, Zhang Yuan clearly wasn't taking it seriously. In truth, Zhang Yuan genuinely dismissed Hu Bo's actions as insignificant. What difference would exposing him make? Even if Zhang Yuan hadn't achieved his current status and was still just an ordinary student, the worst that could happen would be some social embarrassment within the school. For ordinary people, it wouldn't make much difference. At worst, it might make it harder to find a girlfriend on campus. But Zhang Yuan's perspective had changed dramatically since those days. A jerk like Hu Bo couldn't possibly affect his mood in the slightest. Besides, who could possibly take seriously a clown who makes a fool of himself on stage? Zhang Yuan was equally curious about what would happen if all the big talk he'd spouted on Tiaba forums back then actually came true now. His gaze shifted to the large screen at the front of the conference room, where post after post of Zhang Yuan's once boastful claims were now displayed for all to see. What can you do with a 50,000 yuan monthly salary? Work like a dog, that's what. My employees all make that much and are exhausted every single day. No way, seriously? People still think starting a business is hard? I'm gonna buy a whole floor in Wanjin Tower soon, just for live streaming. Senior, my family owns a Porsche 911. If you like it, I can drive it over sometime. Reading his old self-congratulatory posts, Zhang Yuan felt his ears burn slightly, yet he calmly accepted his classmates' stares. After all, it seemed he had genuinely achieved everything listed above. Unfortunately, the system didn't issue a challenge task this time. Perhaps it deemed Zhang Yuan's previous showboating too petty to warrant a special reward. Counselor Yunyao watched the screen amidst the crowd, yet she felt none of the schadenfreude her classmates did. Because she knew full well that Zhang Yuan's true capabilities far exceeded everyone's imagination. Is this really a freshman? Yunyao looked at the triumphant Zhang Yuan with a complex expression. For a moment, she couldn't find the words to describe him. You lot! Turn off that big screen immediately. And you, which class are you in? How dare you? Get down here immediately. Zhang Yiqian pointed at Hu Bo with a furious expression, spitting venom as he raged. He absolutely despised this student. Just as Zhang Yuan was about to form a favorable impression of the finance department, this guy had inexplicably ruined it. If a talent like Zhang Yuan ended up joining another department because of today's incident, how could Zhang Yiqian possibly face anyone? He must be severely punished. Director Zhang, you're just in time. This Zhang Yuan has already deceived quite a few students. You should call the police and have him arrested. Zhang Yiqian frowned as he looked at Hu Bo, feeling a vague sense of familiarity toward the man. What's your name? I'm Hu Bo. My father is Hu Chang. He even treated you to a meal at the beginning of the semester. Hu Bo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having Zhang Yiqian step in was far better than him going it alone. This time, he'd definitely make Zhang Yuan lose face. He might even get him disciplined. Hu Chang. Zhang Yiqian suddenly understood. So it was that nouveau riche's son. No wonder he's got no brains whatsoever, let alone any sense of tact. Clearly a spoiled brat. People like him can't stand seeing others excel. If you accidentally provoke him, it's like poking a hornet's nest. Director Zhang. Professor Lu stepped forward at that moment. Hu Bo is still young and sometimes acts impulsively, but Zhang Yuan has truly gone too far, skipping classes, deceiving others. He's a complete scoundrel. I suggest giving him a major demerit and ordering him to correct his behavior. What? Zhang Yiqian laughed bitterly, furious. Have these two lost their minds? Do you even know who he is? To openly mess with someone like that? You guys really don't want to live anymore, huh? Zhang Yuan just secured a 2,000 square meter industrial property from Wanjin, worth over 400 million yuan. Hu Chang's son, right? Do the math, add up all your family's properties. Are they even worth 400 million? You think you can take him on? Who do you think you're trying to make laugh? Zhang Yiqian, out of courtesy since Hu Chang had at least treated him to a meal once, kindly offered a warning to the uncle and nephew before him. Professor Lu and Hu Bo froze in place, stunned into silence for a long moment. If anyone else had said it, they wouldn't have believed a word. But this man was the head of the finance department. Who could doubt his words? Meanwhile, the other students who had overheard Zhang Yiqian's words turned pale with fear. They had only intended to tag along with Hu Bo to enjoy the perks, never intending to risk their lives for him. Before Zhang Yiqian could reiterate his point, they proactively disconnected the large screen. The exposé on Zhang Yuan came to an abrupt end. The whole affair fizzled out like a laughable farce. Before most of the students present could even get a clear look at Zhang Yuan's dark history, the screen went blank. You too, just wait for your punishment. Zhang Yuan snorted coldly, refusing to waste another word on Hu Bo and his nephew. Snatching the microphone from Hu Bo, Zhang Yuan stepped directly in front of the large screen. Teachers and students, a minor incident occurred earlier, stemming from certain individuals' ulterior motives. I now announce the disciplinary decision. Hu Bo, for maliciously spreading rumors and slandering others, causing a negative impact, you are expelled from school and placed on probation for 1 semester. I urge all students to take this as a warning and not jump to conclusions. Chapter 63, Radiant Brilliance. Zhang Yuan's words sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. This was the welcome party. And they'd just announced the disciplinary decision for the student who'd been about to spill the beans. Wasn't that a bit too hasty? Director Zhang. What on earth is going on here? Professor Liu was flustered. Hu Bo was his nephew. If he got expelled, how could he ever face Hu Chang? You think that's the end of it? I'll deal with you properly later. Zhang Yuan couldn't be bothered to explain to some ordinary professor. He just dropped the threat and turned to leave. Hu Bo, who exactly did you provoke? Professor Liu was startled. He'd never seen Director Zhang this furious before and hurriedly questioned his nephew. Hu Bo's face drained of color. He never endured such humiliation before. Overwhelmed by shock and fury, he fainted on the spot. With no time to question Zhang Yuan, Professor Liu could only helplessly summon Hu Bo's colleagues to carry him to the hospital. Principal Sun, it's all taken care of. Zhang Yuan, do you think this outcome is acceptable? Zhang Yuan approached Sun Liang, his face breaking into a warm smile as he turned to Zhang Yuan. How could I possibly comment on such matters? But with a decisive leader like Director Zhang at the helm, I'm certain the finance department will reach new heights. Zhang Yuan nodded with a smile, his praise leaving old Zhang grinning from ear to ear. Chairman Zhang, you're finally here. Chen Yang from the sponsorship department of Jin Fu Restaurant spotted Zhang Yuan. He hurried over to Zhang Yuan. Chen Yang, you're just in time. I was about to discuss our sponsorship plan with Principal Sun and the others. Take notes for me. Chen Yang nodded. No problem, Chairman Zhang. Effective immediately, the annual sponsorship for Rongda University's finance department is increased from 850,000 to 2 million yuan. Additionally, the dormitory infrastructure for both male and female students in the finance department is far too outdated. I decided to install water heaters and air conditioners in every dormitory. Finally, to ensure educational opportunities for financially disadvantaged students, I've personally established a charitable fund to support them. The initial amount will be set at 10 million yuan, with an annual allocation of 10 million yuan. With each announcement, Zhang Yuan raised a finger. When all 3 fingers were extended, the onlookers were all stunned into silence. Increasing the sponsorship fee by over $1 million was manageable after all. Jin Fu Restaurant generated tens of millions in annual profits, with Zhang Yuan personally receiving millions in dividends. But upgrading the infrastructure for all dormitories? That would easily cost at least 5 million yuan. In other words, Zhang Yuan was practically giving away all his profits from Jin Fu, dedicating them entirely to the finance department. What was truly terrifying was that he was personally contributing 10 million yuan every single year, to support underprivileged students and solve their educational challenges. This is no simple gesture. Its impact is profound and cannot be fully captured in a single sentence. With this 10 million, the finance department could recruit outstanding students nationwide who had dropped out due to poverty. If this wave of fresh talent could be brought in, the finance department at Rongda University would truly make a name for itself. Sun Liang, a man in his 50s nearing retirement, was so moved his eyes reddened, tears welling up. He stepped forward, clasped Zhang Yuan's hand tightly, and exclaimed with emotion, "Zhang Yuan, thank you. This is what a truly compassionate entrepreneur looks like. On behalf of the entire finance department, over 1,000 people, I thank you for your dedication to our department." Zhang Yuan placed little value on empty honors and never suggested naming the fund after himself. He had only 2 reasons for doing this. One was to secure a stable source of income, and the other was to ensure a carefree life in the future. He had no desire to be shackled by his studies. It wasn't that Zhang Yuan looked down on Rongda's finance department, but the reality was undeniable. The department's teaching resources simply couldn't compete with those of prestigious 985 and 211 universities. Therefore, having chosen the finance department, contributing a little of his own strength was no big deal. Principal Sun, you're too kind. I've merely done what many wish to do but currently lack the means to accomplish. The finance department is like a big family. To keep it running smoothly, contributing my share is nothing at all. Zhang Yuan's words made Sun Liang and Zhang Yuan's eyes widen. Good heavens, why did his words sound so familiar? It sounded just like the tone those high-ranking officials used when we attended meetings in the city. Meanwhile, the 3 sponsorship projects proposed by Zhang Yuan spread throughout the entire evening event as the crowd grew larger. Almost every student learned that dorms would soon be equipped with water heaters and air conditioners. Instantly, the venue erupted in excitement. Everyone marveled at Zhang Yuan's generosity, and many even pushed their way through the crowd just to catch a glimpse of this legendary benefactor. Damn, my godfather is awesome. Guys, Zhang Yuan is my godfather. Front row sale, Zhang Yuan's worn underwear and socks, fresh from the source. Yuan Hua, Zhang Chun, and Zhang Hu, these three jerks witnessed Zhang Yuan's entire show-off routine and were absolutely cracking up. Instead of joining the crowd, they stayed put, grabbing a random classmate to proudly introduce him. Yuan Hua even started peddling Zhang Yuan's personal clothing. Strangely enough, people actually came up to ask the price. Hey, how much are you selling these for? You're actually buying it? Yuan Hua stared blankly at the innocent-looking girl before him, his heart pounding. Yeah. Just name your price. 5,000? Alright, I'll scan it over. Yuan Hua numbly handed over the QR code, and moments later, he received a voice notification confirming the 5,000 yuan had been transferred. I'm sorry, Godfather. It's not that I have no principles, it's just that they offered way too much. Yuan Hua felt a twinge of guilt, but the thought that even Zhang Yuan's discarded underwear and socks could fetch 5,000 yuan finally erased the last shred of remorse. At least it wasn't sold to some grubby guy. That girl's so pretty, you got a good deal, Godfather. After arranging the time and place for the transaction with the innocent-looking girl, she cheerfully walked away. Meanwhile, Meng Yuanyuan and Lin Lu stood chatting quietly in a corner when they overheard Zhang Yuan's daring move. Both covered their mouths in shock. No way! Zhang Yuan actually spent that much money for the finance department? Yuan, tell me, what's your boyfriend's background? How should I know? Meng Yuanyuan felt like crying. She'd only known Zhang Yuan for a few days. Seeing her friend's reaction, Lin Lu dropped the subject, though the curiosity in her eyes only deepened. Near the doorway, Hong Guang slipped away from the crowd and called over Yun Yao, a freshman working part-time. Junior, I really need to ask you for a favor. Hong Guang's expression was serious. Sure, senior, go ahead. Yun Yao agreed without hesitation. To be honest, Hong Guang sighed before continuing, the company is already deep in trouble. To get through this crisis, we absolutely need new capital injection. But I've exhausted every connection and begged countless people, nothing worked. Now, you're the only one who can help me. Me? How could I possibly help you, senior? Yun Yao asked in astonishment. I don't have any money. I know you don't have money, but your students do. Zhang Yuan? Yes, him. As Hong Guang muttered under his breath, Yun Yao's expression darkened. She stared at Hong Guang in disbelief, the filter she'd placed over him seemingly vanishing in an instant. Impossible. Yun Yao's cheeks flushed crimson, yet her tone remained resolute. Please, Junior. This is also Principal Sun's decision. Besides, if the company collapses, do you really want to be stuck as a counselor for the rest of your life? Hong Guang coldly played his final trump card. This time, Yun Yao finally wavered. Her gaze swept through the crowd, settling on the radiant figure of Zhang Yuan, her eyes filled with confusion and wavering resolve. Chapter 64, The Force to Grow Up Senior. Zhang Yuan, you're truly kind-hearted. To think of helping impoverished classmates, I'm nowhere near your level. Here's what we'll do, if you establish a charity fund, please let me know. I'm willing to donate 200,000 yuan. Meng Yuanyuan had dragged Lin Lu over to find Zhang Yuan, but she was stunned by her best friend's words. She knew Lin Lu's family was quite wealthy, but she never imagined her friend would offer to donate 200,000 yuan outright. That was outrageously generous. Of course, Zhang Yuan, who claimed to donate 10 million annually, was already in a league of his own. He was the real standout. Zhang Yuan also looked at the genuine rich girl before him with some surprise. Though Lin Lu's bust couldn't compare to Meng Yuanyuan's, her gentle, demure features, especially her excessively fair skin, made her look every bit as stunning as Meng Yuanyuan. Thank you in advance, senior, Zhang Yuan said politely. He wasn't particularly close with Lin Lu, so there was no need to force a connection. Meng Yuanyuan was still watching from the sidelines. Lin Lu nodded, her impression of Zhang Yuan growing increasingly favorable. Lin Lu's favorability plus 13. Current favorability, 47. 47, a rather low number. But Zhang Yuan didn't pay it much mind. He currently had quite a few women with whom he shared intimate relationships. For now, Lin Lu hadn't done anything to make him take her seriously. Zhang Yuan, thank you for your contributions to the department, advisor Yun Yao approached. She held a glass of red wine, her eyes slightly unfocused, and her cheeks had flushed with a faint blush at some point, making her look charming and alluring. All credit goes to the counselor. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have taken the initiative to understand the department's situation. Zhang Yuan's attitude was distant, a stark contrast to how he had behaved toward Lin Lu earlier. Meng Yuanyuan glanced at Yun Yao, who wore an evening gown revealing a hint of her snow-white décolletage, and suddenly felt a twinge of unease. She knew this woman was Zhang Yuan's advisor, but for an outstanding young man like Zhang Yuan, the teacher-student relationship wouldn't be an obstacle. In a way, it might even be an advantage. Meng Yuanyuan understood this all too well. Wasn't Zhang Yuan still addressing her as senior even now? Yun Yao, still sober, naturally noticed the hostile glare directed her way. Yet she merely smiled faintly, exchanged a brief greeting, and walked away. Even Zhang Yuan couldn't figure out his advisor's intentions. "Hey, can I get to know you?" A sweet voice rang out behind Zhang Yuan. Turning around, Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. It was a legit loli. Standing under 5 feet tall, she wore a school uniform with a silk scarf tied around her neck, adorned with little bells. Her big, dark eyes fluttered playfully, radiating pure cuteness. Most importantly, she had dimples nearly identical to Su Wanning's and 2 adorable little fangs that peeked out whenever she smiled. She looked like she'd stepped right out of an anime. "Hello, who are you?" Zhang Yuan didn't refuse her approach. Even Meng Yuanyuan only showed a slight hint of displeasure. After all, the whole point of this welcome party was to meet new people and practice social skills. If Meng Yuanyuan rushed to stake her claim, not only might Zhang Yuan develop a negative impression, but classmates would likely spread rumors about her being a petty, malicious woman. The adorable loli paid no mind to Meng Yuanyuan's glare, sweetly looking at Zhang Yuan instead. "My name is Su Ling, and I'm a freshman in class 6. Thank you so much for looking out for us, big brother. Without that water heater this winter, we'd have suffered so much. So it was just a thank you after all." Meng Yuanyuan breathed a sigh of relief. But beside her, Lin Lu shook her head helplessly. Her bestie was only going to become even more inseparable from Zhang Yuan. Clumsy and tongue-tied, besides being older than her, Nanao really had nothing going for her. Guess I'll just have to help her out more. After a whirl of thoughts, Lin Lu simply took Meng Yuanyuan's hand. "Yuanyuan, let's go over there and grab some snacks." "Ha? I didn't say." "Zhang Yuan, I'm taking Yuanyuan over first." Ignoring her best friend's protests, Lin Lu dragged her along. Zhang Yuan looked puzzled for a moment, but quickly realized this was creating an opportunity for him. He watched Lin Lu's retreating figure with a look of quiet admiration. "That friend of yours is something else, senior." "Right, Su," Zhang Yuan snapped back to attention, turning his gaze to the petite girl before him. "I'm not too familiar with the girls' dorm. Is there anything else you might need? Just let me know now, and I can arrange for it to be added later." Su Ling's eyes twinkled as she giggled. "Nope, big bro. If there's anything missing, it's probably your authority." Zhang Yuan chuckled helplessly. This Su girl sure knew how to tease. "Alright, then add me on WeChat." Zhang Yuan didn't hesitate, pulling out his phone to display the QR code. The two quickly added each other as contacts. Having achieved her goal, Su Ling didn't linger. She waved cheerfully and left. At the long dining table, Meng Yuanyuan shot Lin Lu a reproachful look. "Lu, this is all your fault. Look, they've already added each other on WeChat." Lin Lu sighed. You. I really don't know what to say to you. Do you want to be with Zhang Yuan long term, or are you planning to break up completely in a couple of days?" "Ha?" Meng Yuanyuan was startled. Why was she suddenly talking about breaking up? "Lu, what do you mean? There's no way I'd break up with Zhang Yuan." "Then you have to listen to me." Lin Lu's resolute tone only deepened Meng Yuanyuan's confusion. "Why?" "First rule, don't ask me why." "Oh. Second, you absolutely must give Zhang Yuan his own space. Don't just take up his free time unless he agrees to it." Meng Yuanyuan grew more and more confused. What on earth was this all about? Lin Lu patiently explained, "For an outstanding guy like Zhang Yuan, a considerate and sensible girl who knows when to step back often makes him invest more, whether it's emotions or resources. If you're not self-aware at all, please take a look at how many girls have come over to chat with Zhang Yuan in just the last few minutes. Can you guarantee you can outshine all those competitors?" Meng Yuanyuan shook her head, not quite understanding. "Probably not. So, in this situation, letting Zhang Yuan go not only shows your generosity but also makes him like you more. Don't you think it's worth it?" "I guess it is." "Then that's settled. Just remember this, I'd never do anything to hurt you, Yuanyuan." "Thanks, Lulu. Love you forever." Meng Yuanyuan grinned and hugged her best friend. Watching her carefree demeanor, Lin Lu felt increasingly drained. "Alright, let's stay a little longer then head back. Tonight's gala belongs to Zhang Yuan alone. Your part is done. Let him savor this night of glory and splendor." If Zhang Yuan could hear Lin Lu's words, he'd surely consider her a kindred spirit. Unfortunately, even as Lin Lu and Meng Yuanyuan walked away, Zhang Yuan remained oblivious. The crowd surrounding him was simply too dense. School administrators, senior alumni, and outstanding classmates left Zhang Yuan feeling overwhelmed. Yet he was exhilarated to the extreme. A man's confidence stems from 3 things: women, face, and money. Women and money were no longer lacking in Zhang Yuan's life. Only prestige remained elusive. Having lived nearly 20 years, aside from his parents at home, Zhang Yuan had never truly experienced this feeling of being the center of everyone's attention. Chapter 65, Can you give me a ride home? After enduring a barrage of polite flattery and praise, the crowd around Zhang Yuan gradually thinned. After all, most of those surrounding him were outstanding alumni from the finance department of Rongda University who had graduated and worked for many years. Even if they hadn't achieved Zhang Yuan's level of wealth, Still, they were elite members of society who had risen to prominence through fierce competition. While they genuinely wanted to connect with this legendary tycoon, most kept it superficial. Just getting acquainted was enough. After all, no matter how wealthy Zhang Yuan was, his money wasn't going to be handed out to them. As the crowd dispersed, Zhang Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Little did he know that being the center of attention could be this exhausting. The smile plastered on his face hadn't faltered once throughout the entire event, and now it was practically frozen stiff. Sun Liang and Zhang Yiqiang, the two department heads, were busy preparing their closing remarks and had no time for Zhang Yuan. Instead, Manager Zhou and Shen Yang from Jinfu remained behind. Shen Yang, when you report to Chairman Yu later, if this year's dividend isn't sufficient, I'll personally cover the shortfall. Understood, Chairman Zhang. I'll head back now. Chairman Yu probably hasn't gone to bed yet. Shen Yang was growing impatient. Zhang Yuan's actions had completely caught him off guard. His original plan was to increase the sponsorship amount to 1 million yuan at most. Instead, Chairman Zhang not only doubled it but also threw in an unknown number of water heater and air conditioner combo sets as a bonus. This was no small sum. He roughly estimated that there were nearly 1,000 students present. That meant the finance department would need to prepare at least 200 sets for one grade level alone. That meant a total of 1,000 sets of water heaters and air conditioners needed to be prepared. Even if they used the cheapest energy-efficient models, each set would cost at least 3,000 yuan. That would mean a minimum investment of 3 million yuan. This completely exceeded the amount Chen Yang could handle on his own. He must report this to Chairman Yu immediately. Alright, you go ahead and handle it. Zhang Yuan waved his hand, dismissing Chen Yang. After receiving Zhang Yuan's affirmative response, Manager Zhou also left the gala venue with satisfaction. Securing 3 more years of property fees was no small achievement. This year's bonus would surely exceed Manager Zhou's expectations. And all of this was thanks to Zhang Yuan, this generous benefactor. What a wonderful person. We must serve bosses like this well in the future. Manager Zhou glanced back at Zhang Yuan, his heart filled with emotion. With Manager Zhou and Chen Yang no longer nearby, the smile on Zhang Yuan's face gradually faded. He had been holding it up for so long that he was already exhausted. With no one of significance nearby now, he couldn't be bothered with managing his expression. And honestly, that cold expression immediately deterred quite a few female classmates who had been eyeing him. They had all witnessed him arrive in that Porsche, and their hearts were already racing with excitement. Why should Meng Yuanyuan be the one sitting in that luxury car? Some of the more attractive girls, eager to advance their social standing, felt they were no worse than Meng Yuanyuan. But upon noticing Zhang Yuan as seemingly low spirits and the aura of keep your distance radiating from him, even the girls who mustered the courage to approach ultimately chose retreat. If Zhang Yuan knew that his slight aloofness had deterred so many women, he'd probably kick himself right then and there. These were all potential connections. His gaze now settled on a corner far from the entrance. Counselor Yunyao seemed in a foul mood, drinking alone in silence. Recalling he still had a challenge task involving Yunyao, Zhang Yuan immediately set off toward the counselor. Meanwhile, after leaving the meeting, Chen Yang couldn't wait to call Yu Shangli. Zhang Yuan's decisions today had been nothing short of astonishing. If he didn't report this, Chen Yang feared he'd be fired by Chairman Yu before he could turn around. Chairman Yu. Chairman Zhang is being outrageous. He actually made 2 promises today. Chen Yang's voice trembled with excitement. On the other end, Yu Shangli remained remarkably calm. Don't rush. Take your time. What exactly happened? Feeling the steady composure in Chairman Yu's tone, Chen Yang instantly relaxed and promptly recounted everything that had transpired that evening. Increasing the sponsorship fee to 2 million yuan, and then providing water heaters and air conditioners for the finance students? This Chairman Zhang is becoming rather difficult to understand. It's fine, Chen Yang. Just do as he says. But it'd be best if you could stall for time, keeping Zhang Yuan too busy to meddle in Jin Fu's affairs. After a moment's consideration, Yu Shangli made his decision. Chen Yang promptly agreed. After hanging up, Yu Shangli walked from his lavishly decorated bedroom to the balcony. Lighting a cigarette, he frowned as he gazed into the distance. I hope this youngster doesn't ruin my plans. If things go well, I might even share some benefits with you. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to cut you loose. Counselor, feeling down? Zhang Yuan approached Yunyao with a glass of juice in hand. He studied his former teacher, who had once dazzled him, his eyes brimming with admiration. Tonight, Yunyao wore a black low-cut evening gown, a platinum necklace draped around her neck, and her face adorned with a flawless natural makeup look that perfectly accentuated her best features. Zhang Yuan particularly adored the counselor's shapely legs, paired with her slightly wider hips, a perfect frame for. Nothing, Yunyao replied, lifting her head to gaze at Zhang Yuan with a slightly dazed expression. Her heart was in turmoil. On one hand, the idealized image of her idolized senior had shattered. On the other, that same senior was now urging her to deliberately get closer to Zhang Yuan. His company was in dire straits, desperately needing fresh capital. But doing this, how was it any different from selling herself? And most crucially, Zhang Yuan was still her student. Though this student certainly didn't act like one, his gaze never straying from her body. Clearly, Zhang Yuan had designs on her. Having been single for 25 years, Yunyao had never had intimate contact with a man. But even if she hadn't eaten pork, she'd surely seen pigs run, right? Some things require no first-hand experience to grasp intuitively. Counselor, you look absolutely stunning today. So beautiful it's hard to believe someone could rival the big stars on TV. Such compliments from Zhang Yuan might seem ordinary coming from anyone else, but his current status had already set him apart from the common folk. Hearing this, Yunyao felt an unexpected flicker of delight deep within her heart. This simple thought that a man worth hundreds of millions genuinely admired her appearance proved she truly was exceptional. Thank you, I accept your compliment. She drained her glass of red wine in one gulp, a faint blush spreading across her delicate cheeks. Zhang Yuan, do you mind what I said to you earlier? After a brief silence, Yunyao finally broached the subject of their earlier unpleasantness. Zhang Yuan merely smiled and shook his head, countering, Counselor, do you really think someone with my net worth would get worked up over a few unkind words? True enough. You wealthy folks always pride yourselves on having broad minds, otherwise, how could you demonstrate your magnanimity? Counselor, you still hold prejudices against the wealthy. That won't do. Why not? Don't you want to be rich? If not, why hold two jobs? I'd think a counselor's salary should be enough for a decent life, right? Yunyao was left speechless by Zhang Yuan's words. It seemed she really was like that. On one hand, she scorned the allure of money, yet on the other, she relentlessly pursued it. How hypocritical. Yunyao felt a bit tipsy. She rarely drank, and now, having downed at least half a glass of red wine in one go, the effects were finally kicking in. She watched as Principal Sun neared the end of his closing remarks. Yunyao looked straight at Zhang Yuan. Could you take me home? I feel a bit dizzy. My pleasure. Chapter 66, Yunyao's Dilemma. This was the first time Zhang Yuan had been this close to the counselor. He could even see every strand of her hair floating in the air. Breathing in the faint osmanthus fragrance mingled with the scent of alcohol on Yunyao, Zhang Yuan hesitated for a moment before reaching out to support her supple waist. Unlike with Meng Yuanyuan, Zhang Yuan could distinctly feel the texture beneath his palms. Counselor, do you exercise regularly? Zhang Yuan asked curiously. Yunyao's cheeks flushed deeper, but sensing no inappropriate movement from Zhang Yuan's hand, she didn't resist this intimate gesture. Nodding, the counselor murmured softly, Yes, I enjoy working out. I see. Zhang Yuan realized. No wonder the counselor had such an amazing figure. Their slightly intimate gestures caught the eyes of many. Some were stunned, some heartbroken, and others secretly delighted. Principal Sun, looks like Zhang Yuan has a thing for Yunyao. Hong Guang couldn't contain his excitement and rushed to share the news with Sun Liang. In his view, if Yunyao would only set aside traditional moral constraints, she could surely make Zhang Yuan fall head over heels. After all, in just these few short hours, Hong Guang had already witnessed Zhang Yuan engaging in flirtatious interactions far beyond mere friendship with at least 3 different girls. Earlier, when Principal Sun questioned Zhang Yuan, the guy wouldn't even acknowledge the identity of that pretty girl. He'd only say, she's my senior. Clearly, Zhang Yuan was a lecherous devil. A girl as outstanding as Yunyao? There was no way he'd let her slip away. If the two could get together, Hong Guang was confident Yunyao could whisper sweet nothings in Zhang Yuan's ear, reviving his company from the brink of collapse. He could even take things further. Sun Liang listened to Hong Guang's words without much reaction. He merely sighed. I wonder what Yunyao is thinking. Might she feel we're morally blackmailing her? Principal Sun, what are you saying? Hong Guang's expression was slightly exaggerated as he pointed at Zhang Yuan's retreating figure. A young man like that Yunyao might not even be worthy of him. For her to be offered such an opportunity, it's what countless girls dream of. You're just too driven by ambition, valuing the company above everything else. Can't you see that Yunyao actually has feelings for you? Sun Liang pointed at Hong Guang and said a few words, but the other man dismissed them. Principal Sun, that's not right. Shouldn't a man settle down before building his career? Besides, a hint of shyness unexpectedly flashed across Hong Guang's face. You know I'm not into women. Forget it. I can't be bothered with you. Sun Liang rolled his eyes at Hong Guang in exasperation. Rongqing was a great place in every way except for one thing, it had a knack for turning straight men into zero men. An old-timer like himself simply couldn't stomach such progressive ideas. Best to just pretend he hadn't seen anything. Holy crap, what did I just see? My godfather walking off with the counselor? What? No way. Yuan Hua's mouth fell open as he pointed toward the doorway, his face frozen in utter shock. Zhang Hu was equally stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Only Jiang Chun kept his goofy grin. So what? Brother Yuan's a big boss now. Don't you guys want our leave requests approved instantly from now on? Damn, Dachuan, your brain works in some seriously twisted ways. Is this even about taking leave or not? Yuan Hua shot Jiang Chun a disapproving look. Then what? Are you planning to stop Brother Yuan? I never said that. Yuan Hua felt a pang of dread. How could he dare ruin his godfather's plans? At this moment, simply staying put and not causing trouble was already the best these three godchildren could do. Zhang Yuan hadn't realized so many eyes were on him from behind. His full attention was now fixed on the counselor. Supporting Yuanyuan into the passenger seat, Zhang Yuan started the Porsche and drove off without a second glance. This was the second time Yuanyuan had ridden in Zhang Yuan's car. Last time, her mind was clear and she had completely controlled the atmosphere inside the car, preventing things from heating up with Zhang Yuan. But this time, with the world spinning around her, Yuanyuan clearly couldn't control the situation. Her hair fell loosely over her shoulders, her head leaning against the window, her red lips slightly parted. To Zhang Yuan, she looked utterly irresistible. After driving out of the pedestrian street, Zhang Yuan pulled over onto an empty lot. Yuanyuan tilted her head slightly, biting her lip with her silver teeth. Zhang Yuan, there are people around here. What are you thinking? Zhang Yuan shot Yuanyuan a disapproving look before leaning closer to her. Yuanyuan could already smell the overwhelming pheromones emanating from Zhang Yuan, instantly making her heart flutter. You're not wearing your seatbelt. Zhang Yuan quickly fastened his seatbelt and returned to his seat without a second glance. Fine. Yuanyuan felt a bit awkward. She thought Zhang Yuan was already itching to do something. Turns out he wasn't in the mood at all. He'd merely helped her fasten her seatbelt. Yuanyuan, you really are drunk. She turned her head away, too embarrassed to look at Zhang Yuan. By the way, counselor, where do you live? Right on campus classroom dorm. All right. After asking that, Zhang Yuan fell silent, and the atmosphere grew quiet. This was completely different from what Yuanyuan had imagined. She even began to doubt her own appeal. Was it that today's makeup wasn't the style Zhang Yuan liked? Or was it not revealing enough? Yuanyuan glanced down at herself and dismissed the thought immediately. Deep down, she'd been quite resistant to getting this close to Zhang Yuan, resorting to getting drunk only out of desperation. If she couldn't even maintain her dignity in the car, how was that any different from selling herself? Watching the silent Zhang Yuan, Yuanyuan's already chaotic thoughts grew increasingly scattered. You're right. I claim to look down on people born into wealth, but deep down, it's just a case of wanting what I can't have. At my core, I'm probably just a gold digger. Because, the reason I work so hard is simply to improve my quality of life. Yuanyuan's sudden self-deprecation made Zhang Yuan sigh. He slowed the car and looked at the counselor earnestly. No, counselor, you're wrong. Pursuing a quality life is simply human nature. No one can escape that. This isn't materialism, it's simply an attitude toward life. As long as you're working hard for it, not begging for handouts, you're still a positive, striving individual. Yuanyuan seemed lost in her own emotions, closing her eyes and shaking her head. Whatever. I can't argue with you. Let's say you're right. Zhang Yuan watched the counselor acting like a child, feeling deeply moved inside. She was just a recent graduate after all. If she hadn't been so sentimental, she might have already achieved the life she desired. Or perhaps she was destined to wait for him all along. Counselor, we're here. Pulling the car up to the dormitory building, Zhang Yuan gently roused the sleeping counselor. Yuanyuan slowly opened her eyes, but when she tried to sit up, she found she had no strength at all. After several failed attempts, she looked at Zhang Yuan helplessly and shyly. I can't get up. Chapter 67, Zhang Yuan, not here. Holy crap. Advisor, how heavy are you? Zhang Yuan mustered every ounce of strength to finally lift Yuanyuan out of the passenger seat. Hearing his student take advantage and then act innocent, even having the audacity to call him fat. Yuanyuan, both embarrassed and angry, punched Zhang Yuan twice. Where am I heavy? Zhang Yuan straightened up, took a moment to assess the situation, then slowly shifted his gaze downward, fixing it on the counselor's chest pressed tightly against his own. This must be the spot. Zhang Yuan, you bastard. Furious, Yuanyuan bit Zhang Yuan's shoulder, making him wince in pain and apologized profusely. Only then did Yuanyuan let him off with a soft snort. Then, Zhang Yuan strode toward the dormitory building, holding the fragrant counselor in his arms. Seeing how relaxed he looked, Yuanyuan suddenly realized this guy had been lying to her all along. Zhang Yuan, you're not only mean, you're also a liar. Yuanyuan turned her head away, feeling a bit angry. Zhang Yuan just laughed. He had indeed been playing dumb. His core strength had been enhanced by the system. How could he possibly not lift someone like Yuanyuan, who weighed around 100 pounds? But it was all to spare her embarrassment. And now this counselor was even blaming him. Enough. I can't take this anymore. Fine, since you put it that way, I'll just let go then. Whoa. What are you doing? Zhang Yuan deliberately loosened his grip, sending Yuanyuan into a panic. She truly had no strength left now, her mind feeling completely foggy. If Zhang Yuan let her go, she'd probably collapse on the floor instantly. Zhang Yuan, don't do this. This is the classroom dormitory. Sometimes other teachers come out for late night snacks. Hurry up and carry me upstairs, and I won't hold it against you. Startled, Yuanyuan regained a bit of clarity and quickly pleaded with Zhang Yuan. Fine, hold on tight. No sooner had Zhang Yuan finished speaking than Yuanyao experienced what it meant to soar through the clouds. The 6'1" giant took 3 strides to cover 9 steps of the staircase, reaching Yuanyao's third-floor dorm in just over 10 seconds. With one arm around the counselor and the other hand on the door handle, Zhang Yuan rushed into the room with Yuanyao in his arms, swiftly closing the door behind them. Carefully placing Yuanyao on the wooden bed, Zhang Yuan caught his breath and surveyed the counselor's living quarters. This classroom-converted dorm was just over 30 square meters, a one-bedroom apartment with a living room and bathroom. It was quite spacious for a single occupant. In the living room, besides an old-fashioned wooden bed, there was a beanbag chair Yuanyao had bought online. Judging by how deeply indented it was, she must have spent a lot of time lounging on it, binge-watching shows and scrolling through her phone. Beyond that, Zhang Yuan spotted no chairs or stools anywhere. He plopped down onto the beanbag chair, letting the counselor's scent envelop him completely. "Counselor, what perfume do you usually wear? It smells amazing." "I don't wear any. It's probably just the scent from the shower gel after I bathed." Yuanyao had regained some strength by now. Leaning against the wooden board, she stared blankly at Zhang Yuan. As if sensing something, Zhang Yuan turned his head and met the counselor's gaze. The atmosphere instantly grew tender. Would you like some water? I can get it for you." Yuanyao nervously changed the subject. But after several failed attempts to stand up, she felt a wave of discouragement wash over her. It was just a little alcohol, how could she feel so weak all over? Zhang Yuan watched the counselor with amusement. "Come on, looking at you like this, I doubt you'll even manage to wash up today. I'm in a good mood today. Consider it a favor, I'll help you wash up." Saying this, Zhang Yuan stood up and walked toward Yuanyao. Watching the student draw nearer, Yuanyao felt her heartbeat suddenly quicken. No need, Zhang Yuan. It's so late, you should go back, what are you doing?" Before Yuanyao could finish, Zhang Yuan sat down beside the soft, fragrant counselor and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. "Counselor, I don't like being refused. Of course, if you were to ask me for something, I wouldn't refuse you either. But this chance only comes once. Are you sure you want me to leave?" Faced with Zhang Yuan's relentless pressure, she felt the overwhelming presence of his masculinity. Yuanyao's heart was in turmoil. She placed her hands over her chest to halt Zhang Yuan's advance, murmuring timidly, "You truly won't refuse me? I never make empty promises. What I say, I do." Zhang Yuan's tone was unwavering. But this only made Yuanyao even more hesitant. After wrestling with her thoughts for a long time, she finally gathered her courage and looked at Zhang Yuan with those bright eyes. "I want you to help Hong Guang." "Hong Guang?" Zhang Yuan keenly noticed the change in Yuanyao's address for this senior. Could it be that Hong Guang threatened the counselor? The thought flashed through his mind and wouldn't leave. But Zhang Yuan didn't press the issue at that moment. Instead, he nodded and said, "No problem. I can help him. And I can guarantee sufficient funding to ensure Yuan Shang's continued growth." "Really?" Yuanyao was overjoyed upon hearing this promise. This way, she could not only repay Hong Guang for his help but might even advance her career further. "Thank you, Zhang Yuan. Hold off on the thanks for now. Tell me, how should you repay me?" "Dear counselor." Before Zhang Yuan could finish his sentence, Yuanyao hooked her arms around his neck and pressed her rosy lips against his. Feeling her warmth, Zhang Yuan pulled her into his arms and began a passionate counterattack. Caught off guard by Zhang Yuan's sudden advance, Yuanyao was thrown into disarray, momentarily thinking to speak up. But she hadn't anticipated that this would give Zhang Yuan the perfect opening to take advantage. Once Zhang Yuan captured her soft, sweet tongue, his assault grew even more intense. Experiencing this for the first time, Yuanyao felt dizzy. Her body went limp and weak as she collapsed into Zhang Yuan's embrace, her hands resting feebly on his neck, utterly clueless about how to respond. All she could do was try to evade. But the space inside her mouth was limited. Facing Zhang Yuan's overwhelming dominance, where could she possibly hide? Ultimately, she fell into Zhang Yuan's grasp. While engaging in close conversation with the counselor, Zhang Yuan advanced toward her prominent curves, sending waves of tingling sensation through Yuanyao's body until she could only respond passively. But when Zhang Yuan's hand slowly drifted downward, Yuanyao's eyes suddenly widened in shock. She grabbed Zhang Yuan's large hand and said shyly, "Zhang Yuan, I haven't finished yet." Oh no! A visitor had arrived. Zhang Yuan instantly lost his enthusiasm. This was such a buzzkill. And he was already at the point of no return. Abruptly stopping like this wasn't good for his body either. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan was a man strengthened by the system, and his will had been refined through countless intimate encounters with his senior. Though it was painful, he stopped. What Zhang Yuan hadn't anticipated was the counselor gently leaning closer, her voice tinged with extreme shyness. "I know it must be difficult for you boys right now, but I can help you." Looking up at the counselor, her snowy landscape fully exposed from top to bottom, Zhang Yuan's desire suddenly surged back. Chapter 68, shares worth over 800 million. After a night of indulgence, Zhang Yuan was fine at worst, he'd just lost a bit of his essence. But the counselor was in a world of hurt. She was still lying in bed, her sleeping face furrowed with worry. Last night, it was mostly the counselor who had helped Zhang Yuan release his pent-up energy, leaving her utterly exhausted. Zhang Yuan glanced at the counselor sleeping beside him and couldn't resist kissing her forehead. Unexpectedly, this simple gesture woke Yunyao instantly. Opening her eyes, she found herself staring straight into Zhang Yuan's handsome face. Her face flushed instantly. Last night, she definitely had one too many. Not only was her mind foggy, but her courage had inexplicably grown. In her eagerness to please Zhang Yuan, she'd even resorted to using her inexperienced lips and generous bosom to satisfy him. Now, waking up, Yunyao felt nothing but embarrassment and awkwardness. Could you turn away? Yunyao tugged at the quilt, barely managing to cover the snow-white expanse exposed at her chest. Suddenly shy now? Who was so eager last night? Zhang Yuan teased. Shut up. Don't say another word. Yunyao, flushed with anger and embarrassment, reached out to cover Zhang Yuan's mouth. Alright, I won't say anything, Zhang Yuan chuckled, pulling Yunyao into his embrace. I still prefer the confident counselor you used to be. Please be more careful in the future. Yunyao couldn't quite figure out Zhang Yuan's true intentions. She bit her lip, her face filled with confusion. But her reaction was swift. She immediately pushed him away with a cold expression. Mr. Zhang Yuan, please keep your distance. I am your counselor. Ah, that's more like it. Zhang Yuan looked at Yunyao with delight. This advisor is quick on the uptake. She's got potential. It's not convenient these days, but later on, I absolutely have to get her to wear a business suit and gold-rimmed glasses for a cosplay session. After a moment of intimacy on the bed, Yunyao got up to prepare for her morning routine. Zhang Yuan was now a rising star in the finance department. Whether he attended classes or not hardly mattered anymore. But she still had to go to work today. Zhang Yuan, why don't you sleep a little longer? After washing up and applying a light touch of makeup, Yunyao approached the bed hesitantly. A lot of teachers are leaving the dorm right now. If they saw us... Alright, I'll leave later. You go ahead. Zhang Yuan's consideration warmed Yunyao's heart. Ever since breaking through both psychological and physical barriers yesterday, Yunyao's feelings toward Zhang Yuan had grown increasingly complex. Fortunately, Zhang Yuan was considerate enough not to push her into any more awkward situations. Thinking of this, Yunyao even bent down and initiated a farewell kiss with Zhang Yuan. I'm off to work. Alright, go ahead. Yunyao's flushed cheeks held a certain charm that made Zhang Yuan reluctant to see her go. Especially after catching sight of the counselor's wine-stained pant legs, Zhang Yuan felt an even deeper pang of regret. What a pity he hadn't gotten to experience the perfect last night. But now that things had progressed this far, the counselor was firmly within Zhang Yuan's grasp. There would be plenty of time to savor the experience later. Zhang Yuan now focused his attention on the system notification before him. Last night, the counselor's affection had already climbed to 71, exceeding the challenge task requirement. Ding! Challenge task completed. Rewards being distributed. Reward details: 7.8% equity stake in Jingyuan Modernized Tertiary General Hospital. Equity division to be handled entirely by Yunhai Law Firm, to be completed within 1 week. Host, please monitor relevant updates. Jingyuan Hospital? Zhang Yuan froze for a moment. Even he had heard of this largest private hospital in Rongqing. Though it couldn't rival the globally renowned West China Hospital, Jingyuan's medical standards ranked among the nation's elite. He pulled out his phone to search for detailed information about the hospital and immediately sucked in a sharp breath. Jingyuan Hospital, established with investment from Jingyuan Technology Group, located within Tianfu International Biotech City. Total land area exceeds 350 acres. Phase 1 investment, 6 billion yuan. Total floor area, 380,000 square meters. The hospital houses dozens of modern medical departments, staffed by teams of renowned specialists. It features a comprehensive complex equipped with cutting-edge medical devices, including a Siemens 256-slice dual-source spiral CT scanner. It delivers comprehensive, affordable healthcare services across the entire life cycle, encompassing prevention, treatment, education, research, wellness, and rehabilitation. Its mature system ranks among the best globally. Just the first phase alone is a 6 billion yuan investment. If that were converted into shares, wouldn't I be rich overnight? Zhang Yuan excitedly tapped his calculator. His 7.8% stake, based on Jingyuan Hospital's current market value, was already worth over 780 million yuan. Add in Wang Jin's fixed assets worth over 400 million yuan and his stake in Jinfu, and Zhang Yuan's net worth had surpassed 1 billion yuan. This was nothing short of a quantum leap. However, there's a significant difference between having a net worth of 10 billion and holding 10 billion in cash. Zhang Yuan understood this distinction clearly, maintaining his composure even as he felt elated. These 780 million shares in Jingyuan Hospital are far more valuable than 780 million in cash. It seems the system is paving the way for my future health. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how thorough Brother Tongzi was. After all, given his current lifestyle, it wouldn't be long before his health started to fail. Without a professional medical team, that would be absolutely impossible. Thanks, brother system, Zhang Yuan silently acknowledged. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Zhang Yuan tidied up and prepared to head out. Stepping out of the faculty dormitory, he didn't encounter any teachers, which actually made Zhang Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. It wasn't that he was afraid for himself, but rather he worried that rumors spread by certain malicious individuals might embarrass Yun Yao. Besides, in such a large school, Zhang Yuan had to be mindful of his image. A normal romantic relationship was one thing, but a teacher-student romance had the potential to spread like wildfire. One misstep could turn him from a departmental celebrity into a campus-wide sensation. Walking along the campus path, Zhang Yuan didn't plan to return to his dorm. Instead, he pulled out his phone and called his assistant. Xiaoqing, could you find out what's needed to set up a charitable foundation? Boss, are you planning to do charity work? Of course. When you're down on your luck, focus on bettering yourself. When you're successful, help others. That's my motto. Alright, boss, you're something else. I'll ask around among my friends. Chen Yuqing offered a perfunctory show of admiration before hanging up abruptly, leaving Zhang Yuan feeling a bit awkward. This little assistant is probably planning to turn everything upside down. I'll have to find time to give her a proper talking to. Zhang Yuan said this half-heartedly, not truly intending to reassign Chen Yuqing. This little assistant had been swamped with work lately, mostly because Zhang Yuan himself was stirring up trouble. She was merely cleaning up his messes. First the foot spa business, then the live streaming company, and soon she'd have to take over Jing Yuan's shares too. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment. Maybe it's time to give Chen Yuqing a raise? 50,000 a month is still a bit low. Chapter 69, Happiness Comes Too Suddenly. Yunhai Law Firm. As the firm's star lawyer and senior partner, Lu Chenggang always had clients visiting. But today, he cancelled all appointments and waited quietly in his office with his assistant. Mr. Lu, is today's client that important? His assistant asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Lu Chenggang's expression was grave as he nodded solemnly. If we gain their approval this time, Yunhai's business scope will no longer be confined to Rongqing. In fact, Yunhai could even take on many overseas projects. That impressive? The assistant was astonished. For Lu Chenggang to place such importance on them, they must indeed be quite influential. Knock knock knock. As the two conversed, hurried footsteps approached the door. Attorney Lu, Attorney Chen, they're here. The receptionist at the front desk reported to Lu Chenggang with an equally solemn expression. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chenggang forced a stiff smile onto his face before hurrying out of the office. At the firm's entrance, a group of business professionals dressed in sharp suits stood silently, their expressions utterly serious. Leading the group was a middle-aged man with a meticulously center-parted hairstyle, every strand carefully styled. Behind him, only 2 or 3 subordinates had Chinese features, the rest were Westerners. This imposing display unsettled even the battle-hardened Lu Chenggang. However, his formidable mental fortitude and years of experience as a lawyer allowed him to control his inner excitement. He smiled and stepped forward to greet them. Welcome, friends from beloved Huijin, to Yunhai. Please come in. Attorney Lu Chenggang? The man with the center-parted hair at the front did not smile. He confirmed Lu Chenggang's identity with seriousnness before nodding and shaking his hand. The group then proceeded toward the conference room. After taking their seats, the man with the center part introduced himself. Attorney Lu, my name is Li Zhang. You may also call me David. I currently serve as assistant to the president at Jihai Huijin's Rongqing branch. Our visit to Yunhai today is also at the request of the headquarters to further explore strategic cooperation with Yunhai. Of course, this is contingent upon Yunhai proving itself capable of completing this task. Here it comes. Lu Chenggang felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. Heaven only knew how this Hong Kong-based Jihai Huijin had found Yunhai. But this was undoubtedly the greatest opportunity in the history of Yunhai and in Lu Chenggang's own life. Successfully handling this next matter would mean Yunhai would finally be on par with international standards. Assistant Manager Li, rest assured. Yunhai possesses not only extensive experience but also a wealth of talent reserves. We guarantee we can fulfill your company's request. Lu Chenggang eagerly made the promise. Li Zhang remained remarkably composed, then pulled a stack of documents from his briefcase and handed them to Lu Chenggang. Attorney Lu, these are the documents for the equity transfer you'll be handling. Please review them first. No problem. Lu Chenggang suppressed his inner agitation, letting professionalism take hold of his mind as he began meticulously reviewing the documents. However, the more he read, the more alarmed he became until his expression turned pale with shock. What? Gingyuan Hospital has spun off a 7.8% equity stake? How is that possible? We at Yunhai just resolved their equity dispute earlier this year. All shareholders are now finalized, and there should be virtually no changes in the near term. This is simply... A tidal wave of turmoil surged within Lu Chenggang. He couldn't help but glance at Li Zhang, feeling a twinge of fear toward the powerful Huijin standing behind him. What kind of private equity fund was this from Hong Kong? How had it managed to carve out a chunk of Gingyuan Technology Group's assets? Lu Chenggang couldn't wait to keep reading until he saw that familiar name in the beneficiary column. The shock in his heart could no longer be concealed. Mr. Zhang again? This is crazy. Zhang Yuan drove downstairs in his Porsche, stopped at a nearby snack street to grab breakfast, and ate in the car. Last night hadn't taken much out of him, so today he only ate 2 steamed buns and a cup of soy milk. Afterward, Zhang Yuan drove toward the Wanjin building. After all, he was now a property owner. Didn't he need to check on the progress? He might as well meet up with Chen Yuqing to discuss a raise. On the way, Chen Yuqing, who had received a message from her boss, called him. After a brief conversation, she headed to the parking garage to wait. Before long, she spotted the gleaming new 911 parked in a nearby spot. Chen Yuqing jogged over to the car. Boss, I really do need your help with something today. Tell me about it. Zhang Yuan parked the car and got out, casually tossing the keys to his assistant. Well, I've registered the live streaming company for you, but you'll need to personally choose the name. That's easy. Let's call it Sunny Day. Zhang Yuan blurted out the name he'd already decided on, causing Chen Yuqing's face to flush red. Her gaze toward her boss grew shy and bashful. Sunny Day? Was the boss secretly expressing his feelings? No need for that. Just say the word, and I'll give it to you. Zhang Yuan hadn't thought that deeply into it. He simply loved Jay's song. Little did he know his assistant could jump to such conclusions. Alright, boss. I'll tell my friend later. Chen Yuqing tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her pretty face flushing slightly as she continued. Then there's the issue of the renovation company. I've compiled information on all the most renowned renovation companies in Rongqing and have already contacted them for preliminary discussions. Among them, Tianmei, Lingying, and Xuani stand out as top contenders, and they've all expressed strong interest in taking on our renovation project. Their teams have already conducted on-site inspections. Boss, should we proceed with negotiations? Zhang Yuan nodded, growing increasingly impressed with Chen Yuqing. This young assistant was getting the hang of things. She must have worked late again last night compiling this info. Alright. Let's find a place in Wanjin and meet with them one by one. I've got nothing else scheduled today anyway. Got it, boss. One last thing, should we kick off the recruitment plan? After all, if Sunny Idiot is going to officially open, just 4 anchors won't cut it. We need a complete company structure, and each department must be established as soon as possible. Zhang Yuan pondered for a moment. He didn't know much about running a company himself, and seeing how busy Chen Yuqing was, she probably wouldn't have time to handle it either. Alright, contact a headhunting firm. Have them assemble a complete team. If necessary, we'll invest heavily to get this done quickly. Don't overwork yourself, though. Take it slow. I'm not tired, boss. I'm full of energy now. Chen Yuqing pumped her little fist, looking dead serious. Alright, since you're working so hard, I'll give you a raise. Zhang Yuan casually voiced the idea he'd been mulling over. Chen Yuqing's eyes widened instantly. Wait, he's giving me a raise already? Boss, I haven't done anything yet, and you're raising my pay? Yep. How much? Double it. Damn it, Xiaoqing, what's wrong with you? Zhang Yuan caught Chen Yuqing before she collapsed, worried his young assistant might be exhausted. But Chen Yuqing just flashed a silly grin and mumbled, Boss, I'm fine. It's just that happiness came so suddenly. Damn it, you scared the hell out of me. Chapter 70, Who Dares Mess with My Assistant? Zhang Yuan was truly amazed by his little assistant. It was just a doubling of her salary. A mere 100,000 a month. And she's already losing her footing? This is just embarrassing. Xiaoqing, if you keep acting like you've never seen the world before, I might have to consider replacing you. Zhang Yuan deliberately threatened his young assistant. Sure enough, Chen Yuqing perked up instantly, her body suddenly filled with energy. Boss. Rest assured, this is just this once. It'll never happen again. It's just, this surprise came out of nowhere, ha ha ha. Chen Yuqing still wore a silly grin, leaving Zhang Yuan feeling somewhat helpless. Forget it. Let's go. We need to meet with those 3 renovation companies. Got it, boss. I'll find a place right away. Chen Yuqing strode ahead energetically, scouting the commercial spaces beneath Wanjin Tower until she found a rather upscale coffee shop. After reserving a table, she sent the location to boss Zhang Yuan and the 3 renovation companies before settling in to wait. The thought of her salary mysteriously increasing by another 50,000 yuan made Chen Yuqing feel like bursting into maniacal laughter. This is truly like a serf rising up and singing his song. Senior classmates, see if you dare mock me now. Even nobodies get their moment in the sun. As one of the mentor's final disciples, Chen Yuqing possessed both talent and an endearing demeanor, earning the affection of her mentor and many senior peers. Consequently, they held high expectations for her. At the very least, she should land a position as an executive assistant at a company worth over 100 million, right? After all, her mentor had personally stated that Chen Yuqing possessed ample capability, lacking only a bit of work experience and social grace. With a few years of experience and a couple job changes, she could even land a senior assistant role at a Fortune 500 company. That's a position where annual salaries easily surpassed $1 million, wielding power that would make others green with envy. But what happened? This girl actually defied the pressure from her mentor in seniors and ended up working as a sales associate at Armani. What's the difference between that and a teacher opening a foot massage parlor? That's not how you make a career switch. In the end, she even drove her mentor to the hospital with frustration, vowing never to guide this rebellious little girl again. Of course, Chen Yuqing never once believed she'd done anything wrong. She was merely waiting for her chance. The restlessness of youth was especially evident in her. She had no interest in climbing the ladder step by step, following the plans laid out by her elders. Why take the long way around when shortcuts were available? As it turned out, Chen Yuqing had made the right bet. She might have used up a lifetime's worth of luck just to meet Zhang Yuan. Through Zhang Yuan, Chen Yuqing witnessed a world she'd never known before. He'd smash a renowned coffee shop with 30 million yuan over a minor disagreement, or impulsively buy a foot spa worth 10 million yuan in a heated argument, a place whose purpose remained unclear even now. And he owned over 400 million yuan worth of fixed assets in the Wanjin building. What else could this be but a benefactor sent from heaven? Xiaoqing? A somewhat familiar voice rang in Chen Yuqing's ear. She looked up, momentarily dazed. It really is you. Senior sister. Chen Yuqing awkwardly covered her face, feeling embarrassed as she stammered, "Senior sister, what brings you here?" Wu Tingting stared coldly at her disappointing junior sister. "Why do you think I'm here?" "I'm the executive assistant at LinkedIn. When my colleague described your appearance earlier, I had my doubts. So I decided to come personally to discuss the partnership, and it really is you. Thank goodness you're no longer at Armani. Otherwise, I'd have given you an earful. You actually managed to drive our advisor to the hospital. What an achievement." Wu Tingting's barrage of criticism left Chen Yuqing feeling increasingly ashamed. After all, she had acted rather recklessly in this matter. If she hadn't run into her boss, she'd have been too ashamed to face her senior classmate. "Oh, senior classmate, everything's fine now, isn't it? My position is practically that of an assistant to the CEO now. I'm no worse off than you." A hint of pride flashed across Chen Yuqing's face as she spoke. Her eye for talent was truly exceptional. She could effortlessly find gold in the rough. "You? Assistant to the CEO?" Wu Tingting burst out laughing. This little junior sister of hers might not be good at much, but she sure was skilled at daydreaming. If being an assistant to the CEO were that easy, wouldn't they be everywhere? Forget it, I won't burst your bubble. As long as you're on the right path, just don't go back to being a sales clerk. Wouldn't that be slapping our master in the face? Wu Tingting advised Chen Yuqing earnestly. By the way, who did you tag along with today for that renovation business meeting? No one. I handled it myself. Seeing Chen Yuqing's earnest expression, Wu Tingting felt a bit annoyed. What was this girl playing at? She'd just left Armani, and now she thought she could handle projects on her own? Does she really think the boss's money isn't real? How could such a plum opportunity fall to some little girl? Xiaoqing, have you started lying now? A 2,000 square meter renovation project? You think you get to call the shots? Get your company's decision maker here immediately. You're not qualified. Wu Tingting looked utterly impatient. Besides wanting to confirm if this was the person her colleagues had mentioned, Chen Yuqing, she was also determined to secure this order. But, it really is me, senior sister. Chen Yuqing was at a loss for words. Why can't I even trust myself when I tell the truth? Chen Yuqing, stop messing around. This is work time. I don't have the patience for your nonsense. Wu Tingting snapped angrily. As an assistant to the general manager, she rarely had to discuss business matters. This meeting was a significant concession to give the other party face. But this junior colleague just didn't know her place. Could it be that the person in charge on the other side was running late? Glancing down at her watch, Wu Tingting felt a wave of irritation wash over her. As an executive assistant, she was always swamped with work. Today's meeting was time she squeezed out of her packed schedule. Forget it, Chen Yuqing. Tell your boss we'll reschedule. I have things to attend to and need to leave now. No, senior sister. I really can make the decision. My boss gave me the authority. If it's suitable, I can sign the contract on the spot. Zhang Yuan had specifically instructed her earlier, if anyone from the renovation company came by and he wasn't present, Chen Yuqing's decisions would stand as his. Chen Yuqing had taken that to heart. But Wu Tingting refused to believe it. She had completely lost patience with this junior sister. A girl who showed no ambition and constantly lied to save face was truly unworthy of being her mentor's student. Chen Yuqing, do you really think I'd believe that? A 2,000 square meter renovation starts at over 10 million yuan. How could a lowly clerk like you make that call? What kind of international joke is this? If you dare sign that contract, I'll eat every single document. Wu Tingting's cold, merciless words stunned Chen Yuqing. She never imagined her senior colleague held such a poor opinion of her. A wave of hurt washed over her, tears threatening to spill, when a voice behind her brought unexpected relief. Xiaoqing, go ahead and sign it for her. I'd love to see how she plans to swallow dozens of pages of documents. Before Chen Yuqing could turn around, Zhang Yuan's tall figure had already appeared beside the desk. His expression was as still as water as he stared at Wu Tingting. I'll be damned if I don't see who dares to bully my assistant like this. Chapter 71, the 88 million renminbi renovation contract. Wu Tingting scrutinized the young man before her with a critical gaze. And you are? This is my boss, Zhang Yuan. Chen Yuqing wouldn't even call her senior sister anymore, showing just how deeply hurt she felt. Seeing the slight redness in Chen Yuqing's eyes, anger surged through Zhang Yuan. Over the past few days, Chen Yuqing had tirelessly run errands for him, never complaining. Yet she'd been treated so badly right under his nose. From what Xiaoqing just called that woman, it sounded like she was her senior sister. Damn it, if even fellow disciples couldn't be trusted, what kind of senior sister was she anyway? Zhang Yuan's opinion of Wu Tingting plummeted to freezing point. Which company do you work for? Wu Tingting, executive assistant at LinkedIn. Wu Tingting's tone held little courtesy, more suspicion than anything else. She found it hard to believe that someone who looked barely 20 could own fixed assets worth tens of millions spanning 2,000 square meters. That was simply absurd. Alright, LinkedIn's out. Xiaoqing, check if the other two companies are coming over. Got it, boss. Hearing Zhang Yuan's decision, Chen Yuqing felt little emotion. After all, Wu Tingting was her senior colleague. She had been quite considerate before, but this time it was a bit excessive. She certainly wasn't gloating over her misfortune. Out. Ha, Mr. Zhang sure talks big. LinkedIn doesn't even want this deal. I'll be damned if the other two companies have the guts to take this project. Wu Tingting didn't take Zhang Yuan's words seriously at all. While the 2,000 square meter renovation project could bring in a decent profit, as the industry leader in Rongqing, LinkedIn certainly didn't need this particular deal. Zhang Yuan couldn't be bothered with this arrogant woman. She really had no idea how high the sky was or where she got the nerve to mock his assistant. Soon, at Chen Yuqing's urging, Tianmei's account manager hurried to the cafe. Meanwhile, the other representative from Xuani chose to abandon negotiations with Zhang Yuan due to other important business commitments. That left only Tianmei as an option. Mr. Zhang? Hello. I'm Liang Chengguan, Tianmei's business manager. You can just call me Xiao Liang. Liang Chengguan, Tianmei's representative, wore a radiant smile that was genuinely infectious. Contrasted with Wu Tingting's cold, observing gaze, Zhang Yuan instantly felt a bit of goodwill toward this guy. Hello, Manager Liang. Since you're the only one left, let's discuss the contract details. No problem. Mr. Zhang, isn't there another person here? Liang Chengguan frowned at Wu Tingting, feeling a sense of familiarity. Moments later, his eyes widened as he pointed at Wu Tingting, exclaiming in shock, Assistant Manager Wu? Why are you here discussing business? As the president's assistant at LinkedIn Decoration, Wu Tingting's standing far surpassed Liang Chengguan's. With her personally stepping in, what hope was there of landing this deal? But why did President Zhang say only Tianmei remained? Confused, Liang Chengguan looked at Zhang Yuan. Mr. Zhang, with Ling Ying's assistant president negotiating the deal, how could Tianmei possibly compete with them? Link Decor was notoriously aggressive. Besides poaching clients, they actively recruited talent from competitors, leaving Rongqing's high-end projects nearly monopolized by them. Liang Chengguan certainly didn't want to cross Wu Tingting, lest he find himself unable to survive in this industry. It's fine. LinkedIn isn't taking this project. Go ahead and negotiate with confidence, Manager Liang. I just want to see if this Mr. Zhang has the clout to make my junior apprentice's signature count. From start to finish, Wu Tingting believed this young man was nothing but a con artist, orchestrating this whole show just to win over Chen Yuqing. Although her impression of Chen Yuqing was deteriorating, she was still a fellow apprentice. Wu Tingting felt obligated to stay and expose Zhang Yuan's true colors. Alright, fine. Liang Chengguan clearly sensed assistant manager Wu's displeasure and sat down nervously. Mr. Zhang, Assistant Chen, following our on-site inspection, the company has expedited a quotation. Please take a look. Liang Chengguan handed over a detailed breakdown. Zhang Yuan's head ached at the sight of the dense data and promptly passed it to Chen Yuqing. This gesture only reinforced Wu Tingting's belief that Zhang Yuan was a fraud. I'll see just how this little con artist plans to pull the wool over our eyes, Wu Tingting sneered inwardly. Thank goodness she had come today, otherwise, this brainless junior colleague would have been completely taken advantage of. Mr. Zhang, it's basically fine. Tianmei is showing genuine sincerity. Both the materials and pricing are significantly below market rates. After a thorough review, Chen Yuqing delivered her analysis. Significantly lower? How can that be acceptable? Didn't I tell you to have them quote at the highest standards? Zhang Yuan immediately flew into a rage. Why was everyone going against him? Was he the kind of person who cared about a few extra bucks? If you don't give me a high price, how the hell am I supposed to double the cashback? Mr. Zhang, please don't get angry. This is just our base quote. Assistant Chen specifically mentioned earlier that we should use only the highest grade materials. This is the highest priced quotation. Liang Chengguan hurriedly handed over another sheet, finally calming Zhang Yuan down. Glancing casually at the bottom price, Zhang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Without waiting for the assistant to review it, he stood up and shook Liang Chengguang's hand. Excellent, excellent. I can feel Tianmei's sincerity. Let's sign the contract right now. The sooner we start, the sooner we finish. Question mark. Liang Chengguang was utterly bewildered. When did business negotiations become this smooth? Wu Tingting frowned and snatched the quotation from Chen Yuqing's hands. 880 million in renovation costs? Manager Liang, is Tianmei planning to build a palace inside Wanjin? Junior sister, stop following that Zhang boss. He's nothing but a smooth-talking con artist. Who in their right mind would agree to such an exorbitant renovation contract? Are they crazy or just plain stupid? Wu Tingting stared at the string of numbers and the total cost and instantly lost her temper. 88 million. This ing thing really opened her eyes. Tianmei dared to quote such a price, and this con artist actually agreed. Was this some kind of double act? Senior sister, Mr. Zhang isn't a con artist. He only spent 3,000 earlier. Enough. I've been in this business for years. What haven't I seen? You've been scammed. Let's go. If we stay any longer, you'll end up brainwashed. Wu Tingting ignored Chen Yuqing's explanations entirely, reaching out to pull her junior sister away. But Chen Yuqing stood her ground, unmoving as if her resolve had turned to iron. The scene froze in an impasse. Huh, so now I'm the con artist? Zhang Yuan found it somewhat amusing. He didn't bother explaining anything. Instead, he walked straight over to Liang Chengguang. Manager Liang, give me the company account. I'll pay half the deposit first. Oh, okay. Liang Chengguang glanced nervously between Wu Tingting and Zhang Yuan, clearly confused, but he immediately sent the account details to Zhang Yuan. Alright, transfer 40 million over. Have the company verify it? Zhang Yuan calmly raised his phone, showing Liang Chengguang the successful transfer screen. Question mark. Liang Chengguang felt his head spinning. This deal was downright bizarre. Even an old hand like him was nearly frozen in shock. How the hell did a deal worth over 80 million get sealed after barely 2 sentences? This was terrifying. But when he called back to the company, the finance department's response left Liang Chengguang completely floored. Zhang Yu was startled too. Holy! Mr. Zhang! You're my savior! The company really received your payment. My benefactor, I bow to you. Liang Chengguang's exaggerated bow left Wu Tingting speechless. Did he really transfer 40 million? This must be a joke. This is an 88 million yuan contract. At least say something. Most crucially, this deal should have been mine to close. How did Timmy snatch it away? Chapter 72, Chen Yuqing was thrilled. How could this happen? I refuse to believe it. You two must be in cahoots. Wu Tingting simply couldn't believe it that someone would sign an over 80 million yuan renovation contract after barely exchanging a few words. Even if those big bosses didn't have time to negotiate in person, they'd send a team to haggle with the renovation company until they met their expectations before signing. Paying the money would take even longer. The fastest they'd pay a deposit would be a week. Who just hands over 40 million right off the bat? Senior sister, my boss is loaded. He once spent over 30 million on gifts for a streamer in less than half a day. I saw it with my own eyes. Chen Yuqing explained to her senior colleague with pride. But Wu Tingting couldn't hear any of it. Her face cold, she snapped, Chen Yuqing, save your breath. I'll verify this myself. Today, I'll expose this young man's true colors. With that, Wu Tingting pulled out her phone. As the assistant to the CEO at Lingying Decoration, her connections spanned the entire decoration industry in Rongqing. Naturally, she had connections within Tianmei Decoration too. Old Wang, quick question, did your manager Liang Chengguang just sign a big contract? Holy cow, did word spread that fast? The excitement in the voice on the other end made Wu Tingting's heart skip a beat. An unbelievable thought surfaced. Could it be that unreliable-looking Mr. Zhang actually paid up? Old Wang, just tell me yes or no. Wu Tingting pressed urgently. But Old Wang's reply sent a chill through her body, like a bucket of cold water dumped over her head. Yes. That bastard old Liang just got incredibly lucky and landed the biggest deal since Tianmei's founding. 880 million. Can you believe it, Assistant Wu? The scariest part is, they actually paid half the deposit up front. It's unbelievable. Our boss is out buying champagne right now, planning a company-wide celebration. It's over. Wu Tingting numbly hung up the phone, her expression shifting restlessly. But in the end, it was all consumed by excruciating regret and guilt. That Zhang Zong actually signed the contract and paid a 40 million yuan down payment. What have I done? Wu Tingting despised herself. This was an 8 million yuan deal. Although LinkedIn had many orders throughout the year, the total amount was only a few hundred million yuan. 80 million was practically equivalent to half a year's worth of work for the entire company. And now, she who should have had the first shot at it had handed this massive project right over to Tianmei. In fact, if she had softened her stance just a little earlier, Zhang Yuan might have changed his mind after Chen Yuqing's persuasion. After all, Chen Yuqing was her junior colleague. Boundless regret consumed Wu Tingting's heart. She said bitterly, "Mr. Zhang, is there still a chance for LinkedIn?" "Ms. Wu, this is unethical. No matter how aggressive LinkedIn is, you can't poach our clients after Tianmei has already signed a contract with them. That's a major no-no in this industry." Before Zhang Yuan could respond, Liang Chengguang stepped forward, his face flushed with urgency. Damn it, this deal meant at least a six-figure commission for him. Even if it meant alienating Wu Tingting completely, he couldn't back down now. "Manager Liang, calm down. I've already committed to TMA, I won't go back on my word." Zhang Yuan cheerfully grabbed Liang Chengguang's arm, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Wu Tingting. "Wasn't she just acting all high and mighty? She kept calling me a fraud. Now she's regretting it? Too late. Sorry, but I'm a man of my word. LinkedIn is out, no exceptions, no second chances." Zhang Yuan's decisive words felt like a knife plunging deep into Wu Tingting's heart. She felt her breathing grow labored, her eyes darting to Chen Yuqing for help. Little did she realize that just moments ago, she had lectured her junior apprentice sister, Chen Yuqing, with the same ruthless attitude. Even clay figures have their breaking point. Chen Yuqing was absolutely thrilled right now. Why would she speak up for her senior sister? Besides, she wasn't the one footing the bill. Everything was up to Zhang Yuan. Following the boss to humiliate an old acquaintance? This is too satisfying. Still, Wu Tingting was her senior after all. Chen Yuqing didn't want to overstep, so she just looked troubled and said, "Senior sister, you're absolutely right. I'm just a lowly employee. I have no authority to make decisions. Everything has to be done according to the boss's orders." Realizing there was absolutely no hope, Wu Tingting knew staying any longer would only intensify the bitterness in her heart. Sighing, she cast a complex glance at her junior sister, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She had thought Chen Yuqing had been duped, but who knew she'd actually found a real big shot. An 80 million yuan renovation contract? That must mean those 2,000 square meters of fixed assets worth a fortune she'd seen earlier were real too. A man with such formidable power at such a young age, his potential is truly boundless. Her little junior sister was about to leap from a carp to a dragon. Filled with regret, Wu Tingting left the cafe with a heavy heart. Oh no, how could I have forgotten about this? Wu Yuqing watched her senior sister's retreating figure, suddenly recalling something as she stamped her foot in frustration. Zhang Yuan looked puzzled. What? Are you having second thoughts? Want to give the contract to your senior sister? No problem. Just say the word, and I'll pay the penalty fee to Tianmei. Zhang Yuan's calm voice left Liang Chengguang utterly stunned. Hold on, boss, just a moment ago you swore your word was as good as gold. Now that your pretty assistant seems upset, you're already abandoning us at Tianmei? Is this really okay? Chen Yuqing merely shook her head, her tone tinged with regret. No, I just forgot to tell my senior sister that my monthly salary is now 100,000 yuan. What a pity. You missed your chance to show off. ? Zhang Yuan looked utterly confused. Hey, sis, isn't showing off and getting humiliated my thing? Now you're picking up the habit too? You've stolen all my thunder, what am I supposed to do now? Liang Chengguang, standing nearby, let out a huge sigh of relief upon hearing this. Thank goodness it wasn't about switching companies. Just in case, Liang Chengguang quickly added, Mr. Zhang, Assistant Chen, since the contract is signed, I'll rush back and push our company to deliver the design proposal immediately. Oh, and you can rest assured our Tianmei designers are top-tier talents who studied abroad. They've worked on numerous renowned architectural projects under their mentors, especially that world's tallest building in Dubai, which was led by her mentor. In this field, Tianmei is undoubtedly the best in Rongcheng. Liang Chengguang had successfully captured Zhang Yuan's attention. A skilled designer could bring tremendous added value to the renovation. If Tianmei's designers were truly as exceptional as manager Liang claimed, he might consider increasing his investment. Here's the deal, once you submit the design plans, show them to me. If I'm satisfied, I'll add another 12 million yuan, just rounding it up nicely. Liang Chengguang was stunned. This guy is seriously a freaking high roller. Just raising the price on a whim? Terrifying. Chapter 73, Sneaky. Boss, since the renovation contract is signed, and Tianmei needs some time to finalize the design plans, I'll go ahead and contact the headhunting firm. Ever since Zhang Yuan announced the pay raise, Chen Yuqing felt bursting with motivation. She still felt a bit uneasy about taking home 100,000 yuan a month. Zhang Yuan didn't think it was excessive, the money would go to someone anyway, and he was already considering raising her salary again. But he worried that too frequent raises might make her get too big for her boots. She needed to settle in a bit first. He'd find a more appropriate opportunity later. Alright, go ahead and take the car. You need it more than I do. Chen Yuqing took the keys, feeling a warm glow inside. What other boss would be like hers, handing over a 2 million yuan luxury car for an assistant to run errands? So heartwarming. Thank you, boss. I won't let you down. I'll definitely recruit the most talented team in Rongcheng to join the company. Chen Yuqing declared with unwavering conviction. Even Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Why take it so seriously? After all, Sheng Tian Media was just a money-making scheme. Even without a team, he could handle multiple streamers on his own. But now wasn't the time to crush her confidence. Zhang Yuan nodded and smiled. Alright, I'll be waiting for your good news. Leave it to me. Shen Yuqing scurried away in quick little steps, her hips swaying as she went. Zhang Yuan watched her retreating figure, lost in thought. That little assistant had quite the figure. After lingering in the cafe for a while, Zhang Yuan grabbed a light meal. With nothing else pressing, he opened his phone. Seeing he had a major lecture that afternoon, he immediately prepared to head back to campus. Not to learn new knowledge, but to make a grand entrance in front of everyone. He'd just made a big splash at last night's welcome party. How could he not put on a show? He also wanted to see if that guy Hubo still dared to act up in front of him. It'd be perfect if he dragged his professor uncle along to cause trouble. Then I'll take care of them both at once and vent my frustration. Strolling back to campus, he peeked into the dorm room. His 3 foster sons must have gone out for dinner. Under the awestruck gazes of his classmates, Zhang Yuan strode out of the dormitory with confidence. He didn't feel much like chatting with these acquaintances he barely knew. After all, everyone knew Zhang Yuan had already distanced himself from ordinary people. If someone approached him without reason, they definitely had ulterior motives. Zhang Yuan avoided any interactions with impure motives whenever possible. Except for pretty girls. After all, his system had a critical hit feature. So far, it had only activated once with senior classmate Meng Yuanyuan. Zhang Yuan was still curious if he could unlock other perks besides cash rewards. Who knows? It might bring some surprises. With plenty of time before class, Zhang Yuan decided to wander around campus. Back when he was broke, he never had the leisure for this. Most days, he'd hole up in his dorm room playing video games. He only ventured out for meals, and when he encountered upperclassmen or juniors on the way, he dared not meet their gaze. If he spotted a girl who met his standards, he'd practically want to bury his head in his collar. In a word, he lacked confidence. Now it was different. Zhang Yuan walked the campus like he owned the place, his gaze never settling. His eyes darted from one girl to another, from one older sister to another. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. Some finance majors recognized the dashing Zhang Yuan, blushing as they approached to ask for his contact info. One or two was fine. Zhang Yuan added them with a bright smile. But once word spread, the ambitious girls from finance swarmed out of their dorms, rushing toward Zhang Yuan's location. The swarming crowd drew all eyes, terrifying Zhang Yuan into a panicked retreat. Holy! That was terrifying. There must have been at least 50 or 60 of them. And it's not just pretty girls. What's with all the tanks mixed in? Run me over? Hiding in a corner, Zhang Yuan rubbed his chest, still trembling with fear. He had no desire to socialize with anyone of the same height and weight as himself. It wasn't about being a looks-obsessed person, he just genuinely didn't like that type. Forget it. Don't go wandering around like that in the future. Only after the tank formations vanished from sight did Zhang Yuan quietly emerge and slip into a supermarket to buy a mask. With his handsome features concealed, Zhang Yuan became much less conspicuous. But with nearly an hour left before class, he had nowhere else to go. He decided to take the back alley behind the supermarket toward the artificial lake on campus. He could circle around there and reach the academic buildings. The artificial lake was nearly deserted during the day, usually only passed by students heading to class. Walking here greatly eased Zhang Yuan's tension. Ha! Isn't that Yuan Hua? Zhang Yuan stared ahead, about 50 meters away, his expression puzzled. That shady figure was unmistakably his good-for-nothing adopted son. What's that kid doing at the artificial lake in broad daylight? Could he be dating someone? Yuan Hua's furtive movements successfully caught Zhang Yuan's attention. He followed discreetly. Yuan Hua nervously scanned his surroundings. Seeing no familiar classmates, he quickened his pace, muttering to himself. Why'd this chick pick the artificial lake for the deal? If anyone saw me, wouldn't I get labeled a pervert? To fulfill a secret deal made with a lowly girl at last night's party, Yuan Hua slipped out of class early this morning. He returned alone to the dorm, pulled a few pairs of his foster father Zhang Yuan's underwear from his drawer, and headed back to the dorm. After all, the little girl hadn't specified how many she wanted. If it turned out to be too few, he could always sneak back for more next time. Soon, Yuan Hua followed the direction the girl had pointed and slipped into the small grove. After locating the target spot, he placed Zhang Yuan's underwear inside. After carefully surveying the surroundings, Yuan Hua finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried out of the grove, ready to head to class. Yuan Hua! What the hell are you doing? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out behind Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua nearly died of fright on the spot. When he turned around and saw the familiar handsome face of his foster father, Zhang Yuan, he nearly lost his mind. No. Foster father, how did you? Yuan Hua was so flustered he couldn't form coherent words, stammering for ages without managing a complete sentence. Zhang Yuan, thinking he genuinely frightened Yuan Hua, said apologetically, Sorry, did I scare you? Damn it, seeing you sneaking around like that, I thought you were in love and coming to meet your girlfriend. Yuanhua looked at Zhang Yuan with delight. Didn't you see? What the hell? Oh, never mind. Godfather, you really are like a ghost, you scared the hell out of me. Seeing that Zhang Yuan genuinely hadn't witnessed what he'd done, Yuanhua instantly relaxed. If he'd been caught, Zhang Yuan would have broken his legs for sure. What romance? I just came here today to meet an online friend, but they stood me up. Yuanhua blurted out, spouting a load of nonsense. Zhang Yuan actually believed him, chuckling cheerfully. You're still into this whole meeting in person thing, huh? You're such a loser. What can I do, Godfather? You think everyone's like you, able to hook up with even the counselor? Did you guys see that? You bet. Mentioning the counselor made Zhang Yuan look a bit uneasy, so he quickly changed the subject. Stop talking nonsense. I was just walking her home, she got drunk. Come on, let's go to class. Brother Yuan, you still have the energy for class? You're probably just here to show off. Seeing his thoughts exposed, Zhang Yuan instantly flew into a rage. Yuanhua, you son of a. Don't tell me you don't want to wash feet anymore? Godfather, I'm sorry. Yuanhua promptly dropped to his knees. The two bickered as they headed toward the classroom building. But when Zhang Yuan wasn't looking, Yuanhua stole a glance toward the small grove and wiped away a cold sweat. Phew, no one noticed. Chapter 74, he must smell nice, right? Zhang Yuan couldn't shake the feeling that Yuanhua was acting strangely, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what was off. Besides, it was normal for people to have their little secrets. Why bother? Walking along, the two soon arrived outside the classroom door. Today was a joint public lecture for several classes, with at least 100 people seated inside. When everyone saw Zhang Yuan's tall, upright figure walk in, the previously noisy classroom fell silent for at least a minute. Then, an even louder cheer erupted. Holy crap! Mr. Zhang's here. Mr. Zhang, you're incredible, you even bought an entire floor of the Wanjin Tower. Where the hell did you get that rumor? Mr. Zhang clearly bought 3 floors over 10,000 square meters of office space. Wait, I heard he invested in Wanjin and is now on their board of directors. Mr. Zhang, take my kneel. I'd gladly be your company's security guard to protect everyone. Mr. Zhang, look at me. I want to bear your children. I'll have 2. 10 for me. I'll keep having them until menopause. The scene grew increasingly chaotic, leaving Zhang Yuan utterly bewildered. He never imagined he could be so popular. Aren't freshmen supposed to look down on spoiled rich kids who act like big shots just because they have a little cash? Why the hell did the whole vibe change the moment it landed on him? Surrounded by the crowd, Zhang Yuan grew increasingly flustered. Everyone, calm down. I'm not that extravagant, and I'm certainly not a director at Wanjin. I just bought 2,000 square meters for my media company. If there's a good opportunity, I'd love to have you all work for me. But right now. Hey, stop groping me. Damn it, who's pulling my pants? Da Chuan. Help me. Everyone, get out of my way. Jiang Chun was still chuckling as he watched his godfather's spectacle unfold, but when he sensed something was amiss, he immediately charged over. Standing nearly 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds, his imposing frame plowed through the crowd, forcibly pulling the pale-faced Zhang Yuan to safety. Brother Yuan, you okay? Damn it, that was terrifying. Zhang Yuan took a few shaky breaths, still shaken, then raised his hand and shouted, "Don't come any closer. Anyone else who comes near gets blacklisted." The threat instantly calmed the crowd. Everyone wanted to curry favor with Zhang Yuan, not risk offending such a big spender. What's going on here? Why are you all gathered around? The public lecture instructor arrived at the classroom right on time. Seeing the bustling crowd, he froze momentarily before quickly beginning his welcome address. The freshmen were still somewhat intimidated by the teacher and quickly returned to their seats, though their eyes still drifted toward Zhang Yuan. Especially the girls. A guy like Zhang Yuan, rich and good-looking, was practically a dream guy. If Zhang Yuan weren't still in school, they'd never even have a chance to interact with a heartthrob of his caliber. Was it wrong for them to strive for advancement? What exactly are you all doing? At this stage, as students, your top priority is academics. You can handle everything else during your free time. Pay attention in class. Don't make me say this again, or you'll fail this course. The teacher scolded the students with growing irritation. Lectures were already demanding enough, and these freshmen kept disrupting the class with their constant noise. How was he supposed to concentrate on teaching? To his surprise, however, the students below remained distracted, their heads turning toward the back rows from time to time. Following their gaze, the teacher's eyes lit up. Isn't that Zhang Yuan? How come you have time to attend class today? Oh, Mr. Zhang, no offense, but you should be focusing on your career now. Just dabble in your studies casually, no need to attend every single class. The teacher hurried over to Zhang Yuan, smiling warmly and speaking in an exceptionally gentle tone. The other students were utterly astonished. Wait, who was just saying that academics are the most important thing for students? Why does it suddenly become just dabble in it when it comes to Zhang Yuan? Is there any justice left in this world? What about human rights? Teacher, you're too kind. I actually really enjoy class, Zhang Yuan said with a smile, his tone polite. With the teacher praising him like this, he couldn't possibly give him a cold shoulder. Hearing this, the teacher's smile grew even broader. Indeed, you live up to your reputation as Mr. Zhang, always maintaining that passion for learning. You should all learn from him. The teacher stood up, pointing at the students with a stern expression. Then he immediately turned around and smiled. Mr. Zhang, if you ever decide to start a financial company, please let me know. I have some connections in the financial industry and could help you out. Seeing this, the students all felt a pang of envy. This guy's so hypocritical. But the teacher paid no heed, too lazy to care about the others' thoughts. What, only you guys are allowed to improve? I want to advance too. A billionaire CEO becoming his student? That's a gift from heaven. Outside this place, where else could he ever rub shoulders with such a figure? Haven't you seen how Principal Sun and Director Zhang are practically beaming? Alright, no problem. I trust you, teacher. If the chance truly arises, I'll definitely reach out. Satisfied with the affirmation, the teacher returned to the podium to prepare for class. Wow, Zhang Yuan is so impressive, even the teacher is scrambling to butter him up, murmured a classmate sitting near Su Ling in the back rows. Of course. If you could drive a Porsche 911, secure shares in the Golden Fortune Hotel, and end up owning a fixed asset in the Wanjin building, the teacher would be just as eager to promote you. Another student rolled his eyes, his gaze brimming with envy. Su Ling listened to the chatter, feeling a tingle of unease and discomfort. She pulled out her phone, found Zhang Yuan's profile picture she'd added last night, but glancing left and right didn't satisfy her craving. She tapped on Yuan Hua's profile instead. Did you get it done? Ding. Yuan Hua replied instantly. Of course. I've already been paid, would I screw it up? The stuff's at the designated spot. Just remember to pick it up later. Got it, thanks a million. Let's work together again next time. On the other end, Yuan Hua was dumbfounded. Wait, is this girl crazy or something? Next time we work together? This time I was scared out of my wits. I almost got caught by my godfather. Unaware that Yuan Hua had already backed out, Su Ling's heart was filled with anticipation for what she was about to receive. A guy this handsome and classy must smell amazing, right? Oh my, I just want to smell him. Su Ling grew more and more excited as she thought about it, her legs rubbing together involuntarily, her face flushing deeper. Zhang Yuan remained completely unaware that he had caught the eye of a loli with a peculiar fetish. After showing off, he now felt a bit bored. The adoration from his classmates no longer seemed capable of triggering much dopamine in him. He needed to find new avenues. After dozing off for a while, Zhang Yuan was jolted awake by his phone vibrating. He opened it to find a message from Li Meng. Realizing he hadn't seen this little sister with a childish face and huge breasts in days, Zhang Yuan sat bolt upright. Chapter 75. This time, I won't back down. So, did Mr. Zhang agree to it? Wang Xiaohua pressed her best friend Li Meng excitedly, desperate to hear the answer. Li Meng merely nodded, her face flushed. Mr. Zhang agreed. Yay! Meng, you're amazing. Wang Xiaohua excitedly hugged Li Meng, leaving Li Meng momentarily confused about who had actually arranged the meeting with Zhang Yuan. Oh, Xiaohua, don't get so excited. How could I not be excited? It's Mr. Zhang, for heaven's sake. Wang Xiaohua remained visibly thrilled. I heard from manager Wang that he holds a 27% stake in Jinfu. Worth tens of millions. This is a real potential stock. Oh wait, it's not potential anymore, it's a limit-up stock. I told you to give a gift that shows your sincerity. See? It's paying off now. If it weren't for that watch, Mr. Zhang would have thought you were just after his money. But you used up all your red envelopes and even chipped in extra, that's what makes him see you differently. Meng, you're finally going to strike it rich. Li Meng felt a bit embarrassed by Wang Xiaohua's words and waved her hands repeatedly. It's not as exaggerated as you make it sound. Wang Xiaohua pointed at Li Meng in disbelief. Goodness gracious, how is that not exaggerated? You're the service manager now, you know. How long have you even been here? Just a month. Without Mr. Zhang's special consideration, tell me how much longer would it have taken you to get to this position? Meng, think it through. This isn't just about you, it's about Uncle's health. This time, you have to take the initiative and make Mr. Zhang completely fall for your beauty. Xiaohua. Li Meng shot her best friend a furious look. What did she mean, succumb to her charms? That's just awful. Goodness gracious, what era are you stuck in, still playing coy? Meng, why do you think Mr. Zhang treats you like this? Does he really think it's because of your great service? Wang Xiaohua ignored Li Meng's scolding and fired off 3 questions in quick succession. This actually made Li Meng fall into deep thought. Xiaohua might actually be right. What could possibly make Brother Zhang see her differently? At that thought, Li Meng couldn't help but glance down. Beyond her ample bust, not even a hint of a tummy was visible. Ugh, Xiaohua's got me thinking nonsense. Li Meng snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing even redder. Enough said. If you don't make your move tonight, you might never get another chance. After all, you knew Zhang before he became a shareholder. That connection has an expiration date. Once it's gone, it's gone. Think it over carefully. I'll find somewhere else to sleep tonight. The house is yours. Wang Xiaohua shot Li Meng a look of exasperation, shaking her head as she walked away. If she had Li Meng's looks, she'd have tied Mr. Zhang down long ago. To get off the bus, one must at least pay a price. For someone like Mr. Zhang, even a small gift represented a level of wealth ordinary people like them could never hope to attain in a lifetime. Only that foolish girl Li Meng, sitting on a goldmine without realizing it, still playing hard to get. By the time you finally warm up, he'll have been snatched away by someone else. Li Meng felt dizzy from Wang Xiaohua's words, so absorbed she didn't even notice the other woman had left. What should I do? Having been forced into the workforce shortly after turning 18, Li Meng was utterly clueless about matters of the heart. Yet Wang Xiaohua's advice felt far too liberal for her to accept. But in Rongqing, who could she turn to for advice? Wait, there's my cousin. Li Meng suddenly remembered her cousin, who had grown up with her but gradually lost touch after moving away. Her aunt had mentioned that her cousin had also come to Rongqing. Why not ask her for advice? No sooner said than done, Li Meng immediately pulled out her phone and dialed her cousin's number. The call connected quickly. Meng? Why did you suddenly call me? A very gentle voice came through the receiver. Li Meng said with a touch of nostalgia, Cousin, how have you been lately? Oh, Meng, just get to the point. No need to be so formal with me. Okay. Caught out, Li Meng awkwardly recounted the little incident between her and Zhang Yuan to her cousin. After a moment of thought, her cousin said earnestly, Meng, I heard about Uncle San's situation. His illness might be untreatable in many places. But Rongqing can. Whether it's Huaxi or Jingyuan, they can cure it completely. But as far as I know, the starting price for this is over $1 million. It's nothing but a disease of the wealthy. Of course, I'm not suggesting you save Uncle San by selling yourself. I just want to know your true feelings. Do you have any feelings for that Mr. Zhang? Hearing her cousin's question, Li Meng fell deep in thought. She felt utterly confused right now. But she definitely had feelings for brother Zhang, and they grew deeper with each encounter. From the generous tip he gave her the first time, to his gentlemanly demeanor during their subsequent dinners, to how he stood up for her when Yang Xiao bullied her and even promoted her directly to service supervisor. Perhaps Xiaohua was right, brother Zhang had feelings for her too. She was just too timid to even dare respond. After much contemplation, with her cousin showing no urgency, Li Meng finally murmured softly, Cousin, I think I like him. Then go for it boldly. You're only 18, not even 19 yet. You have plenty of room for mistakes. Don't leave any regrets. Of course, the most important thing is that in this relationship, you absolutely cannot be the one to bring up helping Uncle San with his illness. Otherwise, it will ruin everything. Hearing her cousin's advice, Li Meng's heart finally felt a sense of clarity. Truthfully, her family wasn't poor. Her father was currently waiting for surgery, and they were nearly able to scrape together the money. If she truly made her father's situation the sole criterion for choosing a partner, Li Meng might never be able to reconcile with herself. Wang Xiaohua's suggestion was also quite reasonable. She had only mentioned wanting to leverage Zhang Yuan's connections to see if they could arrange surgery for Li Meng's father sooner. She hadn't insisted that he had to help. Once she understood this, Li Meng finally made up her mind. Brother Zhang, this time I won't back down. Meanwhile, Su Wanning shook her head helplessly and hung up the phone. A colleague nearby asked curiously, Sis Wenting, what's wrong? Nothing. It's just my cousin seems like she found her prince charming. But he's so well qualified, she's feeling a bit insecure. Is your cousin as pretty as you? About the same, but I bet that girl's boobs are bigger. Holy cow, bigger than yours, Sister Wenting. No wonder she landed such a great guy. I'm jealous. Chapter 76, Li Meng has issues. After the afternoon lecture, Zhang Yuan returned to the dorm with his 3 foster sons. He planned to shower at the dorm before dinner with little Meng that evening. Although he had a long-term suite at the Niagelo Hotel, he didn't have any clean clothes there, and he couldn't be bothered to make the trip. Instead, he filled a basin with cold water in the dorm and gave himself a quick rinse. Mid-September in Rongqing still carried lingering heat. Temperatures wouldn't gradually cool until after National Day when the rains came. After wandering around all afternoon, Zhang Yuan was drenched in sweat. The rinse instantly left him feeling refreshed. Wrapped in a towel, he walked over to his locker. But after searching high and low, he couldn't find the pair of underwear he'd stashed in the corner. What the hell? Where the hell did my damn boxers go? Zhang Yuan asked his roommates in confusion. No idea. I haven't seen them. Could they be drying on the balcony? Zhang Chun and Zhang Hu replied instantly, while Yuan Hua lay on the bed, eyes tightly shut, pretending to sleep. Not on the balcony either. Damn it, did someone steal my boxers? Zhang Yuan frowned and searched everywhere, but couldn't find a single trace of the underwear. Yuan Hua, lying down, shuddered at the words and dared not respond. Forget it. I'll just go buy a couple new pairs later. With no other choice, Zhang Yuan pulled back on the pair he'd taken off earlier. He changed into a plain tracksuit, tossed the Armani into the wardrobe, and walked straight out of the dorm. You guys should go get a foot massage tonight if you're free. Might as well kill some time. Before leaving, Zhang Yuan casually tossed out the suggestion, prompting his foster sons to bow in gratitude for their father's generosity. Only Yuanhua discreetly wiped the corner of his eye, feeling deeply guilty that his foster father had no spare underwear to change into. Foster father, it wasn't that I wanted to steal your boxers, that girl was just way too cunning. Silently unlocking his phone, Yuanhua found the 10,000 yuan transfer from Su Ling lying there starkly, waiting for him to claim it. Brother Yuan went out to buy underwear. He'll give it to you in a few days. Got it. 2 more times, and I'll delete your chat history, no leaks. Closing his phone, Yuanhua, completely at her mercy, felt even more guilty. Helplessly, he pulled the quilt over his head. What a mess. Walking down the street, Zhang Yuan shivered inexplicably. He glanced at the sky in confusion. The sun was still shining brightly. It's not cold at all. Why did I just shiver out of nowhere? Zhang Yuan shook his head in confusion, glancing at his watch. It was almost 6 o'clock. He needed to pick up the pace. Li Meng had arranged to meet at the same pork knuckle restaurant as last time. Truth be told, Zhang Yuan still craved that tender, sticky pork knuckle. These small eateries were truly skilled at crafting their food with care. At least they made Zhang Yuan feel thoroughly satisfied. After pacing for over 10 minutes, Li Meng was still waiting at the entrance. Amidst the many glances, some deliberate, some not, directed at the girl with the childish face and voluptuous figure, Zhang Yuan smiled as he walked over and took little Meng Meng's hand. Been waiting long? No. I just got here too. Li Meng still carried a hint of shyness, though she'd grown more comfortable with the stares. Zhang Yuan was a bit surprised. He remembered her being quite sensitive before. Let's go. I'm actually getting hungry. Zhang Yuan pulled Li Meng into the restaurant. They sat at their usual spot, and the dishes served were exactly the same as last time. But that bowl of pork knuckle soup was steaming with an aroma that made Zhang Yuan's mouth water. Dig in, dig in. After serving Li Meng a piece, Zhang Yuan dug in heartily. Watching Zhang Yuan eat like a starving man, Li Meng couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, she understood why she'd fallen for him. Perhaps it was because, despite his wealth, he was just like any ordinary person like herself. They shared the same love for food and the same lack of concern about the hygiene of small eateries. If only I could see Brother Zhang eat like this every day. Lost in thought, Li Meng couldn't help but let a charming smile spread across her face. Hey, silly girl, what are you spacing out for? Eat. If you don't eat soon, I'll finish it all. Zhang Yuan showed no courtesy toward Li Meng. It's fine, Brother Zhang, you go ahead. I'm dieting. Glancing at Li Meng's well-developed chest, Zhang Yuan frowned. No way. I'll order you another pork knuckle. Don't even think about dieting. That's such a waste. All right. Li Meng nodded obediently. Noticing Zhang Yuan still wore the Lingen's watch she'd given him, Li Meng felt a sweet warmth in her heart. After a hearty meal, Zhang Yuan sat back in his chair, waiting for Li Meng to settle the bill. This scene left others watching in utter disbelief. Damn it! This jerk actually made the girl pay. Can lightning strike him down already? Damn, I'm so jealous. If my wife were half as sweet as that girl, I'd gladly live in a villa and drive a luxury car. Bro, you're dreaming. Zhang Yuan had sharp ears and clearly heard the surrounding murmurs. But he just gave them a dismissive glance. A bunch of losers, still clinging to the delusion of sucking up to women. What kind of love life could they possibly have? Brother Zhang, let's go. Li Meng finished paying the bill and obediently came to Zhang Yuan's side, even offering her small hand to him. This only deepened Zhang Yuan's confusion. Something seemed off about the little girl today. But Zhang Yuan didn't dwell on it. He took Li Meng's hand and walked out of the shop. Meng, I need to run to Mixi to buy something. Come with me. Ha? What do you need to buy, Brother Zhang? Zhang Yuan frowned immediately. I don't know why, but every pair of my boxers in the dorm room is gone. Damn it, it's like I got robbed. Seriously? That thief is so mean. Li Meng was curious. Usually the news stories she saw were about girls' undergarments being stolen. She never imagined Brother Zhang would encounter such a pervert. This is absolutely terrifying. Yeah, that bastard is so damn evil. If I catch her, I'll beat her ass until it's swollen. Zhang Yuan said bitterly. Brother Zhang, you're so brutal. Li Meng covered her mouth, laughing happily. Zhang Yuan gazed at the adorable girl before him, his heart melting. Taking advantage of Li Meng's distraction, he stole a kiss on her soft, plump cheek. But what puzzled Zhang Yuan even more was that this silly girl, aside from her ears turning crimson, showed absolutely no signs of awkwardness or nervousness. Something's off. Meng must be hiding something. Zhang Yuan discreetly glanced at the system notification in his line of sight. Sure enough, he found a new affection level notification. Li Meng's affection plus 11. Plus 13. Plus 4. Current affection level 81. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan suddenly understood. No wonder this girl could tolerate such intimate behavior. Unbeknownst to him, he had already boosted her affection to over 80. Brother Zhang, I called a car. It'll be here any minute. Let's go. Now it was Li Meng pulling Zhang Yuan along, yet he felt an oddly wonderful sensation. It felt as though he and the girl before him were actually dating. No wonder there are so many suck-ups. Turns out the taste of romance really is sweet. Chapter 77, Why Him Again? Bad luck. Back in high school, Zhang Yuan had almost experienced a sweet romance himself. But before it could even begin, the girl's parents forcibly ended it. Not only was the girl forced to transfer schools during her crucial senior year, but Zhang Yuan was also made to write a pledge in front of the entire class, his face rubbed in the dirt. Zhang Yuan understood it wasn't the girl's fault, but after such an ordeal, he simply couldn't bring himself to believe in so-called love. So even though Zhang Yuan stood out as one of the most attractive freshmen, receiving numerous requests for his WeChat ID at the start of the semester, he felt no spark. Even with senior Meng Yuanyuan, he merely admired her appearance. If things were to progress further, Zhang Yuan would likely retreat first. Of course, all this was before the system appeared. Now, with Brother's system, Zhang Yuan's mindset had undergone a profound shift. But this change leaned more toward a transactional mindset. If asked how much genuine feeling he harbored for the girls he was currently flirting with, the answer was honestly not much. Li Meng was the first girl to stir a flutter deep within Zhang Yuan's heart. Brother Zhang, what are you spacing out for? Let's go. Li Meng was also visiting the bustling Wanxiang city for the first time, her expression brimming with excitement. This place held luxury goods coveted by countless girls. Even though Li Meng didn't have high materialistic demands, she couldn't resist the thrill it gave her. She liked what she liked. Possession wasn't necessary. Simply appreciating it was enough to satisfy her. That was Li Meng's truest feeling. Alright, let's go together. Zhang Yuan snapped out of his daze, smiled at the adorable girl before him, and gently took her small hand. Together, they walked into the Mixi Mall. Just like last time, Zhang Yuan had no intention of browsing the mid-range luxury shops on the outer perimeter. He headed straight for the inner sections of the mall. Armani clothes felt comfortable on him, so he decided to stick with their brand for his underwear purchase this time. Brother Zhang, which store are you heading to? Li Meng followed Zhang Yuan as they wandered through the mall, her eyes dazzled by the dazzling array of luxury boutiques. So many items she could only admire online were now vividly displayed before her. It was hard for Li Meng not to be tempted. But when she accidentally caught sight of the price tags, all her thoughts vanished instantly, and she couldn't help but inwardly gasp. Goodness gracious, over 10,000 yuan for a single garment? Is it made of gold? No way I can afford that. At the same time, Li Meng grew increasingly curious about Zhang Yuan's choices. They had passed by numerous flagship stores of renowned brands, yet Brother Zhang showed no sign of stopping. Could he be heading to the 4th floor? That's where all the top international luxury brands are. We're almost there, Meng. Are you tired from walking? Zhang Yuan held Li Meng's hand as they stood on the last escalator, asking with concern. Li Meng shook her head quickly. Not at all. I actually enjoy exercising regularly, so I'm not tired. The pair, one tall, straight, and handsome, the other with a youthful face and a hint of childishness, drew the attention of many passers-by. Among them, a familiar figure trembled upon seeing Zhang Yuan, his expression instantly souring. Damn it, why did I have to run into him again? Damn it, he's got another gorgeous girl with him, dressed in that trashy outfit. Probably here to show off again. The greasy middle-aged man who had vowed to see Zhang Yuan humiliated muttered bitterly, "This is disgusting." What's wrong, honey? The woman beside him asked with concern. Nothing. Just saw something disgusting. Ha? This is Mixi Mall. How could there be anything disgusting enough to bother you? Ugh, why do you have to ask so many questions? The greasy middle-aged man snapped back irritably at the woman. Seeing Zhang Yuan was about to reach the 4th floor, he hurriedly pulled her along to leave. But he had underestimated Zhang Yuan's eyesight. From a distance, Zhang Yuan had already spotted the greasy middle-aged man he'd first encountered at Mixi Mall. Pulling a bewildered Li Meng to block the man's path, Zhang Yuan grinned. Hey, isn't this our jump-off guy? What's up? Got a new girl to buy a bag today? Changed? Bro, didn't you say this was your first time bringing a technician shopping? You lied to me. The woman beside the greasy middle-aged man turned pale upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words. She immediately yanked her hand free and stormed off in a huff. Hey, you damn. The middle-aged man pointed at Zhang Yuan, his face ashen, but after sizing up the odds, he quickly backed down. He hurried after the flamboyantly dressed woman. No way he'd shelled out serious cash for this technician's services, all for a taste of the good stuff. There was no way he could let her get away now. Brother Zhang, do you know him? Li Meng asked curiously. Oh, no. Just a passing acquaintance. Zhang Yuan found her flustered expression rather amusing, but he didn't explain to Li Meng. Otherwise, if the whole senior sister incident came up, he feared little Meng might end up acting just like that woman. Seeing this, Li Meng obediently stopped asking questions and quietly followed Zhang Yuan into the Armani store. Welcome. Oh, it's you, bro. The one greeting Zhang Yuan and Li Meng was none other than the saleswoman in black stockings from earlier. Her face lit up with ecstatic delight. Thank goodness Chen Yuqing had quit, otherwise she'd never have gotten the chance to apologize to this genuine big spender. But before she could speak, Zhang Yuan's next words crushed her hopes. Didn't Xiaoqing have a close friend working here? What was her name again? Yuan Yu? Have her come over. Sorry, beautiful, it's not that you're not great. Xiaoqing specifically mentioned this, so I have no choice. Zhang Yuan could see right through the black stocking saleswoman's thoughts, cutting off all her prepared excuses before she could even speak. Who could blame him? The guy had been acting like a total jerk earlier, judging people solely by their clothes instead of their actual merits. The saleswoman's gloomy expression made Li Meng feel a bit sorry for her, but she remained silent. Though she didn't know what history this woman had with brother Zhang, Li Meng respected his decision. Soon, the saleswoman called over Yuan Yu, who was still organizing items in the back warehouse. Mr. Zhang. Hello. What might you like to purchase today? Yuan Yu was average looking but had a great figure, curvy in all the right places, though nothing compared to a natural beauty like Li Meng. She approached enthusiastically, only to notice a shy young girl standing beside Zhang Yuan. Upon closer inspection, I gasped in shock. Wasn't this the exact type of girl men love, the one with a baby face and huge breasts? Thinking back to the goddess-level beauty Zhang Yuan had brought along last time, Yuan Yu couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion wash over her. Rich people sure know how to play. Judging by the ordinary tracksuit Mr. Zhang was wearing, today was bound to be a repeat of the last time. Li Meng glanced at Yuan Yu, beaming with delight, then at the other sales assistants, whispering and stealing glances her way. Something felt off. Ahem. Meng, help me pick one out. See which style of underwear feels more comfortable to wear. Zhang Yuan keenly sensed Li Meng's confusion and quickly interrupted her train of thought. But his words made Li Meng flush bright red while the sales assistants in the store stared wide-eyed. Wow, bringing a girl to pick out his underwear? Well, I'll be damned. Chapter 78, 3008 for a pair of underwear. Miss, this is our store's latest men's underwear collection. Yuan Yu sighed inwardly but maintained her smile as she handed the display item to Li Meng. Li Meng had never seen anything like this before, but with Zhang Yuan standing right beside her, she couldn't very well embarrass him. She steeled herself and took it. This time, no one made any silly remarks about the store's items being too expensive to touch. Instead, they generously let Li Meng turn it over and over in her hands, testing the feel. Zhang Yuan, meanwhile, acted as if nothing was happening. He found a seat and waited patiently, occasionally chiming in on the salesgirl's chatter. This only made the girls more excited. Only the saleswoman in black stockings looked like she'd swallowed bitter herbs, her expression sour as could be. She'd heard Chen Yuqing was now working as that guy's personal assistant, raking in 300,000 yuan a month. She'd hit the jackpot. If only she hadn't looked down on her back then. Even if she couldn't be an assistant, she could have at least been a casual fling. A tycoon like that wouldn't treat her badly. Even a few LV bags would have been worth every penny. I'm not that precious, and I don't have diamonds down there. Too bad that chance is gone now. Brother Zhang, I picked out these boxers for you. The craftsmanship is superb, and the material is the finest silk available on the market. They don't even look like underwear, more like a work of art. After browsing for a while, Li Meng gradually shed her initial awkwardness. After all, Zhang Yuan had entrusted her with the privilege of selecting his intimate apparel. Didn't this mean he was starting to accept her? Getting carried away, Li Meng carefully selected a pair of minimalist-style underwear. Alright, Meng's choice is definitely a good one. Grab 10 pairs in different colors, wrap them up, and ring it up. Zhang Yuan gave it a cursory glance before handing it to Yuan Yu. Brother Zhang, aren't we going to ask about the price? I bet these are expensive, at least 100 yuan each. Let's haggle. Even if we shave off 5 yuan per pair, we'll save 50 yuan on 10. Li Meng tugged at Zhang Yuan's sleeve and said cautiously. It's fine, Meng. Your brother here has money. Alright. Zhang Yuan affectionately ruffled Li Meng's hair, then waved his hand, signaling Yuan Yu to handle the payment. Seeing this, Li Meng stopped trying to dissuade him. After all, it was Zhang Yuan's own purchase, paid for with his own money. After all, he was a shareholder of Jin Fu. This amount of money was nothing to him. But when Yuan Yu returned with the bill, Li Meng glanced at it and froze. What? 10 pairs of underwear cost 38,000? 3,800 for one pair? This must be a rip-off shop. Li Meng had expected Armani items to be expensive, but she never imagined it could be this outrageous. Even gold-threaded underwear wouldn't cost 38,000. Rip-off, pure and simple rip-off. Just as she was thinking of urging Zhang Yuan to make a quick getaway, she noticed he didn't even blink an eye before scanning the payment. This left Li Meng even more stunned, instantly shattering her previous impression of Zhang Yuan as down to earth. Licking her dry lips, Li Meng whispered, Brother Zhang, this is way too expensive. Meng, expensive things have their perks, at least it won't fall apart. Zhang Yuan's down-to-earth words instantly reminded Li Meng that he was still the same brother Zhang she knew. Not a bit changed. It was just that his spending habits were a bit different from hers. With a little effort, Li Meng was confident she could barely keep up with his pace. Mr. Zhang, is there anything else you'd like to purchase? No, thank you. I'll come back another time. Understood. Thank you for your business, Mr. Zhang. We look forward to seeing you again. With Yuan Yu's attentive service, Li Meng carried her bags and linked arms with Zhang Yuan as they stepped out of the store. Passing by the Hermes flagship store, Li Meng couldn't resist glancing inside. She had seen a strapless dress from Hermes in a livestream that perfectly matched her aesthetic preferences, though it was far too expensive for her to afford. Now passing by the store, Li Meng felt curious, would the dress look as stunning in real life as it did through the beauty filters of the livestream? Zhang Yuan, who was constantly watching Li Meng, keenly noticed this moment. He immediately stopped and smiled. Meng, see something you like? Come on, I'll buy it for you. No, brother Zhang, this place is too expensive. I don't need. Li Meng waved her hands in refusal. This was Hermes, after all. Any piece of clothing, no, even a small belt could easily cost over 1,000. How could she possibly afford such luxury goods? Meng, listen to me. Zhang Yuan lowered his head, cupping her cheeks earnestly. These luxury items might seem expensive to you, but to me, they're no different from stuff at a street stall. Don't worry about me splurging. No offense, but this small amount is peanuts to me. It's like spending 50 cents on a lollipop with you. Besides, spending money on you is my pleasure. Are you sure you want to reject my feelings? Li Meng stared at the handsome face mere inches from hers, her mind going blank. Was brother Zhang confessing to me? She shook her head nervously, only to be pulled into the Hermes flagship store by Zhang Yuan. Hello, welcome to Hermes. How may I assist you? The sales associate approached with a smile, discreetly scanning Zhang Yuan and Li Meng. The guy wore a Longines Admiral's cup worth about 10,000 yuan, paired with ordinary clothes costing a few hundred yuan, nothing to write home about. The girl looked even more unimpressive, dressed entirely in online purchased items worth a total of 200 or 300 yuan. She did carry an Armani bag in her hand. Likely a small gift the guy had just bought for her. Glancing at Li Meng's appearance and her rather voluptuous figure, the Hermes sales associate instantly made her assessment. Probably some rich kid with a bit of pocket money trying to impress the girl he's with by bringing her to a luxury store. Oof. So predictable. How boring. Once the conclusion was reached, the Hermes sales associate's attitude visibly turned cold. Still, she was thoroughly trained. Even if she felt disdain inside, she wouldn't let it show on her face. Li Meng remained completely oblivious to the saleswoman's shifting expression, but Zhang Yuan, with his wealth of experience, spotted it immediately. Oh ho, another one waiting to be humiliated. Zhang Yuan sneered inwardly, then casually pulled Li Meng toward the display rack. Meng, take a look. See if there's anything you like. Don't bother checking the price tags. To me, this stuff looks no different from the junk sold on the street. The Hermes salesperson's face stiffened, staring at Zhang Yuan in disbelief. Seriously, dude? You're comparing Hermes to street vendor junk? Is that really appropriate? The gentleman is correct. At their core, clothes serve to keep us warm and adorn us. Price differences stem from craftsmanship and materials, though brand influence certainly plays a significant role. The salesperson felt annoyed but maintained a professional demeanor, carefully crafting a response to placate Zhang Yuan. This response caught Zhang Yuan off guard. This girl's got skills, her professionalism is on point. You're quite good, so I won't be replacing you. Bring out all the latest styles, I mean every single new item in your store. Understand? Zhang Yuan's words stunned the Hermes sales associate. All the new arrivals? Could it be that today she'd encountered a wealthy customer pretending to be low-key? Judging by his tone and demeanor, these items priced well into 5 figures didn't even make him bat an eyelid. Without substantial financial backing, he couldn't possibly pull off such an act so convincingly. The Hermes sales associate suppressed her inner excitement and carefully studied Li Meng. Soon, she realized this girl clearly belonged to the category of ordinary people who loved luxury goods but couldn't afford them, forcing her to bury her passion deep inside. Combined with Zhang Yuan's behavior, the conclusion was obvious. This was a big shot chasing his lucky Cinderella. He's hit the jackpot. When a tycoon like this makes a move, it's bound to shock everyone. It's written all over the novels. Chapter 79. Why don't you come over to my place for a bit? The Hermes sales associate was overcome with excitement. After years of waiting, she'd finally encountered such a destined protagonist. Her luck couldn't get any better. A big shot like this, if she were even remotely satisfied with my service, she could propel my career skyward in no time. Zhang Yuan had no idea about the sales assistant's inner excitement. He just looked on with some confusion as the suddenly overly enthusiastic assistant bustled about, laying out an impressive array of new products before Li Meng. Miss Li, Hermes is renowned worldwide for crafting every piece by hand. In recent years, the company has invested heavily in design, blending classic and modern elements to create many iconic masterpieces. Take this ebony brown dress, for instance. It's crafted from the finest cashmere blended with premium silk, featuring organza accents that create a relief effect. This bronze green dress, crafted from cotton poplin, features a novel yet elegant design. The sales assistant's sudden enthusiasm not only surprised Li Meng but also drew curious glances from other colleagues in the store. How peculiar. Tang Yuan usually looks down her nose at everyone. She can't be bothered to serve even moderately wealthy business owners. Why the sudden change today, going out of her way to be so attentive to these two young customers? Something's definitely off. Could it be that this guy is loaded? Don't be ridiculous. Look at him wearing cheap sportswear you can find online everywhere, and sporting that low-end Longines Admiral's Cup watch he's trying to pass off as fancy. Anyone in the know calls it junk. Yeah, I bet these two are just window shopping. They don't look like they'll actually buy anything. I'm afraid Tang Yuan misjudged them today. She brought out so many new designs. What if they get wrinkled? How will we show them to new customers later? This won't do. We need to tell Tang Yuan to tone it down later. She can't just show new items to anyone. The sales assistants whispered among themselves, seizing the moment when Tang Yuan walked by to pull her over. Tang, you really shouldn't do this. Those two are clearly just window shopping. Don't let them mess up the new clothes. Yeah, Tang, don't serve just anyone. Some people can't even afford it. Everyone chimed in, trying to persuade Tang Yuan to stop, but unexpectedly, she let out a cold laugh. Do you know why I'm the top salesperson every single month? Why? Because I have an extra pair of eyes. Ignoring her bewildered colleagues, Tang Yuan strode straight to the warehouse and retrieved another batch of new arrivals. So, anything you like? Zhang Yuan asked Li Meng gently. Li Meng shook her head, biting her lip. Brother Zhang, let's go. I don't like any of these. Li Meng's response instantly made Zhang Yuan frown. He had clearly seen her eyes practically light up when the sales assistant described that ebony brown dress just moments ago. Now she claimed not to like it. There must still be some mental barrier. Thinking this, Zhang Yuan took Li Meng's small hand and smiled, saying, Meng, just like I said earlier, this is just my normal spending. If you can't accept it now, you'll have to get used to it eventually. How could I ever let my woman suffer hardship? What others have, you should have too. What others don't have, I'll make it happen for you. Zhang Yuan's somewhat domineering words sent Li Meng's mind reeling. She felt as if she were drunk, her head spinning and her thoughts muddled. Brother Zhang, am I really okay with this? After a long silence, under the sales assistant's envious gaze, Li Meng hesitantly asked. Zhang Yuan pulled Li Meng into his arms. You deserve it. Those 3 words felt like a reassuring pill to Li Meng, finally easing her resistance to Zhang Yuan's offer. Here, this one, that one, and this one too, wrap them all up for me. With a sweeping gesture, Zhang Yuan practically cleared out the entire new collection at the Hermes store. Especially those dainty little accessories like belts. Zhang Yuan stockpiled a huge haul of them as if he were buying wholesale. These items were always popular with girls. Since he was already there, he might as well buy a lot at once. They'd make perfect gifts later. Though Li Meng had braced herself mentally, she still flinched violently when the sales associate, Tang Yuan, handed her the bill. It was too expensive. That string of numbers was ridiculously long. Zhang Yuan had just bought over $1,000,000 worth of goods in one go. Of course, the bulk of the cost came from those 2 new spring-summer dresses. Handcrafted by the master himself, meticulously carved like works of art, each dress was valued at over $50,000. Converted to RMB, that's over 700,000 yuan. Li Meng couldn't even imagine what kind of occasion would be worthy of such a classic dress. Mr. Zhang, would you prefer to scan the QR code or use a card? Tang Yuan suppressed her excitement and asked cautiously. The other colleagues nearby were also watching closely. Everyone was eager to see whether, at this moment, the young Zhang Yuan would pay generously or make excuses to slip away. Such incidents weren't unheard of in the past. But the other sales assistants, who had been waiting to see Tang Yuan's show, felt their hearts sink when they saw Zhang Yuan calmly pull out his bank card and walk towards the counter. Oh no! Little Tang found another real big spender. He's not actually going to pay, is he? This is over $1,000,000. But when the payment confirmation chime rang out, everyone froze. Their hearts finally settled. This month's sales champion is probably Tang Yuan again. Tang Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had bet right. This Mr. Zhang was truly a hidden tycoon. He came to Hermes to impress that girl and win her over. Turns out her judgment was spot on. Thank goodness she hadn't shown any impatience at the start. Otherwise, this windfall wouldn't have come her way. Mr. Zhang, would you like your order delivered? Tang Yuan's demeanor grew even more deferential. Someone who could pay over $1 million without batting an eye. Their net worth must be in the hundreds of millions, right? What was truly terrifying was how young he was. If it were just a matter of coming from a wealthy family, that would be one thing. But if he'd built this fortune entirely through his own hard work? That was beyond imagination. Just how formidable could this person be? Tang Yuan found it increasingly unbelievable, but now wasn't the time for deep thought. She quickly pulled herself together and began serving him diligently. Delivery service? Alright, Meng, give them your address. This young lady will deliver it to you. Zhang Yuan played it safe, specifically requesting Tang Yan for the delivery. This way, he could avoid unnecessary complications. As for the rest of the items, Zhang Yuan gestured toward a pile of small accessories like hair ties, pausing briefly before adding, have them delivered to the Negro Hotel. Here's my personal butler's contact information. Just reach out to her directly when you arrive. No problem, Mr. Zhang. Tang Yan memorized the contact details firmly before respectfully escorting the two out of the store. Li Meng still felt a bit dazed, as if everything that had happened was a dream so utterly unbelievable. Brother Zhang had just casually dropped over $1 million on luxury goods without batting an eye. That steak in Jin Fu restaurant? Probably just pocket change for him. Could it be that Brother Zhang had been plotting this all along? As these thoughts swirled through her mind, Li Meng's face flushed crimson. The two walked out of Mixi Mall and hailed a cab back to the pork knuckle restaurant. Li Meng and Wang Xiaohua's rented apartment was right next door. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Yuan spoke up, that's all for now, Meng. The items will be delivered tomorrow. You can check them yourself then. Okay, Brother Zhang. Li Meng nodded obediently. Alright, I'll be heading out now. Zhang Yuan smiled and gave little Meng a hug, feeling her extraordinary gifts. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. It really was quite large. Just as he was about to leave, Li Meng looked at Zhang Yuan with bright, sparkling eyes, as if she'd made up her mind. She whispered softly, Brother Zhang, why don't you come over to my place for a bit? ? Is this really happening? Facing this adorable, innocent-looking girl with a surprisingly mature figure, Zhang Yuan felt an irresistible surge of excitement, nearly blurting out that today was a special day. Chapter 80, Tonight, Just Chatting. Li Meng and Wang Xiaohua shared a flat in an old residential complex. The monthly rent was only 2,000 yuan, which wasn't too much of a burden given their current circumstances. Plus, they had a great landlord who occasionally even reduced their utility bills. When Zhang Yuan arrived at the dilapidated 6-story building, Li Meng worried he might look down on her because of it. But Zhang Yuan didn't find anything wrong with it at all. Instead, he felt even more protective of Li Meng. Such a lovely girl living in this kind of environment was nothing short of a waste. Meng, now that you've been promoted to service manager, it's time for a change of scenery. Walking through the stairwell cluttered with miscellaneous items, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but say, this place really is a bit too shabby. Li Meng's expression dimmed slightly, yet she maintained her smile. Brother Zhang, it's fine here. The rent is low, utilities are cheap, and the elderly folks who live here look out for me and Xiaohua. I feel like there's a real sense of community here. That's true. Most of the residents here are elderly, and they value neighborly relationships. It's actually the people who move into high-rise buildings who gradually lose that sense of community. Zhang Yuan nodded non-committally. The closer they got to Li Meng's place, the more nervous she seemed to become, her small hands trembling slightly. But after exchanging a few more sentences, her nerves eased slightly. Brother Zhang, we're here. Li Meng led Zhang Yuan to the 5th floor. She fumbled with the key, failing several times to insert it into the lock. Zhang Yuan watched her with a hint of amusement. Well, all that easing up just went out the window. Give it to me. The way you're acting, you're worried I'll eat you alive, aren't you? Zhang Yuan's words made Li Meng's face flush bright red. She dared not argue back, instead standing quietly to the side with her head bowed. After easily unlocking the door, Zhang Yuan took Li Meng's hand and led her inside. Don't worry. I won't do anything without your consent. Hearing Zhang Yuan's words, Li Meng felt a warm glow in her heart. He's so considerate of my feelings, it seems Brother Zhang really likes me too. Meng, you've got to step up your game, at least don't let Brother Zhang look down on you. After silently encouraging herself, Li Meng felt much better. Entering the room, Zhang Yuan scanned the space. The living room had an old-fashioned style leather sofas, a large TV covered in cloth, and a yellowed portrait of the 10 marshals hanging on the wall. It was steeped in nostalgia. Zhang Yuan gazed at the living room with a touch of nostalgia. His grandparents' home had once looked just like this. But after the two elders passed away, the family sold the old house. The memories of his youth could only ripple through his mind now. Brother Zhang, please have a seat. I'll get you a glass of water. Sure. With nothing else to do, Zhang Yuan turned on the old tube TV. To his surprise, it still worked. The picture quality couldn't compare to LCD, but he could still make out who was who. After Li Meng brought over a glass of water, Zhang Yuan gestured for the young lady to sit beside him. Climbing 5 flights of stairs left me a bit tired. Hope you don't mind me watching some TV? Not at all. Li Meng waved her hands hastily. Without even looking, Zhang Yuan knew the girl was probably tense as a bowstring, nervous as hell. He decided to steer the conversation elsewhere. Li Meng had assumed Zhang Yuan came from a wealthy family, having never seen the kind of environment inside an old house like this before. But after chatting for a while, she was surprised to discover he was even more familiar with it all than she was. Brother Zhang, did you live in a house like this when you were little? Li Meng asked curiously, her big eyes blinking at him. Yeah, you didn't think I was some rich kid, did you? Zhang Yuan laughed. My childhood was rough. My New Year's red envelope never exceeded 10 yuan. What? No way. Li Meng looked utterly disbelieving. You think I'm lying? Everything I have today is down to my own hard work. My family had almost nothing to do with it. Zhang Yuan lied without batting an eye. Exactly. Isn't spending money hard work too? Tonzi Go was just a supporting role. As Zhang Yuan spoke, Li Meng became increasingly engrossed, unconsciously leaning closer to him. Zhang Yuan slowly extended his large hand, wrapping it around Li Meng's supple waist. His voice grew softer and softer until it finally fell silent. Li Meng lifted her head in confusion, only to find Zhang Yuan smiling at her, his eyes brimming with affection. Brother Zhang. Li Meng's eyes flickered with unease. Though she had mentally prepared herself, the moment arrived and she still felt uncertain. Meng, I like you. Zhang Yuan's warm breath brushed against her face, sending her completely off balance. Her cheeks flushed bright red in an instant, her eyes darting around nervously, unable to meet Zhang Yuan's gaze. Brother Zhang. I like you too. The words escaped Li Meng's lips in a whisper, yet Zhang Yuan caught them with pinpoint accuracy. Confirming the young girl's feelings, Zhang Yuan could no longer hold back. He gently cupped Meng's chin and lifted it up with tender care. Li Meng nervously closed her eyes, waiting for Zhang Yuan's next move. But Zhang Yuan merely brushed her lips with a single touch before pulling away. Was that your first kiss? Zhang Yuan whispered into Li Meng's ear. Li Meng bit her lip lightly and nodded almost imperceptibly. Now it's mine, Zhang Yuan murmured, a hint of smugness flashing across his face. Li Meng, her face flushed with embarrassment, leaned against Zhang Yuan's chest, unable to lift her gaze. Time slipped away unnoticed as Li Meng became utterly lost in this blissful feeling. She had never imagined that being with someone she loved could make time seem to stand still. Zhang Yuan felt the same way. Having reached this stage, he felt not a shred of impatience. Those guys who always get rejected by girls at this stage? Their mistake was rushing things. They failed to provide the girl with a sense of security. Sometimes, the emotional depth born from silence far surpasses 1,000 sweet nothings. Meng, isn't your roommate coming back today? Zhang Yuan asked, feigning confusion. Ha? Xiao Hua. She has something to do today. Li Meng, who wasn't used to lying, stammered slightly as she explained her roommate's whereabouts. Zhang Yuan knew exactly what was going on. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth as he said, I'm a bit worried about you being here alone. After all, it's an older neighborhood, and the main gate isn't exactly secure. What if someone bad? Brother Zhang, stop it. You're scaring me. Li Meng was genuinely frightened. She'd never tried living so far from home alone before. At night, forget about nightmares, she probably couldn't even sleep well. Alright, then how about I stay here with you? Zhang Yuan asked tentatively. Li Meng's cheeks flushed even redder, her beautiful big eyes glistening with moisture, making her look exceptionally charming. Sure, Brother Zhang. It's fine, don't worry. I'll just sleep on the couch. Sure, it's a bit hard and uncomfortable, and it gets pretty warm, but trust me, I can handle it. But I don't want you to suffer, Brother Zhang. Then what should we do? It's definitely not appropriate for me to sleep in your roommate's bed. If you don't mind, could you make some space for me on your bed? Li Meng was completely overwhelmed by Zhang Yuan's relentless persistence, and a hint of resentment toward her best friend Wang Xiaohua began to stir within her. It was all Xiaohua's fault for insisting on leaving space for herself. Now she was scared and had no choice but to let Brother Zhang stay. Don't worry, okay? Tonight we'll just sleep together under the covers and chat. Zhang Yuan assured her. Li Meng had no choice but to agree. Chapter 81, Who's the Prey? The sound of rushing water echoed from the cramped bathroom. Li Meng scrubbed every inch of her body meticulously. Her already smooth skin became even more dewy and silky after applying shower gel. After her shower, she stepped before the mirror and opened a bottle of expensive essence, carefully applying it to her face. Her moisturized face appeared even more rosy and youthful, and her already slightly childlike features now carried a captivating, almost sinful allure. Dressed in a simple cotton tank top and black shorts, Li Meng emerged from the bathroom with a faint blush on her cheeks, handing the towel she had just used to Zhang Yuan. Brother Zhang, you should wash up too. It's pretty hot out, and sweating without a shower just feels awful. Alright. Zhang Yuan took the towel, the fresh scent of shower gel mingling with the warm steam that washed over him, leaving him slightly intoxicated. But none of that could compare to the vision of beauty standing before him. That deep, alluring snow-white valley, the slender waist that could be grasped in one hand, paired with a baby face that stirred Zhang Yuan's emotions at every moment. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yuan suppressed his inner restlessness, repeating his mantra to himself over and over. Haste makes waste. I'll go wash up. Be a good girl and wait for me in bed, okay? Zhang Yuan smiled, gently patting Li Meng's head before striding toward the bathroom. When he emerged, freshly washed and wearing the Armani boxers he'd bought that very day, Li Meng was nowhere to be seen in the living room. Even the lights were off, with only the glow from the bedroom guiding Zhang Yuan's way. Wrapped in a towel and wearing only his underwear, Zhang Yuan strode boldly to the bedroom door. The small room was exceptionally tidy. Li Meng's bed wasn't large, but it could easily accommodate 2 people. The girl used striped bedding she'd brought from home, which felt familiar to Zhang Yuan. It seemed every household had a set like this. At that moment, Li Meng lay on the bed, wrapped in an air conditioner blanket, her back turned to Zhang Yuan as she played with her phone. The moment she heard footsteps, the constant sounds from her phone abruptly fell silent. Zhang Yuan casually closed the door. The faint click made Li Meng flinch slightly, but she still didn't turn around. She was simply too shy. At times like this, Zhang Yuan didn't push the young lady further. Li Meng was already easily embarrassed, and if he pushed too hard, he feared he might scare her off. So without a word, Zhang Yuan switched off the light and slipped silently into bed in the darkness. Meng, are you asleep? Zhang Yuan, that rascal, asked the obvious just to make conversation. Li Meng took the bait, replying in a barely audible whisper, no. Then let's talk. Zhang Yuan's calm voice eased some of Li Meng's inner panic. She slowly turned over, curling her hands over her chest. Her eyes, sparkling like stars, looked at Zhang Yuan with a hint of moisture. Meng, you're so beautiful. Is that so? Zhang Yuan's heartfelt compliment filled Li Meng with quiet delight. Little did she know how irresistible her current state was to a man. Brother Zhang. Stop calling me Brother Zhang. It sounds so awkward. Li Meng blushed, about to say something, but Zhang Yuan cut her off. Then what should I call you? Call me brother. I should be a bit older than you. Alright, brother. Brother. Li Meng drew out the syllable, sending a shiver through Zhang Yuan's heart. Gazing at the childlike face and voluptuous figure mere inches away, Zhang Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. After exchanging a few half-hearted words, Zhang Yuan murmured softly, Meng, can I hug you? Don't worry, it's just a hug. A flicker of panic crossed Li Meng's eyes, her cheeks flushing crimson, yet she gritted her teeth and replied, well, if it's you, brother, then, yes. Receiving her affirmation, Zhang Yuan excitedly slipped one arm beneath Li Meng's slender, bare neck while wrapping the other around her delicate waist. Inhaling the faint, sweet scent of youth and feeling the surging vitality of the girl in his arms, Zhang Yuan's rationality gradually surrendered to overwhelming emotion. Soon, Li Meng frowned and shifted slightly. Brother, there seems to be something on the bed. Before Zhang Yuan could react, Li Meng plunged her hand under the covers. No, wait. What are you doing? Struck precisely where it hurt, Zhang Yuan's face contorted in pain as he frantically tried to stop Li Meng's next move. Damn it! The pain made Zhang Yuan's face twitch. Seeing this, even the most naive and innocent Li Meng instantly understood. Her face flushed crimson as she apologized repeatedly, I'm so sorry. I really didn't know. Brother, are you okay? How could I be okay? You little brat, you hit way too hard. Zhang Yuan gasped, his voice strained with pain. Li Meng felt deeply sorry for him and pulled him into her arms. And honestly, that faint, lingering scent of Naixiang immediately soothed Zhang Yuan's momentary pain. Once he felt a little better, Zhang Yuan lifted his head in feigned anger. Meng, tell me how are you going to make it up to me now? Brother. I don't have any money. Li Meng looked at Zhang Yuan pitifully. Her childlike face, stunning figure, and obedient demeanor nearly made Zhang Yuan lose his resolve. No way. You can't make it up to me just because you don't have money? Think carefully. This is the most important thing for a man. If something really goes wrong, can you take responsibility for it? Seeing Zhang Yuan's stern expression, Li Meng began to panic. Had she really been too rough just now? Brother, let me check. Li Meng anxiously reached out her small hand again, groping deeper under the covers. This time, little Meng was gentle, and Zhang Yuan felt incredibly good. Brother, are you feeling better? Li Meng remained utterly worried. If her brother was truly hurt, what would she do in the future? I don't know. To find out, we'd probably need to examine it properly. Ah. But how do we examine it? I'm not a doctor. It's okay, I know a little bit. I just need your help. Really? Will it hurt? Just a little at first. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Zhang Yuan's large hand gently brushed over Li Meng's body, causing the young girl's breathing to deepen. Yet, for some reason, her eyes grew brighter and brighter. But when Zhang Yuan reached lower down, he sensed something was off. Why wasn't this girl even wearing undergarments? Brother. Can we start the check now? Wait, hold on, something feels off. Nothing's wrong, brother. Don't worry, I'll cooperate fully. Li Meng's face flushed crimson as she bit her lip, then suddenly flipped over and pinned Zhang Yuan beneath her. Zhang Yuan suddenly understood. Damn it, I fell for this little minx's trick. Who knows who will be the prey and who the predator today? Outside the window, the wind gently swayed the trees. The dim street lights flickered, casting a soft glow over the world. Li Meng, her wish fulfilled, let a seductive smile curve her lips. Though pain lingered, she wrote on with unwavering resolve. Chapter 82, The Confession Session and Troubleshooting. The next morning, while Zhang Yuan was getting up and washing up, Li Meng gathered the bloodstained sheets from the bed, her lips pressed together and the corners of her eyes crinkling with a smile. By the time Zhang Yuan returned, the old striped sheets had been replaced with a cute pink duvet cover. Meng, are you okay? Zhang Yuan's breath carried a faint minty freshness after brushing his teeth. As he embraced Li Meng, the girl felt a wave of intoxication wash over her. I'm fine, big brother. Youth really is wonderful. Zhang Yuan mused. He never dreamed that 18-year-old Li Meng's combat prowess could rival that of an emperor, utterly defeating even a human sage like himself. Last night, he hadn't managed to turn the tables and take control. Li Meng had him completely under her thumb. He'd pondered it all night and still couldn't make sense of it. How could she be so skilled on their very first time? Could it be that Meng truly possessed a nurturing constitution, radiating a healing aura? Feeling the lingering fatigue in his lower back, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but shiver. He had to grind through more challenge quests to strengthen his body fast, otherwise, life would get tough from now on. Meng, I'll find time to transfer Jin Fu's shares to you. I'll also get you a professional lawyer to avoid being duped by that old fox, Yu Shangli. It'll be a safeguard for you. Zhang Yuan's offhand suggestion left Li Meng stunned. When he didn't hear a response for a while, he turned back to find the silly girl crying. Feeling a pang of pity, he pulled her into his arms and asked with concern, Meng, what's wrong? Aren't you happy I'm giving you shares? Brother. I don't want that. I only want you. Li Meng was still the same little fool who'd traded her red envelope for a gift for him before. Zhang Yuan stroked her silky hair with a touch of emotion. I'm sorry, Meng. I was too abrupt. I should have realized you're not the materialistic type. Faced with this genuinely sweet and innocent girl who truly liked him, Zhang Yuan genuinely struggled to think of how to make it up to her. After all, what Li Meng had asked for more time together was something Zhang Yuan simply couldn't deliver. After a moment's thought, he looked at the stubborn girl and gently persuaded her, Meng, it's not that I want to win your favor with such a vulgar method. It's just that my career is just taking off now, and I'll often be busy outside. Of course, I'll come see you whenever I have free time. So, please give me a chance to make it up to you. The shares in Jin Fu restaurant don't mean much to me personally, they're really for you. Hearing the answer she'd buried deep in her heart come from Zhang Yuan's mouth, Li Meng's mood instantly brightened. So her brother had acquired those shares for her sake after all. Goodness gracious, how could there be such a wonderful guy in this world? I'm so incredibly lucky. Li Meng lifted her head and kissed Zhang Yuan, then said with a hint of guilt, brother, I'm not as good as you think I am. But deep down, I really like you. And. Seeing Li Meng stammering, Zhang Yuan gently cupped her cheeks. And what? Go ahead and say it. I won't get angry. Alright, I'll really tell you then? Summoning her courage, Li Meng recounted exactly how Wang Xiaohua and her cousin had encouraged her, and her final decision. Zhang Yuan was utterly stunned. He was overjoyed by this silly girl's honesty. Brother, do you think I'm a scheming girl? Li Meng asked nervously. But Zhang Yuan just smiled and shook his head. Silly girl, you've already given yourself to me. How could that be scheming? Didn't you ever think about what you'd do if I pulled up my pants and denied everything? Li Meng replied firmly, that's impossible. Brother isn't that kind of person. Alright, I'll give you credit for knowing people well. Zhang Yuan chuckled helplessly. Then, his tone turned concerned. Since uncle's health isn't looking good, let's transfer him to Rongqing first. Let's do this, go back and consult your local doctors. If uncle's condition isn't critical for now, we can wait a few more days. Within a week at most, I'll have a surprise for you. Zhang Yuan thought of his shares in Jingyuan Hospital. If he successfully took over as a shareholder, surely he could pull some strings for Li Meng's father? As for the money? That was no issue at all for Zhang Yuan now. Okay, big brother. Li Meng didn't doubt Zhang Yuan's words for a second. After all, the last time she had complained to him about Yang Xiao, he had promised her a surprise. The result? He became the second largest shareholder of Jinfu Restaurant, not only getting rid of Yang Xiao but also securing her a managerial position. After that experience, Li Meng had every reason to trust Zhang Yuan. Oh, and give me your card number. I'll transfer some spending money to you so you won't have to rush around trying to raise funds when you get back. Don't refuse me. You know how much I hate it when people say no. Zhang Yuan's earnest expression warmed Li Meng's heart. Alright, thank you, brother. No need to be so formal with me. Zhang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. He genuinely liked this silly girl, Li Meng. But the thought of her deliberately getting close to him for her father's sake still sent shivers down his spine. Had she not met him, Li Meng's fate would likely have been tragic. Where would she find so many kind souls like him nowadays? Most would just take advantage, wipe their mouths clean, and run off. By then, Li Meng would have lost her innocence, and her father would be left with regret. If she couldn't cope, she might not make it. After receiving Li Meng's bank account number, Zhang Yuan immediately transferred 2 million yuan into it. But Zhang Yuan didn't mention it, and Li Meng didn't notice. Hand in hand, the two sweetly descended the stairs to have breakfast. This can't wait. Go back and check on things today. I'll handle the restaurant, you can leave it to me. All right. This time, Li Meng agreed readily. She was also quite worried about her father's condition. If it weren't for raising money and seeking opportunities, why would she have come to Rongqing alone so rashly? Still, Zhang Yuan couldn't shake his unease. This silly girl, Li Meng, still lacked experience in navigating social situations and handling unexpected crises, and he himself was temporarily tied up. After much deliberation, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered someone. If it were her, there shouldn't be any issues. The only question was whether she'd be willing to make the trip. Thinking it, he did it. Zhang Yuan immediately pulled out his phone, found the number, and dialed it. Hello, Mr. Zhang. How may I assist you? A soft voice answered, its gentle tone making his heart flutter. Zhang Yuan poured out his idea to the other end. After a brief silence, a smile came through in the reply. No problem, Mr. Zhang. Resolving our clients' concerns is our fundamental duty. Especially for an outstanding gentleman like you, Mr. Zhang. It's my pleasure to serve you. With one problem solved, Zhang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 83, Yuanhua, Godfather, I'm sorry. After settling matters with Li Meng, Zhang Yuan spent a tender moment with the young lady before departing. With her father's condition weighing heavily on her mind, yet buoyed by Zhang Yuan's assurances, Li Meng set off for home, her heart a mix of worry and relief. What she didn't expect was that an unfamiliar number called her at that moment. Li Meng assumed it was a nuisance call and hung up immediately. But right after that, her brother sent her a message. He said he'd arranged for someone to take her home. For a moment, Li Meng's smile nearly spilled over her face. Her decision had clearly been the right one. Zhang Yuan was indeed someone she could trust. After calling back and confirming the time with the other party, Li Meng went downstairs to wait. Before long, a Mercedes-Benz van pulled up beside her. She eyed it curiously as the door suddenly opened, revealing a woman in a light blue business suit with a gentle demeanor. As Li Meng observed Lucy was equally scrutinizing the girl before her, who looked so young and inexperienced. She couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Mr. Zhang is quite something, isn't he? Such a beautiful girl willing to share a man with others. So, is this what life is like for the wealthy? Snapping back to reality, Lucy approached with a smile. Ms. Li, hello. I'm Mr. Zhang's personal butler. Please get in the car. Completely taken aback by this scene, Li Meng froze for a moment before hesitantly replying, oh, okay. Lucy clearly had ample experience with such situations. Her smile grew even more serene as she skillfully steered the conversation. With little social experience, Li Meng quickly warmed up to Lucy and opened up. Ms. Li, could you briefly describe the situation at home? That way I can prepare in advance. After chatting for a while, Lucy finally got to the point. Zhang Yuan had made it clear to her that Li Meng's family situation might be rather complicated otherwise. Why would they send a girl who had just turned 18 out to work? Having witnessed Zhang Yuan's wealth firsthand, Lucy took this matter quite seriously. After all, young wealthy individuals like him were extremely rare, and Lucy would never normally have the chance to interact with someone like him. Now that Zhang Yuan had finally taken the initiative to ask for her help, Lucy was determined to make a good impression. With Zhang Yuan's favor secured, Lucy would have far fewer reservations moving forward. Upon hearing Lucy's question, Li Meng visibly hesitated for a moment. After a long pause, she began to recount the problems she was currently facing, her expression growing increasingly troubled. Lucy's expression darkened with each word. This was getting tricky. Zhang Yuan walked back to the dorm carrying the underwear he'd bought from the Armani store. This morning's classes seemed to start later, so all three foster sons were still asleep in bed. Judging by how soundly they were sleeping, they'd clearly gone out to party at Golden Impression last night. Zhang Yuan didn't mind. Foot massage services were something even many successful people enjoyed spending money on. It was all about the service and the mutual tugging with the masseuse, giving them a sense of status they couldn't experience at home. These three stepchildren were new to it, so of course they'd be hooked. Still, I need to set some limits for them. If they keep this up, their bodies will be ruined sooner or later. Zhang Yuan glanced at them thoughtfully before tucking the underwear into the deepest part of the drawer. To guard against potential thieves, he even piled several garments on top. Damn it, this should finally keep anyone from stealing it. Zhang Yuan clapped his hands and let out a long sigh of relief. But he didn't notice the pair of green eyes fixed on him from behind. Not a single movement escaped this person's careful observation. After Zhang Yuan left, Yuanhua quietly slipped downstairs and rummaged through Zhang Yuan's drawer. Sure enough, the brand new underwear lay there, waiting for him to take it. I'll wait a few more days. This looks brand new, never worn. That scheming woman probably won't want it. Yuanhua sighed helplessly, a pang of guilt rising in his heart. Especially when he thought back to last night partying until midnight at his godfather's foot massage parlor, only to come here today to steal someone's underwear. That was perverted. Godfather, please forgive me. This wasn't my intention. I was forced into it. Yuanhua threw his head back and sighed deeply, fighting back tears. Zhang Yuan, already at the school gate, had no idea his newly bought underwear was already being targeted. He hailed a cab, heading toward Wanjin Tower. His assistant and the streamers had already arrived, ready to discuss the design blueprints provided by Tianmei. Such an important matter, Zhang Yuan wouldn't miss it for the world. This was his first venture into entrepreneurship. While he didn't expect the company to turn a profit, it sure was costing him a fortune. Zhang Yuan was certain that Qingtian Media would be his most reliable source of income going forward. No, I still need to buy a few cars. My assistant is constantly on the go and needs a ride. The Porsche can only be a temporary solution. We'll need one for my senior later too. Speaking of which, my senior sister apparently hit the jackpot with that lifetime beneficiary reward from Zhehui Huijin. I should find time to have her claim it herself. The system had specifically warned that the host couldn't accompany her. Zhang Yuan suspected there were aspects he couldn't interfere with just yet. If he showed up unexpectedly, it might disrupt the system's arrangements. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal. Meng Yuanyuan should be able to handle it herself. If worst came to worst, there was always her wealthy, beautiful best friend Lin Lu. Coming from a privileged background, she'd surely know her way around these things. Thinking of Lin Lu with her fair skin and the aura of a privileged young lady, Zhang Yuan felt a flicker of interest. But girls like her were always the apple of their family's eyes. Money alone probably wouldn't be enough to win her over. He needed another approach. Zhang Yuan wasn't in a rush. He counted 5 girls were already entangled with him. Even excluding Lucy and his assistant, there were still his senior classmate, Li Meng, and the counselor, 3 women in total. More than enough to savor life's pleasures at his own pace. Let everything unfold naturally. After hailing a ride-hailing car to Wanjin, Chen Yuqing chose the same cafe as last time. The moment Zhang Yuan stepped into the cafe lobby, the sharp-eyed kid spotted his boss. Boss. Over here. Following the direction of the voice, Chen Yuqing and 4 streamers had been waiting for quite some time. Boss, you're here. Here are the design plans from Tianmei Decoration. I took a look, they really put a lot of thought into it. As soon as Zhang Yuan sat down, Chen Yuqing hurriedly handed him the blueprints. The girl had just gotten a raise and was incredibly enthusiastic about her work. Boss, what would you like to drink? Jiumei, ever observant, asked with a smile. Whatever you have. I'll take a coconut latte. Zhang Yuan just couldn't get into coffee, domestic flavors suited him better. Flipping through the blueprints, the design proposal from Tianmei featured a modern minimalist style that perfectly aligned with their sunny media aesthetic. Yet the details revealed that Tianmei's designer was quite skilled. Even Zhang Yuan, a complete layman, could sense a certain artistic beauty emerging from the blueprints. Alright, let's go with this. Tell Tianmei to get started right away so we can move in sooner. Zhang Yuan made the final decision, sealing the deal on the spot. Chen Yuqing nodded, then smiled. Boss, there's an update on that headhunting firm you asked me to contact earlier. Zhang Yuan looked at his assistant with puzzlement. Seriously? Just a pay raise? You're really going all out for this? A task assigned yesterday, and she's already delivering results today. That's some serious efficiency. Tell me about it. Zhang Yuan was genuinely curious now. He wondered which headhunting firm the young assistant had found that could source a suitable team so quickly. Chen Yuqing chuckled mischievously, her eyes sparkling with cunning. You'll never guess who the headhunters found. Chapter 84, Chen Lele kicked out of Yule Media? Stop teasing me, just tell me. Zhang Yuan frowned and tapped the table. The young assistant was getting a bit too cocky, daring to show off in front of him. Chen Yuqing ducked her head, feigning fear as she hurriedly blurted out, it's Yule Media's former president and her entire professional team. Ha? No way. How could that be possible? Assistant Chen, you're joking, right? Several streamers were stunned by the news. The president of Yule Media is none other than Chen Lele. Yule Media was founded and nurtured by her alone. How could she possibly be at a job fair? And with an entire team? Zhang Yuan was equally perplexed. He'd already experienced Yule Media's counterattack firsthand. If it weren't for his own extraordinary luck and endless wealth, he'd never have stood a chance against that bastard Qianong. Logically speaking, a president with such capability wouldn't resign lightly. But the most crucial part was that all the elite talent under her had followed suit. It was practically a complete overhaul of Yule. The headhunters aren't entirely clear on the specifics either, they're just as shocked. Many companies are now extending offers to President Qian, but so far, she hasn't accepted any. Perhaps she's just disillusioned. Chen Yuqing's words plunged Zhang Yuan into deep thought. It seemed like there were internal issues within the Qian family. For families like theirs, conflicts were quite normal. I suspect Chen Lele's branch has been ousted by Qianong's faction. Our earlier battle against Weilon was likely the trigger. Qianong's father probably wanted to seize control of Yule, the cash cow, long ago. Jiu Mei voiced her theory. Having navigated the live streaming industry for years, she possessed extensive connections and often received insider information firsthand. She'd heard vague rumors about Yul's recent troubles, but the Chen family had suppressed the news effectively, keeping details tightly under wraps. "Boss, this is our chance." Jiumei stood up, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Zhang Yuan. "I know Mr. Qian personally. He's exceptionally capable and has great strategic vision. It's a shame he got stabbed in the back by his own family, but that's just how it goes. With the economy slowing down and real estate struggling, they're barely making any money while fronting funds everywhere. The Chen family must be all bark and no bite, otherwise they wouldn't have ended up in such a mess. After this incident, Ms. Qian has likely given up on her family for good. We need to pull her over before she completely leaves this circle. Otherwise, she might just abandon this heartbreaking city of Rongcheng." Xiao Gui and the others nodded in agreement. Qian Leilei's fame in Rongcheng was undeniable. Yul Media had risen from nothing to become the undisputed leader in the city, a position no one could challenge. Losing their leader would inevitably throw Yul Media into turmoil. With our side backed by a powerful boss and the exceptionally capable Qian Leilei, this combination could easily establish itself in Rongcheng. They might even challenge for the top spot. The thought sent a thrill through everyone. Having just become a formal unit, they were about to be promoted to officers who wouldn't be dizzy with excitement? Zhang Yuan, however, remained detached from their excitement, instead frowning as he pondered a critical question. Could this shell company of his really attract Qian Leilei? Alright, Xiaoqing, get in touch with the headhunting firm. Have them finalize the agreement with Qian Leilei ASAP. Ideally, we should arrange a meeting. I'll personally invite this Mr. Qian. Got it, boss. Chen Yuqing replied, her voice tinged with excitement. If they could really bring Qian Leilei on board, their Sunny Media might just take off. After settling this matter, Zhang Yuan and the other streamers, including Jiumei, renegotiated their contracts. They were offered the industry's highest rates for revenue sharing, prompting the team to praise the boss for his generosity. With all their worries completely alleviated, they were now fully committed to following Zhang Yuan and making it big. Only Jiumei seemed a bit down. When the others weren't paying attention to Zhang Yuan, she got up and approached him. "Boss, you're so mean. You didn't even reply to my messages." Jiumei pouted slightly, her bright eyes almost tearing up. Zhang Yuan instantly saw through the big influencer's scheme. She just wants to level up, huh? Honestly, didn't notice. Been swamped lately, Zhang Yuan replied dismissively. Having recently taken on both his senior classmate and Xiao Meng, he developed a high resistance to the opposite sex. He had no time to deal with Jiumei right now. He'd deal with it later when he had the chance. Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's response, Jiumei's expression dimmed. Sure enough, this kind of big spender wasn't easily swayed. It seemed she still had a lot of work to do. It would be best to achieve some results at work, otherwise, the boss wouldn't give her any special consideration. After silently encouraging herself, Jiumei remained quiet, not wanting to upset Zhang Yuan. With the media company matters temporarily settled, Assistant Chen Yuqing hurried off to contact the headhunters. Seeing how occupied she was, Zhang Yuan decided not to bring up the matter of investing in Hongguang's Yuanxing company. After all, it wouldn't collapse anytime soon, and waiting a bit longer would actually work in his favor. "Jiumei, are you free this afternoon?" Jiumei's eyes lit up at Zhang Yuan's sudden question. "Sure thing." "Great. Then come with me to look at cars. Xiaoqing took my Porsche, and I don't even have a daily driver now. The company needs to get a few company cars anyway, so we might as well handle it all at once and save ourselves the hassle later." "Sure, boss. I know a thing or two about cars and can help you make a decision." A bright smile instantly returned to Jiumei's face. The young guys exchanged envious glances. They were all seasoned veterans of the business world. None of them offered to tag along now. That would just be a buzzkill. Sigh. Looks like the three of us have to work harder. Yeah, Jiumei's probably going to hook up with the boss. Why does that sound a bit sour coming from you? You bet. If I had 9 sisters figure in looks, I'd be sucking up to the boss too. Give it a rest. With your looks, even after getting a full makeover in Thailand, you wouldn't hold a candle to Jiumei. Whoa, you're cutting deep, you little SHT, looking for a beating? They were all old acquaintances. While they pretended to be jealous of ninth sister, deep down they were rooting for her to hook up with the boss, Zhang Yuan, as soon as possible. That way, they could live a little easier at the company later on. Especially now that the boss was planning to bring in Qian Leilei's team, it served as a wake-up call for the three of them. Qian's team had plenty of top-tier streamers. Without some serious connections, what were they even fighting for? A boss like Zhang Yuan, who was both capable and generous, was someone none of them wanted to leave easily. They absolutely had to establish a solid foothold at Sunny Media first. Chapter 85. This sister's got some skills. Boss, where would you like to go to look at cars? As soon as they stepped out of the cafe, Jiumei asked excitedly. She never imagined she'd get to accompany Zhang Yuan on a car shopping trip. For someone this wealthy, today would likely involve splurging on a luxury car from BMW, Mercedes, or Audi. After all, Zhang Yuan had just spent over 30 million not long ago. Spending another few million on company vehicles would be a mere drop in the bucket. But Zhou didn't know that Zhang Yuan actually knew next to nothing about cars. After all, he had been just an ordinary college guy before, whose hobbies were nothing more than the three common pastimes of gaming, watching videos, and reading novels. Where's a good area with concentrated dealerships? Shuangliu, I guess. There's an international auto city over there pretty big. You'll find dealerships for everything from regular models to luxury cars. Zhou, however, genuinely loved cars and answered without hesitation. Alright, let's go there. Zhang Yuan nodded non-committally. Soon, the two arrived at the underground parking garage. Zhou led Zhang Yuan to her own ride. It was a BMW Mini, a model quite popular among women. While not exactly a bargain, it was still a name brand car, and many people valued that alone. Seeing the compact car, Zhang Yuan chuckled. Zhou, with so many viewers watching your live streams, you must be making a decent income, right? How come you haven't even bought yourself a decent car? This thing cost no more than 300,000 yuan, which did seem a bit mismatched for a social media influencer with over 3 million followers like Zhou. But hearing Zhang Yuan's question, Zhou just gave a wry smile. Boss, do you really think it's that easy for influencers to monetize? Especially in our niche, it's incredibly tough. Most of my followers came from when I posted dance videos back in the day. They're all a bunch of old perverts who just leech for free content without spending a dime. It's only since switching to restaurant reviews that things have finally started picking up. Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Whoa, you used to be a dance streamer? After taking a closer look at Zhou, Zhang Yuan began to believe it too. This girl really did have an amazing figure, and you could even catch glimpses of her muscle definition as she walked. It showed she'd put in serious effort with dance before. Yeah, but the dance scene tends to attract some really creepy people, so I eventually quit. Zhou pressed the key fob to unlock the BMW Mini, then opened the passenger door with a smooth motion, gesturing for him to get in. Creepy? Zhang Yuan slid in, curiosity piqued. You mean the kind of creepy I'm thinking of? Pretty much. Zhou seemed quite at ease with the question. Back when I streamed, people would always send gifts. But after adding the top 2 donors as friends, they all wanted to meet up with me. But I genuinely just love dancing. I'm not here to sell myself. So I just blocked them all. Zhou's words actually earned Zhang Yuan's respect. These were big spenders, no less, blocking them without hesitation. No wonder she switched paths later. He couldn't help but take another look at Zhou. This petite, polished internet celebrity had some backbone. She wasn't the type to take advantage of men. What? Little brother, feeling a flutter for me? Zhou caught Zhang Yuan's gaze and instantly switched to a lowly voice, teasing him playfully. Cut it out. My heart's been cemented shut for ages. Zhang Yuan curled his lips in a dismissive pout. Though he secretly admired Zhou's ability to switch voices on a dime, his expression remained one of disdain. Like that would work? As if I'd fall for your tricks? Seeing this, Zhou chuckled and fell silent, focusing on driving. The drive from Wanjin to Shuangliu was still a distance away, taking over an hour. Zhang Yuan closed his eyes and pretended to doze off. Last night, that girl Li Meng had really given him a beating. Even now, Zhang Yuan couldn't figure out how a completely inexperienced girl could be so strong. It was downright unfair. Zhou kept an eye on Zhang Yuan while driving. Boss, with looks like his, he'd be a total catch even in our circle. But if you factor in his net worth, there's not a single one who could touch him. Her mind swirling with all sorts of wild thoughts, Zhou smoothly merged onto the Ring Expressway. With little traffic on the road at this hour, she found the drive quite relaxing. About 20 minutes away from the international auto city, Zhou's phone rang. She glanced at the car display. It was her mom calling and picked up her Bluetooth headset. Hello, Mom. What's up? Nana, are you still in Rongchun? Yeah, I'm driving. What's up? Running low on cash? It's not about money. It's about what I mentioned last time. Your uncle brought Li Peng to Rongcheng and wants to see you. Upon hearing her mother mention her uncle again, Zhou's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Didn't I tell you? I don't want to go on any blind dates right now. Tell your uncle to go back on his own. I won't meet him. You silly girl. What are you thinking? Think about your age. You're 27. Girls our age here have kids old enough to run errands by now. Do you even care about your future? Enough with the lectures. Just send me his location. I'll have your uncle come find you. Li Peng's family runs a factory. He's good looking and has a solid reputation. If you genuinely dislike him after meeting him, I won't say another word. But you can't just deny him the chance. If you don't listen to me this time, don't ever come back. Her mother's tirade only deepened Zhou's frustration. But when she glanced at Zhang Yuan sleeping beside her, an idea suddenly struck her. Fine. I'm heading to Shuangliu District International Auto City right now. Have your uncle bring someone over. Auto City? Are you buying a car? No, I just have something to do there. Can't talk much now, I'm driving. Alright, I'll tell your uncle right away. After hanging up, Zhou couldn't help but let a faint smile curve her lips. That Li Peng, always pestering her mom today, she'd give him a taste of his own medicine. Did he really think a little money at home would make her cave? Think again. The commotion from the phone call must have been loud, because Zhang Yuan stirred awake, half asleep. Are we there yet? Recalling the thought that had just flashed through her mind, Jiu Mei's cheeks flushed slightly. Not yet, boss. Oh. Boss, you can sleep a little longer. It'll be another 20 minutes before we arrive. Zhang Yuan stretched lazily. I won't sleep anymore. We're almost there anyway. By the way, boss, could I ask you for a favor? Jiu Mei hesitated before asking. What is it? Zhang Yuan looked at the popular influencer before him with curiosity. Well, it's like this. Jiu Mei recounted everything her mother had just said to Zhang Yuan. He was genuinely taken aback. What era is this, anyway? How could someone still be pressuring her to get married? Besides, Jiu Mei seemed to be doing quite well in her career. Was there really such a rush? Zhang Yuan didn't refuse outright. After pondering for a moment, he smiled at Jiu Mei's slightly nervous expression and said, It's possible, but how do you plan to repay me? Jiu Mei slid her shoulder strap down, revealing a hint of her full, snow-white skin. Well, whatever the boss decides, of course. Whoa. Zhang Yuan sucked in a sharp breath. This lady's got some serious game. Chapter 86, The Frustrated Li Na. After exiting the Ring Expressway, it took Jiu Mei no more than 10 minutes to drive to the outskirts of the International Auto City. Boss, this is the Auto City. I've been here a few times before this car was bought right here. I still have good standing with the sales rep at the BMW dealership. If you're buying a BMW, I can hook you up. She always gives great discounts. Surveying the sprawling complex spanning over 15 acres, Jiu Mei felt an inexplicable surge of joy. It really is huge. I wonder if I'll find the cars I'm looking for. As the BMW Mini drove deeper into the complex, various dealerships came into view, mainstream brands like Toyota, Volkswagen, and Honda, mid to high-end brands like BBA, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi. He even spotted an Aston Martin dealership, displaying several models he'd once admired. After all, how many men don't love cars? But in the past, Zhang Yuan had always admired them purely as a hobby. Since he couldn't afford them anyway, he'd focused on learning about the top luxury cars just to have something to talk about. Now, Zhang Yuan had more than enough capital. His once unattainable dream was within arm's reach. If he wanted, he could walk out with a Lamborghini SC20 in cash right now. But Zhang Yuan hadn't forgotten why he was here today. He was only selecting a few vehicles for company use. No need to splurge on a supercar just yet. There was plenty of time later. He could always come back anytime. Of course, if he stumbled upon a model he truly loved, snapping it up today wouldn't be out of the question. After Jiu Mei parked the car, the two headed into the showroom. Boss, what brands are you planning to look at today? Jiu Mei asked curiously. She figured someone of Zhang Yuan's stature wouldn't settle for low-end mainstream brands costing just over 100,000 or 200,000 yuan, even for company vehicles. At the very least, it would start with BBA. After all, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi were long-established names that commanded respect anywhere. Unless, of course, the rear bore the emblem of Huachan or some other domestic brand. Just as they were about to head to the nearest Toyota dealership, Jiu Mei's phone rang again. Zhang Yuan immediately perked up. He had already agreed to help with the favor Jiu Mei had just asked of him. Plus, he'd secured a promise from Jiu Mei. This was the perfect chance to show off, right? Having Jiu Mei, this big influencer, dance in front of him wearing hanfu would be absolutely unbeatable. What's the situation? Seeing Jiu Mei hang up, Zhang Yuan hurriedly asked, Did your uncle bring people? Jiu Mei shot her boss a surprised look. Yep, they're already here. Probably not far from us. Alright, what do you want me to do? Zhang Yuan's enthusiasm caught Jiu Mei off guard. But upon catching the fiery look in the boss's eyes, Jiu Mei's cheeks flushed instantly. It must have been that seductive gesture she'd made in the car earlier that piqued the boss's interest. Boss, don't rush it. We'll play it by ear when the time comes, Jiu Mei giggled, covering her mouth. It seemed the boss wasn't entirely disinterested in her after all. Her mother's phone call had inadvertently brought her much closer to Zhang Yuan. Now she actually had a glimmer of hope to get out of this mess. As for that Li Peng? He can just get lost. His family just runs a factory, it's not like he built it himself. How could it compare to her boss's real clout? Uncle Li, where exactly is Nana? Li Peng frowned, turning to the old man beside him. Director Li, we're almost there, almost there. It should be just up ahead, the BMW dealership Nana told me about. Li Zhengtian wiped the sweat from his forehead, inwardly grumbling at his niece. Couldn't she have picked a decent place? She had to choose this sprawling auto mall, huge and impossible to navigate. Then her beat-up old used car broke down midway, forcing Li Peng to walk nearly 5 kilometers with him. Fine, I'm fed up with your car. Why did it have to break down now? Right at this critical moment? It's ridiculous. Li Peng's face was full of resentment. If he'd known, he would have driven himself and avoided this misery. If it weren't for Li Jingtian's niece being genuinely beautiful, a former dancer turned internet celebrity, Li Peng would never have put up with this old geezer's attentions. He was just a factory security guard, not even worthy of meeting him. The two of them walked nearly 2 kilometers under the blazing sun before finally reaching the entrance of a Mercedes-Benz dealership. Zhang Yuan and Jiumei had waited ages without seeing them and had wandered over here. Directorly, Nana's inside. Li Zhengtian pointed excitedly toward the dealership. Li Peng, who was nearly at his limit, perked up instantly and peered inside. Sure enough, a sizzling figure clad in a black spaghetti strap top and a short skirt stood before a Mercedes-Benz. Damn, Li Na looks even better in person than in her photos. That body, if we got her in bed, wouldn't it be amazing? Heard dancers can pull off all kinds of crazy positions with ease. Damn, we hit the jackpot this time. All that walking wasn't for nothing. Li Peng grew more excited by the second, dragging Li Zhengtian toward the dealership. Boss, Mercedes-Benz models are generally divided into 5 tiers, from lowest to highest, A to S-Class. For company vehicles, I suggest selecting an E-Class as the flagship model, then pairing it with a few standard A or B-Class models. Li Na, known as Jiumei, was earnestly explaining the various details of Mercedes-Benz models to Zhang Yuan. Even the salesperson nearby couldn't help but glance over in surprise. It was rare to find a woman so knowledgeable about Mercedes-Benz. After all, women usually preferred more aesthetically pleasing BMWs or Audis. Mercedes-Benz vehicles seemed a bit too business-oriented, better suited to men's professional needs. Miss Li Na is absolutely correct. If you're purchasing vehicles for business purposes, Mr. Zhang, a slightly higher-end E-Class would be perfectly suitable. We have various models available for your selection. The saleswoman smiled warmly, playing the straight man to Li Na's jokes, showing no hint of resentment at having her spotlight stolen. An E-Class, huh? Just as Zhang Yuan was about to decline, he noticed Li Na's expression darken. Turning around, he saw an elderly man in his 50s and a man dressed in a suit standing behind him. Li Na, what are you doing? Didn't you say you'd wait for us at the BMW dealership? Why did you suddenly show up at Mercedes-Benz? You made us drive all this way for nothing. And who is this? I see you standing so close to him. This is unsavory. Don't tarnish the Li family's reputation. Li Zhengtian had been holding his anger in, but he dared not vent it on Li Peng. Now, seeing his niece, his fury boiled over. He was practically ready to point his finger at Li Na and yell. Exactly, Nana. This is so rude. Your uncle and I came all this way, and this is how you treat us? Li Peng glanced at Zhang Yuan, then at Li Na, and his temper flared. My arranged marriage partner, someone like you, a penniless punk, can mess with? And Li Na must be out of her mind. With a huge factory waiting for her to take over, she barely acknowledges me, yet this scrawny kid who's clearly just a student, she practically throws herself at him. Who the hell are you putting on a show for? Li Na felt wronged by her uncle's scolding and was about to retort when Zhang Yuan pulled her back. It's fine. You said you wanted my help. Leave it to me now, Zhang Yuan whispered softly in Li Na's ear. Li Peng watched them being so intimate right in front of him, his mouth twisted in fury. He spun around and pointed at Li Zhengtian, shouting angrily, is this the kind of trash you introduced to me? Damn it! Li Zhengtian had been counting on becoming the security chief at Li Peng's factory. Li Na's actions were effectively destroying his future prospects. In a fit of rage, Li Zhengtian lunged forward, raised his right hand, and brought it down hard in front of Li Na's stunned eyes. Chapter 87, Looking for a Fight? Hey, no matter what your relationship is with Jiumei, hitting her is going too far. Zhang Yuan swiftly grabbed Li Zhengtian's hand before it could land on Li Na's face, his expression turning angry. What kind of nonsense is this, resorting to violence at the drop of a hat? So what if I hit her? I'm her own uncle. Don't I have the right to discipline her? Li Zhengtian showed no remorse, instead speaking with righteous indignation. Li Peng approached with a dark expression. Who the hell do you think you are, interfering in family matters? You've got some nerve. Zhang Yuan was stunned. What kind of people were these? Even with my damn system, I'm not this messed up. They're acting like they own the whole damn world. This is absolutely mind-blowing. Boss. Are you okay? Li Na snapped back to her senses. Her first reaction wasn't to the near assault on herself, but to rush forward and pull Zhang Yuan and Li Zhengtian apart. I'm so sorry, boss. I didn't expect Uncle Leon to suddenly attack. Did he hurt you? Li Na said guiltily. Fine. What could possibly happen to me? Zhang Yuan sneered coldly before adding, but this piece of? He's got problems coming. Li Peng frowned as Zhang Yuan pointed at him. You little punk, I'll say this one last time, get the hell out of here. Don't you know where you are? This is a Mercedes-Benz dealership. Not some place for a greenhorn like you to pick up girls. Miss, I suggest your Mercedes dealership step up their training. Don't treat every random person like a VIP. Otherwise, you'll lose all credibility. It's just low class. Got it? After his initial irritation, Li Peng's anger-clouded mind finally cleared. After all, he was the future heir to a factory. Getting into a fight with a student would be a huge loss of face. His words left the Mercedes saleswoman feeling awkward. On the surface, Li Peng, dressed in a sharp suit and wearing a cold expression, did appear more imposing than Zhang Yuan. That was an age-related disadvantage Zhang Yuan couldn't overcome. He wasn't even 20 yet. But on the other hand, in the Mercedes saleswoman's eyes, Zhang Yuan seemed like a small-time boss with some money. Although it hadn't been verified yet if she wanted to sell the car, wasn't she just taking a gamble? After all, Zhang Yuan showed genuine interest in buying, while Li Peng seemed to be here just to pick a fight. Weighing the two options, the saleswoman found herself leaning slightly toward Zhang Yuan deep down. Sir, we undergo professional training before starting work. There's no need for you to worry about that. If you're interested in purchasing a Mercedes-Benz, I can have a colleague assist you. Would that be acceptable? The saleswoman's measured tone left Li Peng feeling slightly uncomfortable, yet he couldn't pinpoint any fault in her response. Forget it. I'm not interested in Mercedes-Benz. Waving his hand in refusal, Li Peng turned his gaze toward Li Zhengtian. The message in his eyes was clear: your own niece, you handle it. Li Zhengtian rubbed his wrist, glancing at Zhang Yuan with a hint of apprehension. This tall, sturdy student possessed considerable strength in his hands. He'd squeezed his wrist so hard it stung, and it would probably swell up soon. After a moment's thought, Li Zhengtian dared not threaten Zhang Yuan. Instead, he glared angrily at Li Na. Li Na, come with me. Or else, your family won't have a moment's peace. Your father died young, and your entire family lives in my house. Now that you're grown up, you think you can turn your back on me? Li Jingtian's words instantly put Li Na in a difficult position. She had only intended for Zhang Yuan to pretend to be her boyfriend to scare off this Li Peng. But she never expected her uncle to come at him with violence, enraging the boss. The situation had escalated suddenly, leaving Li Na feeling utterly at a loss. After all, her mother and younger brother were still living in her uncle's house. Watching Li Na's expression shift constantly, Zhang Yuan sighed inwardly. No wonder they say even the most impartial judge can't settle family matters. Since this concerned their family affairs, Zhang Yuan really needed to figure out a solution. Li Na, if you don't want to leave, you can refuse. No one can restrict your personal freedom. Furthermore, since you're now an employee of our company, we have an obligation to care about our staff's family circumstances. If you lack stable housing, the company will immediately allocate funds to purchase properties in Rongqing specifically to assist employees facing difficulties like yours. Li Na was stunned by Zhang Yuan's words. The company would handle employees' family hardships? That seemed a bit over the top. But then she thought about it: the man standing before her was a big spender who had gifted over 30 million. His words seemed highly credible. With that realization, Li Na finally stopped hesitating. She looked at Li Zhengtian with unwavering resolve. I'm sorry, Uncle Li. I never agreed to go on a blind date with this person. It was all my mother's own decision. If you insist on forcing me, I'll have my mother and brother come to Rongqing immediately and return the house to you. Plus, I'll pay you market rent for all these years. Li Zhengtian nearly exploded upon hearing this. He really had helped raise an ungrateful brat. Company-funded property purchase? And relocating struggling employees? Nana, you actually believe this brat's words? Li Peng's sarcastic tone made Zhang Yuan frown. Miss Wu, could you please clear this area? It's one thing if this person doesn't buy a car, but constantly disrupting us like this isn't acceptable either. Don't you agree? Zhang Yuan ignored Li Peng and instead addressed the saleswoman. Wu Meili paused, realizing Zhang's words weren't entirely unreasonable. These two were nothing but a nuisance, delaying Mr. Shang's purchase and jeopardizing her imminent commission. Realizing this, Wu Meili's expression hardened. Gentlemen, if you're not here to buy a car, please don't disrupt our work. If you are interested in purchasing, please ask another salesperson to assist you. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to call security. Wu Meili pointed toward the two security guards standing near the entrance, both over 6 feet tall and weighing over 200 pounds, who were glaring intently in their direction. Heh, fine. So you're trying to intimidate me, huh? Li Zhengtian, your niece is something else. Li Peng laughed bitterly in anger, pointed at the pale-faced Li Zhengtian, and turned to leave. Li Na, are you satisfied now? If I lose my job, I'll come hang out at your place every single day. Director Li, wait for me. Li Zhengtian shot Li Na a fierce glare before chasing after him. At the doorway, he finally caught up to Li Peng. Just as he opened his mouth to explain, Li Peng slapped him across the face. You old bastard. I followed you all the way from Yuanyuan to Rongqing, and this is how you repay me? I'll deal with you properly back at the office and that whole Li Na family too. Li Peng's eyes darkened with malice. Li Zhengtian trembled uncontrollably. He knew all too well the influence Li Peng's family wielded back in their hometown. Whether it was legitimate or under the table, they had connections. When he said deal with you, it meant far more than just firing him. I'm sorry, Director Li. I'll go persuade Li Na again right now. Li Zhengtian stammered. No need. Li Peng waved his hand forcefully, as if doing so could vent the rage boiling inside him. I don't need this charity-style matchmaking. I've got to vent this anger today. Do you really think my family doesn't know anyone in Rongqing? With that, Li Peng pulled out his phone and dialed a number, his face as cold as ice. Hello, Uncle Zhao? It's Li Peng. Yes, I'm at Shuangliu International Auto City. Chapter 88, Disregarding. People? Where are they? Mr. Zhang, Li Peng's family used to be in the river sand business. They have extensive connections. I'm worried. It's fine. This is Rongqing, not your hometown. I don't care what business his family runs. If he tries anything, I'll tear his factory to pieces. Zhang Yuan reassured the deeply worried Li Na, his demeanor as calm as a summer breeze. Seeing this, Li Na couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed her boss was quite confident. Then again, spending that much on gifts and securing a fixed asset in Wanjin Tower? His resources were truly unfathomable. A small-town Brahmin like Li Peng would likely get his ass kicked by a real dragon from the provincial capital like Zhang Yuan. With her worries lifted, Li Na finally relaxed and devoted her full attention to helping Zhang Yuan choose a car. Oh, Miss Wu, where were we just now? Ah, Mr. Zhang, I was just saying about the E-Class. Zhang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. The E-Class is too cheap. Let me look at the S-Class instead. Wu Meili froze. Cheap? This was a mid-range luxury car with a starting price well over 400,000 yuan. How could it become a bargain in Mr. Zhang's mouth? Could it be, today was the day for a big sale? Wu Meili's excitement surged. She quickly guided Zhang Yuan to the other side of the showroom where the S-Class models were displayed. Mr. Zhang, this is our best-selling 2022 S400L. It features a 2.5T six-cylinder engine with a maximum horsepower of 313. Following Wu Meili's pointing finger, Zhang Yuan saw a sleek black S-Class Mercedes-Benz understated yet undeniably luxurious, its entire body flowing with aerodynamic lines. Li Na knew little about this model mainly because she couldn't afford it, so she hadn't researched it in depth. Boss, this S400L starts at over 900,000 yuan. I think it's more than sufficient for our company's current image, Li Na offered her honest opinion. For a media company, major events weren't a regular occurrence. If one was needed, renting a luxury vehicle from a dealership would suffice. Purchasing an overly expensive vehicle for daily use simply wasn't cost-effective, let alone worthwhile. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. Li Na was right, a luxury car with a total cost exceeding a million yuan would certainly suffice. But his considerations went far beyond mere sufficiency. Since he'd traveled all this way to view the cars, he might as well get it done right the first time. Alright, this model is decent. Get me 10 of them first, Zhang Yuan said casually, his tone as if he were picking up discounted vegetables at the supermarket. Certainly, Mr. Zhang. I'll introduce the next model right away. Wu Mei froze mid-sentence. She stiffened and turned to look at Zhang Yuan. Mr. Zhang. What did you just say? Zhang Yuan chuckled, thoroughly pleased with Wu Meili's reaction. He loved seeing this kind of reaction, it gave him a real sense of accomplishment. 10 of this model. Go prepare the contract. I'll pay in full shortly. Oh, and make sure they're top-of-the-line models. Install every single option available. Ha? But? Boss, you. Wu Meili and Li Na were both dumbfounded. This is a Mercedes-Benz S400L. A fully loaded model costs over a million yuan off the lot and you're asking for 10? What's the deal here? Are you doing wholesale? Wu Meili's mind couldn't process it. After a moment, she snapped back to reality, her face flushing with excitement. Right away. Right away. Mr. Zhang, I'll go talk to the manager immediately. Wait for me, you absolutely must wait for me. No sooner had she spoken than Wu Meili sprinted toward the manager's office at breakneck speed. Her swift pace left Zhang Yuan momentarily stunned. Boss. Li Na's face still bore traces of shock, her bright eyes brimming with disbelief. You really want to buy 10? How many people are in our company? Buying 10 Mercedes S-Classes? They just gather dust. Zhang Yuan grinned at Li Na. Jiu Mei. Wait, your name is Li Na, right? Then from now on, I'll call you Nana. Nana, don't be so narrow-minded. Just because we don't need them now doesn't mean we won't need them later. Do you really think our Sunny Media won't even be able to find 10 people to drive them in the future? You've got to think bigger. Li Na opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Her boss, it seemed, had no small ambitions. This only strengthened her resolve to latch onto Zhang Yuan's coattails. No, I need to contact the others right away. The 4 of us are the boss's original employees, our status definitely gives us an edge. If Qianlei's team shows up, the competition will get fierce. The 4 of us have to stick together. Li Na's mind raced with thoughts, yet her body instinctively drew closer to Zhang Yuan. Boss, I haven't thanked you for what happened earlier. Zhang Yuan looked at Li Na, whose gaze was practically melting like water at that moment. Smack. Why the rush? There'll be plenty of chances later. Zhang Yuan didn't take the bait. Instead, he gave Li Na's purred little butt a pat and left it at that. And honestly, a dancer's little butt felt different, supple yet resilient. If he were to thrust from behind, the sensation would be absolutely mind-blowing. Ah. Caught off guard, Lina let out a soft gasp before pressing her lips together, her gaze growing even more tender. She'd assumed Zhang Yuan had seen too many women to be immune to her type. But now it seemed there was definitely a chance. Meanwhile, in the manager's office. As the manager of a Mercedes-Benz dealership, Ding Yuanwu lived a pretty cushy life. Typically, he'd spend his mornings lounging in his office scrolling through videos and flirting with a few streamer girls on WeChat. Today was no exception. He was close to landing a female streamer who'd spent generously on his channel. They'd already set a time to meet that afternoon. A battle of the sexes was inevitable. Ding Yuanwu decided to take a quick nap to recharge for the afternoon's battle. But before he could drift off, the office door burst open with a thunderous crash. Ding Yuanwu thought it was someone from the company coming for an inspection. Startled, he jumped straight up from his chair. "I'm not sleeping. Wu Meili. What the hell are you doing? Don't you know to knock before entering my office?" Upon recognizing the intruder, Ding Yuanwu's nose nearly twisted with rage. Had he been too lenient lately that even a lowly sales rep dared kick his office door? "Wu Meili, you can kiss your bonus goodbye this month." "Manager Ding, I'm about to close a deal." "So what if you close the deal? Does that mean you can fly up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? I'm doing important work here, and you come kicking my door, you have no respect. That gentleman wants to buy 10 Mercedes-Benz S-classes, top-of-the-line models. Where is he? Quick! Take me to meet the big shot." Ding Yuanwu shuddered again, his drowsiness vanishing instantly. He lunged forward and grabbed Wu Meili's shoulder. "Stop ing around. Let's go. If you delay the big boss's car purchase, just wait till I get my hands on you." Wu Meili was utterly bewildered. The manager's current demeanor felt completely unfamiliar to her. It seemed the saying about Fuzhou people being quick to change their faces wasn't just idle talk. Much like the rumor that everyone here had a panda, it might very well be true. Chapter 89, Give me a dozen Maybachs. "Director Li, who are you just calling?" Li Zhengtian asked cautiously. Li Peng sneered coldly, "Why do you care? Just stay put and enjoy the show." "Yes, sir." Li Zhengtian dared not breathe, his face drenched in sweat. "Poof. Just wait till Uncle Zhao gets here. You little bastards got an appointment with death." Li Peng had never been one to hold a grudge. He always believed in settling scores. Back home, his well-connected parents had smoothed over countless situations for him. Before coming to Rongqing, his father had specifically warned him not to cause trouble. But now, it wasn't him looking for trouble, it was others flying dragon's ting in his face. Li Peng couldn't stand it for a second. Fortunately, Uncle Zhao had agreed to bring people over to back him up. This calmed Li Peng down a bit. Uncle Zhao ran over a dozen large supermarkets in Rongqing, his net worth long surpassing 100 million. He'd always maintained a good relationship with my father. Back in their hometown, he was considered a formidable figure. Now he commanded a crew of fiercely competitive laborers who followed his every command. Even if things escalated, it would just mean spending some money to bail someone out. Li Peng certainly didn't lack that kind of small change. Of course, he never intended to go too far with Zhang Yuan. He'd long since abandoned tactics like breaking limbs. Today, Li Peng only wanted Zhang Yuan to kneel before him, bowing his head obediently and confessing his guilt. At worst, this would be a public order offense, something Li Peng wasn't afraid of. Still inside the store, Zhang Yuan was unaware that Li Peng had already mobilized his people outside. He was engrossed in admiring the interior of the S400L. It must be said, this Mercedes truly lived up to its reputation as a long-established brand, with every detail meticulously crafted. Though its exterior leaned toward a business-oriented style, the interior didn't feel outdated at all. Instead, it was equipped with all sorts of newly released technological innovations. From the 12.3-inch fully digital instrument cluster and multifunction steering wheel to the power-closing doors, Zhang Yuan was thoroughly impressed. Wu Meili didn't take long to find the manager, just 2 or 3 minutes before rushing back. Behind her followed a middle-aged man in a dark blue suit, slightly balding but with a rather amiable expression. "You must be Mr. Zhang? It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Ding Yuanwu, manager of the Mercedes-Benz dealership. We're honored you've chosen Mercedes." Ding Yuanwu immediately shook Zhang Yuan's hand with a broad smile, giving it a couple of firm shakes before asking in an affable tone, "Mr. Zhang, are you looking to purchase 10 S400 LS? His voice was loud and resonant, drawing the attention of other sales staff and a few scattered customers nearby. "Wow, 10 S-classes. What kind of luck did Wu Meili strike gold with? Honey, are S-classes expensive?" "Not really. Just over $1 million. Good heavens. 10 cars would be over 10 million. He looks so young, who'd have thought he's that wealthy? Heh, who knows if he's just a corporate buyer sent to make a purchase. Bro, corporate buyers wouldn't come to the showroom, they'd deal directly with the dealership. I bet he's a real tycoon, just keeping a low profile." The sales floor buzzed with whispers. Hearing her name mentioned among her colleagues, Wu Meili instantly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with excitement. 10 S-class sedans. She could get her hands on them all. Li Na, however, remained unfazed by the stares. After all, as an outdoor live streamer, she was used to it. But right now, she couldn't spare a thought for anyone else's gaze. Her entire focus was on Zhang Yuan. The astonishment and praise from others made her feel proud by association. Shopping with a big spending boss like this was bound to draw attention. Yeah, I wonder if you have that many in stock? Zhang Yuan asked calmly. Yes. Absolutely. We're the largest Mercedes-Benz dealership in all of Rongcheng. Not just 10 cars, I could get you 100, Mr. Zhang. Once he confirmed the customer's interest, Ding Yuanwu grew visibly excited. The economy had been sluggish these past 2 years, causing Mercedes sales to plummet. The company had long imposed sales targets. The pressure was immense. He'd even started venting by watching live streams and splurging on virtual gifts online. Today, stumbling upon a big shot like Zhang Yuan was like striking gold. Mr. Zhang, allow me to introduce. No need. Prepare the contract. I'm pressed for time. Ding Yuanwu was about to give a respectful introduction to Zhang Yuan when he was abruptly cut off. He already knew plenty about this model. It was just a multi-million-dollar expenditure. Did it really need all this fuss? Ding Yuanwu didn't seem bothered. He grinned broadly, hunched over, and hurriedly replied, no problem. Whatever makes you happy, Mr. Zhang. I'll print the contract immediately. What are you lot standing around for? Get moving and prepare for the signing. Day in and day out, you lot never get any real work done. Can't you learn a thing or two from your beautiful sister? Turning around, Ding Yuanwu immediately spotted the other salespeople chattering away nearby. His expression darkened instantly as he frowned and muttered curses under his breath. Wu Meili felt the strange stares from her colleagues and was instantly baffled. Why was the manager making enemies for her? Hey, don't just stand there. Tell me more about this one, it looks pretty decent. Zhang Yuan waved his hand in front of Wu Meili, drawing her attention to a car parked nearby. Boss, are you buying another car? Li Na asked, puzzled. 10 Mercedes S-classes? That's more than enough, right? Just looking. These S-classes are only for everyday use. To make a good impression, you need a few nicer cars, right? Besides, all of you do outdoor live streaming. You can't show up without a stylish ride. Li Na wore the same expression Wu Meili had just moments before. She stared blankly at her boss. So S-class cars aren't even good enough for you? But do we even deserve better cars? We're just streamers, not some high-ranking officials. Why would we need luxury cars? Boss, this is really unnecessary. The company's just getting started. I think we should be more frugal. Even if you have plenty of money, you shouldn't be splurging like this. Li Na quickly tried to dissuade him. She was now completely in awe of Zhang Yuan, who was solely focused on the company. But how could she possibly grasp the extent of Zhang Yuan's capabilities? Cut the nonsense. I said it's fine, so it's fine. Zhang Yuan dismissed Li Na's objections with a wave of his hand, striding forward with Wu Meili trailing behind him, her face aglow with admiration. My goodness, that was so bold. I love it. I love it. Li Na's eyes sparkled with admiration as she hurried to follow. But when she saw the car Zhang Yuan had pointed to, she was still startled. Boss. You can't do this. Using this as transportation for us little streamers? We're going to be in big trouble. Li Na grabbed Zhang Yuan in terror, her body trembling uncontrollably, her legs nearly giving way. The vehicle before them, though also a Mercedes-Benz, had long since earned its own legendary reputation. The Maybach S680. A top-tier luxury car worth over 3 million yuan. Your lack of backbone is infuriating. Zhang Yuan sighed helplessly, wrapping an arm around Li Na's waist and pulling her close. Boss, this isn't about ambition. Cut it out, you're just talking nonsense. Hey, how much is this car? Give me a dozen. Thud. Wu Meili stumbled and collapsed to the ground, her eyes going completely blank. Colleagues nearby were stunned speechless. Is this guy here to shop? No way. This isn't a vegetable market. When did Maybachs become something you could buy by the dozen? Chapter 90, Slide Neil. Manager. Ding Yuanwu, busy in his office, frowned and turned to see Wu Meili rushing in. Meili, didn't I tell you to knock before entering the office? Knock. You're always making such a fuss. If the folks at the BMW dealership next door saw you, they'd think Mercedes-Benz employees have no manners. Now, what is it? Wu Meili took a deep breath and said excitedly, Mr. Zhang says he wants to buy a dozen cars. A dozen? Ding Yuanwu chuckled. This Mr. Zhang was quite the character, as if cars could be described in terms of a dozen. Seems like some uncouth outsider. Who cares about a dozen or not? If he wants to buy them, we'll sell them to him. Is there really such a rush? Get out of my way. Go back to attending to this Mr. Zhang. I still need to print some documents. We'll sign the contract with him shortly. After the initial excitement, Ding Yuanwu gradually calmed down, even regretting his earlier servile demeanor. He was no stranger to high-stakes deals. How could he be stunned by an order for 10 S-class cars? It must be the recent pressure getting to him. He'd have to make proper arrangements for that little streamer this afternoon. Ding. Hey, where are we meeting this afternoon? I've been missing you so much. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Ding Yuanwu's phone buzzed. Just as he reached for his phone to reply to the streamer, his peripheral vision caught sight of Wu Meili, still motionless. What's the matter? Can't you understand me? Ding Yuanwu's frown carried a certain intimidating force. But clearly, this time it wouldn't scare Wu Meili. But, manager, Mr. Zhang wants to buy a dozen Maybach S680s. Clang! Ding Yuanwu fell from his chair to the floor, his eyes going blank. You, say that again? A dozen Maybach S680s. Holy! This is the real deal. My own big brother. I've been neglecting you, little brother? Ding Yuanwu let out a startled cry and bolted out of the office in a flash. Manager Ding, what exactly are you implying? Zhang Yuan stared in astonishment at Ding Yuanwu, who had slid to his knees before him. For a moment, he couldn't fathom the man's intentions. Could it be that he was trying to show off how clean the Mercedes dealership was, with floors so smooth you could practically skate on them? Mr. Zhang. I was rude earlier. Please forgive me. I heard you want to buy a dozen Maybachs? Ding Yuanwu rose from the floor as if nothing had happened, approaching Zhang Yuan with an obsequious air. The smile on his face was layered like a chrysanthemum. Yes, I just mentioned it to Miss Wu, didn't I? I know. I just wanted to ask, how much is a dozen? 4 or 5, I suppose. Do you have any in stock? Thud. Before Zhang Yuan could finish his sentence, Ding Yuanwu's eyes rolled back and he fainted, his bald head smashing into the floor so hard it nearly cracked the tiles. Seeing this, the sales staff rushed over to rescue Ding Yuanwu. Some pressed his acupressure point, others poured water down his throat. One ambitious salesman, desperate to advance, even went all out, preparing to give manager Ding mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Li Na's face turned pale instantly. She reached out and covered Zhang Yuan's eyes. Kids, don't watch. Hey, Nana, you're being a real killjoy. This is the best part, and you won't let me watch? Zhang Yuan chuckled, playfully slapping Li Na's pert behind, causing the famous influencer's cheeks to flush slightly. Fortunately, Ding Yuanwu regained consciousness at the critical moment. Ignoring the large bump on his head, he performed a somersault and fell again. After scrambling to his feet, he brushed the dust off his clothes and nonchalantly approached the group, casually directing the sales staff back to their posts. Manager Ding, what impressive skills! Never expected to find such talent at a Mercedes-Benz dealership. Truly eye-opening. Zhang Yuan praised repeatedly. Ding Yuanwu gave a shy smile. I'm afraid I've embarrassed myself, Mr. Zhang. It's just that this country bumpkin hasn't seen much of the world and got a little too excited. No worries. You'll get used to it. You can get used to this? Wu Meili was a bit bewildered. This Mr. Zhang sure had an unusual way of doing things. Li Na, however, seemed unfazed. After all, she'd weathered the earlier 30 million yuan gift incident, so she'd developed a bit of resilience. Alright, Manager Ding, let's get down to business. Do we really have that many Maybach S680s in stock? Zhang Yuan dropped his smile and asked seriously. Well, Mr. Zhang, to be perfectly honest, we only have 2 of these luxury cars in stock at our dealership. If you need more, we'd have to transfer them from other locations, but that would take a bit longer. Zhang Yuan thought for a moment and decided against it. Since there were only 2 available, he'd just buy those 2. He'd buy some luxury cars from other brands later. Otherwise, having only Maybachs would seem a bit monotonous. 2 will do. Prepare the contracts. We'll sign them together shortly. Oh, and give me your account details. I'll transfer a deposit now to put your minds at ease. Zhang Yuan's thoughtfulness brought tears to Ding Yuanwu's eyes. What a good man. Mr. Zhang, you're so generous. No need to say more. I'll give you a 3% discount on the total price of all the cars you're purchasing today. This is the maximum discount I can offer. Ding Yuanwu decisively offered his sincerity to repay Zhang Yuan, his big brother. But unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan's expression darkened and he shot Ding Yuanwu a dangerous look. This bastard. I came to Mercedes-Benz with good intentions to buy a car and help you meet your sales target, yet instead of rewarding me, you try to screw me over with discounts. This is outrageous. Ding Yuanwu had no idea why this big brother had suddenly turned so grim, and panic instantly gripped his heart. Mr. Zhang, is the discount percentage too low? Hold on a moment. I'll take a chance and call headquarters right now to demand more discounts. Gritting his teeth, Ding Yuanwu made to pull out his phone. Zhang Yuan quickly stopped him. Don't do it. Manager Ding, are you trying to screw me over? With the economy slowing down, every industry is struggling. As a citizen, I should contribute my modest efforts to boost consumption. Forget about discounts. I'll pay full price. If you dare give me even a single discount, I'll turn around and walk right out to buy from the BMW dealership next door. Zhang Yuan's words were as firm as iron, leaving no room for negotiation. Ding Yuanwu thought he must have misheard. Wait, this guy not only refuses discounts but insists on paying full price? Sweetheart. This guy's a god-tier spender. 2 streams of tears finally spilled down his cheeks. Ding Yuanwu knelt before Zhang Yuan with a thud, clutching his thigh. Big brother. From this day forward, you are my big brother. That level of ideological awareness is just too high-end. This little brother is truly impressed. I'll prepare the contract for you right away. Only then did Zhang Yuan nod in satisfaction. Damn it, a 3% discount would mean over $1,000,000. If he gave that away, wouldn't he be short 2 million? Back and forth, that's 3 million gone, utterly terrifying. No discounts, not a single penny. Li Na and the sales staff who witnessed the entire scene were left speechless. They never dreamed anyone could haggle like this. For a moment, everyone's gaze toward Zhang Yuan brimmed with admiration. This man was truly a saint. Chapter 91, The BBA Trinity. Meili, go fetch that box of pu'er tea from my office. Ding Yuanwu's eyes gleamed as he directed his subordinates, some fetching stools, others gathering documents. He paid no attention to the other customers still in the store. Are you kidding? A real big shot who was about to close a deal for 10 S-classes and 2 Maybach S680s was right in front of him. Why bother distracting himself with others' feelings? Even a fool could see which option to choose. Manager Ding, please don't bother. I don't drink tea, Zhang Yuan said, looking at Ding Yuanwu with some surprise. This was the first time he'd ever received such an enthusiastic welcome. Previously, whether it was manager Zhou from Wanjin Properties or attorney Lu from Yunhai Law Firm, both social elites in their own right had shown considerable deference to appearances. But Ding Yuanwu? He didn't give a damn about appearances. No wonder he's the sales manager at a Mercedes-Benz dealership. His interpersonal skills are truly superior. Zhang Yuan gave Ding Yuanwu a thumbs up in approval. Brother Zhang, you flatter me. This is simply my duty. Ding Yuanwu waved his hands repeatedly, his smile growing even brighter. Brother Zhang, the contract is ready. What do you think? Alright, Nana. Since Xiaoqing isn't here today, you'll fill in for her. Sorry to inconvenience you. Li Na shook her head hastily. Boss. It's no trouble at all. It's my honor. She then took the contract and examined it carefully, occasionally pulling out her phone to look up relevant clauses. After confirming everything was in order, she nodded and said, Boss, the Mercedes dealership shouldn't have any tricks up their sleeve with this contract. It's just a standard template. Got it. Zhang Yuan wasted no time, pulling out his phone to initiate the transfer. Since the system activated, all restrictions on his bank card had been lifted, and his privileges were elevated to the highest level. He had instantly become a VIP user at China Construction Bank, automatically granting him all the privileges of a diamond black gold card. The only thing holding him back was that he hadn't found the time to get a physical card yet. The 30% deposit stipulated in the contract amounted to just a few million yuan, which Zhang Yuan transferred effortlessly. When Ding Yuanwu instructed the finance department to check the payment confirmation and confirmed it had gone through, he instantly became even more enthusiastic. Rubbing his hands together as he approached Zhang Yuan, he exclaimed, Brother Zhang, you're so generous. Brother Zhang, declining our offer is your choice, but our Mercedes dealership wouldn't go that far. I just consulted our management, and they've approved converting your entire discount into various benefit packages. This includes lifetime maintenance for all 10 S-Class vehicles, plus free repairs for any issues arising within the next year. Just bring them in any time. Additionally, for your 2 Maybach S680s, beyond these benefits, we can add some extra accessories. Would you like us to install them right now? Whatever you think is best, Zhang Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Just handle it as you see fit. Ding Yuanwu sighed with admiration once more. Young, accomplished, and decisive leaders like Zhang Yuan are truly rare these days. Meeting him was a blessing in his lifetime. He must not show the slightest disrespect. With this resolve, Ding Yuanwu silently vowed to deliver all 12 vehicles to their designated locations within the day. Li Na had already informed him that the vehicles were to be transported directly back to Wanjin Tower. That was one of the most prestigious commercial towers in all of Rongqing. The fact that brother Zhang Yuan had holdings there made his influence truly unfathomable. While the dealership bustled with cheerful activity, not far outside, Li Pang and Li Zhengtian finally spotted their reinforcements. A pot-bellied middle-aged man drove a Wuling Hongguang to a thunderous halt right in front of them. The door swung open, and a dozen burly movers leaped out, each with menacing expressions and thick, muscular builds, clearly not people to be trifled with. Upon recognizing the middle-aged man leading them, Li Pang was overjoyed and hurried forward. Uncle Zhao, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you like crazy. Zhao Mengyuan frowned as he shook Li Peng's hand, then coldly demanded, Little Peng, which blind bastard crossed you? Tell Uncle Zhao this, damn it, today I'm making him pay. Li Peng jumped at the threat. He hadn't planned on actually beating Zhang Yuan up. These porters before him were all bulging with muscle. One wrong move and they could easily beat someone to death. He just wanted to vent his anger. Why make such a big deal out of it? Uncle Zhao, it's not that serious. It's just a minor friction, no need for bloodshed. Besides, we live in a society governed by law now. We have to follow the rules. Li Peng hurriedly tried to calm Zhao Mengyuan. Being a law-abiding citizen. I've seen through it all. This society is a meat grinder. People without money never get a fair shake. Zhao Mengyuan's heated words left Li Peng utterly bewildered. This uncle of mine had always been quite amiable, especially after establishing himself in Rongqing. He cultivated the demeanor of a successful businessman, every gesture radiating the air of a man who'd made it. So why was he acting like a disgruntled youth now? Uncle Zhao, have you run into trouble with your business lately? Li Peng asked quietly. Ah. Zhao Mengyuan sighed, shaking his head. Not long ago, I had a disagreement with a young guy at the foot massage shop. That bastard just threw money at opening another supermarket right next to my store. Every day they're giving away free stuff like crazy, and they've snatched up all my customers. Now my Ping'an supermarket has already been driven out of business 3 times. You tell me if I'm worried or not? Well, since you've run into trouble today too, Uncle Zhao's taking this chance to vent. Don't worry, I know my limits. Zhao Mengyuan's gloomy expression left Li Peng utterly baffled. Is Rongqing really that messed up? Could any random youngster take down a veteran who owns 3 supermarkets? That's terrifying. Yuan was a bit more comfortable. Li Peng felt a faint wave of hesitation wash over him. But the moment he saw Li Na and that bastard getting cozy at the dealership, rage surged back through him. Alright. Uncle Zhao, today we're both going to let off some steam. Come on, everyone follow my nephew inside. Don't bring weapons, or we'll get charged with armed brawling. Zhao Mengyuan still retained a shred of reason. With a wave of his hand, over a dozen burly men stormed toward the dealership. What's going on here? 2 burly security guards stepped forward without a hint of fear, scolding Zhao Mengyuan and his group with righteous indignation. Get lost. Right on. A dozen laborers advanced with savage grins, their sheer numbers instantly intimidating the 2 guards into retreating obediently to the side. One of them, however, pulled out a walkie-talkie and called for backup at breakneck speed. Guys, grab your gear. Trouble's brewing at the Mercedes dealership. BMW dealership copy. Audi dealership copy. BBA Trinity, damn it, let's take them down. Chapter 92, Li Peng was stunned. Li Na. Get your ass over here. Li Peng was followed by over a dozen burly men, his confidence soaring higher than ever. He slammed his fist into the trunk of the nearby Mercedes-Benz E-Class, leaving a deep dent. The crowd inside the dealership stared at the scene, momentarily frozen in shock. Zhang Yuan frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. So many reinforcements called in by Li Peng meant today was shaping up to be a marathon. He wondered if Li Na could even keep up. Even now, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but take a moment to admire Li Na's stunning figure. He had no intention of going toe-to-toe with him. Taking on over 10 opponents alone? That would be sheer folly. Moreover, judging by their attire, these were all manual laborers with considerable strength. 1 or 2 might be manageable, but 3 or more. Even Zhang Yuan, who'd been fighting since childhood, knew better than to confront them head-on. Nana, watch my signal. Run when I tell you to. Zhang Yuan pulled Li Na close and whispered. Ha? Run? Li Na stared at Zhang Yuan in utter surprise. She never imagined that when trouble came knocking, her boss's first instinct would be to run away. But after a moment's thought, Li Na looked at her boss with a hint of admiration. The ability to bend and stretch, that's what makes a true man. What's this about? Ding Yuanwu stood his ground without a hint of fear. Pointing his finger right at Li Peng's nose with righteous indignation, he demanded, "What's this? You're here to cause trouble at our Mercedes-Benz dealership? You better think this through. Do you even have the guts to pull a scam like this? And that E-Class you just wrecked? If you don't give me a proper explanation today, not a single one of you is leaving." Li Peng was stunned speechless by Ding Yuanwu's torrent of words. Not only that, but with all these guys behind me, you've got the nerve to point your finger right at me and start yelling? What a bold move. Are all people from Rongqing this bold? Move aside. I'm not here to pick a fight with you. We'll deal with the car later, worst case, I'll buy it. Hey, you. Let go of Li Na. What the hell do you think you're doing? Li Peng glared at Zhang Yuan and the other guy whispering together, his nose practically crooked with rage. They really don't think much of themselves. Uncle Zhao, that guy. Not only did he steal my blind date, but he humiliated me too. He cursed out every ancestor in my Li family for 8 generations. You're gonna help me get revenge today. Li Peng pointed at Zhang Yuan, his hand trembling with rage. Zhao Mengyuan was getting on in years and had some presbyopia. From a distance, he couldn't quite make out who Li Peng was pointing at. Don't worry, Xiao Peng. Uncle Zhao will definitely get you revenge today. Zhao Mengyuan took 2 steps forward as he spoke, trying to get a better look at the man Li Peng was pointing at. Following behind him, the dozen or so porters who only took orders from him also moved forward. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Most of the crowd hadn't witnessed such a scene in years. The timid ones had already slipped out quietly, watching the drama unfold through the shop window. The more resourceful salespeople pulled out their phones to call the police, vividly describing the impending tragedy and giving the local hat-wearing officer quite a scare. In this day and age, a mass brawl? If word got out, it would cause an absolute uproar. After the situation was reported up the chain, the nearby police station dispatched every available officer they could find. The sound of sirens blared through the sky. What are you doing? Let me make this clear. This is our most esteemed customer. He just ordered 10 Mercedes-Benz S-classes and 2 Maybach S680s and one go over 20 million yuan total. If anything happens to him, none of you will get away with it. You'll all go down. Ding Yuanwu was startled by the scene, his face pale as he issued a warning. But Zhao Mingyuan wasn't afraid of any of this. He'd been a hothead since childhood, landing in jail countless times. A seasoned veteran of the underworld, he completely ignored Ding Yuanwu's words. Get out of my way. Zhao Mingyuan shoved Ding Yuanwu aside. Old Ding stumbled backward. Though terrified, the thought of the 12 luxury cars Zhang Yuan had bought for him filled him with a surge of courage. An inexplicable courage surged within him, and he was about to rush forward to stop Zhao Mingyuan's wicked deed. Thud. After a porter kicked him hard in the shins, Ding Yuanwu fell straight to his knees before Zhao Mingyuan. Instantly, his face turned as red as a monkey's butt. This was embarrassing. Ugh. As Zhao Mingyuan drew closer to Zhang Yuan, he could make out the young man's features more clearly. You are. Zhao Mingyuan furrowed his brow, his mind racing through memories until it settled on that young man he'd never forget, even if he turned to dust. You're the owner of that foot massage parlor. You've been a long time coming. Zhao Mingyuan's heart-wrenching scream startled Li Peng. He'd thought Zhang Yuan had been killed, so he rushed over, desperate to salvage the situation. Uncle Zhao. Don't kill him. Thud. The sound echoed exactly like Ding Yuanwu's earlier kneeling. Zhao Mingyuan knelt before Zhang Yuan. Big brother. Please spare me. It was just a verbal altercation, yet you've wrecked my 3 supermarkets. Even the fiercest anger must cool down eventually. These brothers behind me have had it rough just trying to scrape by. Give us a way to survive. Zhao Mingyuan's tearful plea left Li Peng frozen in place. Zhang Yuan was also a bit dazed. This man seemed vaguely familiar. And he knew I owned a foot massage parlor. You're that owner of Ping'an Supermarket, the one driving the BMW 7 Series? Yes. Brother, that's me. Zhao Mingyuan nodded frantically, rushing forward to grab Zhang Yuan's leg as he continued his tearful plea. BMW 7 Series? I'm driving a Wuling Hongguang now. Please stop using your powers. We've poured so much money into this, giving it away for free to the old folks in the neighborhood as welfare. We really can't keep this up. What are you all standing around for? Come beg the boss. Zhao Mingyuan shot a look of frustration at the hesitant porters, yelling, if we can't change the boss's mind today, we'll all end up begging for scraps. Thud. Thud. A long line of people suddenly knelt before him, sending a chill down Zhang Yuan's spine. This script seems off. Wait, Mr. Zhao, what are you doing? I've already shut down 3 of your supermarkets. Now you're coming after me to finish me off? Zhang Yuan was the type who responded better to reason than force. If Zhao Mingyuan and his men had beaten him up, he probably would have fought back without a second thought and then tried to escape. Instead, these guys just suddenly knelt down in a muddled heap. Men in their 30s and 40s, crying their eyes out. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan felt a pang of guilt. Bro, we live in a society governed by law now. Why bring up that violent nonsense? We're all upstanding citizens now, no more ganging up on people. Thank goodness I ran into you today. Otherwise, I'd have been at a loss. I've been to Golden Impression so many times looking for you, but you were nowhere to be found. Thank heavens I finally tracked you down. Zhao Mingyuan launched into another round of tearful complaints, leaving Zhang Yuan utterly at a loss. He glanced helplessly at Lina, only to find the girl covering her mouth to stifle her laughter, occasionally shooting him playful glances. She was clearly here to enjoy the show. Without missing a beat, Zhang Yuan gave Lina's pert behind a firm squeeze, shot her a withering look, then turned his attention back to Zhao Mingyuan. Alright. Everything's negotiable. Just get up first. I won't get up until you agree. Fine, I agree. Thanks, big bro. Zhao Mingyuan finally exhaled in relief and sprang to his feet. He then dragged the dazed Li Peng over and dumped him in front of Zhang Yuan. Brother, this is the jerk who sent me to cause trouble for you. What should we do with him? Uncle Zhao, what are you doing? Li Peng was utterly dumbfounded. Was this really the same Uncle Zhao who gave him red envelopes during festivals? He seemed like a complete stranger. Chapter 93, Strawberry Flavor. Uncle Zhao, you can't do this to me. My dad and you are brothers. Li Peng was getting flustered. How do you deal with being stabbed in the back by your own uncle? Need advice ASAP. Zhao Mingyuan merely sneered coldly. Cut the bull. I served 5 years in prison for your Li family, and in the end, I didn't get a damn thing out of it. Now that they see my business is booming, they rush over to claim kinship? Think I'm stupid? Zhao Mingyuan understood the situation clearly. The Li family was merely clinging to the remnants of their former glory. In reality, their key figures were either dead or behind bars, long gone were their former glory days. They only had some connections through Yuan Guang. In Rongqing, they weren't worth a damn. But this young man, Zhang Yuan, had truly delivered a crushing blow. Meng Yuanyuan, dazed by a barrage of punches, had only recently come to his senses. His modest achievements meant nothing in the eyes of Rongqing's true power players. You think they're going to play business games with you? In reality, they'd just dump 10 million on the table and start a cash brushing contest. Whoever ran out first lost. Meng Yuanyuan scraped together every last penny he could muster, even pawning off his BMW 7 Series. Yet the other parties showed no sign of backing down. 3 supermarkets were ground into oblivion like this. And it's only been a few days? If this kept up, the laborers he was keeping around wouldn't just be useless for tasks, they'd tear him apart in a heartbeat. So Li Pang, this guy who clearly had a grudge against Zhang Yuan, was completely off Meng Yuanyuan's radar. In Yuanguang, I might have grudgingly called you young masterly, but in Rongqing, you're nothing but a bloody clown. You expect me to help you when interests are at stake? Dream on. Zhang Yuan watched with relish as Meng Yuanyuan cut ties with his own kin for the greater good. For a moment, he was genuinely impressed by the man's decisiveness. No wonder he's managed to open so many supermarkets. He's got some real talent. Enough, Mr. Zhao. To me, this guy's nothing but a clown. There's really no need to target him. But since you're from the same place as him, I need to trouble you with a favor. Seeing Meng Yuanyuan's willingness to admit his mistake, Zhang Yuan was willing to give him another chance. True to form, Meng Yuanyuan replied without hesitation, just give the word, big brother. I still have some standing in Yuanguan. At least more useful than the Li family is now. Alright, your willingness is appreciated. I'll reach out when the time comes. Zhang Yuan pulled out his phone to add Meng Yuanyuan as a contact, then leaned in to whisper a few more words. Meng Yuanyuan occasionally shot Li Pang chilling, icy glances, sending shivers down the young man's spine. Li Zhangtian, who couldn't get a word in edgewise, sensed trouble brewing and hurriedly tried to find Li Na to plead his case. After all, he was still a security guard at the Li family factory, relying on them for his livelihood. Nana, uncle was wrong earlier. I messed up. Li Pang only made that mistake because he cares so much about you. Could you please talk to Mr. Zhang and convince him not to pursue this? Li Zhangtian pleaded with a pained expression, but Li Na ignored him completely. The way you handled things just now showed no mercy whatsoever. Besides, how could an employee like me possibly stop a boss from doing what he wants? Go talk to him yourself. Li Zhangtian was furious at his niece's ruthless demeanor and raised his hand to slap her. But upon catching Zhang Yuan's icy glare, he quickly smirked and pretended to scratch his head. Li Zhangtian, is it? After settling the matter, Zhang Yuan approached Li Na and casually wrapped his arm around her slender waist. I respect you as Li Na's uncle, so I won't hold this against you. But if you ever pull something like this again, I swear I'll have you locked up. No, I won't. Li Zhangtian was startled. He was just an ordinary security guard, how could he dare to talk back to a big shot like Zhang Yuan? Seeing he couldn't change his niece's mind, he can only retreat dejectedly to the side, waiting quietly for Zhang Yuan's final decision. Alright, Mr. Zhao, that's basically the situation. I'm not one for complications. Just like when we first met, if something bothers me, I'll just throw money at it and buy the foot massage parlor outright. If you handle this well, I'll personally invest a few tens of millions into your Pinyin supermarket. The exact amount will depend on whether my girlfriend is satisfied. Li Na froze completely at Zhang Yuan's words. Girlfriend? Is he talking about me? Struck by this sudden surprise, Li Na felt a bit dizzy. Her gaze toward Zhang Yuan took on an inexplicably tender quality. Don't worry, boss. I'll take care of it immediately. It'll be done for you this afternoon. Guys, let's go. We're heading to Yuanguang. Having witnessed Zhang Yuan lavishly purchasing the foot spa shop with his own money, Meng Yuanyuan harbored not a shred of doubt about this young man's words. Overflowing with excitement, he led his men out of the Mercedes-Benz dealership. The group shouted as they squeezed into a Wuling Hongguang minivan and sped off. Left behind, Li Pang and Li Zhangtian stood dumbstruck, exchanging bewildered glances. How had things taken such a sudden turn for the worse? Uncle Li, don't we still have something to do? Come on, let's hurry and get it done. Li Pang tried to slip away, but Ding Yuanwu grabbed him by the arm. Think you can run? Not a chance. You haven't compensated me for the trunk of my E-Class yet. Ding Yuanwu's righteous indignation made Zhang Yuan want to laugh. This guy sure does have a lot of lines. Boss, what did you just say? I'd love to hear that again. Li Na's eyes sparkled as she looked at Zhang Yuan. Ahem. Manager Ding, it's time to sign the contract. Zhang Yuan changed the subject. With so many people around, it wasn't the right time for flirting. Got it, boss. Ding Yuanwu tossed Li Pang to the 2 security guards who had just arrived late, then scurried over to Zhang Yuan. The guys from the BMW and Audi dealerships, arriving a step too late to catch the excitement, expressed regret. To make their trip worthwhile, they all pitched in, surrounding Li Pang and Li Zhangtian. The 2 men were like small boats tossed in a storm, drifting uncertainly amidst waves of burly men. By the time Uncle Hat arrived, Li Peng and Li Zhangtian had been beaten into a tearful mess. Seeing Uncle Hat was like seeing a long-lost relative, and their wails pierced the sky. Ding Yuanwu called over Wu Meili to handle the contract signing with Zhang Yuan, then immediately rushed over to negotiate with Uncle Hat. He recounted Li Peng's misdeeds in meticulous detail. The dent on the trunk of that Mercedes-Benz E-Class was clearly visible. With both eyewitnesses and physical evidence present, and Ding Yuanwu refusing to settle, Li Peng could only be taken back obediently for investigation. The farce gradually drew to a close. After signing the contract, Ding Yuanwu patted his chest and assured them he would immediately arrange for a transport vehicle to safely deliver the 12 luxury cars to the designated location. Only then did Zhang Yuan and Li Na step out of the dealership. In the car, Li Na looked at Zhang Yuan with a flushed face. "Boss, now that no one's around, I want to hear that line you just said." "What line?" Zhang Yuan continued to play dumb. "You know, that thing you said." "Which one?" "You women always leave things hanging." "Oomph. I'm ignoring you." As the slightly older sister, Li Na couldn't get the upper hand with Zhang Yuan, and she pouted her little mouth in a sulky manner. Zhang Yuan, however, chuckled as he tickled Li Na, instantly breaking her defenses. "Boss. You're so mean." This time, Li Na used a cute, childlike voice, adorable and full of charm, creating a striking contrast. Zhang Yuan didn't respond, just silently watching her, making her feel a bit nervous. The atmosphere inside the car grew increasingly charged. Li Na bit her lip and slowly closed her eyes. Zhang Yuan sensed the moment and leaned in. "Mum." Today, Li Na was wearing strawberry-flavored lipstick, sweet and delicious. Chapter 94, Regret. Outside Shuangliu police station. Li Zhangtian crouched by the roadside, his face blank with confusion. His simple mind still couldn't grasp why the backup Li Peng had called ended up siding with the enemy. Not only did they refuse to back Li Peng, they turned on him right there, betraying him completely. That alone would have been bad enough at worst, they could have just left. Once back in Yuanyuan, Li Peng had plenty of ways to deal with Li Na's family. But to make matters worse, Li Peng had gone and smashed the trunk of an E-Class Mercedes inside the dealership. After Ding Yuanwu refused mediation, Li Peng not only had to compensate for the damage but was also detained for 5 days. Now Li Zhangtian was stuck, neither able to leave nor stay. They'd arrived together, but now only one would return. How was he supposed to explain this to Li Peng's family? That was his boss, after all. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The Li family might be in decline now, but they're still not a force a mere security guard can afford to provoke. Li Na, you've really done me in this time. It was just a blind date. How did it turn out like this? Li Zhangtian slapped his forehead in frustration. He deeply regretted losing his temper back then, actually trying to slap Li Na in front of that big boss. Clunk, clunk, clunk. A jarring noise echoed through the air. Li Zhangtian looked up and was startled to see a beat-up Wuling Hongguang parked right in front of him. "Found you here after all. Get her in the car. Back to Yuanyuan." "Got it, boss." The Wuling Hongguang's door swung open abruptly. A group of burly men leaped out, shoving Li Zhangtian into the vehicle before he could utter a word. What are you doing? This is a police station." Squeezed between several men, Li Zhangtian could smell nothing but engine oil and the sour sweat of these burly guys, making it nearly impossible to breathe. "Oomph, old dang, shut the hell up and show us the way back to your place. If we don't settle this today, you're gonna suffer." Zhao Mengyuan turned with a vicious grin and glared at Li Zhangtian, instantly silencing the old man. He dared not struggle anymore. Li Zhangtian had spent most of his life in Yuanguang and knew Zhao Mengyuan, the former enforcer for the Li family, all too well. He dared not utter another word. Though he didn't understand their intentions, given the current situation, he likely faced no immediate danger. He just needed to follow their lead. Soon, the Wuling Hongguang sped onto the highway, heading toward Li Zhangtian's hometown. 2 hours later, the vehicle pulled up beside an old street in Yuanyuan County. Li Zhangtian tremblingly pointed ahead, forcing back the churning in his stomach as he said, "It's right there. Let's go, brothers." Zhao Mengyuan yanked open the door and strode out first. Behind him, only 5 or 6 burly men remained, supporting the now exhausted Li Zhangtian as they followed Zhao Mengyuan closely. As he walked, Zhao Mengyuan pondered the task Zhang Yuan had entrusted to him. "Old Zhao, take this old fool back. Settle the rent Li Na's family owed them over the years, cover it for me. Once everything's wrapped up, bring everyone back. I'll contact you again later." To others, this might seem complicated. After all, they were in unfamiliar territory and couldn't even locate the person. But for Zhao Mengyuan, who had lived in Yuanyuan for decades, it was no big deal. Even without that old fool Li Zhangtian, he could easily locate Li Na's mother. Still, playing it safe, Zhao Mengyuan turned back midway and tracked down Li Zhangtian. When the group arrived at a 4-story, ordinary self-built house, a burly woman in her 50s sitting by the doorway stared wide-eyed at Li Zhangtian. "Old Li, weren't you supposed to take Director Li to Ronqing to find Li Na? Why are you back so suddenly? Did that deadbeat girl Li Na refuse to meet you? I told you that ungrateful brat was a white-eyed wolf." Her own mother couldn't talk some sense into her and you wouldn't listen. You had to make that wasted trip. Now look what you've done, you've offended directly. Tomorrow we're taking gifts to apologize at their doorstep. Otherwise, you're not fit to be a security guard. The plump woman stood up abruptly and unleashed a torrent of abuse at Li Zhangtian. But mid-rant, she sensed something was off. Why are there so many men with menacing looks hanging around my husband? Old Li, who are they? Shut up. Go get Li Na's mom down here. We need to settle this. Li Zhangtian's face flushed crimson as he struggled to speak. The plump woman looked puzzled. Why settle accounts all of a sudden? Mind your own business. Li Na hooked up with some big boss in Rongqing and he just had Li Peng thrown in the police station. We can't afford to cross him. What? The plump woman doubted her own ears, wondering if she'd misheard. Li Peng got arrested? What kind of fairy tale is this? The Li family was a notorious local powerhouse in Yuanguang. Even in Rongqing, they shouldn't be so easily manipulated. The plump woman wanted to ask for clarification, but Zhao Meng Yuan was already growing impatient. What the hell are you babbling about? Get someone out here fast. I'm in a hurry. Did you hear that? Hurry up. This is Zhao Meng Yuan we're talking about. Li Zhangtian whispered. The plump woman jumped in fright. She'd clearly heard of Zhao Meng Yuan's notorious reputation and dared not utter another word. She hurried upstairs. Old Li. Get your ass out here. Just as Zhao Meng Yuan was patiently waiting, a somewhat urgent voice rang out from the street. Turning around, Zhao Meng Yuan immediately frowned. Li Laosan? Zhao Meng Yuan? Li Peng's father stared at Zhao Meng Yuan in utter shock. He never imagined that this former enforcer for the Li family would suddenly appear at Li Zhangtian's house. But recalling the phone call his son Li Peng had made earlier, old Third Li's face flushed crimson as he stormed over. Zhao Meng Yuan, you son of a. The Li family treated you well, didn't we? And now you're selling out Li Peng for some outsider? Li Laosan, what the hell are you babbling about? I've had nothing to do with your family since I got out of prison. Say another word to me, and I'll cripple you on the spot. Zhao Meng Yuan, preoccupied with the business he'd painstakingly built, couldn't be bothered with Li Laosan's nonsense. He spat out the threat and glared at him. You? Li Laosan, who'd rarely been involved in the family's dirty business, was already at a disadvantage in sheer presence. He truly dared not cross Zhao Meng Yuan. After all, the burly men surrounding Zhao Meng Yuan clearly weren't the kind his own handful of henchmen could handle. Fine. I'll remember this. Li Laosan had arrived in a hurry and now slunk away, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. When had the Li family become such a joke? Only Zhao Meng Yuan understood, times had changed. The old ways of the Li family were long outdated, utterly unsustainable in today's world. At best, they could open a small factory back home and live an ordinary life. Nothing like old Zhao here, whose career had not only blossomed into a second spring but was poised for a third. Thankfully, we arrived just in time. Otherwise, Mr. Zhang's girlfriend's family might have been taken away by old Li's third son. Once they're inside his factory, it'd be a real headache to handle. Zhao Meng Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, then turned his gaze to the elderly woman descending the stairs with a puzzled expression. You must be Li Na's mother? Who are you? Never mind who I am. I'm here to take you to Rongqing for a better life. Zhao Meng Yuan cut to the chase, pulling the old lady straight into the car and dragging the youngster trailing behind her up as well. I'm not wasting time arguing with you. Here's 100,000 yuan, enough to cover your rent. Before getting in, Zhao Meng Yuan tossed a black bag to Li Zhangtian. Li Zhangtian accepted it with a bitter expression. He knew full well that from this day forward, he would likely have no further connection to Li Na's family. Even if Li Na became a phoenix rising from the ashes someday, it wouldn't cost him a single penny. What a pity. My eyesight's failing me. I actually thought of taking Li Peng to meet Nana for a blind date. If only I'd waited a little longer, we might have had a better life. For a moment, Li Zhangtian was filled with regret. Chapter 95, Touching Li Na. Hello, Mom? Are you on your way to Rongqing now? Did a Mr. Zhao come to pick you up? Li Na hung up the phone in confusion and turned to look at Zhang Yuan. Boss, was this your arrangement? Yes. Zhang Yuan nodded. I suspect that Li Peng is a local big shot with some clout around here. I was worried that after he's released, he might harbor a grudge against you and take it out on Auntie. So we'll just have old Zhao bring him to Rongqing. Anyway, you're just renting that old shack from Li Zhangtian. No need to linger. Come over here, find a place to settle down first, and just buy new daily necessities. Li Na looked at Zhang Yuan with gratitude, her gaze growing softer. Boss, you've thought of everything. I don't even know how to thank you. What's there to be surprised about? Zhang Yuan said without batting an eyelid, his gaze drifting toward Li Na's ample bosom. Oomph. You rascal. Li Na switched to a childish voice, pouting at Zhang Yuan. Her coquettish manner sent a tingle through his heart. But there was serious business at hand, so he forced himself to suppress those thoughts. Alright, I'll transfer some relocation funds to you. Once Auntie arrives, have her stay at a hotel, a decent one. As for the house, once Chen Yuqing isn't so busy, I'll have her look around. Chen Yuqing, still in negotiations with the headhunting firm, found herself inexplicably caught in the crossfire. Sneezing repeatedly, she wondered who on earth was talking about her. Zhang Yuan pulled out his phone and swiftly transferred 1 million yuan to Li Na. He continued, "Here's a million for now. If it's not enough, let me know." "Ha?" Li Na was stunned. "Boss, are you trying to keep me as a mistress?" Her gaze lingered on Zhang Yuan, a strange sparkle dancing in her eyes. Zhang Yuan shook his head with a smile. "What are you thinking? Do you really think you're worth 1 million? This is a settlement payment." "Oomph. What's wrong with me?" Li Na, feeling tugged at, grew slightly annoyed and deliberately turned her head away. "Alright, if you want to be capped, this is the allowance." Zhang Yuan sighed helplessly, trying to reason with her. "What if I don't want to be capped?" "Settlement money." Still the same old line. The words she'd hoped to hear weren't there, leaving her somewhat disappointed. Still, a high-caliber guy like Zhang Yuan offering her some security and being so thoughtful was already pretty great. Li Na was actually quite content. After all, she was just a streamer with some online influence. If she tried to bring that into real life, forget crossing class boundaries, most ordinary people wouldn't even give her a second glance. Those top donors who showered her with gifts were only after one thing. Unlike Zhang Yuan, who treated life like a simple difficulty game, savoring every moment. That carefree attitude had Li Na utterly captivated. Otherwise, why would she go out of her way to get close to him? Fortunately, her courage paid off. At the very least, she'd caught Zhang Yuan's attention, no longer just another employee or friend to him. "Boss, thank you." Li Na expressed her gratitude earnestly. Zhang Yuan distinctly sensed the shift in the older woman's tone, feeling deeply moved. This was the allure of money. Without money, no matter how handsome he was or how skilled he was at flirting, he could never have made a girl like Li Na see him differently. Of course, this didn't mean Li Na was materialistic. But without money, nothing Zhang Yuan did would carry the same weight in her eyes. Just like Xia Zhu and the billionaire's daughter, it wasn't the money itself that moved her, but every step that moved her required money. Unbeknownst to himself, Zhang Yuan's cultivation had already reached another level. The BMW Mini glided smoothly along the inner ring road of Rongqing, soon arriving at the underground parking garage of Wanjin Tower. After getting out of the car, Zhang Yuan shared a farewell kiss with Li Na before stepping into the elevator alone. He had just spoken with old Zhao on the phone. They were nearly in Rongqing too. Li Na needed to take care of her mother and younger brother. Given the current state of Zhang Yuan and Li Na's relationship, it wasn't yet time to meet the parents. Even if Zhang Yuan didn't mind, Li Na was a woman who felt deeply uncomfortable about such matters. She wasn't ready yet. Most importantly, she didn't know how to introduce Zhang Yuan to her mother. So she decided not to introduce him at all. "Hey, Xiaoqing, how long until Mr. Qian and the others arrive?" "Half an hour, right?" "Alright, same place as before?" "Then I'll just sit there for a bit. I've been running around all afternoon and I'm really tired." After hanging up with Chen Yuqing, Zhang Yuan waited quietly in the elevator. As the doors opened and he prepared to step out, he found a familiar face standing before him, looking troubled. "Junior? Hong Guang?" Both were taken aback. Especially Hong Guang, his eyes nearly lit up. He had pleaded with Yunyao for ages, finally convincing her to find a way to bring Zhang Yuan to rescue Yuansheng Investment Company. But 2 days had passed, and Yunyao still hadn't given any definite news. She kept saying Zhang Yuan was busy and would contact him once he had time. These past 2 days, Hong Guang had truly experienced the harsh reality of human relationships. Society's cruelest side had laid bare before him. Those who had once been his close friends and brothers seemed to be waiting for Yuansheng to falter, eager to swoop in at rock-bottom prices and snap up its assets. They were determined to push Hong Guang into an abyss from which there was no return. Even his own shareholders avoided him, let alone considering additional investments. The trending topic sparked by Zhang Yuan's lavish gifts worth over 30 million had fully fermented. Half of Rongqing now knew Weilan was a fake high-end coffee shop, and its shareholder was a despicable person. Its reputation was utterly ruined. No one would ever hold out hope for Weilan again. Hong Guang could only watch helplessly as time slipped away, the noose around his neck tightening relentlessly until it finally strangled him. "Junior, can we talk for a moment?" Hong Guang appeared anxious, a stark contrast to his composed demeanor at the gala. Senior Hong Guang, I have something to do later." Zhang Yuan had no desire to engage with Hong Guang directly for the time being. After all, his intentions weren't any different from the others. They were all just trying to scoop up Yuansheng at rock-bottom prices. Facing the aggrieved Hong Guang, Zhang Yuan felt a slight pang of unease. But it was only a little. "Please, Junior, Yuansheng can't hold on any longer. I swear on my life and everything I own, give me just 5 minutes, and I'll change your perception of me and Yuansheng. The Weilan project isn't dead yet, it still has the potential to be revived." Zhang Yuan looked at Hong Guang's earnest expression with some surprise. This senior student certainly had spirit. But it was useless. Though he had money more than he could ever spend. "But I have no intention of bailing Hong Guang out. To secure his investment, one must inevitably pay a price. And the price on the table right now? Hong Guang might not be willing to pay it. Senior, it's not that I won't give you time, but I'm genuinely unavailable today. How about this, I'll have my assistant contact you tomorrow to schedule a meeting. Would that work for you? Though Zhang Yuan's response left Hong Guang anxious, it at least offered a glimmer of hope. He couldn't press further. Nodding with a hint of gloom, Hong Guang gritted his teeth and said, Junior, I'll leave it to you then. I'll be waiting for your assistant's call. Alright, I'll be going then. Zhang Yuan waved his hand and walked away with such effortless grace that Hong Guang couldn't help but feel envious. When would he ever be able to be like this junior classmate? Chapter 96, The Lin Daiyu Vibe. After dismissing Hong Guang, Zhang Yuan headed toward the cafe on the second floor of Wanjin. As he approached the entrance, Chen Yuqing's figure suddenly appeared. This little assistant had been swamped lately coordinating with the renovation company, liaising with headhunters, and conducting background checks on Yuanxing Corporation. In the past few days, she had slept less than 20 hours total. Dark circles had formed beneath her delicate, pretty eyes. Xiaoqing, you can't do everything yourself. You need to rest when you should, Zhang Yuan said, feeling a pang of sympathy for his young assistant. But unexpectedly, Chen Yuqing shot him a withering glare. Fine then, boss. Handling the renovations, hiring, and background checks, it's all yours. You're just sitting around anyway. If you don't know how to do it, you can learn as you go. I think I'll pass. Zhang Yuan was momentarily speechless, awkwardly rubbing his stomach. But he quickly snapped out of it. Holy cow, Chen Yuqing must be getting a bit too cocky. She actually dared to talk back to him. Hey, Xiaoqing, you've gotten a lot bolder lately. Zhang Yuan glared at her. But Chen Yuqing didn't back down. She lifted her little chin defiantly, ready for a showdown. Fine. I give in. I'll give you a raise. Is that good enough? Zhang Yuan spread his hands helplessly, resorting to his old tricks. Sure enough, Chen Yuqing's gloom vanished instantly, replaced by a bright smile. Thanks, boss. You're so generous, you could marry 10,000 wives. Cut it out. 10,000? I can barely handle 3. 3? Chen Yuqing was utterly shocked. She knew the boss was a bit of a playboy, but she never imagined he was this much of one. Realizing he'd let slip too much, Zhang Yuan didn't bother correcting himself. He changed the subject. Alright, enough about that. Let's go inside first. You should have a pretty good grasp of the situation with Qian Yulil by now. Tell me the details. When it came to her professional expertise, Chen Yuqing lost interest in gossip and followed with a serious expression. Boss, the situation with Mr. Qian is pretty much the same as what Jiu Mei told us. There are indeed internal problems within the Qian family. Not only was Qian Lele kicked out of Yule, but her father was also stripped of his shareholder status in Qian Group by the head of the Qian family. Essentially, Qian Lele's family now has absolutely no connection whatsoever to Qian Group, that construction industry giant. That harsh? Zhang Yuan was taken aback. After all, they're blood brothers. Why go this far? Do you know how much of a stake Qian Lele's family held in Qian Group? How much? 5.3%, with a market value exceeding 10 billion. No wonder. Zhang Yuan instantly grasped the root cause of the Qian family feud. It all boils down to money. Some people would fight tooth and nail over a few $100. And this was $1 billion. An astronomical sum most people couldn't earn in several lifetimes. So what's Qian Lele's current attitude? Zhang Yuan pressed further. Her attitude is fine, but her emotions are a bit unstable. Of course. Being stabbed in the back by family out of nowhere would be tough for anyone. It's worse than that, Chen Yuqing paused before adding sympathetically, because the eldest son of the Qian family kicked Qian Lele's family out of the conglomerate. Her mother can no longer receive treatment at Gingyuan Hospital and had to transfer to a community clinic. I heard her condition is critical. She's hanging on by a thread. No way. Jingyuan would go that far? Zhang Yuan was a bit puzzled. After all, it was the most prestigious private hospital in Rongqing. Surely they wouldn't be completely devoid of compassion? It still comes down to money. Jingyuan actually did quite well, providing free treatment to Qian Lele's mother for a period. Only after they genuinely couldn't afford it did they issue the final ultimatum. But you see, Jingyuan is already packed to the gills. Once she's out, getting back in won't be easy, especially without the Chen Group backing her. They won't cut her any slack. What's her mother's illness? Is it expensive to treat? Gaucher disease. It's a manageable genetic disorder, but in Rongqing, only Jingyuan and Huaxi can treat it. But you know Huaxi's situation, they take on rare cases, but for illnesses that clearly require money, they usually won't touch them. Zhang Yuan nodded in agreement. It was indeed true. Huaxi specializes in rare and complex conditions. For illnesses with established treatments, they genuinely aren't that interested. After all, you're not the only one waiting for a lifeline. Some people need it far more urgently. Boss, have you figured out how to invite Mr. Qian? Chen Yuqing asked curiously. In her eyes, Zhang Yuan seemed to have everything under control. There was no problem that could stump him. But this time, Chen Yuqing didn't have much confidence in Zhang Yuan. After all, Qian Lele and Zhang Yuan weren't related by blood or marriage. Zhang Yuan wouldn't just throw money around right off the bat, would he? Then again, who knew? Qian Lele was undeniably stunning. Maybe she'd catch the old lecher's eye. Given his habits, it was entirely possible he'd just throw money at Qian Lele to win her over. But if that happened, the company's internal atmosphere wouldn't be too pleasant going forward. When the boss sets such an example, employees are bound to follow suit. Boss, I really don't think you should throw money around right off the bat this time. Chen Yuqing prepared to give her boss a stern talking to. But Zhang Yuan waved her off, smiling confidently. Don't worry, I've got this covered. It definitely won't involve throwing money around. While we'll still need to spend money in the end, the process won't have any negative repercussions. As she listened to Zhang Yuan's explanation, Chen Yuqing grew increasingly puzzled. Could it be that the boss has connections at Gingyuan Hospital? This is taking cross-industry connections to a whole new level. With her mind full of doubts, Chen Yuqing received a call from Qian Lele. Mr. Qian? Yes, this is the cafe. Just come right in. Chen Yuqing stood up and looked toward the entrance. Zhang Yuan followed her gaze. Sure enough, a somewhat haggard figure walked in. That's Qian Lele? Zhang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of shock in his expression. When Qian Lele approached, Zhang Yuan scrutinized her closely. She wore a simple, solid-colored long dress. Her slender figure was faintly visible beneath the thin fabric, which offered little concealment. Qian Lele's face bore an unmistakable look of exhaustion. It seemed the recent string of devastating news had left her utterly drained. You must be CEO Zhang? It's a pleasure to meet you. Qian Lele lifted her head and forced a smile. Only then did Zhang Yuan get a clear look at her face. Contrary to his expectations, Qian Lele didn't possess the stereotypical appearance of a career woman. Instead, beneath her weary expression, she appeared remarkably fragile, evoking an uncanny resemblance to Lin Dayu. It made one want to pull her close and tease her mercilessly. Hello, President Qian. Just call me Qian Lele, Mr. Zhang. I'm no longer a CEO. Qian Lele offered a wry smile as she shook Zhang Yuan's hand, her mood visibly low. But when she heard Zhang Yuan's next words, the gloom vanished instantly. She sprang to her feet, staring at the man in utter astonishment. Chapter 97, Winning Over Qian Lele. I can arrange for your mother to return to Gingyuan Hospital for treatment. But what can you offer me in return? Zhang Yuan's words struck like a bolt from the blue, sending Qian Lele reeling to her feet in shock. Mr. Zhang, you can't be serious? That's Gingyuan Hospital. Just to get Mom admitted, my dad drank himself silly outside until they finally agreed out of respect for the Chen group. Qian Lele couldn't hide her overwhelming emotion, her eyes welling up with tears. The past period had brought her too many hardships. Losing her job was one thing, and being betrayed by her own family and kicked out of the group was another she could grit her teeth and endure. But what truly haunted Qian Lele was that under such circumstances, her mother had been kicked out of Gingyuan Hospital simply because they couldn't afford it. She'd tried every possible solution, but none could resolve the current predicament. Frankly, Gingyuan wasn't a charity. If you couldn't pay, you couldn't occupy their beds. The extended grace period was granted solely out of respect for Qian Lele's father. Later, Qian Lele sought help from her uncle. But reality was cruel. Not only did her uncle refuse to help, he couldn't even be bothered to see her. Only that bastard cousin, Qianong, reluctantly agreed to intercede with her uncle, but only on the condition that Qian Lele accompany him to entertain his friends. Is this something a human being should do? No matter how desperate Qian Lele was to save her mother, she couldn't possibly stoop to such a degrading act. Now, Zhang Yuan had actually offered to help her mother return to Jingyuan. How could Qian Lele not be astonished? I never joke about matters like this, Zhang Yuan said earnestly. Qian Lele gradually calmed down. Since Zhang Yuan brought up this topic, there must be something about her that he valued. After much thought, aside from her looks, it must be the team she led. My apologies, Mr. Zhang. I got a bit carried away just now. What do you think I can bring to the table? It's simple, a mature online media company team. And it's a complete team that's worked together for years, with exceptional synergy. By cross-referencing the information she had, Qian Lele quickly deduced Zhang Yuan's purpose in approaching her. Clearly, a boss who could afford to buy nearly an entire floor in Wanjin Tower wouldn't go to such great lengths to help someone just because they were somewhat attractive. What he valued was undoubtedly the profit she could generate for him. After all, with money, what kind of woman couldn't he find? Since you've seen through it, Mr. Qian, I won't beat around the bush. Bring your entire team over to join Sunny Media directly. Then I can immediately start arranging the necessary treatment for your mother. Zhang Yuan's decisive tone brought a slight sense of relief to Qian Lele. She had guessed correctly after all. But why did a twinge of unease linger in her heart? Could it be because he never had any intentions toward her at all? Qian Lele couldn't help but smile bitterly inwardly. It seemed she wasn't as attractive to men as she'd imagined. The man before her clearly held little interest in her looks. First, I'm grateful for Mr. Zhang's confidence in me and my team. Qian Lele reined in her emotions, her rationality returning. But my mother's situation is ultimately a personal matter. It shouldn't be entangled in our negotiations. Otherwise, I'd have a hard time explaining it to the colleagues in my team who trust me. Zhang Yuan nodded approvingly at Qian Lele's response. True to her reputation as a formidable figure who carved out a path in Rongqing's media industry, she wasn't easily swayed by emotional reasoning. Qian Lele's stance was now crystal clear. While she sought Zhang Yuan's assistance, negotiations would proceed strictly on their own terms. Everything hinged on tangible benefits. Otherwise, managing her team would become unmanageable. I understand your position, Miss Qian. It's just a matter of compensation. For others, this kind of back and forth would go on until both sides were satisfied. But for me, money isn't the issue. What I value more is your capabilities, Mr. Qian. How about this? If you bring your team to sunny days, everyone's salary and benefits will increase by 30% from their previous ULA compensation. Plus, the company will provide the highest level of social insurance coverage. Furthermore, specifically for you, Mr. Qian, I'll grant you a 20% equity stake. Hold on a moment. Zhang Yuan waved his hand to silence Qian Lele, who was staring wide-eyed and about to speak. This stake isn't being given away for free. I want you to completely crush Yule. Only if you succeed will you truly earn that 20% stake. Qian Lele was stunned for what felt like the umpteenth time. She never imagined that after just a casual meeting, Zhang Yuan would play his trump card. How could she possibly haggle over the price now? She might as well just agree right now. A 30% increase in the entire team's salary potential was an absolutely staggering figure, no matter where you looked. With such an offer on the table, the veteran employees under him wouldn't hesitate for a second. Not to mention Zhang Yuan would also cover the highest tier of social insurance, another massive expense. But setting all that aside, what truly stunned Qian Lele was that Zhang Yuan casually tossed out a 20% stake. That was incredibly generous. Qian Lele was momentarily speechless. After sizing Zhang Yuan up with a slightly suspicious look, a nagging doubt began to stir deep within Qian Lele. Could it be that this Mr. Zhang also had designs on her? Otherwise, how could he possibly offer such generous terms? Mr. Zhang, I need to discuss this with them. After struggling to utter those words, Qian Lele stood up and walked to the side, making call after call. 20 minutes later, her mouth parched, Qian Lele returned to the booth. She smiled and extended her hand. Boss, when can I start? You're welcome anytime. Instead of offering his hand, Zhang Yuan opened his arms with a warm smile. Qian Lele paused, then embraced Zhang Yuan with a hint of embarrassment. Joining Sunny Day will be the best decision you ever make. Zhang Yuan whispered softly into Qian Lele's ear. Thank you for your trust, boss. I'll work my hardest. Qian Lele blushed as she stepped back from Zhang Yuan's warm embrace, responding with confidence. Chen Yuqing, who had been taking notes nearby, pursed her lips. She was unfazed by Zhang Yuan's magnanimity, but instead shook her head slightly at Qian Lele. Looks like it'll be for soon. Sigh. I wonder when it'll be my turn. Could it be that the boss really doesn't like me? Comparing her own stature to Qian Lele's, Chen Yuqing's expression instantly darkened. Why was she born when Qian Lele already existed? Life sure is tough. After Zhang Yuan and Qian Lele reached a preliminary agreement, this meeting concluded on a positive note. To expedite the team's integration and collective onboarding at Sunny Media, and to resolve matters concerning her mother, Qian Lele left the cafe without delay and began contacting the core members of the team. It had only been a few days since they left Yule, and most hadn't found new jobs yet. Got a lot of questions you want to ask? Zhang Yuan watched Qian Lele's slender figure recede into the distance, sighed, then turned to ask his young assistant. Chen Yuqing nodded repeatedly, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Keep it bottled up. Zhang Yuan hadn't forgotten how his assistant had once shut him up with her words. Now, he finally got his revenge. Chen Yuqing froze in place, unable to recover for a long while. Boss. You're so mean. Can you at least tell me what's going on? Chapter 98, The Coerced Sisterly Meng. Listening to his assistant's wails, a smile spread across Zhang Yuan's face. Are you kidding me? How could he possibly explain all this? After all, the matter involving Qianong wasn't over yet. To complete that challenge task now, the best tool person was still Qian Lele. That was the deeper reason behind Zhang Yuan's generous offer. He was counting on Qian Lele to personally bring down Yule and help him complete the task in the process. You can't expect a horse to run fast without feeding it. As for the matter involving Qian Lele's mother, that was even easier to handle. In just a few more days, Zhang Yuan would become a shareholder of Jingyuan Hospital. Though his stake was small, it would secure him a seat on the board. His word carried far more weight than that of ordinary hospital directors or department heads. Getting Qian Lele's mother back into treatment was merely a matter of Zhang Yuan giving the order. It's hardly worth worrying about. Alright, Xiaoqing, what else is on my schedule? Zhang Yuan cut off the conversation. When it came to work, Chen Yuqing didn't press further. She pulled out her little notebook and said, "Nothing for now, boss. But weren't you going to buy a car? When can they deliver it to Wanjin? I secured a long-term lease for 20 parking spots with manager Zhou. That should be sufficient." Zhang Yuan nodded. "That should be about right. But we'll need to ask him for more spots later. I think we'll have to buy a few more." Listening to Zhang Yuan's calm voice, Chen Yuqing inwardly gasped. The boss was just too generous. Talking about buying cars was as easy as buying groceries. "Boss, maybe we should be a bit more frugal?" Chen Yuqing suggested timidly. What's the matter? Already feeling overwhelmed? Ha ha. Not that I can't handle it, but I just don't think our company has that much need for vehicles right now." "You have a point. Let's hold off for now then." Zhang Yuan was surprisingly reasonable. While spending money felt exhilarating, he'd just netted over 20 million at the Mercedes dealership. But spending money without purpose would likely draw unwanted attention. If someone with ulterior motives noticed, his good fortune would likely come to an end. Seeing that Zhang Yuan had taken her advice to heart, Chen Yuqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Sir, what kind of cars did you buy this time?" "Oh, nothing much. 10 Mercedes-Benz S-classes and 2 Maybach S680s. "What?" Chen Yuqing felt a bit dizzy. The boss must be out of his mind. Buying cars in double digits like this, who could handle that? "Oh, come on, you're such a small-minded person." Zhang Yuan pointed at his assistant with exasperation. "It's just over 10 cars. Is this really worth such a big reaction?" "Fine." After being scolded, Chen Yuqing felt utterly helpless. It seemed that working alongside the boss required constant readiness to be stunned. Otherwise, who knew when he'd pull off another grand gesture and give her a heart attack? In reality, Zhang Yuan's motives weren't as simple as Chen Yuqing imagined. Beyond the double cashback, he'd also considered whether to purchase so many luxury cars at once. Later, he realized that not only had he founded a media company, but he was also about to take over shares in Jingyuan Hospital. The number of people under his command would only grow. Zhang Yuan knew his own limitations all too well. He simply didn't have the capacity to manage such a talented team. The only thing he could truly offer was the money in his pocket. And it was precisely this money that perfectly aligned with the most fundamental needs of top talent. These luxury vehicles, each worth over $1 million on average, could be used not only for company operations but also as rewards for subordinates with outstanding performance. With such generous rewards on the table, Zhang Yuan was confident he could win hearts and minds. "Alright, if there's nothing else, get back to work. Remember to prioritize finishing the background check report on Yuancheng Company. My senior probably won't last much longer. He was practically begging me today." At this point, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Looks like Hong Guang isn't doing as well as the counselor made him out to be. A minor crisis was enough to bankrupt him. He had absolutely no resilience against risk. Thinking of the counselor, Zhang Yuan felt a surge of restlessness. Those slender legs paired with that mature, sophisticated vibe, it was just too damn hot. Too bad the counselor was on her period. He'd missed a golden opportunity. The thought left Zhang Yuan deeply frustrated. Under normal circumstances, it was unlikely the counselor would have crossed her own boundaries so easily, let alone engage in intimate activities with him. He'd just have to wait for another chance. After dismissing Chen Yuqing and keeping his assistant busy, Zhang Yuan leisurely finished his coffee before rising to leave. Wonder how things are going with Xiao Mengmeng. With Lucy, that seasoned veteran, handling it, it should be fine. Oh, and we still need to figure out a way to get the senior classmate to go to the 24th floor and sign that agreement. Ugh, why is there always more and more to do? Are all rich people this busy? Zhang Yuan sighed deeply, looking up at the sky. Inhua City, a small county town over 300 kilometers from Rongqing. It took Lucy and Li Meng a full 4 hours by car to reach the entrance of their home. "Lucy, maybe you could wait downstairs for me? I'll go check things out first," Li Meng said hesitantly. She didn't know the background of this woman her brother had brought home, but judging by the Mercedes-Benz van she drove and her refined, intellectual demeanor, it was clear she wasn't someone like her, just a lowly waitress. Standing at the doorstep, Li Meng still wanted to try resolving the family conflict herself. Lucy remained non-committal. She knew exactly why she was here. She was merely here to support Li Meng and offer advice. Solving the problem would ultimately depend on the girl herself. "Alright, call me immediately if anything unexpected happens," Lucy instructed before signaling the driver to find a spot to park. This time, she hadn't come alone. She had brought along the company's dedicated driver, a former military veteran with considerable skills. He could handle most situations with ease. "Got it, thanks, Lucy." Li Meng clasped her hands together apologetically, gave a quick wave, and turned to head upstairs. Before she even entered the house, the familiar sound of an argument drifted out. "Your father's condition is hopeless. Why waste money on him? I know you two sisters have ulterior motives. You're after my demolition compensation. Let me make this perfectly clear, Li Xiao, it's not happening. Unless you agree to marry my son." Hearing her stepmother's shrill voice, Li Meng's expression instantly darkened. Her father had a stable government job and lived frugally, saving over 100,000 yuan. They'd been living comfortably. But then he suddenly contracted an extremely rare genetic disease. While not immediately fatal, it required specialized treatment. The medications weren't covered by medical insurance. This meant most of the expenses had to be covered out of pocket. Li Meng also had an older sister, 2 years her senior, who had been working for some time and had accumulated savings. Combined with her stepmother's 600,000 yuan in relocation compensation, the money was more than sufficient. The problem was that her stepmother also had a son the same age as her sister, who was now at marriageable age. She needed to consider her son's future. Thus, she resolutely refused Li Zhao's desperate pleas. Today, she finally relented, but the price was something Li Meng simply couldn't accept. That stepbrother was nothing but a ne'er-do-well, always hanging around aimlessly and never settling down. If her sister married him, wouldn't she be walking straight into a pit of fire? No way. Sis, you can't agree to this. Chapter 99, what the hell are you thinking? Double the harvest? Li Meng pushed open the door in a fluster. In the small room stood 2 women. One was her own vicious stepmother, the other was her sister, Li Xiao. Meng, why are you back? Didn't I tell you to focus on your work in Rongcheng? Li Xiao was clearly surprised by her sister's return. After speaking on the phone earlier, Li Xiao had learned about her sister's job and offered her full support. She had also assured her sister that family matters were temporarily out of her hands. She had already figured out a solution for their father. There was no way she could stand by and watch their father die because he couldn't afford treatment. Li Meng had taken her words at face value, trusting her sister implicitly. But now it seemed her sister had merely been stalling, wanting to continue negotiating with their stepmother. Li Meng, humph. You're back just in time. Now that both of you sisters are here, I won't hold back. Old Li's illness is a disease of affluence. It can be cured, no problem. But the cost and the favors owed are beyond what an ordinary family can bear. My son has connections that can get old Li admitted to Zhang Yuan Hospital in Rongcheng. All you need to do is agree to my terms, and we'll become even closer kin. Money is the least of our worries. I can put all my demolition compensation toward it. The stepmother's words left Li Xiao looking gloomy, while Li Meng was boiling with rage. So this woman was still scheming against her own sister. You can dream on. Your son? He wants to marry my sister? It's like a toad trying to eat a swan. Li Meng fired back without mercy. With Zhang Yuan backing her up, she felt exceptionally confident now. Especially after seeing the transfer amount her brother had sent her on the way, Li Meng now had only one thought. Hurry up and get father away from this woman. After a lifetime of hard work, her father deserved to enjoy some peace and happiness. Meng, don't be so absolute. We're family after all. Li Zhao's eyes were slightly red as she pulled her sister close, trying to persuade her. Actually, Auntie's son has turned out pretty well now. He even found a job at the factory. Even if I marry into that family, I won't suffer hardship. For Dad's sake, I can do it. Li Meng listened to her sister's words, tears welling up in her eyes. All these years, their father had been in poor health, and it was always her sister who took care of her. Meanwhile, their stepmother spent her days either playing cards or dancing at the square, never lifting a finger to help around the house. If dinner wasn't ready when she came home late, she'd throw a fit. Father's illness was most likely caused by her constant provocation. Sometimes the sisters truly wished their father would separate from the stepmother, but for some reason, he was determined to spend the rest of his life with her. Now the sisters find themselves caught between a rock and a hard place. Sis, stop worrying about Dad. After working in Rongcheng for so long, I'm finally capable of taking care of him. I came back today to take you and Dad to Rongcheng so we can start a new life there. Li Meng avoided mentioning her sister's relationship with her stepmother's son. The very thought made her sick. After living together for so long, forcing her sister to marry her stepbrother, only this stepmother could pull off such a twisted scheme. Li Meng, so your little trip out there broadened your horizons, huh? Feeling pretty cocky now, aren't you? Want to leave? Fine. Just hand over the nursing fees for these past days. The stepmother looked down her nose at Li Meng, her eyes betraying utter contempt for the young girl. Mom, what's going on? Oh, isn't this little Meng? You came back to visit the old man? Li Meng was about to confront her stepmother when a rather revolting voice came from behind her. She turned around and sure enough, it was her stepmother's good-for-nothing son. He was standing at the doorway with a slouch, eyeing her up and down. The lust in his eyes was utterly unmasked. What's this? Little Meng wants to replace your sister? Not that it's impossible. You've been in Rongcheng for so long, you must have picked up a few tricks by now. Let your big brother have some fun, and I'll make sure Mom coughs up the cash. Ha ha ha. Jiang, don't push it too far. Li Xiao said sternly, my sister will never marry you. If anyone's getting married, it's me. Oh my, this is truly touching. Your sisterly bond is so deep it's starting to charm me. Or how about we both get married? Worst case, I'll take the hit and not register the marriage. Jiang remained his usual carefree self, staring at Li Xiao without a hint of fear. Alright, son, watch your tone. The old man is still sleeping in the back room. Instead of scolding Zhang Jiang, his stepmother worried his loud voice might disturb the sister's father. Zhang Jiang, you disgust me. Li Meng's face was cold, her disgust completely unmasked. Whatever. I'll say it again, if you want the money, you'll have to give something in return. It's absolutely impossible otherwise. Think you're some kind of princess? You don't think you're worth hundreds of thousands, do you? I could easily find a girl just like you in Rongqing for a fraction of that. Zhang Jiang tore into Li Meng without a shred of mercy. In his eyes, these women deserved to be berated. If he didn't vent his frustration, they wouldn't listen to a word he said. Besides, he already considered the Li sisters his possessions. No matter how sharp their tongues, they'd never abandon the old man. Sooner or later, they'd be his. At this thought, Zhang Jiang cast a greedy glance at Li Xiao, then shifted his gaze to Li Meng. His mind was already conjuring dozens of different scenarios. Go ahead then. I don't care about your family's money. Li Meng's voice rang out loud and clear, catching both her stepmother and Zhang Jiang off guard. Meng, stop talking. Just go back to Rongqing. With me here, Dad will definitely get better. Worried that her sister's defiant attitude might provoke Zhang Jiang and his mother, Li Xiao hurriedly tried to persuade her. Sis, stop degrading yourself like this. You really don't value yourself at all. Let me tell you the truth, I met a boyfriend in Rongqing. He's handsome and wealthy. He just transferred me 2 million yuan before I came back. Li Meng's words left Li Xiao frozen in place. 2 million? How could that be? Knowing her sister wouldn't believe her easily, Li Meng pulled out her phone and showed her the balance. Staring in disbelief at the staggering number on her sister's screen, Li Xiao was utterly speechless. This is hilarious, Li Meng. They really didn't mess up your name. Dreamer, indeed. Do you even know what 2 million means? Just spouting off, huh? Zhang Jiang mercilessly mocked Li Meng, laughing so hard he doubled over. Is 2 million really that much? Zhang Jiang turned back in confusion. A woman radiating intellectual elegance and an aloof demeanor was glaring at him coldly. Behind her stood a burly man with piercing eyes, clearly no pushover. You scum only bully those weaker than you. Don't spout nonsense when you know nothing. In Mr. Sang's eyes, Ms. Li is worth far more than a measly 2 million. This paltry sum is merely to help treat her father's illness. Ms. Li, are you ready over there? Lucy's gaze softened considerably as she looked at Li Meng. The near-identical mockery made Zhang Jiang's face flush crimson. He dared not utter a single harsh word in front of that burly man, fearing a beating. Li Xiao, meanwhile, regarded Lucy with curiosity. She wondered what kind of big shot her sister had encountered. That even such an elegant woman had been sent to support her, she must be incredibly favored. Chapter 100, The Ailing Tiger. It's almost ready, Lucy. But we might need this gentleman's help. My dad can't walk well right now. He needs someone to support him. Li Meng looked delighted to see Lucy arrive. Even if she showed her stepmother her bank balance, it probably wouldn't make a difference. One wrong move and she might end up being taken advantage of. But Lucy stepping in was different. She was, after all, someone who'd seen the world. When it came to dealing with stepmothers and scoundrels like Zhang Jiang, she had plenty of experience. Sure enough, Lucy's entrance immediately intimidated Zhang Jiang. Her stepmother, however, proved far more troublesome than her own son. Seeing the burly man head toward the bedroom to help the bewildered Li Sanqing out, she immediately grew frantic. What are you doing? Trespassing, is that it? I'm calling the police. Her shrill voice drew neighbors out of their homes to gawk. As the crowd grew larger, she became more and more excited, as if this somehow made her feel powerful again. I'm Li Sanqing's wife. I have primary custody. Taking him away without my consent is kidnapping. It's illegal. Xiao, what's going on here? Meng, you're back? The sister's father looked utterly dejected, but his eyes lit up noticeably when he saw Li Meng. Dad, I'm here to take you to Rongqing for treatment. Li Meng hurried to her father's side and began explaining. Li Sanqing nodded repeatedly as he listened. With a satisfied pat on his daughter's head, he said, Thank you, Meng. You've grown up now, and I shouldn't say much more. I trust your judgment, you won't pick the wrong person. But remember the kindness they've shown us, never forget it for the rest of your life. Dad, I know. A sweet smile spread across Li Meng's face. By the way, Zhang Suying, come here for a moment. Li Sanqing turned to his wife, who was still cursing at the street, his expression betraying no hint of unease. What is it? Zhang Suying felt a pang of unease. She had never seen Li Sanqing's eyes look so cold before. Find some time. We need to get divorced. Li Sanqing's words struck Zhang Suying like a bolt from the blue. Meng already told me what you and your mother were thinking. Zhang Suying. I'm only sick, I'm not dead. I've been around here for decades, old friends everywhere. You think I can't crush both of you with a single word? And you dare set your sights on my 2 daughters? You're asking for trouble. This time I won't hold it against you. Once we're divorced, we'll have nothing more to do with each other. But if you dare cause any trouble with your son again, I'll fight to the death. As he spoke, Li Sanqing's expression grew increasingly feral. He never imagined that the woman he'd shared his life with for decades would dare to scheme against his own daughters. What kind of scum was that Zhang Yuan? Did they really think he didn't know? If Zhang Suying succeeded, both his daughters would be ruined for life. Fortunately, Li Meng had found a boyfriend who seemed reliable for now. Otherwise, even if Li Sanqing recovered from his illness, he would never forgive himself. Zhang Suying was startled by Li Sanqing's harsh words and dared not utter another word of defense. A wounded tiger is still a tiger. Li Sanqing's threats weren't empty words. A veteran official who's been navigating county politics for decades, could he possibly lack any real substance? Back then, she had married him precisely because she valued that very quality. But now, thinking only of her son Zhang Jiang, she had completely alienated Li Sanqing. It was utterly not worth the cost. As for Zhang Jiang, that lowlife scum didn't even have the guts to look Li Sanqing in the eye. Accompanied by sisters Li Xiao and Li Meng, Li Sanqing left the home he'd lived in for decades. Meng, what kind of boyfriend did you end up with? Li Xiao, who bore a 6/10 resemblance to her sister but appeared more mature overall, pulled Li Meng aside and bombarded her with questions about Zhang Yuan after seeing the Mercedes-Benz van. When she learned that Lucy was merely Zhang Yuan's personal housekeeper, she was stunned for a long time. If such an accomplished woman was willing to be his housekeeper, just how extraordinary must this man be? Having spent nearly her entire life in the county town without ever venturing out, Li Xiao found it hard to imagine. Especially when Li Meng mentioned that Zhang Yuan was preparing to gift her millions in shares of Jinfu Holdings, Li Xiao's eyes sparkled with wonder. Zhang Yuan, what exactly did you see in Meng? With hopeful anticipation for the future, the group set off on their journey home. At home, only chaos remained, along with Zhang Jiang and his son, still trembling with fear. Their vicious scheme had utterly failed. They were lucky to escape retaliation and dared not think of troubling the Li family again. Today really opened my eyes. I always said Li's daughter wasn't ordinary, she looks like a fairy. And now look, she's landed a rich boyfriend. I heard he transferred 5 million yuan to Li Meng outright. Good heavens, 5 million? How many years would it take to save that much? The Li family has really pulled ahead of us old neighbors now. Thank goodness we didn't follow Zhang Suying and her son's example, still coveting those two daughters of theirs. Maybe we can even ask old Li for favors someday. You're right. Those two are bloody heartless. Zhang Jiang actually wanted to marry both of them? Doesn't he have the guts to look at himself in the mirror? Does he even deserve it? After watching the spectacle, the neighbors unleashed a torrent of condemnation on Zhang Suying and her son. Even after shutting their door, the humiliated and furious mother and son couldn't stop the angry old men and women from crowding the doorway to hurl insults. Regret flooded their minds. If only they'd waited a little longer, maybe Li Meng's boyfriend could have helped them out. Rongqing. Zhang Yuan received a call from Lucy. A weight lifted from his heart. But he was genuinely surprised to learn that Li Meng actually had an older sister. Once they're settled, make time to visit uncle. And make plans for the future. Lucy would handle all the arrangements from here on out, so Zhang Yuan didn't need to worry about it. At this point, Li's father was still in decent health and hadn't reached the final stage. There were still some medications left that had been purchased with their savings. It would suffice until he completed the acquisition of Jingyuan Hospital's shares. At that point, he could simply transfer him to Jingyuan. The professional medical team there would naturally eliminate any lingering concerns for Li Meng. With this window of opportunity, Zhang Yuan needed to urgently complete the most critical task at hand. He had to get his senior classmate Meng Yuanyuan to sign the beneficiary agreement with Zhahui Huijin. Tomorrow was the deadline. Missing it would be a tremendous waste. Just as he was about to call his senior, as if reading his mind, Zhang Yuan's phone rang first. Zhang Yuan, are you free tonight? I have a class reunion and was hoping you could join me. Meng Yuanyuan's voice was as enchanting as ever. How could Zhang Yuan possibly refuse? Sure, send me the location. I'll head over once I wrap up what I'm doing here. Love you. Chapter 101, Sis, are you being kept? Nana, tell Mom what's the deal with this Mr. Zhang. Mom's head is spinning right now. You have no idea, when Zhao Mingyuan dragged me into the car, I thought my life with your brother was over. But once we got there, he was so polite to us, me and my son. That's Zhao Mingyuan, we're talking about, a thug who served time in prison. I heard he's opened over 10 supermarkets in Rongqing now, worth over 100 million. And he was so polite to us. Li Na's mother, Zhou Yuhua, looked visibly shaken. Her younger brother, Li Shang, a quiet and honest 20-year-old standing nearby, nodded repeatedly. Surrounded by so many burly men, he'd been ready to fight for his life. But it turned out they had genuinely come to escort him and his mother to Rongqing. This baffling turn of events left both mother and son utterly bewildered. Mom, don't worry. And don't ask so many questions. All you need to know right now is this: we won't have to look at Uncle Liang's family's faces anymore. Li Na smiled as she reassured her mother and brother. She briefly mentioned her situation with Zhang Yuan. Upon hearing that this Mr. Zhang not only owned the fixed assets of the Wanjin building but also ran a company where her daughter worked under him, Zhou Yuhua looked utterly astonished. Especially when Li Na added that Zhang Yuan was only about the same age as her own son. Zhou Yuhua was even more stunned. To achieve such success in his early 20s, what would the future hold? Of course, the most crucial point was that her own daughter seemed to have a rather ambiguous relationship with him. Zhou Yuhua understood this point all too well. After all, whenever her daughter mentioned Zhang Yuan, the happiness on her face was impossible to hide. Nana, since that's the case, you'll need to work diligently under Mr. Zhang from now on. His future prospects are truly boundless. Instead of calling Li Na out, Zhou Yuhua gave her earnest advice. Compared to Li Pang, Zhang Yuan was undoubtedly a far superior choice. It seemed she wasn't just getting older, her judgment was also falling short of her own daughter's. Fortunately, the matchmaking incident hadn't caused any resentment from Mr. Zhang. Otherwise, Zhou Yuhua would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. After a brief chat with her mother and younger brother, Li Na led them to a star-rated hotel. Having worked as an outdoor streamer for quite some time, Li Na had managed to save up a bit. The million-yuan Zhang Yuan had given her would remain untouched for now, until she could clarify their relationship. Isn't this place a bit too fancy? Zhou Yuhua eyed the lavishly decorated hotel with some concern. A place of this caliber would likely be very expensive. She and her son were from a small county town, they certainly didn't need to stay somewhere this luxurious. Oh, Mom, don't worry about it. Just relax and enjoy your stay. Li Na, with a hint of assertiveness, practically ushered her mother into an executive suite. After a few parting instructions, she left the room, taking her younger brother Li Sheng along to buy daily necessities. Sis, are you being kept? Her usually quiet younger brother dropped the bomb right off the bat. Li Na froze for a rare moment before laughing. What are you thinking? Your sister's just dating. So I have a brother-in-law now? But why isn't he showing up right now? Li Sheng's words left Li Na feeling a bit flustered. You kid, why are you overthinking everything? Besides, I'm just dating, not married. Don't call him brother-in-law. Oh. Li Sheng was scolded and obediently shut up. But his eyes clearly held doubt toward his sister. It had to be said, her brother's words had struck a nerve with Li Na. Even the whole dating thing was just Li Na's own assumption. Zhang Yuan had never confirmed anything. The way he referred to her as his girlfriend before was just for show, something he only said to outsiders. Whenever Li Na sought a clear answer, Zhang Yuan would steer the conversation elsewhere. He never gave a direct explanation. I won't dwell on it. A man like the boss who helps you in critical moments is already a tremendous favor. To think any further would be a bit greedy. Li Na sighed inwardly, pulling out her phone to stare at the 1 million yuan balance again and again. Could it be the boss really intended to keep her as his mistress? Recalling the passionate kiss with Zhang Yuan in the BMW Mini earlier, Li Na's ears gradually flushed red. Being kept might not be so bad after all? Back at the cafe in Wanjin Tower, Zhang Yuan leaned casually against his seat. Across from him sat Meng Yuanyuan, stiff and tense, sitting up straight. Mr. Zhao, thank you for all your trouble. You came all this way to bring my employee's family here. Not at all, Mr. Zhang, you're too kind. Meng Yuanyuan wiped the sweat from his face and smiled apologetically. As long as you're satisfied, Mr. Zhang, I'd gladly make another 100 trips. Haha, you really have a sense of humor, Mr. Zhao. I wouldn't dream of putting you through such trouble. Alright, Zhang Yuan took a sip of coffee, clearly pleased with Meng Yuanyuan's current attitude. I always keep my word. Xiaoqing has been handling that matter. I'll have her stop immediately. Oh, and find some time to sign the investment contract. I'm quite optimistic about the commercial retail sector in Rongqing. Let's tentatively set the initial investment at 20 million. Zhang Yuan's casual words struck Meng Yuanyuan like thunder. 20 million for the first phase? If it generates even modest returns, that's bound to double in value. This was cash, a completely different ballgame from the combined value of the dozen-plus supermarkets he currently owned. Though many assumed Meng Yuanyuan was worth over 100 million. But in reality, he knew full well that in today's market, the moment he made a move, prices would plummet by half. Plus, the seller wouldn't pay the full amount up front, they'd definitely drag it out. Whether he could even collect the rest was another question entirely. But to Zhang Yuan, 20 million was merely a number spoken offhand. Meng Yuanyuan was utterly convinced this time. He'd been stubbornly trying to go head-to-head with him, even speaking disrespectfully earlier. Fortunately, Mr. Zhang was magnanimous and didn't stoop to his level. Otherwise, the business he'd worked so hard to build would have been gone for good. Mr. Zhang. I was such a idiot before. It's all my fault. Meng Yuanyuan slapped himself hard across the face twice, tears welling in his eyes as he said, now that you've forgiven me and even offered to invest, I thank you on behalf of my brothers. As he spoke, Meng Yuanyuan began to kneel, but Zhang Yuan hurried over to help him up. Mr. Zhao, what are you doing? You're older than me, kneeling before me would shorten my life. Zhang Yuan chuckled before continuing, I've looked into your situation. It's been incredibly tough. I was too impulsive back then. I hope you won't hold it against me. Zhang Yuan had genuinely looked into Zhao Meng Yuan's situation. His team of laborers were all former inmates who'd found work after release. Who among them didn't have some skeletons in their closet? If he really cut off their livelihood, who knows what trouble might come his way? These were men who'd been inside before. If cornered with no way out, they could easily resort to desperate measures. This thought sent a chill down Zhang Yuan's spine. Fortunately, he hadn't pushed things too far. Old Zhao, treat those brothers better from now on. It's tough for everyone. The moving work is exhausting. If their wages need raising, raise them. At least a quarter of my investment should go toward subsidizing the brothers. You handle that part yourself. I'm no match for you, an old hand in this game, so I won't interfere. If I see returns later, great. If not, no need to stress, I'll just reinvest more. Chapter 102, Boss, that's off limits. Zhao Mengyuan listened to Zhang Yuan's words, his heart filled with profound emotion. A man with such vision and the capacity to accommodate his own crew and so young. Who could have imagined? Rest assured, Mr. Zhang, I won't let you down. Zhao Mengyuan had made up his mind. He possessed the capability, the means, and above all, the resolve. Now even the funding issues that had plagued him were resolved. If he couldn't even get Ping An's supermarket off the ground, what was the point of living? After discussing the details in the cafe, Zhao Mengyuan left in high spirits. He had to share this good news with his brothers right away. Otherwise, the restless laborers might start causing trouble. Old Zhao's a real character, Zhang Yuan remarked approvingly as he watched Zhao Mengyuan's retreating figure. He's been through the rain himself, yet he still remembers to hold an umbrella for others. No wonder he built such a massive empire. If he hadn't run into a jerk like me, he might have even gone head to head with the two giants of Rongqing. Investing in Ping An's supermarket was no big deal to Zhang Yuan. He'd finally come to terms with it. Living meant doing whatever the hell you wanted. Do whatever he wanted. Why bother considering the consequences? Earlier, Zhao Mengyuan had groveled at his feet, and even his crew of laborers had knelt in unison. That display was enough for Zhang Yuan to forgive old Zhao's earlier rashness. Not to mention how they'd gone to such trouble, traveling all that distance to bring Li Na's family back. They'd even handled all the follow-up matters, leaving Li Na free of any lingering worries. He handled things transparently and lived with integrity. Zhao deserved to prosper by his side. After settling old Zhao's matter, Zhang Yuan checked the time. There was still plenty before his senior's dinner gathering. Remembering he owned a foot spa, Zhang Yuan decided to head there. He wanted to check on recent business and see if Su Wanting's skills had improved. He hailed a ride-hailing car and headed straight for Golden Impression. Sitting in the car, Zhang Yuan felt a strange sense of unease. His Porsche 911 might as well not exist. Either Qin Yuqing had taken it out, or it sat untouched in the garage. Upon reflection, he realized the 911 probably didn't quite match his aesthetic taste. The rugged style of the Maybach he'd spotted at the Mercedes dealership felt more suited to his image. He had to attend a class reunion with his senior that evening and needed a car to make an impression. Zhang Yuan sent a message to Ding Yuanwu. Manager Ding, can you expedite the registration for the Maybach? I might need it tonight. Ding Yuanwu replied promptly. No problem. Their Mercedes-Benz dealership had long prepared for such situations. As long as the payment was secured, they could swiftly handle the registration and license plates. After all, luxury cars like this catered primarily to wealthy clients whose time was precious. Without the ability to expedite such services, their competitiveness would lag behind other dealerships. After sending Ding Yuanwu his location, Zhang Yuan's ride-hailing car arrived. He walked confidently into the foot massage parlor. It was a quiet time, with only 2 or 3 receptionists yawning at the front desk. When they saw Zhang Yuan enter, they were about to jump up to greet him only to realize upon closer inspection that it was their boss. They instantly swarmed around him with excitement. Boss! You're here! Boss, we haven't been slacking off, you know. Boss, are you here to see Sister Wanting today? The receptionist's fragrant scent and chattering voices were quite pleasing to Zhang Yuan. He chuckled cheerfully. You guys have a pretty good memory, huh? I only remember showing up once. Of course you did. The reception girls were quite proud of this. You need real skills to work in this industry. Many clients only visit after long intervals. If they show up and you don't recognize them, wouldn't that be awkward? Go tell Su Wanting to get ready. She needs to come to my office. I need to check up on her recent progress. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan sent a large red envelope in the group chat. Still, 10,000 each. The reception girls were stunned by the sudden windfall. Even the technicians who were sleeping and other receptionists were jolted awake. Everyone scrambled to grab the red packets in the group chat, sending all sorts of emojis to thank Zhang Yuan. Some technicians who had already started their shifts rushed out of the break room, surrounding Zhang Yuan to express their gratitude. Surrounded by a crowd of young, beautiful girls, Zhang Yuan could barely breathe. It must be said that while the technicians at Golden Impression weren't exceptionally stunning, their figures were absolutely jaw-dropping. Scanning the room, he couldn't find a single bust size below a C cup. Terrifying, terrifying. After finally squeezing his way out of the crowd, Zhang Yuan hurried up to the third floor and stepped into his office for the first time. The space wasn't large, barely 20 or 30 square meters at most. But it was quite well equipped, a pearwood desk, an ergonomically designed executive chair. There was even a single bed tucked away in the corner. Seems like that Mr. Wang knew how to enjoy life. He also cared deeply about the store, often keeping watch here. Luo Shi, newly promoted to manager, rushed over the moment he heard Zhang Yuan had arrived. "Boss, you're here?" After knocking on the office door, Luo Shi entered with utmost respect. "Didn't you pull an all-nighter last night? Why come in so early?" "I'm not here for an inspection, so there's no need for such a grand welcome." Zhang Yuan occasionally glanced at his phone. Since last night, Luo Shi had been sending non-stop messages arranging work until morning. He'd gotten less than 5 hours of sleep at most. Hearing Zhang Yuan scolding, Luo Shi smiled and said, "Boss, you're here, how could I possibly sleep?" "Oh, right, weren't you looking for Sister Wanting? You might have to wait a bit. She's still at home, hailing a cab right now." "No problem," Zhang Yuan waved it off casually. "I'm not in a rush. I figured I'd come over to relax since I have a dinner meeting tonight. You should rest when you need to. Don't just stand around here." "Alright then, how about I give you a massage?" Luo Shi hesitated before replying, "I've watched them practice different techniques on each other. I know a little bit." "That's great. Go ahead and knead my shoulders then." With someone being so considerate, Zhang Yuan couldn't very well refuse. "Sure thing, boss." With permission granted, Luo Shi blushed as she moved behind Zhang Yuan, extending her small hands to knead his shoulders. Honestly, Luo Shi's technique was even better than Su Wanting's had been. As she massaged, the sensation felt incredibly soothing, and Zhang Yuan leaned his head back. Seeing this, Luo Shi gently clenched her jaw and used her substantial bosom to support Zhang Yuan's head, preventing her boss from straining his neck. "Luo Shi, I haven't looked into this industry before. What's your current salary?" For me, it's about 5,000 yuan base salary plus commission. I should be able to reach around 10,000 yuan. That low?" Zhang Yuan was taken aback. Surely this was a high-paying industry? How could a manager's base salary be only 5,000? Sigh, competition's fierce now, and business isn't as good as it used to be. Salaries are just low across the board. Only technicians who work extra hard can make 20,000 to 30,000 a month. The rest of us don't get much. Luo Shi's sigh made Zhang Yuan hang his head even lower. After carefully gauging Luo Shi's scale, Zhang Yuan smiled. "Alright, starting today, everyone's base salary doubles. Yours gets tripled." "Huh?" Luo Shi froze. Was his boss just a little too careless with money? Doubling everyone's salary, how much would that cost this month? "Boss, are you serious?" Luo Shi asked incredulously. Her small hands trembled slightly. "Of course it's true. Would I lie about something like this?" Zhang Yuan planted his feet firmly, flipping the chair over with a thud. He reached out and placed the startled Luo Shi onto his lap. "Here, let me give you a massage too." "Be boss." Luo Shi's face flushed crimson. He tried to stand up, but Zhang Yuan held him firmly in place. At first, he could feel his boss's large hands gently massaging his shoulders. But as time passed, the boss's hands grew bolder until they began to change shape. Luo Shi's breathing grew increasingly ragged, his gaze hazy and unfocused. Chapter 103, Falling Apart and Alluring Charm. "Miss Qian, what kind of company is Sunny Media? We've never heard of them before." The question came from Wu Mengting, one of Qian Leilei's 3 key lieutenants, primarily responsible for online public opinion management. "Sunny Media is a newly established company. The owner is very capable. I've already had discussions with them and they're extremely sincere. That's why I gathered everyone today to hear your thoughts. Are any of you interested in working at Sunny Media?" Qian Leilei, no longer bearing the weight of her former president title, had softened considerably. She smiled warmly at the team of dozens she had painstakingly built. "President Qian, I have a question." This time, it was Xue Tao, formerly in charge of human resources, who raised his hand. With his good looks and outstanding abilities, he was one of the talents Qian Leilei had promoted. However, Chen had also heard that Xue Tao came from a prominent background and had likely joined Yule specifically because of her. Qian Leilei always maintained an open-door policy towards such talent. She valued ability above all else, unconcerned with their motives for joining. Of course, to date, no other talent had captured Qian Leilei's heart, nor had she ever been linked to anyone in rumors. "No problem, just speak up. This small meeting today is precisely to gather everyone together for discussion. I don't want anyone carrying negative emotions into Sunny Media." "Alright," Xue Tao replied, his expression souring slightly. "Miss Qian, we're all colleagues who fought our way up with you since Yule's founding. We're one team. But now, from what you're saying, it seems you've already agreed with Sunny Media. Why didn't you discuss this with us beforehand?" "I looked into it. Sunny Media was just established a few days ago. They don't even have a single decent anchor under their belt, let alone the essential departments a media company must have. Essentially, they're nothing but a shell company. I'm not going there, period. Let's be honest too, Meng has already reached out to me. If I agree to join them, my salary will immediately increase by 10% and I'll receive the same benefits as their veteran employees. Shuetao laid his cards on the table, revealing his true intentions. His words sparked a flurry of whispers among the group. After all, in today's job market, maintaining your original salary when switching jobs is already considered a win. Tumang Media was actually offering a 10% raise, clearly coming with genuine intent. Xian Lele had anticipated this outcome, as she had personally built this capable team from scratch. But people had their own aspirations, and she couldn't stop them from leaving. Also, Miss Qian, let me give you some advice. Falling out with your family like this will be extremely detrimental to your future career. Countless people here joined because of the Qian family's reputation. By breaking ties with them, you've already disheartened many brothers. Shuetao pleaded earnestly with Qian Lele, his expression a mix of sympathy and disappointment. Qian Lele shot him a cold glance. This guy was completely twisting the truth. What do you mean she broke ties with her family? It was clearly her uncle who played dirty tricks to gain complete control over Yale Media, forcing her out. The way Shuetao puts it now, it sounds like the Qian family are the victims. Enough. I don't want to go into all the details here. Qing Tian Media has agreed to give everyone a 30% raise and purchase the highest tier of social insurance. Most importantly, all middle management and above will have the opportunity to receive company bonuses. Use of an S-Class Mercedes. Xian Lele didn't want to get bogged down in arguments with Shuetao and dropped the bombshell straight away. What? A 30% raise? Did I hear that right? My take-home pay last year was around 200,000 yuan. They're giving me a 60,000 yuan raise all at once? What kind of company is this Qing Tian Media? Holy crap, when did S-Class Mercedes-Benz cars become standard rewards? Mr. Qian, you're not pulling our leg, are you? The room erupted in chaos. Compared to the 10% salary increase mentioned by Shuetao at Rabbit Mo Company, Sunny Media was clearly offering more. It truly showed their sincerity. You actually believe Mr. Qian's words? Who knows, maybe she made it all up to lure you over. Shuetao said with a dark, shifting expression. Surprisingly, some actually believed him and rallied behind him. Exactly, guys. Miss Qian can barely save herself right now. Why hang yourselves on her? I know some of you are here for Miss Qian, but it's been so long and she hasn't been seen with anyone. Honestly, I think she's using herself as bait to reel you in. Heh, sounds about right. I heard Miss Qian clearly likes women but pretends to be interested in men. What are you saying? As the insults grew increasingly vulgar, Wu Mengting finally snapped and scolded them. But now that everyone was jobless, who cared if you were the boss? They fired back immediately. How could Wu Mengting stand up to so many people alone? Soon, her eyes were red from the barrage of filthy insults. Enough! Xian Lele took a deep breath and continued, those who trust me can come with me. Those who don't, feel free to do as you please. Meng Ting, compile a list of those willing to join me at Sunny Media. Tomorrow, we'll head to Wanjin Tower together. Once we get there, you'll see whether I'm telling the truth or not. Understood, President Qian. The small meeting ended in an unpleasant parting. Xian Lele's team had effectively disintegrated. Seeing his objectives unmet, Shuetao felt deeply unsatisfied. He pulled aside a colleague he'd recruited earlier and whispered, follow Mr. Qian over to Sunny's place. Let me know when you get there, I'll come check if it's really as great as Mr. Qian claims. Using an S-Class Mercedes as a gimmick? I'll just drag over one of Tumeng's top streamers to go live right then and there. We'll crush Sunny in one fell swoop. No problem, brother Tao. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Luoshi flushed bright red as she scrambled off Zhang Yuan, hastily straightening her disheveled clothes before rushing to open the door. She feared that if she delayed any longer, her boss might get carried away and devour her right then and there. Heaven knows, Luoshi truly had no intention of climbing the ladder by clinging to his coattails. The only reason she tolerated his excessive advances was because he happened to fit her aesthetic preferences. Yes, Luoshi's ultimate aesthetic goal was money. Oh, Sister Wanting, you're here. Seeing Su Wanting's alluring presence, Luoshi instantly relaxed. Luoshi, what's up? You're looking so flushed, did you just work out? Yeah, I've been eating a bit too much lately, haha. Alright, Sister Wanting, the boss is waiting for you. I'll head back first. Su Wanting watched Luoshi's hasty retreat with puzzlement. What's with Luoshi? Why's he running off so fast? But soon, Su Wanting stopped paying attention to Luoshi's odd behavior and turned her gaze toward the boss chair facing away from her. The boss, who hadn't been seen for days, had returned to Golden Impression and immediately sought her out. Su Wanting knew without a doubt that the boss had a request. Boss. Hearing the soft, delicate voice, Zhang Yuan turned around, his eyes brightening slightly. Today, Su Wanting wore a bright yellow cheapao, its slit reaching high up her thigh, revealing glimpses of her long, straight legs. What pleased Zhang Yuan most was that Su Wanting seemed to have rushed over. Not only was her hair slightly disheveled, giving her an alluring charm, but the buttons at her neckline were even left undone. Her snow-white cleavage immediately caught his eye, making it impossible for Zhang Yuan to look away. What are you standing there for? Come here. Let the boss check up on your recent progress. If you haven't made any progress, I'll have to punish you, you know. Chapter 104, I want to study harder too. Still standing there? Did you really need me to come and fetch you? Zhang Yuan shot a disapproving glance at Su Wanting, who seemed intimidated by his presence. He stood up, walked over to her, took her soft, boneless little hand, and led her to the single bed in the office. Give me a back massage. It's been pretty sore lately. Zhang Yuan's completely unreasonable demeanor made Su Wanting feel even more uneasy. But then she remembered that this man wasn't just her boss, he was also, in a way, keeping her as his mistress. Every day after waking up, she was on duty, and each session earned her around 500 yuan. That meant she could make 12,000 yuan in a single day. What did that even mean? Even robbing a bank wouldn't be this quick. Most crucially, this boss Zhang Yuan wasn't some greasy middle-aged man, nor was he a wolf in sheep's clothing who preached morality while making inappropriate advances. He was still a college student. He was handsome and well-built, even without any filters. Faced with a guy like this, Su Wanting would probably be tempted too. After only 2 seconds of hesitation, Su Wanting gritted her teeth, walked to the door, and locked the office. She then glided over to Zhang Yuan, slipped off her shoes, and sat down on the edge of the single bed. Placing her small hand on Zhang Yuan's back and pressing firmly, Su Wanting asked, "Boss, is this pressure okay?" I don't feel a thing. You can press a little harder." "Okay, boss." Su Wanting continued to press harder, but with her naturally slight build, she couldn't possibly meet Zhang Yuan's expectations. At this level of pressure, it only served to make Zhang Yuan increasingly irritable. Unaware of this, Su Wanting diligently worked her way from top to bottom, trying to relieve Zhang Yuan's fatigue. "Boss, maybe you should take off your shirt?" Su Wanting said hesitantly. I'm not very strong, and removing your clothes might make it more comfortable for you." "Is that so?" Zhang Yuan turned to look at Su Wanting, her face flushed crimson, and the heat in his heart gradually shifted downward. "You asked for it, you know." Dropping a remark that left Su Wanting utterly bewildered, Zhang Yuan decisively shed his clothes. "Ah. Boss, you." Su Wanting awkwardly turned her head away. Little did she know Zhang Yuan would be so decisive. He said he'd take off his clothes, but ended up stripping down to his underwear. Before she could stop him, the boss was left wearing nothing but a pair of shorts. "Go ahead, give me a good massage. If I'm satisfied, I'll even give you a raise." Zhang Yuan lay back on the single bed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. All right. Su Wanting mumbled her reply with her head bowed, then sat down on the edge of the bed, running her small hands back and forth across Zhang Yuan's chest. After undergoing training from his senior classmate, Li Meng, and even Li Na, Zhang Yuan's resistance had grown increasingly strong. Such intimate gestures barely stirred any desire within him. But the shy technician before him presented an utterly perfect sight. Merely admiring her like this brought Zhang Yuan immense satisfaction. "Boss, could you roll over?" Su Wanting still wore a rosy-cheeked expression, her eyes slightly flushed as she looked at Zhang Yuan. "Sure, I'll do as you say today." Zhang Yuan relished this feeling, fully accommodating the beauty's request. After lying face down on the bed, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a slight pressure on his legs, followed by an incredibly smooth sensation. He instantly understood Su Wanting had sat down on his legs. Could she have actually learned something? Zhang Yuan wondered. Their last encounter hadn't been pleasant, no spa treatment, just a simple massage that ended in an unpleasant incident. This time, it seemed Su Wanting was preparing to give him a whole new experience. Soon, Zhang Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. He felt 2 rounded mounds gliding across his back. The silky smoothness of her exquisite cheongsam made Zhang Yuan gasp involuntarily. Wan Ting has something special. Zhang Yuan mused to himself. The sensation Su Wanting's ample curves delivered was entirely different from what his senior or Xiao Mengmeng had offered. If his senior was a towering mountain peak and Xiao Mengmeng was a freshly steamed bun, then Su Wanting was a balloon filled with water. It felt as if it might burst against him at any moment. This unprecedented sensation gradually drew Zhang Yuan deeper into its spell. His anticipation for Su Wanting's next move grew stronger by the second. "Boss, like this, are you satisfied?" Su Wanting had mentally prepared herself before entering the office, and now she cast aside all inhibitions. After all, the door was locked. She had long since become the boss's meal on a plate. Every move she made now was merely adding different flavors to this dish. Feeling the warm breath against his ear, Zhang Yuan's face flushed crimson. "Not bad. You can go a little deeper." "Yes, boss." Su Wanting's red lips parted slightly as she smiled and leaned back down onto Zhang Yuan's back. A nimble little serpent emerged from her embroidered mouth, its moist, steamy tongue exploring every inch of Zhang Yuan's back. Under this unprecedented stimulation, Zhang Yuan's body began to tremble. "You little viper." Finally, he couldn't resist any longer. With a soft gasp from Su Wanting, he pulled her into his arms. "Boss, what are you doing?" Su Wanting's eyes brimmed with bashfulness as she avoided Zhang Yuan's gaze, shifting her eyes left and right. Wan Ting, you've made tremendous progress. Now I want to study with you in depth. Is that okay? Zhang Yuan whispered softly into her ear. This time, Su Wanting didn't hesitate. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Zhang Yuan. Boss, let me teach you. Luo, she slumped weakly against the office doorway. As the manager, she naturally didn't leave immediately. Instead, she waited here, ready to assist the boss at any moment. But the soundproofing in this office was truly inadequate. The previous boss, Mr. Wang, rarely closed the door, so he'd never bothered with such things. But this arrangement made things miserable for Luo Shi. Every sound from Su Wanting and Zhang Yuan reached her ears. Though she couldn't see the visuals, the melodious, enticing sounds automatically conjured vivid images in her mind. Oh my god. Boss is just too good at this. As time dragged on, the horror in Luo Shi's eyes deepened. An hour had already passed, and Su Wanting's voice was starting to sound hoarse. Yet the creaking single bed persisted at its steady rhythm. This is terrifying. Luo Shi shook her head, her face pale, feeling utterly intimidated by Zhang Yuan. As a low-level player like her, if she ever went head-to-head with the boss, she'd likely be crushed into dust in minutes. Chapter 105, Such a Young Maybach Owner? Rongdo University, Main Gate. Meng Yuanyuan chatted non-stop with two high school classmates who had also gotten into this second-tier university. Yuan, you're looking better and better these days. Yeah, I'm so jealous of your skin, it's so dewy and smooth. What skincare products do you use? The genuine compliments from her classmates made Meng Yuanyuan feel quite pleased. Oh, come on. Xiaomei, weren't you the school beauty at Inhua No. 2 High School? Why are you being so modest now? We're old classmates now. Besides, my skin can't hold a candle to Lulu's. She's the one with true natural beauty. When the topic turned to their mutual friend Lin Lu, both classmates nodded in agreement. With makeup enhancing their looks, they could barely be considered pretty girls scoring around 80 points. But compared to Meng Yuanyuan, let alone Lin Lu, they'd be crushed into dust. They simply weren't in the same league. Speaking of which, one of them, Jiang Xiaomei, asked curiously, why is it Lulu coming to the party this time? Oh, she had some family matters and took leave to go back home. Meng Yuanyuan didn't seem particularly bothered by it. With Lulu absent, this was the perfect moment for her to show off. All right. Jiang Xiaomei paused briefly before continuing, Yuan, I texted Long Kuan. He's closer to us, so he can pick us up on his way. Long Kuan? Xiaomei, you actually have Long Kuan's contact info? Another unremarkable classmate stared at Jiang Xiaomei in surprise. After all, Long Kuan was famously the rich kid of Inhua No. 2 High School, with family businesses too numerous to count. Right after graduating high school, he drove an Audi A8 to college. At the last reunion, he had stolen the show completely. Many female classmates secretly harbored crushes on the handsome and wealthy Long Kuan, though he was notoriously aloof and rarely mingled with classmates. Having his contact info is nothing special. Lots of people in our class have his WeChat, you just didn't know about it. Jiang Xiaomei shot the girl a look that held a barely perceptible hint of disdain. To such an unremarkable girl, Long Kuan was undoubtedly an unreachable figure from a higher social sphere. But for her, getting his contact info was the simplest thing in the world. Oh, right, Jiang Xiaomei said, feigning casualness as she looked at Meng Yuanyuan, who was far more accomplished than herself. Yuan, are you still in touch with Long Kuan? Wasn't he always chasing after you? Don't you two ever go on dates or anything? Meng Yuanyuan smiled faintly. We keep in touch occasionally. But don't go spreading rumors, Xiaomei. We've never actually gone on a date. Jiang Xiaomei's heart leapt at the words. She scoffed at Meng Yuanyuan's words. This brainless bimbo doesn't even care about such a great guy. Once you enter the workforce, you won't even get close enough to touch their shoes. How utterly foolish. But Jiang Xiaomei showed no sign of it on her face, still smiling gently. Looks like our campus beauty queen has pretty high standards, she doesn't even fancy Long Kuan. No, it's just that I don't think we're a good fit. Meng Yuanyuan waved her hands repeatedly. How could she possibly admit that Long Kuan was merely one fish in her pond? That guy had asked her out countless times before, but every single date was at some cheap street stall. And he actually drove an Audi A8? How embarrassing. That's why Meng Yuanyuan had never agreed to go out with him. Yuan's still the same as ever, her standards for a boyfriend are way too high, sighed her plain-looking classmate. Others had already found partners, yet she didn't even know where to find someone to pursue. Does the gap between people really have to be this wide? Beep. As the three chatted, a sleek black Audi A8 glided up and honked twice. Oh my, it's Long Kuan. Jiang Xiaomei pointed excitedly at the sleek, luxurious A8. Ladies, hop in. Let's go together. A young man dressed in Gucci smiled and waved as the window rolled down. Long Kuan, thank you so much. Jiang Xiaomei gave a shy smile, her eyes brimming with bashfulness as she looked at Long Kuan before opening the back door. She wasn't foolish. Even if she harbored certain fantasies about Long Kuan, she wouldn't recklessly take the front passenger seat. Hey, isn't that the school beauty from Manhwa number 2 high school? Long Kuan seemed to have just spotted Meng Yuanyuan, his face lighting up with delight as he got out of the car and approached the girl he'd been thinking about constantly. Yuanyuan, would you do me the honor of riding in my passenger seat today? I know you love the Porsche 911, but I haven't taken over the family business yet, so I don't have that kind of money. Once I graduate, forget the 911, I'll be able to buy even the 918 whenever I want. Long Kuan's fawning manner made Zhang Xiaomei's expression darken. The seat she dared not occupy was now being offered to Meng Yuanyuan by Long Kuan. The stark disparity between them was laid bare in that moment, igniting a surge of resentment within Zhang Xiaomei. Oh Yuanyuan, what are you standing there for? Long Kuan's already being so forward with his invitation and you're still putting on airs. Meng Yuanyuan's brows furrowed slightly and the look she shot Zhang Xiaomei turned decidedly unfriendly. She might not be as sharp as Lin Lu, but that didn't mean she was stupid. She could easily recognize such blatant provocation. No thanks. I've got someone picking me up. Xiaomei, I'll let you have this seat. Meng Yuanyuan countered without backing down. What you want is merely what this lady doesn't want. Trying to act all high and mighty? You'd better have the credentials to back it up. Zhang Xiaomei's expression darkened further. Just as she prepared to retort, Long Kuan blocked her line of sight. Oh dear, Yuanyuan, this seat is yours alone today, I won't give it to anyone else. Long Kuan opened the passenger door with impeccable manners, gesturing invitingly. Your Highness, please get in. In the past, Meng Yuanyuan would have been swept off her feet by such flattery. But now, she had already witnessed the awe Zhang Yuan had inspired in her. A mere 8 couldn't even ripple the surface of Meng Yuanyuan's heart. Really, it's not necessary. I have my own car, it'll be here shortly. Declining Long Kuan's offer again left him feeling a bit awkward. Long Kuan, looks like Yuanyuan doesn't want to ride with you. Well then, maybe we should wait here and see what kind of car Yuanyuan actually called. It can't be a ride-hailing service, right? Zhang Xiaomei didn't hold back, firing back with her words. Long Kuan seized the opportunity to back down, though his expression remained stiff as he said, alright, since Yuanyuan doesn't want to get in the car, we'll wait then. If your ride-hailing service is late or cancels, you can still ride with me. Meng Yuanyuan was completely preoccupied with Zhang Yuan and couldn't be bothered with them. If they wanted to wait, then let them wait. When Zhang Yuan pulled up in his 911, she wondered if their faces would be slapped red. Seeing Meng Yuanyuan determined to wait it out, Long Kuan frowned and returned to the car. Long Kuan, Meng Yuanyuan's always been like this. Don't take it to heart, Zhang Xiaomei seized the chance to throw shade at Meng Yuanyuan. Sure enough, Long Kuan's expression darkened even further upon hearing this. Let her keep pretending. I'll see what kind of car she ends up waiting for. If she ends up waiting for a guy with a receding hairline, that'd be hilarious. Long Kuan muttered under his breath. Beep. A deep honk suddenly sounded from behind. Glancing in the rearview mirror, Long Kuan saw a brand new Maybach S680 enough to buy 3 of his own cars. Only a CEO or a big shot could afford such a car. As a minor rich kid, Long Kuan dared not be rude. He quickly moved his car forward. Thanks, bro. Zhang Yuan got out and walked over to the driver's side of the damn sensible A8, tapping on the window to express his gratitude. Ah, no problem, no problem. Such a young and polite Maybach owner instantly commanded Long Kuan's respect. Chapter 106, The Unreasonably Demanding Senior. Man, now that's what you call a successful person. Long Kuan sighed deeply. Long Kuan, your family is quite well off too. No need to be so modest. Zhang Xiaomei never missed an opportunity to curry favor. But Long Kuan merely shook his head at her words. You don't understand. Someone as young as you, with such impeccable manners, and driving a Maybach I could never compare. I do have that much self-awareness. So this is a Maybach. Zhang Xiaomei turned to glance at the emblem shaped like a rice dumpling, a flicker of envy crossing her eyes. Such a luxury car could draw stares just by sitting there. If she could ever get inside and experience it, Zhang Xiaomei couldn't even imagine what that would feel like. Wait, why is he walking toward Yuanyuan? Is he trying to hit on her? The unassuming female classmate interrupted their speculation with surprise. Following the direction of her finger, Long Kuan's pupils suddenly contracted. That young man was actually approaching his goddess, Meng Yuanyuan. This is bad. If someone like that tries to chat her up, Yuanyuan probably won't be able to refuse. Long Kuan frowned deeply, his expression flushing with panic. Long Kuan, don't worry too much. For a woman like Meng Yuanyuan, successful men who drive Maybachs are a dime a dozen. At worst, he'll just ask for her contact info. If Meng Yuanyuan can't resist, she'll probably end up getting taken advantage of. She'll be the one who ends up getting screwed over. Zhang Xiaomei's words made Long Kuan roll his eyes. Thanks a lot for your insightful comments. Shut it. After all, Meng Yuanyuan was still a classmate. Was it really necessary to curse her like that? Even that unremarkable female classmate couldn't help but shake her head. She thought Zhang Xiaomei had gone way too far. Hey, why did Yuanyuan open her arms and hug her back? Goodness gracious, she even kissed him. She's so bold. Could that guy be Yuanyuan's boyfriend? With each remark from the female classmates, Long Kuan and Zhang Xiaomei's expressions grew even more grim. It wasn't until Zhang Yuan reached out and gave Meng Yuanyuan's pert buttocks a slap that Long Kuan's heart finally settled. His goddess was already taken. And by a big shot driving a Maybach. What the hell could he possibly compete with? Zhang Xiaomei was so flustered her face turned bright red. All those taunts she'd hurled at Meng Yuanyuan had come full circle and landed right back on her. Her cheeks stung now, probably already swelling. Bye, Long Kuan, Zhang Xiaomei, and you, old classmate. My boyfriend and I are heading out now. Meng Yuanyuan gracefully waved goodbye to everyone in the A8 sedan before following Zhang Yuan toward the Maybach. For a moment, the three people in the A8 felt as if they had been split in two. Yuanyuan, are they your classmates? Yep. That guy driving the A8 seems pretty nice. He even invited me over just now. Zhang Yuan smiled and waved back at Long Kuan. To maintain his composure, the heartbroken Long Kuan could only stiffly wave his right hand twice. He watched helplessly as Zhang Yuan drove off with Meng Yuanyuan. Long Kuan finally lost his temper. Zhang Xiaomei, didn't you say Meng Yuanyuan was waiting for a ride-hailing car? Since when can a Maybach be used as a ride-hailing car? Scolded like that, Zhang Xiaomei dared not argue with Long Kuan. She was still counting on riding with them to the party venue, so she stammered, I don't know either. I'm seriously fed up. Long Kuan was at a loss for words. He'd planned to confess to Meng Yuanyuan today. Now it seemed like a blessing he hadn't prepared anything in advance, otherwise it would all have been wasted. Zhang Yuan, why did you switch cars today? Where's the Porsche 911? Sitting in the passenger seat, Meng Yuanyuan examined the Maybach's interior with wide-eyed curiosity. For her, these business-oriented luxury cars never quite matched her aesthetic preferences. The 911 was still prettier. The 911? It's in the garage. Didn't I tell you? Once you've honed your driving skills, that car will be yours to drive. Zhang Yuan's casual remark caught Meng Yuanyuan off guard. She'd thought he was joking earlier. Hearing his tone so certain today, it nearly overloaded Meng Yuanyuan's already not-so-sharp brain. Ha? Let me drive. What, you don't like the 911 anymore? Zhang Yuan teased. Of course not. Zhang Yuan, are you really going to give me the 911? Meng Yuanyuan looked at Zhang Yuan with eyes full of anticipation. Of course. When have I ever lied? Wow. I love you so much. Whoa. Cut it out. Meng Yuanyuan threw caution to the wind and pounced on Zhang Yuan for a kiss, nearly causing the Maybach to swerve off the road. Startled and slightly shaken, Zhang Yuan immediately scolded her sternly, Senior. Don't mess around while driving. Oh, okay, I know. I won't do it again. I was just so happy. Meng Yuanyuan laughed uncontrollably. Seeing his former goddess so delighted because of him, Zhang Yuan felt genuinely happy for her. He then slowly placed his hand on Meng Yuanyuan's slender, beautiful leg and began to gently stroke it. Today, his senior wore a breezy summer outfit, a beige spaghetti strap top paired with denim shorts. Due to the weather, her long legs weren't covered in stockings, which Zhang Yuan found slightly disappointing. However, Meng Yuanyuan's skin was well maintained and felt silky smooth to the touch. Senior, I've given you such assurances, isn't there any reward for that? What kind of reward do you want? Meng Yuanyuan batted her eyes innocently. Depends on your initiative. If you satisfy me, I might have a little surprise for you later. Zhang Yuan shot his senior a playful glance, instantly making Meng Yuanyuan's heart flutter. Given her junior's financial standing, any surprise he offered was bound to be impressive. With that thought, Meng Yuanyuan bit her lip and chuckled softly, alright, I promise to satisfy you. Then, Meng Yuanyuan slowly moved closer to Zhang Yuan. Damn it! Wait a second. I need to park the car first. Don't. There aren't any other cars on the road anyway, what's there to be afraid of? Senior, I just told you to be careful about traffic safety, and now this. Ugh. Meng Yuanyuan paid no heed to Zhang Yuan's scolding, slowly parting her lips as she leaned in. Her ponytail, tied back, kept flicking against Zhang Yuan's chest. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened as he struggled to steady the vehicle, preventing the newly acquired Maybach from veering off course. But his senior's advances were simply too overwhelming. He gradually lost control, the vehicle swaying left and right on the deserted road. Only 30 minutes later, as the Maybach turned onto the main road, did the vehicle finally begin to steady itself. Meng Yuanyuan seductively wiped her lips, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she looked at Zhang Yuan. Brother Zhang Yuan, are you satisfied now? Zhang Yuan was thoroughly infuriated by his senior's unreasonable behavior, snorting coldly, just you wait tonight. Chapter 107, a slap in the face should be fair. That's strange. Yuanyuan and the others left before us, so why haven't they arrived yet? An ordinary-looking female classmate stood below the banquet hall, looking around curiously. Zhang Xiaomei snorted coldly, probably got into an accident on the way. Hey, Zhang Xiaomei, could you please keep your mouth shut? Is that any way to talk? The ordinary-looking girl frowned in protest. She had been putting up with Zhang Xiaomei for far too long. Ever since they got in Long Kuan's car, Zhang Xiaomei hadn't stopped. She kept spouting all kinds of nasty things about Meng Yuanyuan. She dug up every old, stale story from their school days. No wonder she'd always been overshadowed by Meng Yuanyuan. Heh, what's this? Suddenly concerned about some big shot riding in a Maybach? Zhang Xiaomei fired back without missing a beat. Her composure had completely shattered. She'd been planning to steal the spotlight from Meng Yuanyuan at this reunion. But it ended before it even began. The man she was chasing, Long Kuan, was someone Meng Yuanyuan didn't even want. What's more, Meng Yuanyuan herself had snagged a big shot driving a Maybach. And most crucially, this big shot was incredibly handsome. Zhang Xiaomei pondered the whole way home, unable to figure out what she was lacking. Xiaomei, really, just keep quiet for once. We're all classmates. Cursing someone like this won't make anyone happy. Long Kuan stepped in to speak up for fairness. He was getting pretty fed up with Zhang Xiaomei too. A woman with zero sense of boundaries isn't worth a single strand of Meng Yuanyuan's hair. Where she gets the confidence to try competing with Meng Yuanyuan is beyond me. Ha, Long Kuan, you're still pining for Meng Yuanyuan? Right now, your goddess might be working out with that big shot. Zhang Xiaomei's cold, mocking voice cut straight to Long Kuan's core. Damn, you really have an overactive imagination. What's that supposed to mean? Have you tried it with some big boss yourself? Long Kuan wasn't about to let Zhang Xiaomei get away with it. He fired back immediately. Zhang Xiaomei was instantly flustered. Hey, you guys got here so early? What are you all doing standing downstairs? Come on up. This time it's on our boss when he booked the room ages ago. I remember posting it in the group chat. Just as Zhang Xiaomei was about to unleash a tirade, a voice cut her off. All three turned to look. It was their old squad leader Li Wang and Youth League secretary Wang Hui. Squad leader. Old comrade. Squad leader, you're finally here. The unassuming girl rushed forward as if she'd seen a savior, grabbing Li Wang's arm. Her eyes brimmed with relief. She was just an ordinary girl who had no desire to get entangled with someone like Zhang Xiaomei, a woman who was unreasonable yet somehow always got her way. What's going on? Li Wang looked at the three of them in confusion. He immediately sensed the tense atmosphere between them. Long Kuan, Xiaomei, are you two dating and planning to break up? Li Wang cracked a joke with a smile. But unexpectedly, this joke only made Long Kuan and Zhang Xiaomei grow even more annoyed with each other. Long Kuan felt Zhang Xiaomei had slandered his goddess. Zhang Xiaomei thought Long Kuan was nothing but a suck-up he could be with her, yet he chose to defend that Meng Yuanyuan instead. Me dating her? That's ridiculous. Long Kuan hurriedly explained, afraid of being misunderstood. Some guys just can't see us ordinary girls. They only chase goddesses. Too bad, who knows who's riding that goddess now. Zhang Xiaomei refused to be outdone, her expression brimming with defiance. Having spent years poring over dark web forums, she knew exactly what words cut deepest. Sure enough, Long Kuan's face darkened immediately upon hearing this. Wang Hui stepped in to mediate, smiling as he said, "Alright, enough of that. It's rare for us old classmates to gather like this. Let's all head inside. Come on, come on. I've heard for ages that Jin Fu restaurant is a signature spot in Rongqing, but the prices are too steep, I can only dream about it." The plain-looking female classmate nodded eagerly in agreement. She'd had more than enough of Zhang Xiaomei's jealous expression. Meng Yuanyuan had found a great partner. As classmates, if we couldn't offer congratulations, why did she have to resort to slander? By the way, isn't Meng Yuanyuan on the same campus as you? It's so close. What's the matter, Long Kuan? You won't even pick up our class beauty? Wang Hui asked, feigning nonchalance. A hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes as he looked at Long Kuan. Ah, don't even bring it up. The class beauty doesn't want to ride in my car. Long Kuan waved his hand dismissively, looking somewhat despondent. Huh, she's not even interested in an Audi A8? Seems our class beauty really has extremely high standards. No wonder she's best friends with Lin Lu. Wang Hui chuckled and dropped the subject. He led the group upstairs. Upon entering the reserved private room, over a dozen classmates were already present. 2 tables were sparsely occupied by 2 or 3 familiar faces each, chatting away in a warm and friendly atmosphere. Hey! Class president's here. Old Tuan, thanks for picking up the tab today. Exactly. If it weren't for Mr. Wang, we'd never get to eat at Golden Fortune restaurant. Hee, Mr. Wang, are you dating anyone? Why did you come alone today? Everyone knows our Mr. Wang's been pining for the class beauty, that's just nonsense. Our class has 2 class beauties. Wonder which one Mr. Wang has his eye on. Of course it's Meng Yuanyuan. Who'd even dare think about Lin Lu? As the Youth League secretary, Wang Hui had a gentle personality and was very popular among everyone. The moment he walked in, his classmates started teasing him. He didn't get angry, responding to each one with a smile. Only when Meng Yuanyuan's name came up did his expression stiffen slightly. Enough chatter, let's take our seats. Everyone's almost here. Class monitor Li Wang chimed in with a smile, easing the awkwardness for Wang Hui. Who's still missing? I mean, anyone who said they'd come in the group chat, is anyone still missing? Li Wang began taking attendance. Class monitor, only our class is missing. Someone had already finished counting heads. Only Meng Yuanyuan hadn't arrived yet. Heh, guess she'll be a while longer. Zhang Xiaomei's slightly sarcastic tone drew everyone's attention. Xiaomei, what do you mean? All right, you're on the same campus as the class beauty. Shouldn't you have come together? Give me a break. She has her own chauffeur-driven car. She wouldn't give Long Kuan's A8 the time of day. Just thinking about Meng Yuanyuan and that Maybach big shot getting cozy made Zhang Xiaomei green with envy. Private car service? Wang Hui asked curiously. Yeah. Zhang Xiaomei instantly saw through the Youth League secretary's implication. She laughed immediately. Mr. Wang, I suggest you give up on that idea. Meng Yuanyuan is already taken. Your family's assets probably wouldn't even catch her eye. Xiaomei, what are you saying? Li Wang shot Zhang Xiaomei a disapproving look. This guy really doesn't know how to chat at all. Do you even know what kind of background Mr. Wang's family has? This gathering will cost at least 30,000 yuan. And that's just Mr. Wang's pocket money. Forget Meng Yuanyuan, even Lin Lu is within Mr. Wang's league. Li Wang's obsequious manner finally snapped everyone back to reality. This old squad leader must have become Wang Hui's lackey. Such a suck-up. A sharp-witted classmate suddenly caught on. They approached unobtrusively, hoping to exchange a few words with Wang Hui. After all, someone who could make even the squad leader want to grovel must have some serious connections. Zhang Xiaomei saw this and didn't argue back. She just gave a cold laugh and sat down alone on the sidelines. She waited to see how pathetic these people would look later. Long Kuan and the unremarkable female classmate shared the same expression, silently sipping their tea. Getting humiliated shouldn't just be their three misfortune. It would be fairer if everyone got their comeuppance together. Chapter 108, what did I say about driving a Range Rover? Class monitor, don't even mention how much this cost. It makes it sound like I'm loaded, and the other students might get jealous. Wang Hui cut off Li Wang's flattery with a laugh. He'd kept his wealth well hidden in high school, but once he got to college, his family loosened the reins. He'd started putting on airs long ago. In a place full of young people, if you didn't put on a bit of a show, how else were you supposed to climb the social ladder? But this gathering was with old classmates. They all got along well, and putting on airs just wasn't worth it. Wang Hui wasn't some shallow guy like Long Kuan. After driving an A8, he felt like he could fly. He didn't even say a word about the Range Rover guy. Alright, since Mr. Wang has spoken, we should listen. Li Wang's smile remained obsequious. Many classmates frowned. This was just too embarrassing. But Wang Hui looked thoroughly pleased. He loved seeing Li Wang like this. The contrast was striking. By the way, why isn't the class beauty here yet? Should someone give her a call? Wang Hui's voice remained flat. But his eyes betrayed a hint of eagerness. He'd finally gotten his parents' blessing to reveal his wealthy background. After bottling it up for so many years, Wang Hui couldn't resist putting on a show in front of his longtime crush. But now, with the banquet about to begin, the main guest still hadn't arrived. How could this not make Wang Hui furious? Let me handle it. I have Yuanyuan's number. The unassuming classmate pulled out her phone. As an old classmate who shared the same campus with Meng Yuanyuan, she was one of the few who had the class beauty's number. Everyone's eyes turned to this girl. Are you kidding me? That was Meng Yuanyuan, after all. The title class beauty was just an internal nickname among us. In reality, back in high school, Meng Yuanyuan and Lin Lu were both known as the school beauties. But their classmates were pretty tight-knit. She was clearly their own class's stunning beauty. How could she become the white moonlight of the entire school? So at the reunion, everyone instinctively referred to Meng Yuanyuan and Lin Lu as the class beauties. Hey, Yuanyuan, are you there yet? Downstairs? Got it. Hearing the female students call with Meng Yuanyuan, Wang Hui couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She's finally almost here. Old Tuan, Yuanyuan will be here any minute. Alright, I'll have them bring the food right away. Wang Hui stood up to call the waiter, then returned to his seat. He thoughtfully reserved a seat next to him for Meng Yuanyuan. This was Li Wang's arrangement. Wang Hui was quite pleased with it. The female classmates scanned the room and noticed only a few seats remained. They were scattered across two large tables, with no consecutive empty seats available. It seems Yuanyuan brought her boyfriend. It'd be so awkward if there's no seats for them later. Her voice was low, so only Long Kuan beside her heard it. Why are you so worried? There'll be plenty of people to give up their seats. But he's the guy driving the Maybach. Long Kuan thought his classmates' worries were completely unnecessary. But the girl was at a loss for words. Long Kuan, we know about this, but they don't. Then let's just sit back and enjoy the show. Long Kuan remained indifferent. He could see it clearly now. He had absolutely no chance with Meng Yuanyuan. Not only did she have a big-shot boyfriend like Zhang Yuan, even if they broke up, there was Wang Hui, a hidden rich kid pursuing her. As a second-generation kid who'd begged his family for ages just to get an A8, he knew better than to get involved. He wouldn't even have the dignity to be humiliated. He could only serve as background scenery. Senior, did you go to a private school? Zhang Yuan looked curiously at the sign for Jin Fu restaurant. He never imagined Meng Yuanyuan would choose Jin Fu for her high school reunion. The prices here weren't exactly cheap. Meng Yuanyuan's classmates were all sophomores. Even if they pooled their money, it would probably cost them a fortune just to eat here. Oh, no, I went to a public school. I think one of the classmates has a wealthy family, so they're treating us. Meng Yuanyuan replied with a smile, tightening her arms around Zhang Yuan as she spoke. Her pair of surprisingly ample assets kept rubbing against him. It was enough to stir a reaction in Zhang Yuan. You go ahead and greet your classmates. I'll use the restroom. Zhang Yuan had no idea why his senior suddenly seemed so hungry. If this kept up, he'd never get to eat a damn thing. Fortunately, nature called, providing the perfect excuse to slip away. Meng Yuanyuan stared blankly at Zhang Yuan's hastily retreating figure before suddenly bursting into laughter. You little brat, already giving up so fast? Without exposing Zhang Yuan's true intentions, Meng Yuanyuan lifted the LV bag he'd given her and strode confidently into the private room. Upon seeing Meng Yuanyuan, who was as captivating as ever, perhaps even more beautiful than before, all the classmates fell silent for a moment. Wow! Our class beauty is getting prettier and prettier. Yuanyuan, is that an LV you're carrying? Goodness, it's the latest model. With the class beauty here, we all pale in comparison. The classmates began showering her with compliments. The boys admired her purely. The girls, however, eyed her critically. But upon seeing the bag in Meng Yuanyuan's hands, they quickly abandoned their earlier thoughts. After a careful look, she gasped in astonishment. The exquisite craftsmanship, the style he'd never seen before. It was clearly genuine Louis Vuitton. Wang Hui looked at Meng Yuanyuan, with her graceful figure and delicate features, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. This was the very embodiment of his ideal woman. So stunning that she could outshine everyone the moment she entered a room. Yuanyuan, you're here. I saved you a seat. At that moment, Wang Hui was brimming with confidence. The balance in his phone was his confidence. The support from his family gave him an extra layer of charm that his peers lacked. But Meng Yuanyuan merely glanced at Wang Hui before smiling distantly. No need, old group leader. I came with my boyfriend. I need to sit with him later. Oh, you don't mind, do you? Meng Yuanyuan's three-shot combo struck Wang Hui right in the gut. The goddess is actually dating? And she'd brought him straight to the class reunion. Wang Hui's eyes widened in disbelief. But to maintain his composure, he forced a smile. His face stiff as he said, alright, I'll have them save 2 seats for you. Seeing this, the classmates immediately shot sympathetic glances at Wang Hui. By now, everyone knew exactly what Wang Hui was up to. First suggesting the gathering, then volunteering to host it. It was obvious he was doing it all for Meng Yuanyuan. After all, among the 2 campus goddesses in their class, only Meng Yuanyuan fell for such tactics. Lin Lu, being a natural-born rich girl, had long since grown immune to such tactics. Alright, thank you. Meng Yuanyuan responded politely. But as she sat down, a flicker of excitement danced in her eyes. Hadn't she agreed to attend the gathering just to bask in the envious glances of her old classmates? But moments later, Meng Yuanyuan noticed her phone buzz. She pulled it out and her expression darkened instantly.